on with us to ask him some tough questions.
Oh, just in time for the Frost interview.
Handle it.
Yeah, you definitely can.
Let's hope.
What's up? Hello.
Ladies and germs, hello.
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 How are you doing? A really quick question from the talents. I heard you're from New York. What part of New York are you from?
The Bronx.
The Bronx. Oh, we were all wrong.
Of course he is. Of course he's from the Bronx.
I have to ask you about your feelings about Stage 1, and we're going to jump straight into it. What were some of the adjustments you made since kickoff coming into Stage 1?
Well, certainly not going to give free intel for our opponents throughout the year. However, what I will say, though, is I think what really got us was the inexperience in lands. So normally, like this season, for instance, favors me and Cruz a lot because we should have a week to prepare. Obviously, we don't now because for some reason now we play, we play Bleed on Sunday, then we play Gen G on Tuesday. Certainly not a lot of time to prepare if you don't overlook an opponent, which we got punished by with Secret. We were already looking at the Swiss system because everybody was basically like, even on a bad day, we can beat them. And we had two people perform really poorly and still almost won a map, which says that like we're strong enough that we can still beat you even if we're not playing well. That was really frustrating to learn that, oh, okay, guys, maybe we're not the guys.
So we have the veto already, but I do want to like
take everything seriously. I think a mantra that we've had this year.
Look at what would have been likely.
Had really experienced players. This is the first time where I basically have, some.
Because I can't remember some of the specifics.
Much more inexperienced. Because even Jip Boys, who played a full season last year.
Gen G like still committing to the sunset would make sense.
What I would have expected playing tier 1 talent. So I basically just had
to. I think it was
to understand that they need to take every round seriously, every half seriously, every map seriously, if they have any expectation of doing anything well this year. So most of our post-kickoff was learning from the kick in the ass we got because our own egos kind of got in our way. Now we're taking everything seriously, every scrim, every practice, every training, everything.
Nice. I want to
good answer.
Probably as the
I wanted to get the VO.
Team Secret, the one where they won 2-0. I think they had like a 13-4.
Wait, did Gen G have first pick? They did. They went Team A. Is that them sort of trying to like a lot more teams are picking to be Team A to like pick a man first? Because Sentinels were doing that all the way through Madrid, and obviously they won the event. So it'd be funny otherwise, because throughout Madrid, Gen G was picking to be Team 2, and now they've just started like, oh, we're gonna do what Sentinels was doing, which is funny. They picked Lotus. Sunset and Breeze, is that the same? No, it was Ice. So their Icebox is like, I guess, ready. Also, this is missing Talon's last series. So, wonder why that is. Hold on, let me just go back to this.
So you can't make that mistake, and that really bit us. I mean, especially when we give him an ace, he's not the guy you got to give him. Yeah, no like doubt. When we play PRX, we're going to have the same problem with, like, you can't let
it's here.
Guys get hot that can literally just say, I'm Superman, bye-bye, now that they have Jing back. So that's really what happened. We're confident in our Lotus. We knew it would go that way. It just, yeah, we got to take every round, every half, every map seriously.
Let's kick off.
That's tough. If anything, I do have a little, just
a
little question. Obviously, there's a bit of a roster change right now.
Yeah.
How do you?
Oh, this isn't updated. That's why.
What's Lenny gonna do?
I don't think I did it for any of Pacific actually. So let me fix that.
But I made 8 majors in CS:GO, so I was the former owner and coach of Flipside Tactics. Blade and I have always wanted 6-man rosters. We almost did it with Hobbit and Electronic. So, and obviously, Navi in the last like 2 years have done that, right? So I've always thought it could work, and it should have worked even on 100 Thieves, which that's a conversation for a different day. Lenny it's unfortunate. I had the inexperience of not understanding military conscription. He's from Singapore. So no matter what, if we even made Madrid, we were screwed because he was going to be gone for 12 days. So we had Surf. All my 6 men have a map. We tried to do this last year with Furia, but some things got in the way, which we'll talk about another time. Anyways, so what happens is...
It's trying to only 3 days a week, yeah. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Which makes the whole me having to cast on the
he
like a
comes
couple of
back,
those
it's kinda
days, like rough.
well, we tried other maps, guys.
Because like
And,
if I had to cast Monday,
and it just
Tuesday,
was
it's
like,
perfectly
full-on
fine because I don't
preparation.
mind missing
Post
some of
went
Pacific.
there, Lenny's kind of sitting out of the cold.
But like
two
missing
our
parts of
good matches
China
with
is
Lenny
really
for Jane.
unfortunate. But luckily it doesn't happen
Yeah,
too
so
much
that's
more.
what
I think it happens
So
like
it's a
3
super
more
unfortunate
times.
situation, and I wasn't ready for it. I didn't understand sort of how this works. I'm
And I don't think there's going to be much of a clash
From Singapore, we
in
definitely know how it
stage 2 of
works.
Polaris.
Jing definitely had a little experience with that too.
Because I
All the
think
best with that. I'm really keen to see how
Mr.
you
Tournament
make the
organisers
six-man
of
roster
Polaris
work.
are
So the
hoping
best
to
of
just
luck
get
in your
away
match
from
against Gen G today.
having any clashes with VCT. Because they know that even if like, you know, you got Pacific or China on, which are two very different regions from Polaris, you don't have the similar audience necessarily watching. But people are so hungry to watch Valorant that if you can run your tier 2 stuff on off days where there's no tier 1 Valorant, people will watch it.
Physical appearance.
Saturday for Pacific are such bangers, yeah, that too.
You know, you just got to work around it and do the best that you can. Curious about the 6-man roster though. Any quick thoughts on that? Because you know,
it's frustrating because I guess it's like kind of risky to be just doing all of like China on days where Pacific's on, because more people are going to watch Pacific. So I'm almost sort of hoping that over time people will start to watch China more. But if I can't cover games like EDG versus JDG, it feels like I'm just sort of shooting myself in the foot.
Now, you know, surf fitting in.
And doing stuff like this, you have to do it all. That's like the trickiest part of it.
For a map or two.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's if you have the right players with the right mental attitude and the right mindset, you have the coach who can work with that. You know, if you have a 6-man who's willing to understand that my role is to facilitate the team to help them get better. You know, if God forbid something happens and they need to call upon me, if there's some kind of emergency or something like that, I have to be prepared for that. So finding a player who can be that kind of guy, which Lenny has been in the past.
So,
right?
does this work now?
I mean, I think it can work. I really do.
It has been proven to work. Paper X in Masters
This isn't
Tokyo last
fine.
year,
This
they
is total
lost
maps.
one of their guys. It was something. He
So
couldn't
go
get his
careful
visa
here.
to Japan. So CGRS filled in, and I mean, looked how that went. That wasn't even like a proper 6-man roster. I think he was. I don't know what his official title was back then, but he did well.
Definitely did, and there was a lot of magic happening to make that game happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right,
it's
there's
Paper X
that.
stuff, but you know, this year for talent,
get rid of
they
this for the
have
time
to,
being.
you know, have
It's
a lot
confusing.
of improvement, a lot of growth. I think some things need to be tightened up along with the team. I do also wonder.
All right, so that should work now.
Things that.
Yeah, 4 bans.
Coach
So they banned that
Frostbite
Breeze
picked up
against
watching
Bleed, I
the
guess.
Final series between
So that's like their new,
the
new ban. I need to find a way.
Yeah, I mean, he is from their region. I'm
I
sure
think it'd be
there's
really
some
hard, but like
insights
almost
there
like a
he
drop-down
can
menu
come
to
up
have
with.
this
Now, we did
be
an audience survey because we want you
basically
guys
double
to have
check
some
instead
fun.
of it just being total from the year so
question
far
is,
that we
which,
can do stage
feels
1,
more
that we can
desperate to you,
do
or, like,
kickoff,
what,
that
you
we
know,
can do
what is
Madrid.
more important to you. Winning
Like a lot
your
of stuff like
favorite
that that I
team, winning
think could be really
VCT,
useful,
or
but man, that seems
your
such
own
like hard work
personal
to get done.
rank.
Gives me something to do maybe like over the cost of week for Friday.
Can I say if it said my favorite region for VCT winning at international events, then it would 100% be that one.
Wait, so if it's
Wow.
not,
I don't really care about my rank score too much. It doesn't really matter to me.
I know you don't. Look, you're happily.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah,
we'll
look
show
at
that
that.
later.
Yeah,
We'll show the board
yesterday,
later.
I wasn't
Yeah,
here.
Yeah.
How about you, Quack? What's more important to you? Because you don't really rank either. You
Well-
kind of like he's very good, by the way, but he just doesn't rank. You just don't rank.
not as much as I should, I guess. I mean, that's also because like rank anxiety. Sometimes you know you want to keep your rank high. So
I respect
actually,
that.
do care
I
quite a
don't.
Oh, so yeah, what's more important?
I
to
don't
you,
agree with the
actually,
ranked anxiety. Like,
getting
you're scared to play because you want to keep your rank high.
who's, like,
I think it's just more like
versus-
all VCT, all
rank.
Pacific, all
Playing
Pacific.
ranked could just
That's-
kill your
that's more
mood so
important.
much. It's scary to just
It's about the
take that
players.
risk
Yeah, I'm
sometimes.
all about rank.
Talon will win, mark my words.
IG rank,
The
she gets
big
so
question I
upset.
have
Oh my
is
God.
how. What's the win condition? Like, what's the map? Who's the player? What's the thing that's going to enable Talon to win this over Gen G?
I don't really try hard. So
No, you don't.
Or is it like kind of more on Gen G, right? That they've
Because,
like
of course,
been at
you know
Madrid,
why?
a little bit
Because I think
tired.
My favorite team's
Jit
gonna win
Boys?
anyway, so it doesn't
Okay,
even
I'll hold you
matter.
to it.
So that's the way
Even
I
if
see it.
like
So I
Talon
wanna
do
rank up.
poorly
I
and
want it
Jit
all.
Boys is like
You can have
top
it all,
fragging,
surely.
You can have your
like
cake.
you've still earned my respect.
I think in that case, yes.
Well, we hopefully Talon can have their cake and eat it too. They are facing against Gen G.
So yeah,
and
Gen
it's
G are
not
like,
gonna be
they
easy
pick Team A.
to
It's
kind
so
of
funny
couple
to see
down
more
these
teams that
giants.
have choice of
It's gonna be grown
side
so fast
going for
this
Team A
2024.
because that's
So
literally
let's
what
welcome the players on the stage.
what Sentinels were doing. I haven't properly seen like the full stage yet. already looks so much better than last year's. But not even last year's. Better than kickoffs. They're tilted and no prep. Gen G? Surf kind of had a problem with his mouse. So I hope he's going to play good today. I mean, it was one of the games we missed because we were watching China. So I don't know like how well they were necessarily playing.
Here, stage 1, 2024 VCT Pacific. I am Achilles here once again.
Who's IGL in Talon now that Lenny's benched?
Series. We have Talon going up against Gen G.
Yeah, quite a giant to have to face in your first week, but obviously a team like Talon, they've been waiting for this chance since they didn't get to go to Masters Madrid. They will take whatever chances they get to try to get
Will is just eating his microphone.
And again, the question is Gen G, sure, you got a lot of experience from Masters Madrid, but how much time you should have?
Was Cruz IGLing before? I'm pretty sure it was Lenny, right?
Been shown to the rest of the world as well.
Well, if Paper X is
I have to check my DMs. I just need to flat out ask Frost.
So, I think
talking to Frost, like I'll message him and be like, oh yeah, so what are the changes? Like, what's it been like bringing Surf in? And I will get a novel. A very, very honest, very brash novel, which I love. I love that he's just like, you know, not afraid to just give me all of the tea.
I mean, the devs talked about it, right? Obviously, you're comparing against other teams in your
but
group.
But because of that, like,
so
blocking two,
that everyone's kind of thinking, like, can we even get a win against that team? So
I don't know if they were trying Lenny as the IGL and it just didn't work.
Really solid in the championship points already. It's a very big lead.
Sorry, I'm looking for my box of tissues.
Absolutely worth a shot.
Yeah, oh no, for sure. I mean, there's plenty on the line. I mean, not only just the
I'll go find them if I really need them.
The clout that it would give you alone would be worth its weight in gold.
Yeah,
speaking of which, I'm potentially in need of some headphones.
If that does happen, I'm all in on.
Because I have the HyperX like Cloud 2. Oh, I love that they've got like the player icon, the team icons.
But the talent.
Because the Talon one does look so good. The Gen G one I like, the Talon one I like, the Team Secret one I like for the Penguin, and the RRQ one is like, oh, this is nice.
We're going to have Surf once again playing alongside the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and quite frankly, he didn't look like he missed a single beat.
Lenny had some strict IGLing. Yeah, I think.
On this brand of
correct me if I'm wrong, but was it like Lenny's first proper time IGLing, or was he doing that on his old team too?
Now onto the Sentinels and looked solid. You know, does it look
at waving across?
But he filled that role that they needed for the rest of the team to shine, and for members like Governor to do.
I think that this Talon team is very like underrated. I think the only thing that's going to stop them from being good, it's similar to Wolves in the sense of like the team that they've put together is really solid. Not quite the same as Wolves because it's not like one player from various teams all intricately put in. Like you do have some cores and stuff there.
Taking his time in both map draft and his entrances onto the stage.
It's really become a thing at this point. They're very, very thorough.
Frost is like, he's so fucking funny for me.
Previous careers, but at the end of the day, we're talking about texture. He seems to be in high spirits. Kind of ran into him.
Like you have a team that has like loads of good individuals with various experience.
So I think Gen G is feeling just fine.
You know, especially with Surf on this roster now. The only thing that's just a struggle for them is just like having enough time to get everything together.
Start, especially for Governor. You know, we were talking about it.
And with Talon's roster moves in the off season, like bringing in like Governor and Ban, pissing off the whole Thai community, and then people like Patty basically retiring. Like, first of all, it doesn't look good when you have a player that's on the team like that. A new coach comes in, new players come in, and then like a week or two later, Patty's like, yeah, I'm out.
Very good at kickoff. They overheated a lot as a team.
Oh, sure.
And now Governor talked about it in the interview. Frost talks about it again, where they want to calm things down.
But I also think that like Patty removing themselves from the equation makes everybody's lives easier. Because whilst I think Patty's a fantastic player, if he's like injured and if he's like burnt out of the game, like he said in his retirement thing, you don't want to play it. It's a bit like in and out, kind of like Zeke was for Ascend way back when. When you're like in big games, he goes, "I can't play. Like I'm benching myself."
Very confident at this point. Just need to avoid
And like if you have Patty as a potential option, you're going to always face like, oh, we're going to want to include Patty because his ceiling is one of the highest that a Pacific player can be at. But like last year, he was super inconsistent and like left a lot to be desired. So as much as I'm more of like an RRQ Team Secret fan, I'm hoping that Talon can show some strength. Speaking of which, I want to like see their strength of schedule, because they played Bleed and won, which is a good win. They got Global Esports, which they should win. T1, which I think actually would be a close series, in all honesty. Team Secret, a very winnable series, and then HyperX to end on, which is tough.
And of course, you know, especially if it's over the weekend, we've got traveling fans. But right now, it's just going to be the same old comps from both teams. Talon kind of making that adjustment coming in with Surf playing the Killjoy, and Gen G, no reason to change it. I mean, Lotus, one of their comfy picks, even at Masters Madrid, and they are able to play real fundamental.
Yeah, picture in picture. Let's do this.
Absolutely are, but my eyes.
Got full screen this either, which is a shame. What we like for Lotus? Lotus 5-2 for Gen G.
Magical for the squad.
For Talon, we've not seen them play. Or did they play against Bleed? I think they probably played against Bleed and lost. But this is the first time that we saw them play this map.
Sure, that didn't line up perfectly, but you can maybe chalk that up to the first game. Now he's gotten that out
Kick off any Lotus? No.
Well, and Karon
Could have said I remember any Lotus.
Right during the offseason at Convergence in their first games at kickoff.
I don't trust Team Secret right now. They're about too bad for our country. I will admit that hearing that Jesse Vash's wife, Mrs. Vash, is like the GM. Not a fan of that necessarily. Like just more how it looks. But I don't know anything that she's like done job-wise, so it's impossible for me to be like, yeah, it's just nepotism. But I think, yeah, Team Secret sort of representing a lot of, like, you know, the Filipino community and
but even
Filipino players.
A lot of trying to get too much space, trying to play things maybe a little bit too slowly.
There's a lot to like worry about there.
Like Lotus.
Talon get the attack side though too, because it's Lotus's Gen G's pick.
You're just gonna have to start to send it on a timer, and right now looks like B site is where their sights are set.
Just the one ghost here on the
just
side,
straight B
Talon.
execute. You got this Salamo to worry about the wall.
Be picking those up as for now Talon just four-man creep up here in towards
Prowler's good here, but it's more of just a fake and everybody else is going in. But the rotation is instantly there. The only problem, I suppose, is like you've got the Fade watching to see if there's a push up here. You don't really have a lurk coming in. Nice idea, but this is a great snake bite from Munchkin. I think trying to do this without the Fade, though, is tricky. Paranoia is good, but on this angle, it's a little bit too narrow. All right, suddenly Surf's come up.
2v2. Holding up close, able to find one retap onto the spike. Spray through.
He's just sticking it.
Back, takes the fight.
Gets both of them. So the defuse comes in. You've got one player surviving. I think this is definitely like worth like a Stinger force up.
Yeah, getting that half done earlier was all the difference because Talon, they came in prepared, right? They recognize that B site is generally going to be the weaker site here on the pistol against most teams, but especially a team like Gen G.
Yeah, it was good for them to get half early, even though they lost like 3 players in an instant.
Want to push out because otherwise the retake becomes a menace on this site in the middle of the map. So they wanted to
this felt very prepared though. I wonder if this was something that Talon tried last time against Bleed. Like, I hope not. I hope they're not just using the same pistol 2 days later.
Already a little bit of damage across there on to Cruz. Jump to 75 as they just spray away.
Not forced up at all, which... Yeah, I don't know.
It's going to be Talon shifting their sights over towards C. Wary of, not expecting.
Could have been an option.
Out of mount, but as you can tell, it's going to be Munchkin and Meteor playing back well within the C site.
Yeah, sending the paint shows there just to push them back. Sure, you get the ore, but that does make entering C site near impossible, especially given the weaponry. So
a lot of respect given here. Good like setup for Gen G. You've only got the Yeoman over. So 2 for a fast B execute, 2 here for a fast execute.
Checking that close left side. Way in.
Yeah, this should be easy-ish for Munchkin and the rest of Gen G to deal with. You didn't even really need to use some of this utility. There was no like snake bite in the choke. They just faced like full contact.
He's not ready for Lockheed to continue pressing forward, so it does end up falling.
I guess Gen G on this defense, they don't want to show their setup necessarily.
Overall, just one weapon loss there for the
But like in both these rounds so far, Gen G just in the right place to deal with what Talon are trying to do.
Yeah, Gen G, recognizing that that's a possibility, so you still trust the turret, you don't try to go for the peaks, you make sure that Meteor is hiding himself until you get contact to go for the trades, and it swings out close, and you're able to wrap things up. Like you said, only dropping the one weapon, Munchkin calling for the Guardian
Right,
pickup, and that'll give them quite a bit of firepower.
Full buy now,
bonus here. No
bonus,
extra buy up, though.
yeah, just
So gonna
the
be mostly
most straightforward bonus for Gen G.
Will be relying on as they continue to take control of Rubble.
Trying to get these orbs
This has been taken way too easily for Gen G. Not once have Talon fought for this. It's only been 2 rounds, but this doesn't bode well with just how easy it's been for Gen G to push up, get the orb, have Omen on an aggressive position.
Moving forward, and this could be fortunate circumstance for him, but Nanoswarm actually tips him off.
Like if this is uncontested, it's so hard for Talon to attack.
Yeah, kind of a crazy moment there for Lockheed. If he had sent that Prowler, that might have been the death for him.
Sure.
But we'll just delay as he waits for the...
Just being able to like control this as a rotate is super strong. Because also if they go C, being able to do this becomes really nice too. Alright, good like explosive play.
Clears out Lockheed, just take a decent chunk of damage there. Is Karen able to just mow down
Karen gets 2. All these defenders separated. You've got the Viper being a little bit late. And the first 2 that Karen got was good. Talon like the double peek afterwards. A little bit one at a time.
If Cruz can just stay alive, this flank around...
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Hard to predict.
As soon as Cruz looked away from this choke, that's where the player peeks out. And it's not planted for him.
Has to try to interrupt this one. It's just being held, and as he swings,
And Munchkin's watching it too.
off on the right-hand side,
So it seems that like Talon really want to like punish this choke. That they feel that just with this Viper wall and the alarm bot that it's still quite easy to get through.
The entry was good, right? You are able to take up Link through that or next to that baby door, things like that. But at the end of the day, it's just too many angles that you still have to cover.
Even that peak from Ban and Governor was a little bit labored. And the same thing literally happened afterwards.
Makes all the difference. But
Let's fucking go!
well, he's taking less from Munchkin, that's for sure.
Yep.
Love to see that energy. It's hard to imagine that this guy only started
I wonder if the replays... Oh, it's funny because I think the production is done by the Korean side. So when you hear like "Let's fucking go" come through, I guess it's because the Koreans don't realize. Surely they realize that they're swearing.
Already just that, have that royal road, let alone a second place finish. Governor jumping his way in, but it's just going to be a leg shot
because
there.
it's a Korea broadcast, they don't really care that much. I don't know.
The snake bite looks like he was suspicious of somebody creeping their way in, but Jit Boys is not checking right. I don't think
he hasn't cleared it properly here.
Well, maybe an opportunity for a big backstab.
No, because it's like the site's open, everybody's got off of it, and then if the Fade pushes in, they'll be like, "What the fuck? The Viper's here."
What can he realistically do?
So trying to double check, it looks like, for Jit Boys to see where that rotation happened, to try to make the call for Cruz to enter into Seaside again.
I mean, it's a good lurk.
But he's checking for the Fade. He has no idea the Viper's here as well. He calls for one.
But now there's a turret on the opposite side.
And now you got 4 people pushing behind.
The alert, I think this would confuse the hell out of them.
Try to smoke it off.
Oh, but this has just been a trip around the world for Jit Boys. But ultimately, I think that this might just...
Yeah, everybody's just leaving him.
Yeah, I mean, they're just...
He's going to be able to, like, plant, maybe. The smoke isn't going to last for ages, though.
He just doesn't have the weaponry. Honestly, I'd turn tail back over to C and try to get this plant down.
Yeah, just get the plant, quite frankly.
Do they hear that pickup? Munchkin starting to notice it.
Yeah, at least he gets a plant, but that's pretty much about as much as he's getting.
Let's see what kind of damage he can deal.
Imagine if he wins this.
Shots, avoiding some additional damage, swings out.
Sees nades, instantly dealt with.
Spamming through, will be able to get the wall bang kill. So I think a bit of a head scratcher here for both teams at the end, but it is still going to be Gen G moving up 4-0.
Flawless.
We've seen Talon are all like default towards A.
I mean, surely a lot of question marks there, but like you said, I mean, it's a
really doesn't seem like it.
Can't hope for better than that. Giving over the plan, it's not the biggest of deals. It's
I don't think you have to do it often. You just need to do it,
and of course, it's also the Omen that gets the plan.
like once or twice.
And crisp. Looking just as good as he did when he started off Madrid. Yeah, you just took a little bit of head scratching there. And I'm not surprised about the timeout, because here's the thing, is that you're playing Lotus. You got to at least have some really solid control of Mound into the entrance of Seaside or Rubble. We're not really seeing that from Talon. Sure, you get up to Mound, you get the ult orb, but you haven't disrupted the Seaside at all. We got to see some changes there.
Yeah, a bit of a rocky start here for that attack.
Why is this music going so hard?
See Frost just trying to convey as much as he possibly can here, given the limited time.
Just check everything's all right with
Really animated.
YouTube and stuff.
Yeah, we're seeing HSK get into the discussion.
I haven't checked
well.
chat, but chat is
HSK get this
refreshing consistently. So sorry, YouTube.
You know, a couple of times at Madrid, sure, but this is also something they might have talked about.
Chat.
It was one of the questions that was brought up in the press conference
There
after
we
their
go.
tough loss in the grand finals. Was what are you
Sorry, I
doing
couldn't see
to make
YouTube
sure
chat
that
before,
the
but now I
mental game
can.
stays at the very top for the players? And Solo admitted that right now it's up to the coaches, and maybe that's something that they need to work on going further. So we'll see how much they take advantage of the opponent's timeout. This time, Talon fixing their eyes onto the A side. The Rubble portion has been given up for free 4 rounds in a row. And Gen G perhaps getting a counter read on this, just saying we want to push out the other side and tighten things up. The Killjoy Yuta will delay enough on the A side of this map.
Immediately, as I was saying, like, Talon never done anything towards A. After a timeout, they go towards A. Like, the thing is, you don't need to, like, fight aggressively for this each time. I think you just need to show presence. And the thing is that Gen G have sort of read that this would be a likely thing. Like, as soon as Talon tried to go and fight for A main, that's the one time that Gen G don't go aggressive on A. In fact, they swap the positions of where the Killjoy and the Viper are.
This is the ideal scenario for an attacking side.
So Talon's timeout comes in like, okay, we need to fight for like A main a little bit more, try to pressure, like, try to take this like bit in the map a little bit, add some question marks in. And JD are like, well, what are they likely to do? They haven't done anything A, so they're probably going to do stuff A. Let's just move all of that like stall utility around. At least they found this opening now. For ultimates, there's a showstopper on the defense too. And Cruz is planting.
We'll see if Lakia versus Ban. That's
So you got some good ultimates coming online, but I think this is a really important round for Talon to be winning. It's a great pick to find that lurk. And now it's a 5 versus 2. Barely, because Meteor's half HP, but you got Governor and Ban being low.
I mean, Gen G, the creds
But it's
are
like,
there,
low
so
player
they
here,
have to go
low
for
player
this
here,
to put more
everybody else
damage
is
onto
fine.
Talon. The round surely already lost. You look at the health bars.
Onto the ramp. Satchel, that would get a kill, actually. Almost on the Governor.
Yeah, some damage is good.
Get one apiece, but Jit Boys and Surf able to return
Yeah, much better from Talon.
Go ahead and pick up the first round victory here for Talon. So now find themselves
Because
on the
even
board.
just a little bit of focus here is going to make Gen G maybe play more towards A. If you're just the Omen holding sight on C, it shouldn't be very easy to hold.
Normally, they're pretty good at committing because they were able to isolate the information. But this time, it's a double strike onto A while there's still a showstopper flying into C site. And you saw the other teammates of Gen G kind of caught bouncing back and forth in the middle of the map. Like near defender spawn. That's not the type of moments that we've seen from Gen G. If Talon can replicate that, it's going to be a good half for the rest.
Well, now it looks like they want to fight over Mount.
Now Gen G are fighting for this more.
Jit Boys swings back around.
And at this rate, Talon will never bubble with A again.
Very swiftly. Gen G very much realizing what the game plan was going to be going into this round here for Talon. They counteracted to perfection.
Yeah, and one of the other things is you send the Nightfall as well, right?
I mean, to be honest, if you're an attacking team on Lotus, and you know that you're going to be running likely into Texture and Karen, fighting you a bit more on A main, yeah. I wouldn't want to go that way either. And it was a really good horn from Lackey. I think it tags 3, leads to 2 kills.
Secondary nano, so that does slow them up a bit as the rotations start coming in here for Gen G. 3v5.
And this is like very passive. Like for the retake, you have a showstopper, you have a Viper's Pit.
But it's actually going to be Cruz getting the Nightfall.
Yeah, Cruz getting a Nightfall. You could have given it to Surf and then you have like the lockdown to buy a bit more time. I do like Ban pushing. It does get the showstopper out too, which doesn't get that much use. But I think Cruz, I don't... you got one player that's trying to sit back a bit more, one player that's pushed up. Honestly, if Surf and Cruz go and try and push and fight this, I'm all for it. But when you have one player go and try and go for this fight, and then one player sit back, that's kind of poor.
Stop Talon from getting 2 in a row.
Is Talon like in a player deficit? I think they were what, a 3 versus 5?
Maybe the showstopper comes in anyway. Would have been disaster. but they weren't quite in position to take advantage.
So ban pushing this is good. You're a player down, and they've got big ultimates to work with. So this team needs to do something like aggro.
Doesn't pan out that way, and this time Talon coming with
Maybe Ban could have done it with a teammate instead of just on their own. But I think when Ban tries to go for it and it doesn't work, that's not an excuse for Cruz to try and go and like double down on it.
Not really able to penetrate that wall though.
You know, it's the whole sunk cost fallacy and all that kind of stuff.
Wide.
Let's get antsy. If the alarm bot is here though, he can rely on that.
A matter of timing. Oh, yep. Alarm bot will go off. Texture going to be made vulnerable by that.
Yeah, just force it back out for the time being.
Oh, but look at
And in
Texture.
the meantime,
Yeah, he stays there because he knows the main force wasn't there. Meanwhile, Ban gets taken out.
just able to find that one. Governor now. Position given away just in front of Baby Door.
We've lost Ban 2 to this wall. Not much use. I'm pretty sure they had a Viper's Pit too. Or they were close to it.
Now moving over towards B.
Going for the Berlin TP on top of the door.
But of course, the question when it comes to B site isn't about can we plant. It's about can you defend it. So what the members do from
Lockdown used to stall a bit more time, which is fine.
And then rotate around.
No ultimates really to work with other, like if Meteor gets a kill, but he's coming in from C-Link.
Texture quite far back, all the way back over into the C
But with
side.
Texture like backing up all this way, looking for a late lurk and then going back in. I hope they don't try and fight this too much.
I mean, time-wise, Talon looks comfy.
It's so hard to fight for this as an attacker.
Get this defuse off. They have to try to push through the smoke. Governor able to find one. Cruz gets us back with another. Lokia.
But it should be even harder for the defenders to push out and fight it like they did.
Texture staring into the smoke, but they have to
Time
stick
sort of
onto this defuse.
bought in a good
Right
spot.
now, shots across the way from Jit
Yeah,
Boys.
Texture just saving the
This
off.
round is
Not really too
winnable
much
here for
time.
Gen G.
Is he going to be able to get out? Not quite.
Out to safety. Had a second one, but he
Some
thought
money's
he was
fine.
clear. Texture loses out on the operator, and Talon, they find themselves an extra little advantage on top of the round win.
Yeah, not bad from Talon. Like you used the Nightfall, you've used the Lockdown.
He must be out of range.
Good fight for Governor to win. Like if they lose that, it's done.
It got a little dicey because Talon was aware of the operator. So they had to play it safe on that post plant, but they will get the round win and they'll take away the
Munchkin
operator.
12 and
The operator's
4.
down, the Odin comes out, so Talon not quite in the clear just yet.
Everybody else from Talon like good. They're doing all right.
Adjustments, but ultimately going to be vandals across the board here as Nate goes out.
Again, it's a horn right out in the open. It's still just getting good info.
Odin's now in play.
The Governor just creating a lot more noise there to see if the Odin continues.
This map was very enjoyable up until this moment.
Yeah, but now it feels
Again,
like
it's
home.
just
This is
completely
what
off the
Lotus sounds
seaside.
like, right?
Yeah.
He's got the lockdown so they can sort of play pure retake.
It sounds like Ascent.
Yes, somewhat
Like
similar
really
for sure.
scare off Talon from going A with all of the utility and all of the focus there.
Clear this out.
Two players on B. So this is kind of where Gen G want to take Talon. And honestly, this utility has stalled this out so much that they've actually rotated. They're going to have 4 people on site and then the Viper's Pit. The timing could be a little bit awkward here because you've got Viper's Pit on top of Viper's Pit, but again, it's another peak from Talon that is just one at a time. They do lose Munchkin's ultimate.
3v3 though.
Oh, I don't like that Surf either. Like, just peak together. It's just one thing that Talon, like, absolutely could be focusing on. Is some of these peaks that they're doing is just very one at a time.
Oh, what a transfer from Karen.
Nicely done from Karen. Hard shots to hit.
He's counteracting every twisted turn there. Now up to 6 on the defender side.
Yeah, already feeling very healthy in the round advantage for Gen G. Talon, they used an early timeout. I don't know if they'll want to use one again because overall, the round-to-round adjustments, the reads seem a lot better than they did in the first couple rounds.
Actually, the time and the peaks there weren't that bad. It's just that they weren't hitting.
That they're going to be able to break into the C site and maybe get that pit up. They give up all control of rubble, then they're met.
People just start hitting the shots. Haunt again! Like, where was the Haunt this time, actually? It was here. Oh my god, Lakia is actually destroying them.
Looking to mow him down. 2 kills found here with the Odin. might be
It's crazy to see that he's only got 5 kills, 5 assists, 5 deaths.
I mean, even things like spraying before the haunt actually
Because literally
lands, you
all
see
of this
that
like
a lot.
A main
Once you get to
fighting
the
that's
higher
going
levels,
well
right?
for
Because
Genji is all
if
off the
they
back
get
of like
attacked, they're
his
gonna
util.
leave. So you try to predict that they're going to shoot down the haunt, things like that. It's all
Like
part
it's
of the mind game.
amazing.
And it gives Gen G a 5-2 man
And it's
advantage.
the good thing I think
Now
that Genji
you
are doing is like
insert
every haunt is
inside
just
of a
like the
lobby,
switching up the
Robo building
position
up, B being cleared with a
like a good
prowler,
amount. But you could do a
let
deep
alone
one here
numbers
too.
with Talon. They've got a long way to go if they want to attempt anything. Looking at the creds, maybe it's just a save for the next.
But like Talon just don't ever look like they're in a position to break the util.
No money to really work with.
Ever.
No way, realistically, to try to convert a 2v5. Sure, we've seen.
Are you going to watch T1 DFM? Yeah, should be.
But when you're starting off like this and you just have no space, realistically.
Like I was meant to do yesterday's games, but I was just so like burnt out. Well, not even burnt out, just
You can try to play something
stressed.
out. You have the spike planted, but with nothing to go off of, all you can really
I'm feeling
sit back and
a
hope
lot
that you
better
hold
now.
onto these weapons. Gen G, time continues to dwindle. They might start inching forward, looking for these kills.
10
Yeah,
seconds
they're not in
left.
danger of giving any crucial ultimates, so might as well try to take away the creds.
Crew Fury was brutal. I saw bits and pieces of it, but it's quite late for me, so
Left there is Surf, but now they don't know that they're both stacked up. Can't clear all that nano, but oh, the spray across.
like I'd rather do
towards
the early games.
lucky to be alive. Continued push up.
Oh!
And hit them.
You get everybody.
Lucky with 3 in the end. Fortunate for Talon, just milliseconds away from being able to at least have
One
those
more kill, one more
rifles.
assist for Lakia.
Man, Talon. They just
Ultimates?
have been hitting a wall time and time again, and a
Not
lot of it has
really.
been on the C side. They've gotten control of Rubble a couple
So the haunt this
times,
time was
never
just on
really
top of
got
here.
Push past that.
That rock
Even the
should
C's
be
right in that corner getting a kill.
I
Like
was thinking
such
that
good like fade
maybe-
util.
Maybe a couple portions of Lotus.
Different
could-
fade haunt again. Paranoia used, aggressive from Genji. And immediately telling her like, yeah, no, we're going to see fast.
Reconstruction here on the
They're on the
map.
low buy, so I guess they're like trying to make a lot of noise, open the door,
hard
Wow, that's
surfaces.
a good
clear out
idea,
this.
actually.
Genji give it a lot of respect because it is an eco.
only imagine all
They don't
the
need to be
threats that
fighting
start
for
to
this
pop up.
against a lower buy.
All the Odin users.
A Mitch man would be in
My
shambles.
bad, I guess Helmet went. It is Genji's map pick.
And he would deserve it. Right now, Gen G feeling
I
like
no
they
idea
deserve
what Ascent's going to be like.
a breezy map win. They'd still have to ready. It's been
But I'd say that like
Quiet on the
Genji's
A side
probably
Prowler
they
facing
didn't play
in
Carmen
the
Core at
fight.
all, did they?
Yeah, but Terran's still here, so Texture not too worried. In some ways,
Like, I'm
that
trying to
works out in their
think of,
favor, right?
like-
You think you've pushed one away, but Talon.
Genji's
wiser than
Lotus would be better
Use the
than
paint. They'll still have
Sentinels'
that for potential reclear.
and then Sentinels beat like.
Trusty B site.
Did they beat Casey on this map? I'm pretty sure they did.
Extra Nanoswarm this time. Gen G keep
Yeah, I'd probably say that Genji are the
Prowler
best
by the
Lotus team in the world currently.
There's
Oh,
the
no.
C's on the
Oh,
entry,
no.
and yep. All too easy for Odin gameplay.
Oh,
as
no.
Meteor
Yeah,
line
Meteor,
2 with an
easiest
Nanoswarm
kills in his
unlock.
life.
Guns down the last. Rapid fire defuse.
Yeah, on
They
OT.
pass
Yeah,
the
it was a lot
section, trying to
closer.
get another showstopper
I remember it was like a
online.
good effort
Flawless round
from
here.
Sentinels.
Gen G carry on their merry way, now 8-2.
You know, I hate to tell you, Achilles, but you gotta imagine with a lot of these new agents also coming out with some form of decay, the Odin's never goes away, right? You've got, obviously, things like the Fade, you've got the Vipers, the ISOs, the Cloves.
Was it,
Everyone's only like 1 or 2
um,
bullets away now from the Odin.
I hadn't even considered that with Clove, to be honest, and now I.
So was it
Wow, well,
Genji,
having fun with it in my own game.
Talon, T1 DFM?
Well, let's see. Talon, can they try turn something around?
Oh, and the
C's finding
C's
oh,
nade as well.
the showstopper, the nade from
Man,
Texas down
Lakia
on the
is
field,
fucking
allowing
annihilating
Talon to
them.
get the Headshot, wall bang through the box, and it is just disaster after disaster. Bang, catching a shoulder there of Meteor, but seeming like he's realized it and now certainly is aware as the alarm bot does go off.
And yeah, they might be able to
I
get
mean,
the
it's
A side. It would
also
be
just
one of the
like,
first times
you
that they
know,
actually do.
Talon's first solid
Again, the
experience
round seems
against a
so
good
far
team
away
on
from
this
the
map.
grass. Meteor
Like,
already
they
in
lost
drop.
to
That's gonna be
Bleed, and
hard
I
to
think,
predict.
were Bleed still
Basically
running,
stuck.
like, no
Sometimes
Viper,
teams take that
double
risk.
initiator?
I think this is the first time
Like they
set
did at
on A-side
Lock-In?
soil.
Yes, at all. Even on lurks. There you go. Not quite suspecting it.
Is it going to be like back-to-back flawlesses?
Now backpedaling as the Prowler just comes surging.
Flawless eye.
He's got to try to stand his ground against absolutely everybody, but will be Lakia to claim the kill to get them another flawless.
My God.
Gen G. Now look for a 10 and 2 half.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is any time that
He was 5 and 5 before. Like 2 rounds ago, was it? Like here, he was 6, 5, 6.
No, for sure, right? So at a
Now he's
certain
11,
point,
5,
Gen G's
9.
well conditioned that any pressure on A is relatively fake.
So he gets 3 assists and then 5 kills.
They execute the set play
8
there.
out of the last 10 kills in the last 2 rounds had something to do with Lakia. Whether he got the kill himself or whether he got the assist. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
on Bind.
A historic moment for sure.
It's okay. A little bit early, a little antsy there with the op shot from Meteor.
Reed of the Rattler and Viper, so they're playing like more normal. Oh yeah, and it was also like Ye's first time playing Raze.
Jit Boys in the meantime, teeping around the back, is able to find him. It's a quick kill. That's off to a good start here from the side of Talon. As Governor somehow manages to drag that crosshair over just enough to take out Munchkin. Now Texture and Caron left to their own devices in a 2v5. Last round. They will be playing for this one.
Spike planted.
Yeah, you've got Ban as insurance over by B as well, so tell
At least this execute goes well.
Jit Boys not realizing that his elbow had been spotted. Texture able to find
It's just
that
with the
kill.
nightfall.
Caron now position revealed. Now Swarm holds him at bay for now. As Paint Shell looks to
I wasn't
clear
paying too
the
much
close
attention to
corner,
this round, but it was
Governor
like
out
a
in the
straight
open.
fast execute and then an early kill on Munchkin, I think.
Karen had suspicions earlier about his flank.
Now a 2v3, Texture flying in. Caron, last one standing. Vulnerable across.
Easy for Karen, surely.
Waterfall. This is going to be TPing forward into his own smoke. Snakebite flies, he gets pushed
Alright,
out.
nice fight. Nice
Will be
snakebite as
good
well,
for
actually
the
came in from
final
Ban.
kill. So 3 rounds here for Talon on the attacking side. They're able to get one at the very
Alright.
end. Spare their blushes just a bit more.
Yeah, but again, one of those maps where the losing team can't string together, 2 rounds or more. They're all spread out apart. And one of them off of a timeout, some good adjustments, but afterwards, kind of trusting in the fact that their fake pressure onto A is opening up the C and B site. And if you've played, or if you've been playing against Gen G, if you've been watching Gen G, you know they don't ever give up C side easily. If they ever do, it's because they've got ults online for that retake. They're oftentimes met with the walls and the likes of Munchkin and Meteor.
Well, a brutal position to be in here. The Talon faithful out there are certainly believing in curses at the moment.
So I was just talking to some of my friends, because I've got like obviously a lot of like Nordic friends and stuff.
Gameplay. That's what it's been on
I was
display thus
telling
far.
Beth
So,
like some of
well,
their
let's
like
start
real
with the
life
Pistons. Gen
names.
G were able to take the first one. See if Talon, moving over onto this defender side, will be able to make it happen.
Oh,
It's
Wilbuck's
been
gone
a
to
run back.
Dreamhaven. Ooh.
If they can get the pistol, we'll see what the adjustments are. Again, in their match against Bleed.
But yeah, like some of them are very cool.
2-1-2
like,
defaults, trying to hold
government
on to long
IDs.
portions, but never actually taking full control, once again, of either side, C or A. Somehow the pistol, it's going to be the set play coming out on C side, and Gen G already in position for A. So they'll just swap places. The question is, does the Talon pick up the tempo to chase him all around the map?
Placing swarm
See,
grenade.
Jit Boys was trying. Well, looks like maybe aggressive crunch coming through. Yeah, the rest of the team getting ready to push out a B main as well. Could potentially find Lakia here on his lonesome. His turret already cleared out. The rush coming in, and the rest of the team, okay, now doubling back and saying, okay, we'll come and try to rescue Lakia here. Almost finds a second elimination, but
I like this from Talon.
Cruz will be able to be the finisher.
Really close.
3 kills from him.
But I like the
absolutely chaotic
disrespect.
pistol, but
We're
one
on YouTube, aren't we? So I can watch some of these back.
aggressive crunch coming through. Yeah, the rest of the team getting ready to push out B main as well. Could potentially
Like,
find
just
Lakia here.
fucking sending it.
The rush coming in,
It's a shame that all of this, like the paranoia satchel stuff, doesn't get too much. But these fights, a lot better.
Governor getting one apiece. Cruz will be able to be the finisher this
I think
time
it's such a
around.
big round for them to just be like, hey, we can just go and fight them if you want.
The first step of many taken. As now looks like nobody going for a pistol buy. It is going to be pretty much rifles across the board. The one stinger in the mix there for Jit Boys.
All right.
As once again, a lot
So,
of forward
pistols
pressure
either side now.
Just getting that orb
No
taken
buy-ups
away
other than
and
Meteor
Governor.
Marshall, which I'm still worried would just be enough.
And I like this from Talon. They don't press.
I took your advice and looked at Carpe and Lucky and it helped me rank up, so thank you. Oh, no worries. I mean, especially what's Lucky on this map.
If it's me or a Saya player.
Yeah.
I think on defense especially, like, Lotus is quite hard to play, I suppose, in ranked. Because it's sort of like Ascent, right? Where it's like, oh, in an ideal world, we run these comps and you play in these positions. It never necessarily works out that way.
Can't break through. They will rotate.
And sometimes you could use all of this utility on the defense against a team that's running, like, I don't know, double duelist, and you still just lose because you just lose the gunfights. And if you're telling your Raze and Omen to, like, go in, and they're going in and getting destroyed, and then they're like, I'm not doing that anymore, that's a stupid idea. How important the Odin was? Oh god, yeah. Like in the pro scene, it feels like there's so many teams that haven't really explored how good the Odin is on defense, right? So imagine what it's like when you're playing in ranked, even like sort of Ascendant Immortal level.
Does take out one, takes out two for a little bit more.
Like I'm a game off Ascendant. I've never seen, like we play in like Ascendant and Mortal lobbies a lot. Never seen a team actually do Odin stuff here. So it's like if you're in that rank or even lower and you're doing this stuff.
It's just a round differential, right? So this is a bonus that you.
Oh my god, Ban going for the Hiko cosplay with how much saturation has turned up. Christ.
A lot of respect to the likes of any of these players on Gen G. They'll always do some damage even as the last one alive. But they're not going to force up anyone else. They're just going to stick with it as a true bonus, see what they can do.
Where are
Presence now here towards Rubble from Gen G. Spray across.
Difference here, like Gen G used this haunt up here, instantly broken.
Immediate reaction out of Talon. They just clear Mound entirely. They're not even trying to just keep the space. They want to tighten things up because they've given.
I don't even play. A lot of people think it's scummy. Fuck them.
Looking forward here into B. Alarm bot just around the corner on the site.
It's like when people call you out for lurking.
Down onto
Like, oh, you're being an absolute rat. It's like, yeah, but if your defense was better, I wouldn't be able to do this. And the best part is, you know that you've got into their head, so you almost want to double down and do it more, because it's going to have, like, say if you're just lurking C and pushing around the whole time, you're going to have 3 people here ready to play for you. So if you're good at lurking, you could just sort of hold this position, make a bit of noise, and the rest of your team could go A.
Thinking that he was going to be able to just drift away, creep his way back over onto the side, he ends up getting caught.
Like, I'm getting a little bit bored of watching Lotus, because it's just probably the most popular map at the moment, in regards to like teams picking it and just naturally playing it. But I do enjoy playing it. Like when you have a good team,
knows exactly when to check the flank.
I think for like our like Premier team, it's our best map. Like in Premier, it's undefeated. And then in ranked, I think we've only lost like once or twice in like the last couple of months. And literally, the only plan that we have on defense is just to keep fighting this. And that's me playing Sky. I tried KO. I tried a bit of Fade. Now I'm on like solo initiator Gecko.
What are they going to do here? Rotating around, maybe try to just open the door and get the catch. Try to take some of these weapons.
The only issue now is because we're like playing Clove a lot. Because obviously it's a new agent, just see what they're like. Ooh, close. So you keep a rifle at least, so it's like fairly good bonus. Some damage done, which keeps the money tight for Gen G.
Does allow for Gen G to get the 10.
Yeah, again, it's the round differential. If it wasn't the same first half, if they were just any closer, this would be another round where you could kind of give yourself a pat on the back and say, it's all right, it was our bonus, we can move on. It's just that they still have a long way to go.
Yeah, the Odin isn't cheesy, I don't think.
Dexter's screaming in the background. I think everyone around the world now familiar with his voice.
Sounds like your neighbor, like through the walls.
I think just like, in a lot of cases, it's hard to just know what exactly to do with it. Like, you have to put a lot of time in to learn. And if you start playing Odin a lot and it doesn't go well, it's a very expensive gun. Having a rifle in a lot of situations would be preferred. I only watched for a few rounds and it's great seeing Lucky have the confidence from early on in the match. For sure. I mean, this is a series that like Gen G should be heavy favorites in. But I like watching Gen G after them sort of panicking against Sentinels massively and falling off. I kind of like seeing them take a team like Talon and just absolutely curb stomp them.
Satisfied with how that bonus went, despite them not being able to get the win. Most likely just
Like, defense is the harder side to play for sure on this map. And Gen G go 9-3. But both these teams looking a little bit more awkward on defense than attack. Attack than defense, sorry.
Conjunction can be absolutely deadly.
It's a haunt instead of a
Right,
seize,
so we
though,
saw
there was
Gen G gun for this play a lot,
Gets
like
all
with the
the way around
haunts.
Rubble.
Got a lot of info.
Cross. Haunt reveals going
Gen G
down.
know exactly where to play to avoid the majority of these haunts. Jib Boys tries to push up. Like, the difference in how both these teams are trying to fight for A main is staggering.
Governor as well. Things starting to very much
Like,
unravel.
just in the small things of how it's going. Does Cruz's haunt get any information? No, because all of the players from Gen G are tucked in. Did they pick up any fights? Did they even do any damage? No, because they go for these, like, duels. And Gen G's positioning in, like, crossfires, how well they're playing off of each other is just too good.
But the execution just slightly lacking.
And because of the positions that you're in,
Like, I'd love to put those, like, rounds back to back, right?
It's just, yeah.
We
an
watched
immediate save.
Talon try to fight for A main. Everybody gets pinged. Lucky just sprays him down with an Odin. Versus that from Gen G, where people are happy to fight. It's full buy versus full buy. In fact, the buy is a little bit worse for Gen G.
Just making sure that he
And
only has to
it's
watch one
absolutely
angle.
flawless. Nobody takes a lick of damage.
Gen G want to hunt. Texture and Meteor both do have decent weaponry, but
Like, his confidence was
just being one away.
the argument I would say for that foe is
Too much of an excursion
playing main
for it.
initiator.
Yeah, I think if they
It
had
literally,
that were only 1 point away, something like
you
that,
could
maybe
top
they could go as a
frag
group, you know, 2 or 3
on a
people,
series,
but Gen G,
playing
for the most part,
Sova,
playing it safe. I
and
think
then
also
you could
probably
go
one of
like
the things
4
that
and
you
16
take
and still
away
like
from a
win.
tournament like Masters Madrid is no reason
Or
to
you could have
really
series
grade
like
it if you don't
I've
need
been
to.
harping
Just
on
make
about
sure
like how
you're
good
playing
Lucky
for
his
the win.
utility
Still in win
is.
conditions. We're only 1 away from map point.
He's second from
Those are the
bottom.
conversations I gotta imagine Gen G's having in that round.
Yeah, you never know
He
when
is
that
only
one
3
will
kills behind
give up.
Munchkin.
Has the butterfly effect.
Yeah,
All
or
rounds
But like
down
I
the
can't
line.
express
Even
how
in the round,
like
right, if you give them like a triple kill, something
this
like that,
especially.
confidence and momentum goes back over. We've
I
seen
know
that.
people go like, oh, you can get sort of assists for everything. It doesn't really mean too much. But this isn't like Lakia going for fights, losing them, doing like 50 damage. These are all like assists based off of the utility. You compare that to Cruz, he's 2.
Governor gotta be ready to back out here.
Clears the haunt, clears the alarm bot, sees the jump across.
Oh my god. Good fights at least for Governor, but does he have much support? Not really, because Jib Boys has had to be pulled back because of the Omen ult. Would you say Gen G is top 3 in the world or in Pacific? Because probably yes to both.
Yeah, but good setup from Talon. You could tell that they had the read. Chip Boys was
I'd really like to see
on
Gen
the
G play up
flank,
against like EMEA
looking
teams.
for the
World,
Omen
yeah, I'd
ultimate.
say world in a
Governor's
moment.
job was just to buy time. Ideally, he would have wanted one
I
more
think
kill,
maybe
almost
like
got
Carmen
Mafia,
Core or
that's
even
not-
Heretics could give Gen G a run for their money.
Texture though now, his own showstopper ready to go.
Yeah, they got to take that into account.
Yeah, I think behind Sentinels it'd have to be Gen G. I don't think anybody else would justify being there.
Landing close, not spying out much.
Any China team? Absolutely not. Any other Pacific team? Well, no, because Paybrex lost to both of them.
Taken down, trade out there on the fades.
Gen G beat Loud.
Now 3v2
So-
here. In favor of Talon. Push down first shots, going a little bit whippy, but now Texture versus Ban.
Okay,
Ban
that
has
was-
the headshot.
But I don't think realized that he was in such a clutch situation, but he had to go and get on the spike anyway. But Paybrex there with Jing. Yeah, but I'm still like,
You got the round win. That's
I don't want to be that kind of person that's like, Jing coming in just fixes all of PaybreX's issues. Don't think that's necessarily true.
They had an idea. They were in Gen G's head, figuring out what their game plan was.
Like, do I think the Paybrex are going to be better with Jing than they would be with Monya? Yes, of course. Absolutely. But I still think a lot of the issues that we saw at Lock-In and in Madrid for Paybrex aren't just going to be magically fixed because Jing is in. In fact, some of those issues could be, like, made worse because you don't have Monya as a potential, like, controller player.
That lockdown online.
Set up towards door, trying to see if anyone bounced forward.
Oh, Munchkin gonna be spotted.
And at the end of the day, Gen G is still quite a new team.
Again, they suspect it might not be a full send on A, so they go for that.
Like, you've got a
slow
brand
retake
new
of Rubble.
green
That means
player
they get to keep so much
from
of their
that was a free
uniform,
agent.
Showstopper, Nightfall, all of that still
You got
online.
Meteor.
Man, clearing out.
Meteor was in Tier 2 last year, right? Texture that was on Global.
Off guard.
Lackey that was in Tier 2.
Giving them such a monstrous advantage.
And then Munchkin that was on T1.
Munchkin down below half HP.
Not Tier 1, like
Gen G's gonna find
T1.
themselves in a situation that normally their opponents discover, right?
Where was
you
Meteor
are
last year?
down in numbers, you haven't really
Like,
cleared
you've
out
got
any
3 players
site,
here.
Don't have control of
They
A
weren't in the
Rubble,
league at
so
all.
scratching your heads. We'll
I was on Gen G last year.
Pressure them away, but for the most part, it's going to be a fake. Try to
Wait, was he?
towards C site.
Prowler's going to be exchanged there. Looks like now
There's a question. I can't remember the Gen G team off the top of my head before.
Space after that pressure gets applied over towards A.
All right, but you still got two teams,
Back out around.
two players.
Talon's prepared for this, cutting audio. They're just waiting for the peaks.
Playing in very disconnected positions.
I do often get confused with good fight from texture. It's a little bit like with the snake bite, especially if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. But a good like counter attack and response. Karen, oh man, hasn't quite won the clutches today, but these are the clutches that you can absolutely fucking win. Lucky that Talon managed to double peek him at the same time. These are good fights on this defense. So far, this has been really good.
Once again, now as Talon continue to
Surfing 4 and 14 is a little bit unfortunate.
For the most part, again, a very impressive round.
You mostly just got destroyed on attack.
Right, just going for these peaks, once at a time.
And like
to see if Gen G has forward.
Talon weren't really going for low plays a lot on their attack, I don't think.
Waterfall, so Ban gets pushed in, but you still have the Nightfall and the Showstopper. That's why they were willing.
But yeah,
to
like I still to an extent mix up T1 and Gen G, at least the players on the teams, because they're like basically Korean stacks that aren't DRX.
I mean, if Munchkin doesn't get tagged up earlier on, he survives.
I like it's a little bit confusing when you had Ban that was on T1 last year, that's on Talon now. Munchkin that was on T1.
Being exacerbated
that now is on
Gen G.
Forced
to use their own timeout.
Gen G.
Frost gonna be very happy with that.
I'm trying to remember what the team for T1 was last year. You got Sire, which is the same. You had Ban. You had Munchkin.
For a timeout when they were one step away from winning the map.
You had Carpe.
They just had to close it out with something out of their playbook. Currently not exactly well set up for it. But we'll see. I gotta imagine that Gen G is gonna have a variation of trying to reclaim control of A Rubble.
And then Gen G, I guess Meteor.
That up a little bit easier the past couple rounds.
Zeta, of course.
There you go. It's the setup towards it.
Zeta.
The Nightfall, but that's not one we'll usually see right off the bat.
Wasn't intro on Gen G? Genuinely for Gen G, I can't remember any of the players.
They're getting ready to swing back around here for Gen G. They've been running it back, and he's been slowly getting banked up. So the pit, the Nightfall, the lockdown, all nearly there for this squad. Talon need to
What happened to Zeta? I think he retired.
Paranoia across, a little bit of spray there from Governor. Just gonna see if he can find anything.
Karen's down so low.
Well, like, it's funny because I remember watching Gen G last year. Like, I remember the whole like narratives and storylines that they were the team that was effectively being bullied. Stuff like lock-in.
Cozy position to start off this round.
I say lock-in before I meant kickoff.
There's now 4 players from Talon stacked up over towards this A side of the map. Still just fishing
like
around.
Now I know comfortably who's on Gen G, who's on Talon.
In a bit of a lingering lurk position.
And we're going to see Talon start to slowly spread out apart. You've got the Poison Cloud. It was just activated and taken down. Now that they hear the Prowler, Poison Cloud to buy time until the Omen Smoke comes out.
We just did a timeout, right? Because I was thinking about the players too much. I wasn't watching what was happening in front. 4 players here, 4 by 2, so just Prowler, then full contact to get back into this position.
Do they know? It's hard to read.
Governor is very much suspecting this. They're going to try to avoid the boom bot, but does eventually have to be cleared. Meteor not swinging out fast enough.
Crazy how Talon haven't lost anybody here.
He's wary about overstepping. TP now going to be used.
Everybody's managed to get out other than the fade. Oh, and Governor's position is great here. The snake bite that came in as well from the Viper. Oh, was it Snakebite or was it the Poison Cloud? Actually, incredibly clean from Talon. His defense is stacked. That was very awkward, though. But I like how Talon were able to fight for this a little bit more. How they were really keen to clear out Gen G. Yeah, it's just a wall.
And the toxic screen still denies them, still puts them on decay. Governor just has to keep his crosshair steady.
But it's such a good position for like Governor to go from playing here to satchel onto site and then to instantly get onto the aggressive angle of fighting in tree.
There at the very end, this guy stepping back into the IGL role, he is absolutely heated up.
Con right in this corner, basically to make sure that nobody's pushed up.
Talon this time killed you to the delay on A, immediate control, and they're stacking up their ultimates as well. They want to try to match that cycle, and they're not far away from it.
Here's to see if they get the read that Slurk is moving forward here into
Oh, that's perfect timing.
Yep.
Little alarm bot.
Right
Just as they pushed away far enough that the alarm bot goes down.
Not sure how aware of this he's going to be.
That's going to be a frustrating one for Gen G looking back at it. But literally perfect timing. Unfortunate for Gen G.
That is going to be a lockdown just to get them into this site.
Might not amount for much though,
Away from the angle.
because you still got this turret like keeping an eye behind and double peeking it too.
Here, you'd suspect. There it is, taken down. Lock it down.
Flipping the spawns now. Nobody's playing back here.
Hold the baby door, but ends up falling.
And this now is going to be really difficult. Even though the buy is worse for Gen G, this position, especially from texture,
For one, eventually going to be found. A Surf does take him down.
very tricky.
Boombot's the only thing they really have to clear out this pit.
Meteor holding close, is able to find two. That's absolutely monstrous. Now a 2v2. Weapon advantage still going to be there for the side of Talon.
This is an amazing read for Gen G, this one. Man. Great call from Munchkin too.
Sheriff taking them both down to get Gen G the round win and take them up to map point.
The pit is huge. I mean,
Maybe this should be
overall, Talon,
like hindsight is 2020, obviously, but I think that this potentially could have been
assumption that it's going to be a rubble play. And at that point, the lockdown
like respected a bit more. I guess it's tricky too for Talon because you don't quite know what kind of buy that they're on. Like, because it might have just been like a full buy, then trying to go for free, pushing behind them.
That showstopper would have
Would be nice.
a little bit sooner.
Yeah, the call when you see that there's multiple people behind you at this jump peak, and instantly Ban's taken out.
But Meteor, privy to it, is able to take him down.
Or like not having anybody to sort of
All right, Talon, you've
coax
already
this.
set up for a retake on A. You got to stick to it. So I love the double stack.
Because you see the freeze pushed here.
Make sure that you're safe on the
You got
flank.
pressured away from A by players on site, so you go this way, so you kind of know that it's this
The other
side that's
showstopper, do you regroup with your teammates?
currently
Okay, you will
empty.
do so. Wants to fly in from heaven or baby door.
Spike now planted.
And it was also good for Gen G, like having the Viper's Pit and playing it in a way that it just feels like it's a confirmed round. Seen a lot of teams use Viper's Pit and kind of get ruined for it.
Showstopper completely nullified before it can be drawn out. Paint shells just lobbed up.
Need to buy time. Paranoia hits his teammate. Double peek. A little bit staggered, but they get the kill anyway.
2v2 with Karen down about half HP.
Time is getting very low. The Seas gets Karen, but he's still just out. Doesn't hear Cruz just full running. Good retake for Talon.
Munchkin, he can't deliver, but the IGL of Talon absolutely does. Another 3K here for Cruz.
Big fights to be winning.
Comes back online for Talon. Another tool for them to try to hang on to this map.
Well, what a map we have on our hands. The Nightfall, the showstopper that couldn't come into play. The lockdown as well. There from Serb. Three more to go. Talon, of course, Gen G into overtime. And right now, I mean, given the momentum, given the streaks that we've seen from this team, it is absolutely possible. Gen G still with another timeout up their sleeve. Looks like Solo wanting to hold that until the very last moments.
Yeah, these are the rounds that you got to watch out for with Gen G. Of course, on their way all the way to Madrid, even at Madrid. These thrifties, these half buys, where it's really just the crispy aim, the trading that carries them through. Talon, they cannot get too relaxed at any point in
Where
this
did the
round.
Poison Cloud land on defense? I can't even see it.
Just Surf here on his lonesome, but in a safe enough disconnected position where he could just backpedal, try to set up for that.
I thought it landed towards C, but I don't see the outline on the map anywhere. Is it because it's only the attacking one that shows an outline? It missed. Did it just go on off the site?
Just gonna respect this one. They get the plant down as Showstopper around the corner.
Great trade from Karen.
Though in the end, is Showstopper
Oh my god, they're gonna get eco'd on this last round.
Ban and Surf now the last two.
God Dead King, Sylvan, and TS. Oh, I forgot about Sylvan.
Another nade available to clear them off this spike.
And then Echo was the substitute, right? Because they were on top together.
Has it, sends it. Ban able to find the kill. So that's going to be the Seas coming in. He pulls off the defuse.
Takes him off half, and he doesn't know if this play's full running or not. So it's a great peek from Lakia.
Play off of Lakia. sets himself up for a relatively easy headshot with the Guardian. Gen G.
Frustrating round to end it on for Talon, and there's probably a couple of things in there that they're going to be upset about. But generally, like, I think Talon like played defense for Talon was pretty respectable. Attack, I think you got to be doing a little bit better than 3 rounds.
Which will be coming up in the second round.
Oh yeah, I mean, Ascent on the horizon. You know, people scratching their heads.
Great fade usage. I mean, yeah, that's the one thing that I've written down, because I'd like to sort of make some content and stuff again,
Solid idea of how Gen G wants
especially for like Pacific and China.
An absolute banger. But first, we'll go ahead and let the analysts break down all the action from that opening map.
I just need to kind of do more stuff like that, I suppose.
Thank you very much, casters. Gen G is well on their way to earning the first championship point for the Alpha group. It was a 13-9 on Lotus, their map pick. But Talon was no pushover on this map.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see it. It looked like it might be pretty rough after that first half.
I forget that Pacific doesn't have any breaks.
Sort of how to counter each other, how to use
I don't know how much this is up to date either.
There were some nice things from Talon
naturally not. Don't even have the Talon players' names in.
Where Jitboy's TP's into his own smoke at the back of, towards defender side, but overall, I felt
because yeah, what is this? Gen G's attack side 56%, defense 51,
because they're just that fast and that good.
and then Lotus 40 and 40. But it's only one series that they played. What's next map? Ascent. So, attack side for Ascent for Gen G is amazing. Their defense is even better. And then for Talon, good attacking side, really poor defense. Who did they play up against? That's the question.
That's kind of what happens after round 12.
I can actually hide this, I think.
You mentioned Talon had some, interesting strats and cheeky ideas as to how
So
they
I could probably get rid of this, and then Ascent,
they lose to Gen G's retakes.
and then
Yeah, exactly, and that's
Pacific.
That's where
Oh,
things get
that's
really
kind of a
difficult. And
problem.
a lot of times they were coming into their retakes with odd man.
Well, it's not a
situations
problem.
as well. I mean, this is one of the more difficult
If I do it
challenges
like
that every team
this,
that has
and
to
then
deal with is the fact that you have so many players who can take those opening duels
where did everybody
so
go?
incredibly well that you feel like you're constantly
Oh, I
fighting
see,
on
there
the
we go.
back foot, and so they're able to kind of do that to Gen G, flip it on its head a little bit on the other side of the map where they were reading the pushes that Gen G
Probably could
wanted
do it
to
this way
really
where I
well,
don't need to
getting
do that,
utility
and
in the right
then
places. But a lot of times
teams Gen
especially
G,
at the
and then
utility
Talon.
was really good. There was one time on the back of Mound where Governor was back there trying to
That's
hold
not quite
him,
what
and
I
they
mean.
just smothered him into a corner.
Gen G,
and were able to get a double swing on
Talon,
him. So stuff like that. That's
bang,
just a little bit. There's like a little bit of
Ascent.
edge for Gen G in that regard.
But I do love the
Oh, wow,
fact
there's so
that
many
Talon
that
are
the
able
filter
to
doesn't even catch them all.
They are able to
Really good shout,
read
actually.
Gen G's game plan, actually forcing the timeout from Coach Solo.
How many of
and
these
down to,
are there?
A bit of that map point play. You actually had Munchkin with the Sheriff kill, and that's the thing that brings Gen G to 12 points. But
How many
Talon
maps have we seen
overall,
so
a bit of that
far?
comeback.
700.
Jitboy's still a little bit consistent. Interesting ideas from the shadows, similar to the previous day that we casted the long combo with the Nightfall. But I think in this
Yeah, I
game
can't remember where
overall,
TS went, but I
Ben
guess
and
there's not
Governor
too much
stepped up.
to
They definitely had a lot more crazy
like remember.
kills. Ben was
Just
a
do it
little
this
bit
way,
more
and then
safe as to how
teams
he's, getting some of these
Gen
1v1s.
G, and then
Governor, on the
Talon.
other hand, really wild with the showstopper.
Why's Fury there?
I was very, very impressed with Governor. I thought, one of
How
the
did
things
you
that
get in
we talked
there?
about in the desk that we wanted to see was
So they beat Team
Governor stepping
Secret,
up. He
they
did.
lost to
The problem was
DRX.
that
Yeah, I
Jitboy's
remember this series. This was a good one.
really could not handle,
But I think the problem with
pressure from Gen G today. It was just too much. 12 kills
like
between
Talon
two of them,
was
which
similar
just
to what it
isn't
was
gonna
on
cut it. Especially with Jitboy,
this
the guy
map.
who has been
Just people not
so
necessarily
good,
peaking
for
together.
your team. A lot of people,
And then they lost to
maybe-
Team Secret in the
maybe he's
rematch.
highest player, the best player on your squad, but for them.
And then for Gen G, they beat Zeta, they beat Paper X, they beat Loud, they beat Sentinels.
That's what really killed them. Gen G
Kinda
was just
destroyed on all of their
running over,
picks,
the
too.
defensive setups.
That's really a thing too. Yeah, I mean, great point by Paper Thin. Because if you think about how Gen G, I think it's also just a credit to how well Gen G plays. They have these ideas, these plans as to
this one is what they
push and pull
lost.
across the map. Sometimes you'll have players like Munchkin pushing out.
So
and then
out
certain
of
gets,
the
gets
4
caught
series that
back.
we've seen
That's
Talon play, this
one
has
of the
been
things
their
that
main
one of
pick
those rounds.
3
And Talon
times,
really,
I think.
on the attacking side,
Or twice.
sometimes they forget some of these things. On the defense, that's where they shine. That's where they do a lot better. Cruz was getting some of these triple kill rounds, and
We've seen them play
definitely see more of
5
those.
series now. So
Absolutely. This is an uphill battle.
3 out of 5 of them.
Talon, to be completely honest, again, Gen
Who
G
did they
was the
pick?
champion
Breeze and Lotus.
at our kickoff. They were second place in Madrid. This is a hard battle. This was.
Did they pick
Gen
Lotus
G's
against
map
Bleed? They
pick
must have done.
Talon, and you know, it got us all a bit curious.
'Cause this
but yes,
was,
the next map
I
is
think-
Ascent, which is Talon's pick.
I'm
And
gonna
how
have to
are you
look
guys
that
feeling
up.
about this? I love how you pointed out Cruz did make some great calls. They made some great reads. Is this going to be enough to bring this to a map 3?
I think they have to. That's the thing. You know, you don't really have a choice. And they picked this map for a reason. They had a great performance against Team Secret in their opening game and kickoffs.
What was my what?
Bringing back that 6-man.
Like
so
prediction?
Perhaps that's.
Oh,
a
let
bit
me
of
run
an
ad,
inkling
sorry.
as to how Talon
Just
might
so we have that
perform.
done.
You know, you have the Sova player Lenny back in. Cruz probably still the caller, but then how does Gen G really adjust around this? Because we haven't really seen, you know, how Gen G might have changed up their Ascent game plan.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I mean, like, you know, for
Solid.
Gen G, this is, like, in my opinion, you don't really have to change much until someone proves that you have to. You know what I mean? Like, or until you go up against, like, Paper Rex or something. Like, then certainly I think you're going to see some different looks and stuff like that. But I think at Ascent, it could probably just be sort of game is normal for you, you know, let Texture run around with an op, you know, Munchkin kind of does his thing. Garon's always
Bring in a
good for
note in.
clutches.
I'm not sure what you're asking, Lockett.
I mean, it shouldn't. The recipe here doesn't need to be complicated.
Anything else that I'm keen on looking
We're
up?
not trying to make something, you know, at a 5-star.
Keep it simple,
Yeah,
stupid.
exactly. This is just down.
I don't think so. I guess we could look at like
That could be the case.
Gen
I
G's.
feel like that would be the wiser choice. But you never know. I mean,
hello?
they could be experimenting with something else. It's still early, very, very early stages, literal stage
And then
1.
Ascent.
With that, we got our own game to play. This is the first time
Oh no.
Quack's playing.
Here we go. I don't
Yeah.
actually even know what the question is this time. Like, I'm just like so.
Yeah.
I'm so screwed.
Well, for those of you who don't know what
I'll just
this
get this
is,
up
it's
and
called
just
a
put this
guess,
like here.
guess and gain poll, where us, the talents, the analysts here at the desk, get to answer this question. We have these questions every single day, and we either rank up or rank down. Where are you right now? Clinton, Paper Thin is a bronze. Definitely our lowest ranked on this particular game.
I feel like I'm doomed if I pick what I want to pick.
Yeah.
You know what I
and
mean?
There's a
it's
question
hard. You know what?
actually.
It's been really hard. It's been stressing Achilles.
What
out a little bit,
side
stressing all of us. It's so
Did
hard to
Gen G
predict.
pick?
Question is
kind of-
are
They
we gonna
pick
have to
defense.
wait?
Okay, so
Which
they're
team
not
will
like
have more first
completely
kills on map 2 Ascent?
out of it.
First kills.
First-
Specifically first kills.
So what Gen G's
Specifically
defense? Let's have a look.
Apparently, I don't know.
First
Do we win Tactibear?
20 seconds. Oh my god. There we
It's
go.
so bad because we promised like
I know,
5
so many
coaches
coaches.
already.
Yeah.
They each get a limb of
Texture
Tactibear.
leaning
Things like
towards
that. All right, so we
A.
have little things here.
Playing a lot
for
from
you guys
tiles.
to, you know,
Munchkin.
reveal.
Oh, boy.
And have
A main, playing from the
a fantasy
Switch.
one. So Clinton isn't a team player yesterday. Are you a team player today? Are we gonna like?
Karen
I
in a
have
choke,
insider
backside.
info again. No, I
So like
actually don't.
Munchkin,
Okay.
I'm going against my better.
like Karen here. Hold on.
Okay.
Karen's here, Munchkin's here. Then you got the Jet playing here too.
Maybe
And then
you
I
do
guess
it
the
right
other
here.
players will just rotate and play
First question,
from
yeah.
heaven.
All right, let's do the reveal in 3, 2, 1.
Munchkin's actually here quite a lot too.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Okay, guys.
And then Lucky is on B, of course. Alarm bot.
Yeah,
I
you go
think
first.
logical choice, probably. Gen
Yeah,
G,
mostly
you know
mid.
How strong every single player is on that
And then
team.
the turret.
But just because of the map. just
Actually
because
seemingly
Gen
like an
G
equal
started on
amount playing
defense,
back here
starting on attack, you know
and then playing on
Governor,
this
you know
box. So
Band,
it seems
they were
that
gonna
Meteor's going to be
great
playing
games. I feel
like either
maybe
side
first
quite a
kills,
lot,
they might
which is
win.
kind of cool.
Sorry, my earpiece fell.
Anything else to double check?
I just feel like something's
Karen,
in
I
the
feel
water
right at the
with Talon right now.
start.
I feel like they got their confidence.
Sometimes on B main.
coming out of
I
that
guess
second half, and I think that's all they
For
really
Munchkin,
needed. I mean,
he
it was not
sometimes
their
has
best
played
pick. Yeah, it was
B,
their
but
best
you
pick
can
the
do the
day
one where you
against
stand
Bleed,
here
but I think
and
it maybe
eat it
more
all the
than
way
felt like
across.
They had a good read against Bleed. Turned out to not be true. Here, they actually pushed them pretty well. You know,
I don't think
come on
anything
that
for
defender
Silver shows
side,
up annoyingly.
really
It
set
used to be that the
stage,
recon
really set
dart
the
would, but now
tempo,
it
kind of-
doesn't.
If you could start shutting down Munchkin
Paranoia
in
used to as
particular,
well.
like then all of a sudden, like the first blood just slide away, and I think they have a
Smokes.
pretty good
It's
shot.
just
I think we're going to
It's a
see
good
Jit Boys
argument.
bounce back. Yeah.
No, that's a great argument. I think I won't be surprised if you guys are right. I hope you're wrong because I want to win. Like I said,
Gotta pick back down to
rankings are
gold.
important. No.
yeah.
I
So I
worked really
guess
hard yesterday,
one of the
but,
more interesting aspects of this is
yeah,
going to be
but I
like
think,
where
Gen G
Meteor's
is-
playing from.
each of their players.
Where's he putting the
are
nanoswarms?
just looking so good right now.
Right by the
but I would
switch,
not be
right in the
surprised if
choke,
you guys are right about
right
Governor,
on the plant,
especially Governor.
choke, couple by switch.
90% of the time I'm picking Genji.
Yeah.
But I don't know, for some reason, all of a sudden I'm like...
Lockdown doesn't show up, no.
Okay.
I mean, especially when you got like Munchkin on your team, who like is often leading in first bloods for Genji.
It also shows you
It's a field
where
day.
they're upping
Yeah.
from
It's
It's a
too.
field day.
Yeah. Gut,
Texture,
total gut
but
feel
I guess
kinda
not.
day. Yeah.
Is he just
Why
not
not?
upping much?
Why not? All right. Ascent. Team comps. Are we gonna
I
go?
guess
for
not
the,
for
you're,
it.
You're gonna go for the usual.
It's got to be usual.
The usual recipe?
I feel like nobody's going to mess with that. None whatsoever.
Where are they
they're
playing on the pistol?
Talon's tried it a little bit before, but I don't think that's going to happen this time.
Leave it
Well,
over
we're
here.
gonna
Shocked
find
if
out.
this isn't the usual, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, I guess if Genji wants to tool around with
Karen
something,
playing
against
B a
this talent
bit.
team, they look too good.
That's true. This
Texture playing in like
It's
tiles.
you want to bring out an Astra?
Tiles,
Maybe when Clone
short.
gets into circulation, perhaps we'll see some changes.
Meteor
But
either
for
on
now,
B
this is the most
or playing on
optimal.
A.
We know that Odin is probably going to be picked up at some point, but that's why
You said something
we really
about,
wanna focus on
Bleed
how the players
versus
are gonna perform right now.
Talon?
Everything has some great points about Talon's confidence building up
Oh, like
after
what
the
was the
second half.
question? I see.
So that's what we're going to be looking on. Ban on the Killjoy, though.
I can't remember. I think it was
That is gonna be
like
really interesting seeing Ban switch to the Killjoy.
when
But he looked
it wasn't
pretty
too
good.
much to do with that series. It was
Loaded.
more.
if you can kinda keep
So
that up,
Talon
we
have
know
picked to
that
play
Ban
Ascent
has
3
great
times out of
mechanics. We've
5.
seen him pop off
Doesn't
last
include
year.
the Vita that we
He's
just
on
had.
2-1. We know that he's capable of doing that.
When
He's
did they
a good
pick
man for a
Breeze? When
Killjoy.
did they pick
Really
Lotus?
kinda,
I think they picked
structure
Lotus
stuff, really
against
show, that they have a lot of control over this map,
Bleed.
like, nobody seems to want to go away from the base.
And then they picked Breeze on the
Lenny is
rematch
back in.
against
Surf is out for this particular
Team
map.
Secret?
Talon is gonna have to do everything they can
Maybe?
to bring it to map 3. Fine. Let's go over to our casters for Ascent, Kilios and William.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Map number 2, Talon with a
Very different
solid
pistol
effort
already
over
that we've
on
seen from
Lotus.
Gen G.
Now we go into their map pick. Ascent, one that certainly had us scratching our heads a little bit, maybe even more so, given who's playing what at the moment, as we do have Lenny stepping back in to play the Sova. But clearly Talon, they've been doing their homework. They've been getting prepped for this, so we'll see how Ban does look. It's only his 6th time playing
They still
Killjoy.
have the
Yeah, not too much.
Killjoy
but
over
again,
towards
it's been
A,
continuing trend
and the
of
Omen
past
somewhat
duels
towards
feeling
B.
fairly comfy
But they're
on
not
these
playing
Sentinels.
close on
They
B.
can
They're not
have
fighting
full
for the A
certain
main
angles
choke
and
at
have the
all.
reassurance that your own utility is covering you.
They're just
Now, I will
playing
mention Talon
like the
is
typical
team that
like
also picked the
crossfire
split
that
against
teams like to
TRX
try and
during
do.
kickoff and brought out the Silva comp. Now, it did not
Because if they go
succeed,
fast B,
but
you
they
can
seem
rotate and
very
flank around.
confident in their
They go
prep.
fast
Even
A.
that timeout
Quick-
coach video,
like
Buck
this
talks about it again,
is
that, you know, they had
very
confidence for
underrated,
good
both for like
reason,
ranked
just didn't work out
and
in the
pro play
execution.
naturally.
Curious to see what the homework has been done. As Gen G doesn't exactly play.
Bleed was
like
Lotus behind
you
Icebox.
said,
Yeah, but it's more like
very
what
tactical.
map did they pick? I guess, yeah, Lotus because they haven't picked
Moving
Bind.
their way over towards Gelato.
But I wondered when Bleed picked, like their choice of map was Breeze.
On standby over a tree at the moment, does have that turret to play contact for him.
Is it turret on
Just the
top?
one, Nano Swarm.
And then a Nano Swarm by the switch.
I love this from Gen G. I mean, they see here a couple of these early darts flying out. The side of Talon.
That almost felt like perfectly timed though for Gen G. As soon as this turret was broken on B, they break the turret in mid. And it means that like this rotate now is going to take a little bit longer for Ban. He's not going to push mid because his turret just got broken.
Shots now, knife out to go ahead and just try to break this door down. But
Like maybe doing this now might be nice because of how long it's
the
taken.
rest of the team is Gen G trying to begin this retake, but already 2 kills going to be found as Texture and Munchkin both get eliminated. Now Lakia dead as well. It's only Chit Boys that's been traded out thus far.
Yeah, gotta respect that like Talon was very deliberate and careful with how they were approaching their pistol. And it's like pretty clean.
Very safe. And the sling.
Close to several of those kills.
An incredibly nice pistol from Talon. Whatever it was that Gen G wanted to do,
So
didn't really get to
go for a
happen.
bit of fake pressure onto B and mid. Now,
it's
they
just a
didn't
lot of
know
like
for a
prodding
fact
over
that
on
Gen G
B,
stacked in mid, but it
and then
didn't
a fast
matter. That
execute
was enough
on
to make
A.
Gen G think this is our safest bet, and I don't blame them, right? You had full mid control. You could rotate to either side at any point for a flood retake. They thought they had it even with the nanoswarm delaying the door close.
Awkward smile. Oh yeah. All right.
Plant was already set up from
Jip Boy is actually picking up a Vandal half armor, but he's the one that's playing on his own over here. Like this is immediately risky. Oh, the fake TP. Okay.
Can't get too greedy on the A side. If you drop that, suddenly Gen G's chances look very good on this eco.
I still don't necessarily like that the one player with a rifle is the one that's holding a default on one side of the map.
Just trying to matrix his way
Especially when
around
you've
it, and
KO
he
knife
won't
towards B and
succumb.
not A.
not dipping down.
Are you feeling better today? Yeah, thank you, Lexi.
Oh, but look at this. Gen G immediately trying to re-clear B main.
Just your typical monthly breakdown.
Talon hears it.
I think it was probably just like the streaming and then casting. I didn't leave the flat in like 2 days, so did yesterday, and it was felt a lot better instantly.
Just sending out a warning shot since Lakia scattering back over onto the B site, tail between his legs.
Yeah, I wonder if your Talon. This is what I was gonna say, because wow. Okay, well
it's also
you
just
only
like
showed the Killjoy on that re-clear of B main
been a hard
bit.
couple of
Man even gets the
like
kill.
years.
So that surely weakens the site. Governor's just gonna try to forcefully open it up. Does have a bulldog in hand. Doesn't want to drop it too early.
Timing there.
Again, that's like big guns in bad places.
30 seconds
There's
left.
now 30 seconds left. You have to try and get in for this choke. You've lost your duelist. You've given him a rifle. You have to awkwardly rotate over towards A, and Gen G are reading it. Oh man, and that one bulldog, that one fucking bulldog the Governor dropped, has done more damage to Talon than Talon did to Gen G. Still buying time.
Go ahead. His position, finds the headshot.
Shouldn't be this close. You need anything? Ah, no, I'm good. I think just...
Already, this is
oh man, Texture's just allowed to walk in.
Swinging out on Heaven, gets the headshot there on the Jit Boys and Munchkin.
I think it's just a lot of like
band there in hell. Gen G.
I don't know how to. It's like I'm not sure what the hell I'm supposed to be doing.
Great purchases behind them.
Or like what I should.
Let's go ahead. Shift around, look for some weapons, texture.
It's not really like am I wasting my time or anything like that, because I enjoy what I'm doing, but it's like
and there it is, a Vandal picked up.
I don't want to be in a position where I'm screwing myself over or screwing other people over.
More space as they didn't exactly clear the site. I get that, and you know that
You feel stuck?
normally, especially on these ecos, are going to be
yeah, a
pretty
little.
split. Like
I think so much of what I've been able to do has been based off me just having enough drive to push through it. Like when I was doing casting initially and I wasn't getting opportunities for EMEA for whatever reason, I still had the drive to like keep working towards it and keep pushing to getting my foot in the door, which I eventually did. But now I don't know if trying to just keep that consistency up is like going to be that helpful.
Ready, but held on to. Munchkin sent it right then. Got a big reveal, but this will just be an even bigger one. Spots him out.
Like watch partying and streaming is a good thing for me to be doing, but like, is that? How do I like better my chances? Do I need to be making content on it as well? If I make content, do I just do it on China because that's the main focus? Do I try and do Pacific a little bit too? Do I try and do all of the regions? Do I do it on a new YouTube? Do I do it on a new YouTube channel? I don't know why I can't say that. A new YouTube channel? Or do I do it on the smaller one that I had? Or do I start a new channel altogether?
Governor trying to push forward, but he only has that classic in hand. Now Meteor able to collect the kills. Cruz will also be taken down at the same time.
It's not like analysis paralysis. It's literally just more...
Lenny scooping up that Guardian to see if he can put it to use and avoid this being a flawless round. But
what should I be doing with my time?
Like we said, Lotus sounds like a scent. The Odin rings out. It makes its presence known. And Gen G
why is Lenny playing? Oh yeah, good point. I didn't even notice that Lenny was in.
Obviously losing
because they are like they said at the start like, they were trying to incorporate a 6-man roster in.
You know, the initial reads both at the beginning of round 1
and then they thought that there was like actual reasons and ways for them to make it work.
Trend from Lotus, the prep seeming to be very good for Talon. But when it comes to Gen G, you always got to assume there's more than one. There's always a trade available with this squad.
Right here. A flawless way to carry themselves forward now into one of Talon's first real buy round. Still a couple half armors in the mix there. No Outlaw on the opposite side.
Is there someone that you can discuss it with? Not really.
See how they decide to pilot this one. Looks like this time it's going to be full attention over towards B. Band back to try to linger outside.
You could be like the gateway to it. Yeah, and I mean, like, that's the hope and that's the plan.
Yeah, Lakia had a lot of consideration on the timings he wanted to use.
You know, like, on one of the days last week, like Sunday, I was the only like
Not
person,
seeing the
at least in
Killjoy.
English, that was watching the China games over Pacific,
There's gonna be more
and it was like
players in behind that
still
chat.
quite quiet.
Tags
Like
over the
naturally,
wall.
it's early days for both the China League and also me
Still have
streaming,
to
so I'm not
with
expecting it
this
to be like
mode of
fucking
the opposite
3,000
side.
people or anything
Going in,
crazy.
getting tagged down to 54, Ban gonna be
But like I
bumped
was
here by one
very,
meteor. He's able to get that jet now. Cruz on the floor as locked.
I was very surprised, I suppose.
Okay. Just mow them all down.
They did come in way faster than expected, for sure. And have all got mowed down, like you said. And a big part of that was.
But yeah, like at least
talent, once again.
yeah, they got
Their
absolutely
utility
destroyed
was
on the
good.
way in.
The setup was
Like,
good for Governor, but it's
for
a little
China,
bit
I
too
think
much
it's just
faith in their
kind
own
of
utility,
tricky.
Assuming that Gen G would have backed out, that they would be looking away, things like that.
And getting the jump there. I'm not sure
It's
if
like I think of it this way too. You got stuff like Plat Chat will talk about all of the regions. I can 100% see like China just not being mentioned for the majority of like
a
weeks.
tech pause is going to be called in.
Like I thought of it this morning because I asked Josh Sideshow a question
Power is growing too much.
and he answered it. So it was like the first message I woke up to.
Well, it looks like it's going to be something.
And I was
here on the
thinking,
talent
like,
camp audio issue.
maybe a thing for Plat Chat because I don't think there's realistically any point for them to talk about China right now
So we might have
because they have EMEA, Pacific, and Americas to focus on.
Check here.
But I was like,
Happen every now and then.
what if I just record like a 2-minute fucking silly video where I recap what happened in China and you just play it out? Like, play it on your fucking break.
Lots of local fans growing for all the teams in Pacific as
You
well.
get mentioned in Plat Chat YouTube channel quite a lot. Yeah, I know. And like, I know that if anything China related comes up, like I know they'll like most likely like get in touch.
From the talent side earlier today where they were
And I know
saying
people
you
like
can take
Josh
the player out of
specifically
Korea,
wants
but
to
you
like
can't take
follow
the
China
Korea
quite a
out of
lot.
him, and it's Governor checking his desk height with a ruler. Just classic Korean esports thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
man.
I know with China it's like the long game.
Yeah, really set that
But
trend.
like for example, should I even be watch party in Pacific? Is there any like? It's not that is there any point. It's
Still
just
trying to stand his ground. Heard the TP. And
like let's say if I start watching Pacific and for some reason the Pacific viewership is just like for some reason like average like 1,000 viewers like watching Pacific, but when I do China it's like 100. Then it's suddenly like shit. What do I do? Like,
yeah, I'd love to see Talon.
not that I think that would ever happen, but like that's just like a good example of like the kind of
last time they eventually
examples of stuff I seem to fall into.
their best with the classics only. But again, just continuously.
And like this morning, I had a DM off somebody being like, "Hey," like somebody that I know from an org being like, "Hey, I need an analyst. Like, are you still looking for work?"
Their opponents in the future rounds.
Trying to use that high pen of the guard.
And then I'm doing China, and it clashes with Polaris, and
Still 60 rounds.
like
to go.
Polaris is fun to do, but it's not like a full-time
Here's it.
wage doing that alone.
He's able to take him down.
I mean, I was going to mention again, look at this, right? There's backup.
But I can't say no to like Polaris work because you kind of need
Well, now
like
everybody
some
getting
form
slower,
of like
working towards
money to
trees,
work
but
with. It's good casting experience.
Texture,
I like
hold the
casting
door.
with Pavlos, but also is there much point casting with Pavlos because am I going to get work with him for EMEA over somebody like Ash that
Coming through here for
he's been
Gen
paired
G
with?
once
Probably
more.
not.
It's now 4-1.
So
Love it when they make it easy for us.
Look at all
I'm
these
definitely in a
members
more
outside of
fortunate
Gen G, 1
position
point away
than
from their ultimates as well.
most people,
Things are looking good.
Lockdown to work with here for Talon.
but there's
Know if
just
this is going to be a timeout or not. We'll have to wait and see as we check out
the one
highlights.
thing that I'm very keen on like having as a focus of like just do stuff around China.
The opponents are on half-buy. All you
Even
have to
that's
do is
just
wait and
hard to
see
dedicate
what the Hail
to.
Mary tends to be. It is going to be a
Because for
talent
me to
timeout.
like do it and
Curious to see the discussion here because
not miss any games for the foreseeable future, I have to turn down work for Polaris, which
we're pretty
yeah,
solid
I can't really
for
do.
Talon. They had, good setups,
What do you think
they
of
had
Liquid's
good
comp on
reads.
Ascent? You'll have to remind me of what it
Then,
was.
one person gets a little too far ahead or maybe a little bit of discrepancy on the timings amongst each other. That's where things fall apart at the seams.
Seems like this might be the upper limit of when Frost feels the need to call a timeout. Same scoreline that we saw there on Lotus. Just in a bit of a different order as far as which rounds are picked up.
Sure, but the 4, in a row, right? That's the big one here.
You ever seen the YouTube channel Bad Lip Reading?
Oh, yes.
I would love to do that for the coaches.
Actually, that would be good, especially
some
with
good
coaches like
content.
Frost. I mean, there's a
Very
lot.
animated.
I was thinking earlier someone should try to make him kind of dance to the beat that we have during the time.
Cypher, Viper, Silver, Yoru, Omen.
Well, there's a free content idea for somebody out there.
Yeah, there's endless amounts with Alex as well.
Million views.
Would you do like analyst point of view for each team and channel? Like they could do different.
Sprinkling a little Barbar and Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I could. I kind of wanted to do a video talking about like what's been going wrong for EDG, but
oh boy, looking for a tiles crunch, and it is working out gorgeously.
I should have really done that in the break. There's a lot of like ideas I have for like videos that like I recorded one talking about like all of the roster moves, and I just never got it like out.
And I mean, Gen G. Okay. Munchkin on the jiggle, sends out the pop flash. Karen on the peak, able to find one.
Nice peek off the
Now
flash,
suddenly
actually.
It's all down to Cruz to see if he can try to answer something back. He
Post it. I mean, I can't do it now. It
finds
feels
himself a second
out of
kill.
time.
You gotta really respect it.
But yeah,
the adjustment there from Gen G.
I think the comp is just cooking a bit too much
Putting any kind of
from
value out of that timeout. They say, okay, well, they
Liquid.
probably won't expect this.
Yeah, they just toss it out there. And a bit of an interesting timing for it as well.
This was basically texture. I mean, sure, there's util thrown, but there was nobody else in tiles for the longest time.
Tough for the options. Oh no, I think I'm.
Crunch, right? It's not the usual throw.
I'm good, Lexi. What also doesn't help is I'm very
It's
like
more just texture dashing out.
bad at accepting people's help anyway.
And now the ops online for texture as well, waiting for the updraft.
But like Beth's giving me a lot of good advice on stuff as well.
To try to check up over the top of bench, but either way.
I think the EDG video I'd probably
not gonna send it
look
here.
at doing again, because I'm also like privy to information that I can't really share right now.
And oh, spotted. Governor thinking that he was gaining some space here for free. Eventually is found. Nice drag across.
Nothing major, but I feel like making a video about EDG at the moment would be odd. Could have listed on board, so basically you'd be helping me. Yeah, I mean, in a series like this where I think Gen G are just looking to annihilate, I don't mind talking about it now.
From Talon so widely, they're just stagnant.
I mean, that's what surprised Lakia a bit too, it seemed, right? He breaks the lockdown, he's ready for people to push him, and doesn't happen, so he says, I'll eat.
But I also think that like
with my teammates.
when I was streaming Kickoff for China,
Again,
it was so
where they seem a little bit out of sync.
like easy, I
The early
suppose.
lockdown itself, that's not the issue, but no one there to capitalize on it.
Wow.
Barely, like full running, inaccurate shot, hit him in the leg, but he was so low it just kills him anyway.
Am I allowed to use the word lucky on that one? I feel like I should be allowed to
Yeah, it is a little bit lucky.
Yeah, that one was pretty damn lucky. Is now waiting for the opportunity to try to get this plan.
Yeah, Karen not spraying straight away. Good patience.
I mean, look at where
4v2 again.
to be able to get that reveal as well.
And before the spike can even get planted, they're both dead.
The cash from the
It's
plant
crazy good from Gen G.
off the top of heaven. Take out Lenny. Things starting to very much slide
Yeah.
out of hand.
I think the other side of it too is that like if I spoke to somebody like Tom about it, who I typically talk to about various things, like they'd probably say that what I'm doing right now at the moment is like the right thing.
But this round was just a case of Talon.
Because I have no like I know that doing stuff on China is like the best bet.
A little bit more information, a little bit more control of the map.
And then naturally it'll get better. And really, kind of like somebody said in chat earlier, all we need is like one good team to go on a run at an international event for China, and suddenly there might be more focus. You know, we effectively need our Paper X.
But they were a little slow on getting the information.
Because I think APAC as a region, granted when Paper X came into the fold, it was broken down into like individual regions of like Pacific, like Japan, Korea, APAC.
That's exactly where Barrett's going to be. Just trust that he's going to be able
Once
to pull the
Paper X started to do well, people took more of an interest in that league specifically.
reveal out, looking for the spray across, but
Yeah, Lucky is having a really good series.
not being rewarded for his efforts there. Lucky is still at full health and now just turning fire with his own Odin through that wall.
The region as a whole should evolve after Masters Shanghai. I mean, it's evolving now. So many of the teams that looked tragic before, like Tyloo, All Gamers, and even Nova to a lesser extent, look so much better now.
Knowing that you can still delay a lot with the Killjoy you still on B, you've got Meteor set up to watch for mid. I mean, look at Gen G. Anytime they make rotations, the amount of coverage they have and the wind conditions being kept, it's so good.
30 seconds left.
Now, trying to go for the entry, trying to play this concisely, send out the flash, start pushing the smoke, but there's an Odin on the opposite side. JDG is able to find one. Nice catch there on the Munchkins. He was trying to start working his way across in through mid. Hunter's Fury now out from Lakia, interrupting as JDG. Another crucial kill, does manage to find Meteor. Spike now getting planted.
Spike planted.
In with 8 seconds to spare as Textures.
I think it's also a good thing, too, of having
They try to flush out the rest of these
2 points I want to make. But I think, like, when we have 3 teams going to Shanghai,
To pounce.
Smoke gone.
the likeliness of it being a new team coming in, like Trace,
That's just gonna be Texture
JDG,
flushing him out
maybe
with
somebody
nine.
like Tech,
Quick right click to finish
going
the
to an
job.
international event,
coming
it'd
through.
be great.
It's now
Tech's just 12 and
7-1.
2, Christ.
Gen G,
Um,
very far out in front.
When we have new teams and players actually attending an international event, like I feel like that's where people are going to be more like interested. But the other point I was going to make is it's a bit of a shame for Madrid that it was EDG and FPX that qualified.
Started Lotus with 4 in a row. Got another
I heard
4 in a row
China
in the
was
first half
summoned.
there.
Yeah.
One enemy
Now
remaining.
7. Sure, it's
Like,
on the
I
defense
think
side of
that
Ascent, but just not
I potentially
really
got a little bit
any
unlucky
danger
with
of
the 2
losing
teams
that
that qualified,
streak.
and definitely unlucky with how
12-2.
poorly both the China teams did at the event itself.
6.0 game.
Like, if you have a Trace attending Madrid, and suddenly people are like, who the fuck are these guys? Then it's like, oh, let's go. Like, Ryan's made a video talking about Trace. Gives you all of the information, like all of the history, what players to watch out for. But because it's FBX, like, we saw them at Champs. It's a bit of a different roster, but not really.
Before the
The
Utah
org we
comes
know a
out,
lot about because they've been in EMEA
just to
for
push them back.
however long.
Gives them the time to clear out B. The turret cleared once again. I mean,
And then
Gen G
EDG is just,
talent starred for
honestly, I
information.
think
This time
people
Talon's on
that
a meat
watch
go too,
international
so
events
it's
will
not
know
like
more about
Gen G really
EDG than
needed
I
that
will.
to gain an advantage in this round, but they are just being thorough.
Well, it's the commit on the ult, the drop down. Lenny
Because China's just so different from the rest of the world. Yeah, I think like all of the scrim opportunities that Chinese teams will have when
Same damn thing over and
big
over again.
ones, the international ones, have made it to Shanghai,
On the bad
be really good for the region
push up,
too.
Anticipating some pressure into the smoke.
Like, can you imagine like JDGs, like scrims,
Aware of Governor.
if they can get like Sentinels loud and stuff?
Cruz will be able to get one.
Like specifically the good China teams that won't make Shanghai become great like warm-up scrims and scrim partners for all of the teams attending Shanghai.
And it doesn't look like it's going to stop, right? Ults are coming back online. The weaponry is all still there.
Like
Everyone's been
JDG,
capped on credits for a
Trace,
couple rounds
even
now,
like the sort of
especially
mid
with the
to
low
good
amount of
ones
deaths
that wouldn't
Gen G
make shit up.
has. Lockheed, the only
Arguably
one
wouldn't
now
make
catching
Shanghai.
up,
Let's say
one
like
close to
Tech,
Meteor.
Wolves.
Just the awareness. Again, things like that. Hiding in the smoke with the shorty. Being aware of the fact that Governor might have gotten through.
Like if I'm a team that's not qualified for Shanghai, I'm taking a bit of a break before all of the teams arrive
2-1.
to Shanghai for the international event.
Point out the unfortunate circumstance. 0-8-2 at the
And then
moment.
I'm just
That impact
going
has not been
crazy
found at
throughout
all.
that period.
Texture just
Like
in the pair of
scrims, loads of VOD reviews, seeing what they're
Lucky as
doing.
well with that Odin there in that last round, just ensuring that
And it's just so
young
many of
Gun
these
just
rounds.
can't do anything.
Yeah, where Governor kind of feels the need to do something on his own, right?
Trying to push up. This time, shot gonna go wide.
He's very far ahead once again.
Taking an immense amount of space, but dashes in and Lucky again. Able to mow him down. Lenny just not close enough to try
Just
to
a way to
follow
where the
up.
China
Now
wastes its social
put down on the
infrastructure.
floor.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
rest
they
of
have
them.
personalities. It's just we don't speak their
Yeah,
language to
suicide.
know it that much.
Poor Lenny to try to go for that one. Just kind of have to leave him to bleed out. Lenny himself
down,
will
mid.
just get caught. Banned now.
Last
Lurks forward. Spotted. Texture with 3.
What is he at now?
On an absolute tear.
15.
9-1 now.
9 and
Now,
1?
The dash in there, it was set up. It
No,
was
he's
a
16 and
pop flash
2.
setup coming in from
Oh, he's talking about the
Cruz.
score.
So again, there was an idea, but it's Gen G. There's gonna be more than one, right? So even if Governor had gotten the kill on the dash in, there's no one there to trade for him. Just seems like it's some of these.
There's a
Hail
lot
Mary
behind language barriers in
situations
app ecosystems.
where
Yeah,
they're
I'm sure
trying
they'll
to
be
just
able
say,
to
"Governor,
talk
go kill,
through
I'll set you up."
those
But
kind
even
of
if
things.
He does, can he string more than one when he's getting into a crossfire? That's the big question.
Limited tools to work with. Lenny, I mean, he does have a Hunter's Fury to use in case that lockdown comes into play from Meteor.
Yeah, I think Lucky is also playing Sova
Now things
Odinless.
slowed up.
So watching how he's playing it, like timing of when they're using the Eldron and stuff is like the way to go.
The bright spot is that Lockett does not have an Odin.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of backup. Might as well be enough bullets for an Odin.
He's
going to be the only one that's been pinged out. Now the drone will spot him. He's looking for a first kill.
Drone spots him now, paranoid.
Let's get around that box.
Coming across, Meteor able to find one, but Jits Boys does
4 versus 3. Most damage at Talon's pretty much done.
Himself situated in boats. During all the chaos, clear out on that recon. They know that he's there.
Texture's finally died.
Governor getting himself on the board.
Governor's finally got a kill.
Finds 2 kills, and that's going to be Lenny finding the finish. Talon able to right the ship here at long last, break the win streak from Gen G.
One app you can do a lot in China, as in like,
can have a 9-3 half.
like I guess WeChat is just the WhatsApp equivalent.
Now they have the weaponry. There is a lockdown on the other side. Hunter's Fury, one away as well. So curious to see Talon. What's the answer to this potential lockdown? Obviously, you could just try to storm the site and have plans for afterwards.
Governor now finally getting involved. It's going to be bringing an attack operator actually into this last round. See if he can put that to use.
I don't mind it. Help play it a little bit slower. Try to.
Callcaps, pay for things, buy things online, use the map function. Oh, okay. Yeah, effectively, if it's anything Google related, you can't use it.
Yeah, a lot deeper. Also has Meteor.
Yeah, I'm sure the Riot would have like the accommodations in place to make that happen.
Side towards Pizza. Big texture. Okay. Eventually says, you know what? I feel like I can win this. He didn't.
No, he didn't. And Governor had the right read. Right. Eventually, if they don't have information, someone's gonna peek out. Thankful to him, it was texture. Now the op down.
Slow creeping up. Swap out on the weapon, but he doesn't have it drawn down. Call the Cloudburst in hand. Spray from Lenny, however, will be able to find Munchkin. He's unable to escape. Meteor now arriving. Lockdown at the ready. Here's them rotating out. Ban, the last one, getting ready to push. And he swings out, finds the kill. Crew's taken down as Karen able to find 2.
All right.
Boys now. The last one left.
Just as Talon get the first kill, you got locked down.
Playing with his food a little bit, just continues to
Good peek for me or afterwards, so.
The Meteor was right there for the kill. 10-2 this time on the half.
Reminds me of that
yeah, it's tricky. Because also one of the things I noticed too is like viewership was good after like kickoff, and then I did the streams to like VOD review, and I'm not quite sure if that just like
what was going on through your head there.
Killed it a little bit.
Well, you know, I kept doing left-right jiggles and I kept dying, so I thought this time, why not? Damn it, I'll just go all the way to the left.
I'll just hold S or whatever, it'll work. Hold D, hold A.
Yeah, there you go.
I can feel it just kind of like
wide swing there, some tricks up his sleeves that he's picked up from Madrid.
I don't know if I should have done that or not, you know.
Now a 10-2 hefty lead. So Talon, I mean, forget the first half. No matter what you've prepared in the second, might not even get a shot to show it.
Yeah. And it backs up against the wall. I mean, we've only seen recoveries.
That's a good point, actually.
Necessary here for Talon, a handful of times.
Depending on like, because if this is a fast series, which is looking likely to be, and then T1 DFM could potentially be very one-sided too.
It's very few and far in between when we do get to witness.
I might catch the JDG, EDG VOD.
Streak of green for Gen G. And if this pistol goes their
way, let's see what Beth's doing today.
Could just be the final nail in the
coffin. If she doesn't mind me streaming for like an hour or two longer.
On that attack, Killjoy.
Doing it now would be better than like, because we have a flight inspection on Thursday. The flight's not in a bad state, but I think I would like tomorrow I've got like a meeting for Polaris, just a general like meeting before playoffs, making sure everything's like good and going.
Plan. See if they can execute it. Barry is now getting ready to drop. 3-2 split here. Gen G.
I think, am I doing Saturday or Sunday for Polaris? I think I'm doing the Sunday. Yeah. So, really not that much prep for me to do, I don't think.
Oh, how much support is there?
Because both games that I would be watching
Sentinels Classic, it looked like they're maybe trying to put in some nightmares
would be,
back
hold on,
into
let me
Gen G's
think.
minds.
The upper bracket and losers bracket.
Hell of a kryptonite.
So I won't. I'll have an inclination. Well, I'm watching both teams play anyway.
By that, that's pretty big.
All 4 teams.
Together, you gotta imagine that's where the rest of the team is. But that paranoid doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit, but the shots absolutely do. Ban able to find 2.
Who's your sleeper pick in China?
Just Locky and Meteor.
I don't know if I'd even say Wolves anymore. Because one, I don't think it's like a sleeper pick anymore. I think a lot of people are well aware how good they can be.
here, and he gets the headshot instantly, as well as one on the lock here for the 4K. Huge way to kick things off here for Talon.
Depends what you mean by sleeper pick.
3-1 in pistols in the
Like
set
if it's
so
like
far.
best team in the region,
That very much
I think
speeds up the process of trying
Trace
to get that
dethroning
ever-important lockdown online.
EDG could be
the
very
lockdown's the big thing
likely.
here. Not only do they get a clean win on the pistol,
enemy remaining.
they get a very
As for a team that I think is
crucial
going to do a lot
ultimate.
better than people maybe give them credit for, it's probably All Gamers. Especially with how they played against DRG. Was it perfect? No.
A couple other buys as well, mostly the double
I think
stack.
one thing that All Gamers lacks is, especially when they're playing Spitfires on the duelist, they don't have a player that's just going to give you like a clutch round win.
Shot, Lenny holding down with the Ares, giving him a
You know, something like Tens. Like even though Tens isn't on a duelist, he's on controller. He could still like win a clutch or just get a 4K out of nowhere. All Gamers don't seem to really have that. Like as a team, they're really well put together. The problem, however, is just that sometimes they lose a little bit of that magic that you'd find in droves on other teams. No Voice Well would be good.
If they are able to continue with a
Yeah, I mean, they
flawless
looked
series, we see Karon
really
with a bit of an
nice
advertising moment.
against Trace.
Talon looks pretty good, right? It's on an Oda, but it's still an Ares.
But they also had some like horrible rounds too.
Some extra pin, a little bit of long range hold.
Are they going to be
perhaps,
better than
things
what
like
they were
that.
before? Yes, sure.
The observer knows exactly what to do.
But if there's
here.
like a Nova versus All Gamers, I think All Gamers would probably win it.
In case you were wondering which team caps you wanted to buy, here's a choice.
It's just going to be Pac-Man gameplay here. Across the map, grab the orbs, pivot it right back over to B. Yes, yep. And Karon. A little smile on his face as well. I think he knows that
But I'd
he's
see
being watched.
BLG again.
you gotta
I'm biased.
imagine.
Yeah, I think the BLG also played like they got destroyed on that first map against Tyloo, but I think they did well mentally to like bring it back. Why is he had a really good series too?
Karon just runs into somebody, he doesn't even shoot back at them.
Yeah, he just
keeps
holds it.
inspecting.
Commit to the bit.
Well, wants to push out. Let's see if they get anything, but it's just going to be
Nice
Lenny.
ace,
Scooping up
especially
an
when
AC
you've
in
like come in for the second
round.
map.
Flawless across the board for Talon.
I'm only a ping away. Thank you, Lexi.
Absolutely necessary here for the squad.
Yeah, it's chill today, so there's not too much to worry about.
4 points towards the lockdown. It's as good of a start as any for Talon. It's just that the hill is a very big mountain to climb.
What the fuck, they came in?
Well, I
Even
mean,
he's just not sure.
They didn't have to die.
Yeah.
They weren't getting that spike plan.
Yeah, I don't think the replay observers are
playing around with the idea of going for the
maybe that
operator
well versed in
here.
English.
But opts for that outlaw instead.
Yeah, you got the half armors on the other side.
Exactly. Could very well.
I need RB to go land to show he's still good.
Half armor in that previous round.
Yeah, what do I think of Tech?
This is a big clear, right? Mid's cleared up all the way to top mid as well. Tree still held for the potential retake.
Be a very fast retake here for the.
I'll have to have a look at the groups again for China to sort of be like, okay, where do I feel like teams would be for like qualifying at the groups?
Spike planted.
Yes, there's the swing in. Cover and band getting one apiece.
Actually, they're gonna win the bonus here.
Gen.G needs a little bit more space to work with.
Great call for Gen.G. Players down, pushing to try and find a fight. They found one. You're still in a player deficit, so they're just spreading out, trying to take map control. Know that the one thing that they have going for them is time.
Once again here as
Karon?
Karon with two. He takes a bolt down now.
Okay, I need to see that replay again. How did he get? Because he was in hell. Did he wallbang them?
Talon had all the
Like through the
advantages there,
floor?
but they think that they can just double
Or
swing
was he just
Lockdown
like
next to
out
the
here?
switch. And Karon a quick double tap onto the main retake.
There's a timeout call.
Because yeah, this was like a PK. So what is this? This call is like game winning.
And he's ready for it.
Oh, I
knows
see. He
they're
was
gonna
just
swing
watching
one,
under.
two. He knows that's the only
Really
thing
nice
he
flex.
can have for certain. It's going to be
It's not much of an adjustment that you need for those
Sure.
shots, but it's still just so quick and clean.
Yeah, and just the preparation.
Good read to know that they were going to flank
Sure,
too.
Talon, you could argue, well, why are they both looking that side? Because that was the only one they knew for a fact. They wanted to go and get the kill for sure. They thought they had the numbers advantage. Then
Yeah,
they
let me
would
look
be able
at
to at least come in
once we
for
got
having to clear the
this.
site. Little
Also,
did they
like, there's so
know
much
it
for
was
China that
Karon,
like
the
with missed
sharpshooter,
API
waiting
access
for him
would
on the
make
other side.
my job so much easier.
Oh man, and it all comes from Gen.G also kind
But
of pushing out
like so
towards
much of
a,
it I have to just
tree,
do
right?
manually.
Extra updrafting as well. So now Talon a little
So
bit
yeah,
pressed for time
here
on
in
that
this
retake.
group, like EDG,
Still, I mean, this would be a fantastic start to the half if it wasn't
This
for
just
that scoreline,
hurts.
If it wasn't for
and I think Wolves as well. They have
that
a
opening attack
tough opponent
side,
next. All gamers.
So one-sided in Gen.G's
Especially with
favor.
all gamers looking like winning their first series, like building off of it. Wolves struggling now. think Wolves should be the favorites in this still. But I can absolutely see a world where all gamers beat Wolves, and then that just means that playoff chances are completely done.
Closing out this series. Operator here in the hands of Governor, but it's going to be Glass Cannon.
Tyler, any good? They're okay.
No additional alongside it.
Kind of like all gamers and Nova, just need to keep building. They look a lot better than they did at kickoff, that's for sure. They made good roster moves.
Distracted. Think not going to find him. And now there's the drone up over the top.
Nobody's there to help Talon.
Yeah, like you said.
Oh, right, because they're baiting for ban. I was like, nobody's broken the alarm bot for him. Good fights from Cruz. Getting an extra 2 is nice too.
Ban's involvement not necessary, it would seem, as Locky now.
And then Ban just peeking out.
That suddenly just leaves
I can't remember who popularized this.
The shoulder there.
But like this whole like setup. We saw Genji do it on their pistol, and then Talon's just done it here. What team is Stewie on? Stew's on JDG. You on about Stew?
And I love that Governor commits to it all the way. Not only does he cover the dart, but then he moves ahead of the 0 point to try to make sure he sells the idea that that was just to hide himself. Shoots the drone as well, risking the fact that
Bit unlucky for Genji to line up like that, but it won't matter too much.
Sets up an amazing trap for Talon. It's a good bounce back.
His jet you like? Stew's jet. I mean, I like all of Stew's duelist. Like he's probably the best duelist in the league right now. Especially if Kong Kong's like changing the role. Maybe Life actually hasn't beat. No, I actually still think Stew's better. I think Life just has a better team built around him.
Governor's hungry for it. He knows there's one more.
But I think the way that FPX play with Life kind of works for Stew too. Right, they eventually get luckier.
Lakia dodged
like I think if you took Life out of FPX and put Stew in, I think Stew would be absolutely farming people too.
But overall, good prep from Talon as well, right? This is a round where Genji could afford to try to do a full send Hail Mary with things like the null command, so they're ready for a B rush. Deflected successfully.
Garon spotted, taken down, Cruz spraying into the smoke, able to find Meteor. And yeah, there's a Bulldog, but you're not getting to it. Phantom spray.
Same sort of fit, like, Talon's defense is good, Talon's attack is not. Is that the same? I know we don't have a timeout now, but is that the same, like, across all of the maps? We should find a way to do, like, total win rate on... Like, attack on Icebox was good. How is it good when they've... Is this if they've won it, or if they've played it? Because why have they never played Icebox, but still have, like, these many rounds on it? They've never played Bind, so yeah, that's broken.
Just that Hunter Sphere, but Ban one away from having the lockdown ready to go.
Yeah, some maps Breeze and Lowest are bad at attacking at. Ascent was over average, but now it's been pulled to be pretty much 50-50, if not a little bit less after this series alone.
That's when he decides to strike. Huge opening kill here for Genji.
I think as well, when you have the jet pushing up here, you sort of expect that the KO is going to be playing off of it close.
That had to have been some sort of internal timer as well.
And Talon have given away that they have been playing players like close in these positions, like Ban a round or two ago.
All the way up, Gardner and Tree all taken over. And now Talon's aware
so yeah, this is good information to work with. Can't recon. And then that's the time the Cruz goes. Hard fights to win on this angle. And everybody else is just getting mowed down anyway. We call for Genji, like, oh, they're pushing and flagging behind us. Let's just, like, barrel through these players in front of us and just make sure that we can take that space.
Cruz's face. Man on heaven. Sure, and Lakia. No HP.
We've seen some really good, like, utility from Lakia, but I think one of the things this series that I've been a fan of is, like, Munchkin's calling. Some of the mid-round calls that have come in have been amazing. He's telling them about some good ideas, and immediately Genji has an idea on how they want to approach it. Like that, oh shit, they're pushing behind us, let's just go. We're using null command, let's just go.
First half as well, right after a round like that, you imagine normally you brush it off, you move on. Great shots from Texture, good for you, Genji. And Talon can move. This had to have been a timer there that Munchkin's just waiting for, counting down in his head because he was holding that
big five to win. He gets free at free HP.
It seems like Genji had a perfect read that Governor was going to go for that position.
Exactly. I mean, they had got pinched from it before as well, so it's not exactly a crazy idea. So just good mental memory.
Oh, okay. Well, decent start, but
Undersphere defense?
trading up.
No, an
He'll
attack,
get hit
sorry.
by that Hunter's Fury, but that's
Alright,
the
I need
last
to
charge
remember
gonna
that. When
fall.
Hunter's Fury is
Found no
used, it
kill to come
instantly
across.
goes to 0.
I think they might have a decent
It's not an
idea.
ultimate that...
It's nice
I
that
need
it
to double check that
knows
with
Munchkin
all of the
actually
ultimates,
this time
actually.
does not have a decent sense of it. It's a falling his ban. Gets himself a third. Lakia now last man standing. This map is not over yet. Well, Lakia has something to say about it, but 1v4, Spike stranded at the stairs in mid.
Was Ban playing Killjoy on Lotus? I can't
Line up
remember.
his shock darts so they land perfectly at the same time on the two other opponents.
Nice 4K.
Well, Talon one step closer once
Big
again.
respect
towards
for him
an
just
OT,
pushing mid and fighting though.
and their ults are all online.
All but
You doing alright? Yeah, I'm good, Sanjana.
given the governor has that operator, not going to be the most concerning thing here for him.
Doing a lot better than yesterday.
He's just been on one today.
Spike down.
Very
mid.
clean.
One
We
enemy.
weren't sure what to expect with him going back over to the Killjoy again for now the 6th time in his career.
It's just been
Yeah, it looks very calm as well. Very calm.
it's been hard. It's
But I
been a
think
lot of
it's,
work
for
and
a lot of these
it's
duelists suddenly recognizing that they don't have to just go create space all
A lot
the
of
time,
stress.
right? It really puts a lot of relaxation.
And these guys are just.
I look a bit disassociated, not necessarily with this game. I think it's because I was more focusing on like what Gen G were doing than Talon.
far
You
away
don't
from
have
it.
to insta-lock Reyna. You don't have to insta-lock Jet. You can play Killjoy. You can play.
Like I wasn't sure on Ban because I'm like, okay, these guys like have 6-player roster. Lenny's come in
True. And still have a lot of value. With
instead of Surf. No, sorry, Surf. Yeah, Surf was on Killjoy. That makes sense. And then Ban was on Viper.
Snapping on that one.
That's why I was getting confused.
Boys and Meteor.
So like if Ban wasn't playing Killjoy, who was?
Governor now in a spot. Oh, shot going a little bit wide, but Lenny again just ripping them to pieces.
I didn't think they were cooking, but I am wrong.
Situated right smack dab in the middle of mid.
Yeah, I think
Drone the chase forward.
for Talon,
Spot anything, and Munchkin for
there's
now.
so much promise there. It's just whether it like comes together in time. I need to find other ways to say that like a team has promise,
Isolate and pick him off. Then
other than
one
potential.
thing, but I'm not sure if he's going to have the read with this push coming in from Ban all the way through the attacker spawn.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Of course, Munchkin for now just
30
narrowly
seconds
avoiding ban.
Ooh,
Uh-oh. Fortunately,
didn't do that much damage to Lenny. Actually, I thought that was going to be a lot more.
Governor
When they dropped
hopping in
Sushi
around
Boys and
the
Garnets, I thought it was
shot
over, but I'm
lined up.
pleasantly
Taken,
surprised.
found. Talon
Yeah,
now.
especially Sushi
4
Boys.
rounds from pushing this
Garnets, I wasn't like too hot on.
into overtime. Still have not had to commit these ults.
But I think Talon,
Yeah,
like, I'm
that's the big thing,
excited
right?
for
You didn't
Talon
use
going
it
into
and wait
next
for a long
year.
cycle that may
Not saying
never
that this
come
year is
as
necessarily
teammates.
written off for them,
You're just
but I
holding on
think
to
you
a
had,
and a big
you got to figure the
difference
order
is
from it. Like
Talon's starting
Talon
to play with
dropped
trades,
Sushi
right? They're
Boys
starting to
and
set
dropped
up for backups.
Garnets.
They've always got someone
They
else
brought
covering the next
in
angle, covering the next swing out.
Governor,
Things like
and
that.
then
So
they
while
brought in
Gen G
Frost as a
is ready for
coach,
couple of these pushes, they're not ready for
and
2,
then
3 people because before it
Patty
was
like
always just one.
retires.
So now after a couple of these moments, Gen G, what's their
Because I'm like,
adjustment?
if Frost and Governor come in before this, would you drop Sushi Boys? Would you drop Garnets?
They're prepared
Would
for the
Patty
push
have left
out.
earlier?
That they are. Texture reading that one well. Does get the punish. Governor taken down. Is that how this map ends? Same start to round 18.
Like, I think for Talon, if this year doesn't go well,
Yeah, that's
I
all
almost
makes it
feel like you have a
over.
soft
And then,
restart. That you effectively
those
say that
situations
at
where
this
there's no one
point,
there to
all
trade
of the
with.
players on the current roster are
Some ults to work
like
with.
benched / dropped.
all the, all
And
the
what we
crucial
will
ones, right, that
do
make a
is we
difference
will
and swing
like
it.
trial
They're pushing in the
various
mid. You see
people
Ban
like across
immediately
APAC,
dropping
not
that
just like
block
Thai
on the side,
players,
swayed
but
them,
like
shove them
picking
the opposite
in
direction.
like having Thai players. I think is important because that's technically what Talon is there to represent.
It does draw out a lot of utility, so
But
it gives
also,
Gen G the cue to go to B.
Like making a strong APAC team, I think would go wonders here.
And they get to it and clear it in time.
They have their own, but that's about it. Now the TP across. Jit Boys joining them here on this side of the map.
But almost
It's gonna be
treat
the
this
lockdown
Talon
minute.
team
Seconds left.
They're
under
just
like
waiting
Frost
this
and then
out.
like
Okay,
I guess
now you have to try to come towards us.
Cruz as an
Ban
IGL.
Here with the fight goes into the smoke. Still manages to find one. What a shot from him. Gives them a hope, gives them a chance. Munchkin off. The shot goes
Like
wide.
just
Cannot find Cruz.
trial a shit, like kind of like KC, right, to an extent.
Comes in from Lenny.
Spike planted.
Munchkin again, looking for the shot. Cannot find it, but Lakia will get one.
Nice shot from Lenny with the ult.
Getting the takedown there.
Good
on a bunch of
information to
Jit
know
Boys
that somebody
finding
was like
Lakia.
trying to fight and push up.
Texture and
The only
Meteor.
worry I
Spike
have now is
still ticking
time.
away. Drone to try to check. They see the turret. They see one. Texture going to be noted there. The back sight.
Yeah, also my focus hasn't been as good as it has been. Like, that's what I mean with like watching kickoff and even Madrid to a lesser extent.
Right now,
Oh my God. What has Texture ended on? Like, lot 20 plus, and then like 8-9 deaths.
But not pushed over.
That was like out of nowhere suddenly.
Went 2-0, but it was an incredible effort from Talon.
Yes, I mean, really pressing it on both maps, right? 9 rounds on Lotus.
Texture might go. Yeah, similar to kind of what I've been saying about Talon at least.
Gone a little differently, because I think what we saw
Like,
from Talon was
potential is there. The way that this squad is like being built up from the ground, with like their general game plans. I don't like 6-player rosters, but that was probably one of the best like
across both of them there,
uses of it.
You know, Jit Boys,
Would I prefer to just have a full set 5 on Talon?
Governor taking
Yeah, for sure.
Unfortunately, to get himself on the board.
But
and in the end, only
today they were just let down by their attacking side,
Talon,
which is, you know, hard to do when you're a relatively like new squad going up against a team like Gen G's that's defense is one of the best put together.
able to capitalize in all of these rounds.
What's strength of schedule for Talon?
This could have been them extending the
Oh, for
series
both these
all the way
teams,
to
who have they got next? Gen G have got Paper X. Oh yeah, that's Saturday's games. See that the fact that a day like that for China clashes with Gen G versus Paper X and then T1 versus DRX, like fuck, it's so rough. But then you have DFM, DRX, Zeta, RRQ.
You know,
I feel like this for RRQ. I think this is going to be like a qualifying game.
obviously had a long journey over in.
Obviously, they're in a different group to Gen G, but I can't help but think that like this being the final game of groups for stage 1, this is going to be like RRQ playing for making playoffs. And then Talon, they have Global Esports, they have T1.
Their first series in stage
Wait, how?
To a 2-0.
Yeah, this looks pretty darn good.
In 2 months? Oh, right, because Talon have played twice already.
For any attacking team on Ascent,
Can I give you my hot take? You absolutely can.
Credit where credit's due. Talon had 2 good halves on each map, but they weren't good enough because the other half was just.
I could not ask for a better set of games. No, I know. And like, what is it for China? Saturday. EDG versus All Game. Oh, sorry, that's last week's. All Gamers versus Wolves, Trace versus Billy Billy. Trace versus Billy Billy, that'll be a good series.
Yeah, we saw just so many rounds where
because it's the rematch of the play-ins one where Billy Billy went to overtime on the 3rd map and lost with that defuse of 0.012 or whatever it was.
Timings that start to cause the team to kind of unwind a little bit, and every single round.
So I'm like, this is going to be a banger series on a Saturday, but is it going to compare to like T1 versus DRX? I don't know. I don't think so.
1 or 2 players.
The one map that the one series that I'm likely to miss will be Tyler versus EDG, which I'll be honest, I don't mind missing all that much.
Yeah, and it was like even difficult for them to get to plants in the first place because.
So the question is, I don't know what the breaks have been like from
or sometimes just like cutting their team in half. Like I can remember
like the first series to the second in Pacific.
Gen G's done nothing but classics and like a sheriff.
But I'm kind of tempted to make a start on watching this.
They get the first kill, he dashes in, and then one smoke.
But
cuts off.
I also feel,
and that just stops all of Talon in their tracks. But then Governor's on an island.
I kind of want to watch this from the start.
Take his.
When the second series is over.
2 kills when they have to rotate around. So it's like little things.
I don't want to start watching it now and then finish watching it later.
That really costs them.
Yeah, and I mean this was
50 minutes at most. I don't trust that because it has been Pacific.
So it, like you guys said, it was a lot.
My production looks like it's a lot better than it was for kickoff, but I still can't help remember that the times between the Series 1 teams going out and the Series 2 teams being ready to play.
It's great to see.
It's 30 plus minutes.
Governor, but was it enough for his kills?
Let's see what it was yesterday, actually. It's a good thing to do with our time. Like, because they had the interview and stuff as well. So, literally from the last round ending in the first series to the first round starting in the second, how long was it? Is this the first series or the second? This is the first series. And this was even the second map. This was OT. Feel bad for Team Secret, but I'm glad that RRQ won in the end. Where are we at? Okay. Back. Why is it muted?
Now he's in onto the spike. Flipshider, the last one standing.
Oh, Jesse was so close to defusing it too. All right, so 3 hours, 54 minutes. Yeah, it was literally only like half an hour. That was quite surprising. The stage of lighting, the effects so good. Yeah, I think the only issue for China is I think some of the, like, again, the turnover from the first series ending and then the second starting was kind of high.
Well, it's not that new.
You're the ranker.
You know what?
You're the ranker here, Victoria.
I like it because it's specific colors.
Oh.
Did you see my hot take? Sorry, I didn't see.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
RQ top 3 or 4?
One first kill.
Yeah, I think top 3 is definitely hot.
More, at least to
Top
tie
4.
It out.
It's all textures fault.
I would like almost back you as top 4.
That should give you some hope if you're a talent fan,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like the fact that
I think it's way too early to say.
I was concerned with.
Yeah, if you're like, oh yeah, RQ top 5 team, top 6 team in the region, I was like, yeah, that's,
I mean,
it's a pretty safe bet. So I like, what would you say though? Would you dedicate to top 3 or would you dedicate to top 4?
They kind of did it, to be honest.
This feels like it's the chase. That's how it feels for a hot take. Like you've got this like initial option, and you could go for more of a risk.
Oh yeah.
I think it's kind of like what Coach
By this,
Frost
or you
here
could go
in the interview
safer.
as well. You know, he's talking about the players' experience and some of them
Okay.
feeling a bit of nerves.
Do we
or
have
letting
RQ playing
talent
T1
get
at
to
all?
them a little bit, and you start to doubt yourself, and that's what causes
No, because they're in the same
moments of
group.
hesitation, and then you don't really get the timings correctly, the coordination with the rest of the team, and that's what you're seeing.
It's so
especially
funny seeing
around
this
round
group
5.
though.
I think Talent called a timeout. They had a game plan. They always
Like,
have game
really,
plans. They
for
have
me,
strategies that they want to pull off.
There's no excuse for Team
then
Secret to
Gen.G
not
just
make top
crunches
3.
them and
Especially when you've
completely
played
crunches them
up
and they
against
want to drive.
DRX and
That's the
RQ
end of it. Maybe
first.
some more of these plans went through, but then at the end, still, it's just a bit of individual performances from players like.
But like seeing Bleed versus DFM and Global Esports versus DFM at a point, that'd be funny. I was gonna say, like, DFM haven't played at all. They just missed the first week, but they're playing next, aren't they?
Players on Lotus by a pretty
Playing
wide
next against
margin,
T1.
And now it's flip-flopped where it's banned, and then Lenny comes in.
They play in
off
6
the bench
days.
and puts up, you know, pretty solid numbers overall. Jitboy's better than he was on Lotus, but still
Yeah,
not quite
RQ
where they
versus
need to be.
Bleed.
So, again, you're
Middle
seeing
of the
good
Pac
things,
Pacific teams are all
but
relatively
we're
even
not
matched.
quite there yet for talent.
The case could be made for Global, and it really could go either way between them. Yeah, I think the thing that's, for me, going to separate these teams from being like middle of the pack to being somewhat challenging for Shanghai and champions is like how they do in those series against like other opponents.
Just to do it all at the same time.
Like, you know that like RRQ, they could like actually look really good. Like maybe they can beat T1. Maybe they could beat like Gen G. Like fuck, like to get the revenge. Like I could definitely see cases of like RRQ beating Gen G and T1, but then they just like lose to Bleed or they lose to Global. That was the story of Team Secret all of last year. Like fuck, they beat like DRX, but then they lose series that they probably shouldn't do, and suddenly they're out of like contention for an international event. What's the next match? It is T1 versus DFM. So it's potentially going to be like a quick series altogether. I think I'm hopping in with Tom. So yeah, T1 versus DFM.
But we realize that we can crumble, and the mentality has to be something that we need to keep working on. So that's something that we've been trying to improve. And other than
Should
that,
be a match where I fall asleep. Yeah, with any luck. Oh, I tell you what I can do.
So we've been hitting the
So let's do this as a picture-in-picture.
Well, you mentioned.
I want to mute it though. I'm going to put this in the corner. What I'm going to do is I'm going to catch up on the second map of this, because I did miss. Why is it giving us? Oh, right. It's giving us this link because for some reason the YouTube channel is privating the VODs, which is giga frustrating. Like, I don't understand why. Oh, they haven't actually done it for this one. So this one's still up. Because that was Trace winning, and then we have Wolves. We saw the first map. It's Lotus that we didn't see.
Everybody gonna tear you down when they know there's only one gold, and they know that it's yours. Will I fall? No.
Yeah, I just don't think they realize.
哦，3烟这是，哎，
幽影蝰蛇星坠。
Because I don't know if they have the VODs privated or whether they're like they got to be unlisted. Because you can have that as a setting on YouTube. But also, like, I'm pretty sure most broadcasts will have the VOD on YouTube, like, unlist afterwards. And then what they'll do is they'll break up the VODs into like each of the series and then like map 1, map 2. So I think it's like they maybe have like this workflow put together, but they're not actually like putting out the VODs. That's the only thing I can like think of. Alright, so FPX on their map pick, they gone back to, I say more of a normal comp, but not quite. They're not playing chain because Life's gone over to duelist full time, but they're running triple controller, which is, yeah. You could go to the stream tab on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, that's where I got this VOD from, but the other two aren't there. So, I don't know. Sorry, I'm putting a VOD right in front of the thumbnail. Trying to think of where to put this, like here? There we go. Because I know the Wolves, we saw Wolves win the pistol, and then they lose around afterwards. This feels very like Clove inspired, because they did say that they were going to run like triple/quadruple controller, like potentially, which sounded like a troll answer, but then when you're running Omen, Viper, and Astra, you never know.
时间也不够了，对，时间也不够了。那最后没问题 ，Spring 拿到这个点数，首枪局狼队是成功拿下。是。想一想，好像也就只有打 B 点会是一个非常好的选择。
And then we can just skip some of this forward. Hopefully, you see what I mean? No, like I was saying this yesterday, I think. Like the VOD for China is so much louder than like Pacific and even like international events.
看一下狼队来到自己的枪械优势局，起了2把数尾，第一时间这个单向也还是照常给下来。因为其实作为
So what kind of guns do they have here?
的话，在前期只能依靠这个烟雾的技能去
Like 2 Guardians?
对。
And then they instantly lose YU. They had one of the Guardians, so that's at least a gun upgrade for Spring. And then you've got like Coldfish lurking on his own, and that was a Spectre. So this push is like, yeah, unlucky. You get caught out from Berlin with a Marshal. But like, what the fuck is Coldfish doing here? This is a VOD review, right? Yeah, yeah. I'm just catching up on the VODs, like, whilst we wait for Pacific to get to the second series. I just wanted to catch this map.
这波3v3的回防对 FPS 来说其实是挺难的，丢是丢掉了。
And then with that Spectre that Coldfish dropped, Ian gets free.
也收了，阿鲁巴要面对个1v2的残局，这个头皮会能收到吗？阿阳赶紧低头，先稍微规避一下，不停的去骚扰，然后有皮蛋开拍到了阿鲁巴。
Yeah, what was Coldfish doing?
这个包是可以拆的，要接引过来，但是听到声音了。
I guess I got panicked because they lost a player early. It's like, all right, I need to go even up the numbers, but he's got a weapon pushing up against the Deco right into a double stack. So yeah, rough.
中音技能冲的也比较快啊，只差一个点就有大招了。
What is it?
这
This
波
one?
是一个
Yeah.
3A 的重防。
So Eco now, pretty much a full buy.
从树屋里面 pick 出去，先抽一下。
This isn't as strong for FBX because you don't have the fade.
限制性的技能，想不停的给对手一些压力。你别说 FPS 感觉挺擅长去使用这个树屋的门的，对，不停的去开关门。阿阳这个位置。
Snake back to clear out Iang, but because Secret's broken, he can just back up.
Spring pick 过来，他是一把
Actually, really good like ways that. You see how perfectly like Iang moves there? Pretty much against what Wolves were trying to do. And it's hilarious. Like, Iron was really careful, and Life's like, I'm just gonna go peek. I've got the better weapon as well. Like, Iron would probably want to pick up the rifle. Oh no, so he did pick up the rifle, drop the Guardian. And then some nice trade fights, but just a peek here that comes in from Lysor is like really nice, really well timed. Even the audio levels for the replays are different. Right, both full buys now. Odin spam for Coldfish. Doing a Chronicle special. What's the plan here? Like a Dizzy Flash right up to the top? That's a nice lineup. That's a lovely... Sorry, I don't want to like replay too much because we like... I want to get through this map in the break. But like, look at this. Like the Dizzy lineup on this box. Goes up. Wall drops. Hits free. I don't know where the Dizzy landed though. Like, I can't see it on the map, so I think the only issue with that Dizzy is you can't pick it up. Oh no, sorry, it lands here. 而且正面有很多的技能，不停的去续烟，其实 YU 是不好出的。出烟就要被直架。还有枪还不太。And then just to save, skip all of this, time out for wolves, skip all of that. 他们又是一个很擅长打乱战的。就是要把战局搅得越乱越爽。I keep doing this. 可能打得会更舒服。No, I'm not doing a full VOD review. I'm just watching this whilst whilst we wait for the second series to start. 晚焰火想过来要找人，想找 BC 连的，但轰得有点快 ，BC 连没站人，人往后撤了。留一手这个位置被发现，这个暗眼效果还不错。暗眼直接推到了 ，YU 很尴尬 ，YU 已经倒了，再补一个丢丢过来。Great flash again. 效果，阿鲁巴直接倒地，皮蛋过来还拍一下，哎，但皮蛋拍空了，刚刚好。There's way too little respect from FPX given against these ecos though. 这个人数互换其实并不是很赚，对手能捡到枪，但还好 Berlin 这个 Link 的位置补得比较及时。Like the initial fight is good, trying to push it more, pushing here with a wingman through a Viper wall against an eco is just flat out stupid. 克里斯来说也太尴尬了，面对的人有点多。4比1。Well, like FPX are doing the right thing here. 其实前期还是 actively just trying to peek up, take fights. Similar, like, you know, it's the common thing to be doing. It's a different way of doing it with the Gecko only. But you have to think too, if you're Wolves and you're playing up against this, there's no alarm bot in B, there's no utility on C for Killjoy. Why would you not be wanting to try and fight for this an awful lot more? Especially when you know that they're like aggressively fighting for A quite a lot. They need to have people actively watching B because there's no alarm bot to do it. Why would they not try to at least default here to begin with? You know, fight for this, pick up the orb, they can't really contest you from here. Pull those rotates, maybe have the lurk going through B at that point, or re-clear A, which is what they're doing now. Again, it's like a Dizzy which connects a Paranoia. 这一波又是一波技能上的协同，看一下有终极技能要开吗？不开了，阿阳已经倒了，克里斯拿到了一波双杀，这波 A 大狼队终于是打赢了，而且 B 点有一个人。You got that lurk in B, but like, are you gonna do anything with it now? 大脚步的，其实 YU 是已经听到了大脚步的声音，现在其实可以往 B 点转。对。Like going B is fine if you can like plant and then sort of flip the spawns. The problem is that YU's lurked this way, which has provided a gap for Berlin, but this should be like expected. Like you would assume that it's not expected at all. 直接被柏林给抓了，现在来到一波军事的人数对抗。Do you just think that everybody else is gonna like rotate around? I guess because they went through this way that they're worried about a flank, but like. Watching this whilst also backing up into this angle is questionable at best. Alright. 还相对于来说比较保守，但是
C 大3个人已经前顶了，我觉
Free
得
pushing here, there's the buy. The aggression coming in from the other side.
没有打死。
Astra playing on A alone.
阿鲁巴直接传到了后点位，先规避第一波对手的压力。
Again, I feel like if you've got this side going aggressive, especially with the Gecko, I think there would be more of a reason to try to like grab all of this.
但是有独木其实是可以演。
I mean, would they expect Berlin with an operator of all things?
哎，
I don't know. I doubt it.
独木要开，但其实独木能够去维系的时间并不是那么久啊。
这个暗兽第一时间清了一下这边的碎石区，是没有探测到人，还是要转点。
FPX just not buying this at all. Nobody's rotated.
怪东西
啊，
而且也没有太大的动静，很有可能是明区单挂的一个点位。
Wait, one thing
独木要
I wanted to check. Did they open the door?
下来了。
No, because I heard the door and I was like, wait, they didn't open the door on A, did they?
不是那么久啊。
Because that's kind of what you're hoping for. Horn gets used, they smoke this off,
是没有探测到人，
and then they just go back.
因为 A 大这一波没有点，
And at this point, FPX haven't been given a reason to worry about A just yet.
的一个点位。
是。关键 FPS 也不露特别多的信息给你啊，就现在你需要去猜，想要去拿到准确的信息是有点困难的。Life 花车巡游直接被秒打，
And then the operator just gets the one. It gets
把
clicks.
克里斯给狙掉，而且 Coldfish 有在直架的。
Which, yet again, FPX have not bought this at all.
那只能打 C。
There's two people still stacked on B, two people still stacked on C.
但点内阿阳还在，刚刚好这个独木漏了 Spring 的一个身位出来，来到一个高点。
Feels like Wolves are like, why are FPX still on these sites? Like, we're doing so much to pull these rotations. But no, FPX are just holding the line as long as possible.
现在这个位置打回防，
但奥特选择先打 C 大的人抓得很好，先抓掉了 Coldfish 1v2。
知道 YU 是安置爆能器的人，应该是没有走远的。
YU 要 pick。
他不能退这个爆能器，
他想卡一个头皮位，
Sees the head of Berlin.
没有能够卡住，那他的位置也暴露了，只有8发子弹，容错是非常低的。
Great shot. And Berlin gets 2 with the op. All right.
然后一个。
给到了 Life 这个位置在中路，Berlin 又是抓到了 YU 单挂。
Giving the operator over to Life. Where's Life now? Just on B? In a weird place to put the operator, but I guess because they're on an eco, they're expecting it to be a fast B execute.
反正好几次都是同样的一个位置，很远的位置。
有飞将，然后又是这个什么正面的指架。刘一手的传言把 Spring 给穿掉了，这个位置真的很尴尬呀，独木没了，只能往后撤。
I feel like this could be like fought for a lot more than Wolves is doing.
任何一丝半点的作用。
对，看第二时间还是把
Not just this round, but like
这个续
like a lot of them.
第二时间狼队其实又陷入了一个非常难受的。
But FPX are just not really going for the initial fight and then exploding out with like a Gecko Dizzy.
要转，要往 C。
And then the paranoia, it's just like good fights from FPX to just avoid them initially and then go for them afterwards.
很好过。因为Berlin一直是在直架的。
对，柏林一直在架。
对，
看到了。
阿鲁巴这个阵营有打了100。
Thought for a second he was going to fully like dedicate.
打了点血量，但是这个收获明显不够。这个过点
Yeah, great movement from Life to be here. And then the 5 HP Berlin is eventually taken out by Aluba.
把柏林打掉，但是他的位置
The last player alive does have her from the shadows if he wants to TP to A, but you're on an eco. You're in a 1 versus 4. Not expected to do too much. And yeah, this op now is starting to really work for various members of FPX. This isn't great though from Wolves. This is the one map that they didn't play at all in kickoff. I think it was even like their main ban.
阿鲁巴在直架，阿鲁巴在直架。 但是哎，他掏
Oh, they're doing the veto now. Do I care too much about the veto? I don't
看一下这个
think
timing
so.
了，要 pick 出去试一枪吗？但是已经被开，有晚烟火，晚烟火直接炸一个，而且柏林补枪补上阿鲁巴。
So much like FPX are doing is just explode out. Look at this Astra wall too. Right across here.
而后续 Coldfish 也没了，各个点位对于 FunPlus 来说都传来了喜报。 Spring 这个1v1短距离的1v1。
Oh, the paranoia! My God, like FPX playing a bit of a weird comp, but it's working. DFM are picking Ascent against T1. So they get rid of Bind, Icebox, Ascent, Lotus. Yeah, 2 maps that we've literally just seen.
That was the theme of Champions last year.
One more.
A total of -5 fucks given from FPX right now.
That's what it is, right? T1 had a pretty
I mean, they should be confident, especially on that map. There were teams actively banning Lotus against FPX because they were somewhat scared of it. I like FPX also running like a different composition, but like from watching it thus far, I don't think or feel a Wolf should be as
that's just the main thing for today. Can DFM
uncoordinated as they are. I don't think they should have been struggling as much.
Paper X, T1 is great.
Like if you just play like more of a relatively normal game against that comp, I think you can do well. But I think they just played so scared because they're not quite sure what things FPX have cooked up on. But I do want to run ads now, and then I'm gonna just go to the toilet, blow my nose, and probably grab another drink.
And with Sunset in there, could be really interesting if we can get.
Yeah, bear back. Won't be long.
That's kind of my bigger concern. I think Lotus, pretty much no matter what, going the way of T1. Very good map for them. And I look at T1 and I think if you drop a map here to DFM, and this is no disrespect to DFM,
sure,
that's kind of starting to be concerning for T1 because I think they came into that Paper X match really feeling like they could and should win it, and then they didn't. They got beat again. They still can't take a map off of them. They're still, you know, coming close, but not quite. And that could get in your head. So I think certainly T1 is looking for that mental reset here today where they can just come through, get the expected win, and then get to that next stage.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm pretty sure that win will help carry them forth into next week, because next week is going to be really tough for T1 too. They'll be facing against DRX. Now here, we're looking at the map data. Last time they played Ascent was never for DFM. At least this year, this DFM. And we did see Ascent from T1.
Yeah, right. Rossi forever on that Viper. I think this is what's interesting between this matchups because DFM, you know, we don't really know what they're going to do, and they might change up their agent picks here and there. And I want to see something interesting, at least for Lotus. You know, Ascent, you might want to go with that classic composition, but T1 has interesting ideas with the Viper on this map. The mental conditioning that they can do is something that teams, you know, won't have an easy time with.
I'd rather see a different duelist here for DFM then. If you're going to go against this Viper Cypher, I'd like to see something like a Raze to give you a little bit more ability to clear some space, clear those trip wires, things like that, clear the smokes that are going to be all over the map. I think that could really be good. Or a Yoru, just who cares? It's been done in other regions. They're running Yoru on this map. It can work really well, and we know that Mei has a pretty solid Yoru, so that could also work here. I think DFM actually is going to need to dig a little bit deep with these agent comps to get over the line against T1. They're going to have to show something a little bit unexpected. I don't think that's standard.
I feel like the FPX Lotus comp is going to collapse internationally, but it's vibing locally.
Absolutely.
I don't think it's even going to vibe locally for that much longer.
VCT being played right now, and you're going to use the same comps.
Teams are going to be a lot more privy to it, and like it definitely has a lot more weaknesses. I don't know why you just wouldn't go and have a Killjoy in there.
Sticks to the strategy.
Like sticking Lysar on it might be potentially the way to go.
If DFM can surprise T1 in that fashion, you never know. You just might be able to pick up a good lead, and that's going to bring a lot more confidence into your future matches. So it's now or never.
It definitely is now or never. Maybe today is the day. Predictions? Do we put it up? I think it's heavily favored, and this is not even. Yeah. It's T1. It's got to be T1.
Let's just picture until it comes back, and then crack on with this. I have the sneaking suspicion it's not going to take too long. So far, this has been good util from FPX. Alright, more aggressive from Wolves. Not necessarily the buy to make it work, but right kind of stuff. Yeah, and it's the same again. Like the Dizzy, the Paranoia. Like the utility from ENG is just too good. So the Haunt comes in, similar to what we saw from Genji and Talon earlier. FX are just too good to avoid common Haunts like this. And then, so Paranoia was thrown out first. Let's watch it in slow motion. Paranoia comes in, as well as the nade that cuts right across the little mound that you can play from. The Ray satchels in, just as the Dizzy is thrown. So ENG just peeks off of his own utility, gets a kill. Mosh is thrown on the back onto a fully flashed player, gets another. ENG, where's the second kill here? First one's there. Second one's just on Mound, so that was onto a Luba that got the assist from Neoman because it was the Paranoia. And then Ayang gets a third off of his own Mosh. And there was an Astra thing here too. Was it a Grav? Must have been. Or was there a stun here too? Let's see. Astra Util's always hard to keep an eye on.
7-2的比分，这一分狼队没有钱，直接提速打1。
It's either a stun or a Grav, and it's again like impossible to tell.
前期抢下来了，但是风布拉斯同样也想抢。
直接来到一个前点位，看一下阿阳先说了一个把 Quarterfish 给
Yeah, it's a Grav. Pulls those two players right in. But they are vulnerable. Yeah, so yeah, it is the Grav. Like, Jesus, that's a hell of a play.
4杀我5杀呢，喂，留一手，
非常漂亮，拿到了一波完美团灭。
Where is my ace？
没有关系，不上枪就行。
啊，引导公权谁？但是
Wait, so we see it from a different POV?
关系，不上枪。
Yeah, I want to watch this from. There's the flash. Peeks out short. There's the Grav. Tries to push for their own Viper wall. Almost an ace.
A 打控制权，他们
Liza just taking that kill in the end.
拿的。如果你想要跟我强拿，那你这个过路费一定是要收的，还要来眩晕光波要配合吗？
有踩雷飞剑，而且正面画质巡游是有反馈的，来福杰跳出来，正面第一波 ，OK， 狼队打赢了。
What did they do differently to avoid it this time?
还要来眩晕光波要配。
So the Mosh comes in. Dizzy comes up. Coldfish has like pushed past it. Oh, because the Dizzy's gone up on this side, Aluba peeks it from the other. And Coldfish has managed to like sneak in behind them to get on this angle quickly. So the Dizzy there just didn't feel like it was as good. But still, like, FPX have got one. There's 5 ultimates for Wolves to work with.
他出来的话会面对到3个强线。
对，而且狼队终极技能很多啊，这一分，看一下这波对枪。Oten 第一时间没有能够抓到 Coldfish，
他在帮自己的队友勾，后面来了 Berlin， 哎呦，只打一个。
是的。现在1打3的残局 ，Oten 被推了暗眼，而且后面有人过来搅自己，没问题。
I mean, it's literally getting into the next map now.
鬼眼直接先给出来，5。
So we're keeping an eye on it.
如果要强行打 C 点的话，这个回复。
5 ultimates still for Wolves here.
但 Spring 有晚安焰火。 克里斯如果能够用叶灵先笼罩一个的话，这个晚焰火感觉有说法的。
Nightfall hits the Viper ultimate.
我再躲不了。
There's 2 ults.
买他命了，真的是没有办法可以跑。
是。反开了一个回复。
这个回复对于防 plus 来说很致命啊，但阿阳有无敌超杀。
这个回复是囊括了一个。
And then plant Viper's pit, so that's 3 ultimates used.
角度会比较窄哦。
对，但防守方复活点的这个口子，对防守方来说。
And it's last round, so everything that you have should get used.
瀑布开嘛，但瀑布开的话，等找到这个葵色。
Maybe it's an element of
能咬到吗？咬到一个。
Not having it so you go into the last round of the attacking side with 5 ults in the first place.
找到了，但不够。 惊喜翻腾直接先出回复，但是克里斯加强非常稳。
God forbid, like.
而且用手稳是
FPX would have lost that.
这个点位也没什么说法了。
All right, so that's the first half. I think it was only like a 13-6 scoreline, 13-7.
对于很多队伍是打了第2，达成了。
鬼妹。
尝试一波，但是同样的。
See what this comp is like on the attack. Again, just waiting for this. As soon as this starts, we'll stop watching. And probably not finish watching. I'll probably do that off stream.
点到为止了吗？不。 还
要
顶，
要出来，但是外面人好多
，3个人直架，
哇，头也不回 ，YU 和克里斯
直接跑了。这3个人直架确实没有办法
啊。
那前期掉一个人的情况下，我觉得方 plus 就可以考虑往 A 去渗透一下了。
我只能说真的被研究了，这个狼队这个习惯真被研究了，这没道理的。这开局进攻方3个人，然后再加这个 B 大，
是这
个很明显已经捕捉到了狼队可能在首相局非常喜欢去做一个
5v4 for FPX already. Wait, where was Spring when he took that fight?
个重防哦。
3B 重防，安影直接推过来，但在另外一边，阿阳先抓了一个把
Back
克里斯
here.
打掉了，阿阳还有丢直接丢进来了，点
Flash broken instantly.
左右都有人，克里斯能接吗？没有办法接，一个都接不住。阿鲁巴点一个。
Good fights from Aluba, but just too much damage done already.
来说，
没有确切带上一个手稳。
So that's both pistols that FPX have picked up. No, sorry, actually. Wolves did get the first one, but they lost the follow.
FPS 如果要抢 A 大的话，会使用到这个烟哦，有可能他会直接一个剑影传到这个烟里面，然后帮助队伍去拉开枪线。哦哟 ，Oten 正面直架收掉。
I think FPX are consistently doing this well as well on defense.
还是要小心，因为他是单挂的 A 大，我怕对手的一个反扑把他这把枪给下了。
对，
察觉到有点危险，先润了。
哎呦。这是一把正义，
他这里只有1枪的机会。
对，只有1枪。他选择主动 pick， 但主动 pick 也就意味着会暴露自己。
He's telling him to not, like, don't peek.
可以暂时能往后撤。
是。
Like he doesn't really have much to work with, so yeah, has to just back out. Showed himself on waterfall, rotating towards CT, it's kind of nice. And then 3 players pushing the flank behind.
我感觉狼队不好回防呀。
看一下屁股后面3个人到了。
3个人到了，正面能先抽一个把奥腾给打掉，但是刘一手在一个高点位，
Point for right in the corner.
封一个过点，但正面，哎呀，阿阳和刘一手进行直架，已经有点无敌了。这3个人直接拉开。
And then they know that like YU was towards CT waterfall.
没办法了。
10比0的控制技能。
如果对手铺的烟比较多的话，就跟他们打一个近点的一些遭遇战，去混对手的一些烟。会打一个出其不意。
是。
如果你前面完全放了的话，其实对于
bonus 4 players pushing this. Viper wall across here. I guess it's kind of. I wonder if they're going to commit to this each time because of the smokes that they have.
阿阳补的是阿鲁巴，中路3人在 B 点。
Didn't catch all of it. Yeah, I mean for casting and stuff, I feel like the casting is very like generic.
但是有人在单摸。
It's like when you get good casters from other games come and do Valorant, like there's a lot of the like nuance and stuff missed up. They're good at like talking and telling the story.
是猜到了对手就是架枪的一个位置啊。
那现在这2颗星体点出来之后，这个回防感觉。
Saying that though, the casters like ping-ponging off of each other is really nice.
小烟给了个消散，柏林看一下有在直架的，看到了 Spring， 他选择正面平。
Nice, 3 versus 2.
收掉了。
我们要看一下阿阳手里是无敌超杀的背身，屁股后面有人在绕 YU， 但是碎石区有人留一手在直架的，可能会很难哦。2个人这个防守回防会形成一个脱节。
看你了，小伙计，哎呀，都不用看你了，这柏林正面已经把战场给解决完了。最后这个点位 YU， 这个1v3能先抓一个，有重力之警，看一下他要去守刘一手刚才发出的脚步声。 但是刘一手面前盖了个烟，又得去清这个烟。
All it's doing is just buying time, so that's why YU has to be loud with this. Scouting the fight. Mentally, they look boomed. Comps on ascent. Going for the Viper Cypher stuff.
进入到自己的顺云里面去求活嘛，去 pick 嘛。他这个是强化版的解封。
强点的对手争议一下，这一分还是同样的控制 A 大。
4 players from Wolves fighting.
不同的是4个人。
这什么情况？又来了3架 B 大，但对于狼队来说，这一
Why are you just playing off the camera like just off a mound?
要推 Spring 来不来呢？
Roll up, paranoia. Just misses Ayang, but he still loses the fight anyway.
知道有人了，柏林回头来看，但是我觉得狼队应该是点到为止了，前期拿到一个人数优势，见好就收。
但他们想捡枪，感觉他们想捡枪，他们让阿鲁巴去捡，阿鲁巴是可以捡得回的。
哦，还好。
OK，
这个锋刺。 这个近距离的作战能力确实强。
是。
At least this is working a bit more for Wolves.
对来说是有优势的哦，他们也进入到了一个5打3，人数上是有优势的。但枪械上只有2把狂徒。
And this is a good call for YU. Like YU didn't have this utility set up, I don't think. They had the camera here and they were playing behind it, but as they got the 2 kills, they put all of their utility on site. Like that's clever. Or just save a bit of money if the round Wolves just get completely destroyed. You save your utility for the next round. But now that it's actually like winnable from Wolves, that's when they put the trips down.
但如果来到 C 大的话，其实锋刺和正义发挥空间没有那么大。
是。看一下防守方的一个防守方的一个技能还是有的，能拉一个枪线，对，大宝点
正面，
Oh man, Lysol.
他直接赚了2个。
还有2个人。
All right, let's open this now.
Right, obviously,
back to it.
Hopping, you can still do it on the raise as long as you know your angles, but there's just a lot more utility. So if you know your flight paths to get into the site, as long as that's pat down, the way he can use other things to clear out some utility, to put extra pressure, to control both A main and B main from either part of the map, I think is a huge boon rather than Jet, who eventually always does have to take that contact, which is slowly being phased out in the meta for the time being.
Study some funny videos from his time on F4Q.
Yeah.
Get that movement down pat. See though, very far back from the side of T1. No one in the site itself, just leaving the turret as well as the nanoswarm over at the door switch.
No, obviously T1, one of the teams that did play the heavy Viper on Ascent, so they're going to be used to some of these setups to try to control mid a little bit.
Alright, sorry, I wasn't watching. I called Tom, but he hasn't answered.
Jump out, tap on the orb. That's going to be the 0 point sent from Rossi, but nothing tagged.
Still no reaction. So both sides kind of scratching their heads, but T1's feeling a little safer.
So Ascent picked by DFM, they're attacking first. Viper wall across here. Just disrespected. Easy answer, I think, to this, like, wall and any Viper play on this map is to just not be afraid to fight this.
Got to be able to utilize Medusa at this point. He wasn't spotted on that lurk. See if he can
Might take a lot of, like, bodies and resources. Ooh, why is this stuck on?
That'll give DFM a second chance in this round.
Pushing down this way, but
I'm just going to start muted here.
He's just going to be going for the jump peek over the top of the wall, see if anybody's going on that market approach. Which they are about to.
Yeah, they just push up here, take that fight, back out. Player advantage. Easy's got everything to do. Good peek, actually, from May. And because of the way that T1 have been, like, manipulated here, they are leaning over towards A and playing retake on B. So now it's a 4 versus 4. What kind of utility? You still have a Paranoia. You have a boom bot, and then you've got stuff like the knife coming online. Smoke should be soon too.
Pretty solid for DFM. They have main control. It looks like Cess is considering potentially lurking around, but he's just going to hang far back. Doesn't get tagged by the 0 point.
Does not. He also does have that Paranoia still available, as well as one more smoke to try to further slow up.
One way is really nice here too. Get a knife to check close. They don't clear it.
Ends up falling. As Anthem collects that kill. Jump peeking there. What those right clicks is okay. Rossi trying to match. He's able to find better of him, but Medusa
Yeah, and then clear on site. Actually, a really nice pistol from DFM.
Very well done by DFM. They recognize that T1 is also playing it safe. Eventually, Neth gets caught in mid, and from there on, they don't rush it into A. They still take advantage of the fact that they haven't shown themselves. Pressure back on A through short, and then it's just a quick pinch.
Yeah, they knifed him too.
Immediately, the post plan. I mean,
same here again. Like the audio levels are just all varied and different.
That crossfire, a great start.
Saya going for the standard Saya purchase. Marshall's still going to be in play, something that DFM will be very well aware of. It's a matter about sussing out where exactly that enemy jet is going to be. For now, he is alone on this side of the map.
Yeah, and this toxic screen forces T1 to have to pay a little bit more attention to that A side, so that's where the stack's going to be.
This low
DFM will try
FPS
to
dropping for a second.
We should also note, as we have this chance.
Spots him, and yep, it's just enough. Medusa now dead, looking for the flick of his life there.
Yeah, but that
I feel like the losing the pistol, the one Marshall strat seems to just be like getting a good amount of value.
We'll be able to bring an end to it here for now, shutting the door.
Like, I wonder how, but like how much.
Any kind of connection, but still 5 members alive here for T1 as they get ready to go on the approach here to retake the site.
So Recon's all the way like in deep. Like you've got the Cypher to play off of here. I like the DFM sort of peaked and then reset, went back. Now again, with like the space that they have a rough idea on where these last 2 players are, so they're able to like scale up and push. Not really worried too much about it. Maybe that's a bit of an overstep. But I think that May was quite close to having the ult, so either he gets the kill or he dies. Either way, might have the showstopper now, or he's like 1 ult orb away. Otherwise, I don't think there's any reason for him to push like that.
They should have, but DFM will still come out on
yeah,
top.
1 away.
And overall, what I really liked from DFM there is the post plant wasn't going to feel very safe, right? If you allow them to start.
I do kind of like the Raze on this map, though.
you're not going to be able to utilize the weapons you have to maximum efficiency.
Depending on how much you want to be opping.
Push back out, dwindle the numbers, and keep them at bay so that you can still spam through those choke points, through the smokes. So it's really good decision making. Overall, looking like a very stable start for DFM. And now we'll see how T1 reacts with the buys up, the Odin coming out. And something that I wanted to mention was first time Ross.
Who is the RRQ of China?
So we'll see how he performs on the KO. Of course, not an entirely new agent for him, but it is going
I
to
feel
be here on the
Wolves.
stage.
2 Sheriffs, otherwise Bulldogs and a Vandal here for the side of DFM, so still quite a bit of firepower as Rossi. Full flash.
Wolves are all gamers.
Trying to get that fragment down from May. That's his moment to strike. Rocket out. Sends it. I play down to 41. Is Izu.
Nice shots from Izu. I feel like I'm watching a VOD at the moment. Like, I've just been watching a VOD. I feel like I'm like not necessarily reacting to it as if it was happening live.
Currently on for an ace. Sees the gun, but didn't quite find that shot.
I can't quite get the shots in.
A little bit whippy.
They didn't use the showstopper then, did they?
The side of DFM, they cannot convert, so T1 will get themselves on board in round 3.
Oh, I mean, they were close to actually winning that round, too. The setup they had between May and Medusa, trying to create that noise so Medusa can get the flank around window. It was good, but like you said, not able to close out the kill, so T1 will barely stabilize.
I'm an all-gamer fan now.
With a couple of half armors.
Yeah, I'm...
Talked about Izu before this match started. Looks like
I think we'll know a little bit more by the end of this stage. Because it depends sort of what you're asking, I guess. Like, you're asking, like, which is the team that probably is a lot better than they might initially look. Can you imagine if DFM win? Long way to go for it.
He got a flash trying to break down that barrier wall.
Alright, with Lotus next too. Not necessarily that convinced.
So you use the tailwind there as May work down to 68.
Yeah, Sire players fucking super high setup.
All he knows that he's there now is there's a swing out, but actually doesn't send the shot. He had the lineup ready to go, but decides to just back away instead.
Yeah, a lot of time bought for T1 though. Eventually they'll have to give up a main control. Still have the nano swarms from afar. I love the Killjoy setup right now. You can still get all the information from mid to B, but provide that global support with the nano swarms, which aren't tied to your range, your passive range. That allows just the double setup for now.
Back to the same wall again from DFM.
Trying to consider if he wants to put a little pressure back on mid.
No command used on attack, but it's a fake and it is working. This is an important fight though. You've got a cyber cage to cut you off, so getting over there quickly is important, but a good damage amount is done. You've left the KO here as a late lurk. The Jet might push right into them. Paranoia, I think, misses the Killjoy playing on site, but the KO flash didn't. Izu gets a good fight. Execurate hasn't had to show their position just yet. Waits for that like initial fight and contact and then peeks out. Mollied off. Execurate's still playing as well because these guys can't necessarily fight it that well together. Oh my god, 1 versus 1. Yeah, no time. I thought it was a bit more to work with. Side player literally just walks all the way around, that's all it was.
I'm just gonna have to stay tucked, but he can hold on to his life here as Saya does grab the gun, does not get punished. So 2-2.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive there from DFM, but not with the entire clearance.
Scrappy fight.
The fake out, right? You're sending the null
Yeah, using a null command here and then just full bombing it down here is
however, they had no secure
like tricky.
So no way to really clear that back of sight. And Izu, very fast backup. I mean, seeking through his own Caterpillar smokes there. That makes all the difference for Execurate to hold just one angle.
Yeah, Execurate being able to play there is nice. And like, there was a good flash that actually came in from, is it Izu? Just playing, no, Rossi.
To stop you from being able to really find a solid foothold on that B side. T1 right up 2-2. But it is anything other than clean, because right now, very scrappy between the two teams.
Hey, Calcona.
See cash not being built up here.
Yeah, whoever wins
Carpe
this.
with some money.
Yeah,
How you doing, pal? Congrats on playing well this week.
Okay.
It's a lot of fun to watch you guys play.
See if it ever stops.
Yeah, not really dissuaded. Yeah, clear out on the dart, but bullets still flying. May work down.
Jamie didn't make playoffs, but I'm glad you didn't get relegated though.
Everybody other than
Taking a break from the game right now? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, you guys have had to go through the closed qualifiers and then play through the whole stage.
Saya just sticking through that
You
0.
don't want to overdo it if you can help it.
You must think that I'm a tree. That flush along the stairs now.
Gives you a chance to watch stuff as well.
All of DFM
we're going for playoffs next split. Yeah, I mean, I saw your coach's like tweet saying that like the goal was to not get relegated. So yeah, you did that. Definitely, like you win series against like Sweet and Sour and stuff. Like you definitely could have done well.
Effectively has to be the call.
This move is too obvious now. Yeah.
You have to. Talked about the creds at the start of the round. Not much you can be doing here. So, okay,
I think this isn't like an easy thing to overthink and get in your head. It's just like how obvious you're being. Like you got to think. Like round 4, you're only like 4 rounds into your attack, and you're trying to go for like a KO ult fake here and then rush in B.
Damage dealt. And overall, I mean, I guess you know, if you want anybody on the enemy team to maybe get that ultimate, I suppose it's the Omen.
Yeah. Not the worst thing here for T1. But
You probably got one of the best teams with like a Pina as well. Like when it comes to like flexibility of agents.
Oh my god.
Like Chuckle being able to sort of play any like main initiator and how everybody else plays off of it.
As well, just delay. So I'd love to see, you know, 1 or 2 other screens mixed in. Doesn't have to be consistent.
Yeah, I like some of the comps that you play. There's definitely sometimes, I'm trying to think, was it like the last time you played Sunset that you were running double duelist? I was a bit like, But like, it seems that you like found your footing towards the end.
Really streaking forward as far as the kills are concerned.
Because the comp that you were playing on Sunset before, I really liked. Like the solo, like initiator, Sova with the Viper. But the problem is just it can be a little bit static. I think it's quite hard to play.
Yeah, they dread the drone as well. They know that there was
I think what you got now is good.
So DFM looking to strike on Jay, but look at this stack. Immediate reaction from T1.
Well, there's a 0-point flash.
Comp is really hard on attack, yeah.
But now they're going to be slowed up. Showstopper though.
Anthem's got some good kills. Nice stuff for Rossi to like to back out. They know that the Omen's gone in on site, right? Because the KO, like he's got downed.
Saying, well, I can't really res you.
30 seconds left.
But also we have the spike down, and that guy's got no HP.
Yeah, Cape deals with him, and then they can res.
Pick him back up, so it's going to be 2 more weapons carried forward here for T1 as they move up 4 to 2. Again, damn scrappy.
I think you're one of the few teams as well, like from tier 2 at least, that like you can take a comp, like say whatever, like Sentinels might run on various maps. But it's not like you just try to do, you take the comp like, oh, we'll just do all of like the defaults from Sentinels and stuff. Like we'll add our own stuff in, or we'll cherry pick other strats elsewhere. Right, hold on.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I have all sound off, so I didn't see any notification.
Oh no, it's all good. I think you're coming through fine for me.
Nice.
Online here for T1.
Just felt that you were like super invested into the game, so you know.
Not that far away here for the side of the
No, I just didn't like. It doesn't make a sound when it calls because I'm on streamer mode, so.
Now's not with the rest of the squad, so it does have to rotate.
Only once it cancels the call, it gives me a notification for it.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh, and they were able to get snuck in, right? I mean, DFM, they even spot the fact, okay, that the smoke doesn't really have anyone covering it.
Sunny D in the house, for fuck's sake.
I wonder who that is.
Really pushing in on the back end of that. Entry power, very much.
How's China been?
It's been good. Like it's already sort of been better quality-wise in stage 1 than it was in kickoff. But
what's the rest of the setup?
Yeah, I guess it's like tricky for China when the majority of your games like clash with Pacific.
But you're not in that far out.
But also, I guess like China only cares about its own audience, so it's like we don't give a fuck if people are watching Pacific over China. Like, so long as Chinese people are watching China, that's all they care about.
The future rounds.
Yeah, I'm hoping like maybe next year they'll like invest into actually having a English broadcast.
Yeah, it's hard to know, especially with everything that's happening in League as well. If they're like not really being a broadcast on some days, but not others.
Donating some of that cash over.
Oh, really? I didn't know they did that. That's weird.
Yeah, because like TJ, the ones basically the TO for China, but it is like an arm of Riot, right? It's its own company, but it's effectively like Riot Esports stuff there. Yeah, TJ Esports turned around like the end of last year and said, we're not doing a LPL English broadcast anymore. We don't make money off of it. We lose it because they don't have sponsors for the English stream.
Oh.
Which is kind of like, you could probably get them, especially like through Riot contacts, right?
Yeah, you'd think so.
You know, just get the aim labs and all that kind of stuff.
And if you do, like that can be okay. But if it does not lead to
Pickle about to drop some rhymes just for Ryan.
Oh, I can't wait.
Is someone, nearby already in B main, somewhere right close to A main, to listen for the audio cues, to take that space, to gain some more control.
Thrifty. Why not?
Have these multi-step flow charts prepared on the side.
Yeah, May has looked pretty good. Like, that's the thing. I like this roster at least. I think is a good starting block. Like, say they want to like pick up a couple of players here and there. Like maybe someone gets dropped from another team or something like that. I think they could try and fit it into this squad. Whereas like last year's team was just shit. Like, I just don't know if there's anyone worth keeping. So there was no real build.
Yeah.
Is this Ryan Central, the man who is as bald as you? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Ryan's growing his hair out a bit today. Because mine is freshly shaven, so
a millimeter maybe.
Millimeter. That's a lot.
That denies the entire value of that toxic screen. Now you're scared. You gotta use utility.
Some people say a millimeter is too much.
DFM's adjustment is a late learning from Sesu. We'll see.
It's a lot of weird people interested in that kind of stuff.
Oh my god. Heard that Hitscan got a trial for Tarek's team. Call that a Ryan Sen trial. That's fucking awful.
To remember that
I mean, it's perfect.
Multiple rounds you have to think about, not just one round at a time.
Why Tarek's team though is the question.
Well, because it's Sen.
Oh.
But I don't know if I guess
Sen
he would have had to say like Rob Moore.
see.
Yeah, Sen trial. Wait, did you just think?
I thought it was. They just got mowed down.
You didn't even get the whole pun.
Yeah, I got half the pun.
Creep around, second shot will connect, finds the kill onto Carpe.
May has always been this good, even on Crazy Raccoon. It's just a bit awkward position for him, and the Crazy Raccoon has suddenly been yeeted into tier 1 again. Yeah.
Little flick of the wrist, and you will be able to find that third kill.
Changing around the coaches as well, aren't they? Or have been.
He doesn't catch the members filling back of sight.
I have no idea.
That could have been a weapon recovered.
It's DFM. I thought you'd be up to date with all of the tea.
No. Well, they haven't. This is their first match, so I haven't paid that much attention because I'll be honest with you, I don't care. The last team was a funny meme. This one, if they just get destroyed, will just be a bit sad.
The quick turn back.
Oh yeah, HSK. HSK was the coach before.
Yeah, but like they had I think they had a new coach, and then that coach became the assistant coach because they actually got a proper coach in from Crazy Raccoon. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe, I don't know.
A little bit faster. We'll take him down, and that's going to be a very solid start here for DFM. Pop flash over the top.
Yeah, I do think that's the thing. That's why until I've seen them play, I'm not gonna like clown on this team at all, because it's like the old DFM team were a meme, but they've now inherited the meme, which is a little bit unfair before they've even. Well, I guess they played in kickoff, but
yeah. And even then, they didn't look that. They looked better, but still lost.
Yeah.
Two-man advantage here for the side of DFM as they turn their sights here towards mid, and there you go. Izu does get caught.
Scary peak. It saw times out as well, but it shouldn't be too bad. I don't think it'll matter that much.
He's up top. Does take a shot. Able to find that elimination, but then Medusa re-swings back around, finds the kill.
Am I going to be casting Split 2 as well? Yeah, I think so.
There's plenty of cash here in the hands of T1.
Like, it should be business as usual. I just sort of wonder what they're going to do about, like, Polaris broadcasts, because, like, the initial broadcasts for Polaris
will
were good.
Wolves Esports be making it to Shanghai?
It doesn't look like it at this rate. I mean, they had such a hard week to begin with, but...
You want to try at least a little bit.
Like, they play up against All Gamers, which were, like, pretty bad in kickoff next week. But, like, All Gamers won their first series this week. And it looked, like, fairly decent, too, so it's a bit...
DFM lock in a third round victory here in the first half.
Started a farm for red vegetables. Now I'm in the Tom Biz. Jesus Christ.
And then even if things don't work out, you still took over A main. However, One of T1's weaknesses is they don't ever stop.
But I think, yeah, one of the things that Polaris is struggling with at the
has
moment
no chance to win one game against DFM. I don't know
like,
why
just good
people are
before
like
kickoff
so down on GE already. Like, they lost in a fairly close game to Zeta, and yeah, they got banged by DRX, but that's DRX. Like, there's DRX who looked good. Like, Bane has looked good. Like, Foxy9 now playing a Sentinel looks good.
Yeah.
Like, sure, okay, DRX haven't been massively challenged yet, but like, I don't know.
I mean, it will be next week.
It's like, yeah, but I don't think it's like a death sentence for GE. I think the only thing that worries me is that both Blaze King and Benkai look really poor.
Yeah, very big for May.
I mean, it's just a weird, like, hate boner for global esports overall, it looks like.
Yeah.
Whether they knew about the flanks or not doesn't even matter. But you got to imagine that that's a possibility DFM considered. Now, T1 heads up play.
Colin, that's even worse than what fucking Pickles right, and I'll be honest with you.
Like you said. And TFM, looking pretty solid already.
You can take a pretty easy guess as far as where Izu's going to be.
6 HP right in this corner.
Rossi gonna try
Like, DFM's had some fight back at least.
Covering fire, but now he himself is going to get caught up in the mix.
And then they all died to the spike anyway, so...
They took Watch players. We have to see G at global stage with you. I don't know, though. It's like... They wanted to keep Munya, but Munya obviously got the offer for... Paper X, which now seems like an unfortunate position to be in.
Yeah.
Like, Russ obviously...
They can call
Russ
and you're
doesn't
like,
count
yes.
as an import, so they brought him in. I think Lightning Fast and Russ have actually been their best players. And then Polvi, I think, will be good. I think Polvi will be good. I think it's going to take a bit of time, but he's a talented duelist. As said, the ones that worry me are Blaze King and Benkai, but that's the thing. If you're building a roster from scratch again, because like I'm pretty sure Aaron didn't want to stay because they lost Munya. Obviously, Texture wanted to play on a Korean team. Like, these are all players that you didn't really have much of a choice with.
Ping's coming down. They're very much suspicious about this. Rossi playing back Gen here for the moment. There's the paranoia sent in.
Throw them in a Lords of the Mice battle. Not even Mike.
Able to strike him down. Showstopper still at the ready. Side player now. Knives drawn. Sends one.
I think also for the other tricky side of it is because you have kind of kept the same coaching staff to an extent. Like, you've moved Spin up to head coach and stuff. Like, if it's like, I don't really like vibe with this style of coaching or IGLing, how they want to be set up, then it's quite easy to be like, yeah, I'm prefer to go to another team. It's where the whole like, idea of like, oh, what's your like, you hear it a lot in football.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
like, the philosophy.
Oh, no.
Okay,
it's fine.
That numbers advantage may
Fine,
not be
still
as great
winnable.
as they think with an Odin here.
No, I agree. I think more so it was just like, you lose Munya, maybe you're looking at a different import.
Getting damage out onto the Viper either.
Now
going to be coming through. In position, lockdown.
Well then.
Sends it. Mitchell's not available, but there is still that showstopper here from May. Something that T1 have to be very cognizant of.
I thought for a second he was going to win that.
A walk. And Sai says, oh, hello.
I'll give you a little bit. I'm not watching it on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. Let me shuffle across.
Am I behind or in front?
You're in
I'm guessing
front.
behind if you fast forward. Oh, okay.
Because I haven't fast forwarded at all.
Yeah, and a good double swing high-low setup there. That's going to the death in the round, going over T1. But again, TFM, some good ideas in the first half. It's just that they start to get real cautious as
I genuinely,
a little bit of that round
that Jimothy's birthday was yesterday. I genuinely can't believe he's 32.
Really? With just 2 baby-faced?
Yeah, I thought he was like mid-20s.
He's same year as me. I know, actually a year above if it was at school.
Solid position to be in.
They just added the gritty to Lego Fortnite.
Everybody widely just
right
out across the map.
That's the thing. I think I played the like
too much there.
The Minecraft clone for like 2 days, and then I was like, yeah, that's okay.
Challenge
yeah, like the town stuff is cool.
Don't mind this from DFM. They draw to the drone. Look at T1.
I just got to a point where I couldn't be asked anymore.
Oh, that's it. Okay, I was gonna say.
I need to put some more time into Enshrouded. I really like that game.
You're 31? Yeah, but like the sim.
Cleans him up, so
Like he was born in 92 if he was 32 this year.
Showstopper still online in this final round of the half.
I'm just 32 at the end of this year.
Together, over towards B.
It's like
gotta be a
very end.
Yeah, it's got to be a flash drive into the Showstopper, right? You don't have time to clear
What do you mean?
everything.
It's your birthday today?
Yeah.
Flash drive out. Showstopper finds him.
Luckily, that's quieting down.
Happen to be canceled as well.
30 seconds left.
Carpe nearby.
Yeah, until Mitch decides to change his mind.
Way too fast for him.
In India, we have talented players at least.
Now it is just Izu.
I guess though it's just they were trying to build a team with experienced players. Like I don't think that the players they picked up were bad choices by any stretch. Like wanting to keep at least a couple of players in terms of having someone from India.
How do you isolate this?
Then you picked up Benkai, who previously did like very well in PaperX and has a lot of like leadership qualities. I don't know. I don't think it was like a bad call.
I think it's also just bringing in Benkai and not having him IGL. I think is probably
yeah, it is a bit odd.
Part of it that helps is of course the pistol round as well. The pistol and the
because it almost feels like even if he's coming into not IGL, if you're Russ, you almost feel a little bit undermined. Because if you try calling and it doesn't work, you feel that there's almost like a replacement just waiting in the wings. But like maybe Benkai doesn't want to IGL as well, which is natural.
Absolutely could be.
I don't know.
We'll
There's.
see how they fare. Get ready to swap sides.
I guess it's just a weird one. Like, if he didn't want to IGL, maybe you have the sort of aspect of, like, he's an experienced player whose individual level should go up. Yeah. Because he's no longer calling. But it hasn't, and that's the bigger issue. But you couldn't, like, preemptively know that. And obviously, GE will have done scrims and stuff like that to see how it goes. It's also just, I don't know, like, I've spoken to quite a few GE fans in, like, chat. And my question is always just like, what is the expectation? Like, because some people genuinely have the expectation. Like, I said it at kickoff and someone in chat was like, oh, expectation for GE is to be top 2. And I'm like, well, that's just fucking delusional.
Yeah. Because it's also, like, how much money fucking Rossi wanted to do rock, paper, scissors, and he's getting shut down.
Imagine we just have a bodyguard that follows Jake around.
Slaps pencils and pens out of his hands.
Very seriously thinking. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like GE, when it comes to resources available to them, I don't think they have as much as certainly the top teams within Pacific. When you got like Gen G and T1 especially.
It doesn't seem like it.
Resolved promptly, but in the meantime,
like it sounds bad, but I guess
is to have a plan how they'll improve. But that's what I mean. Like, it's only been week 1, and I think people are already looking like it's a death sentence.
Took them a little while, but understanding the fact that T1 was catching on to their default.
Like I think realistically, expectations. I think just having global esports in the league is kind of more than enough for the like Indian scene at least.
Sometimes they would start to get a little too cautious, and you would run into.
But that's the thing. I don't think like. Okay, sure, the first map of the Zeta game was tragic. Don't get me wrong. But they bounced back straight after that one. Won themselves the second map, and then the third map. Okay, it could have been closer, but like I think Lightning Fast played a lot better. I think Russ played a lot better. It's just like Polvi having a quieter performance, but as I said, I don't think that'll be like something that happens every week.
Way back.
I was a fan since Apex Season 1.
Yeah, you one up those fans, Achilles. You show who's the real fan.
No, but I mean, it does just go to show, you know, even though we're still kind of in the nascent phases of Valorant, you know, it's been a couple years of play. First year of, second year of franchising, really.
Yeah, I mean,
my shoulders. Fuck. I know
I'm done. With players like Zumba, even Bunny, you know, joining.
Has there been many tick pauses in Pacific?
There's been a couple, but most of them have been very short.
Really getting caught up in the charm of it as they're following some of these players and teams.
I think there's plenty of people out there who just say, you know what, like, even if I don't.
Have you seen they're trying to change the financial fair play charges from points to a fine so they could charge City? Fuck's sake.
But yeah, I mean, these guys, even with Valorant being somewhat new, Carpe stepping into it very recently.
Yeah.
He already has a very storied career behind him, so
Because there's some yesterday, there were many situations where Poppy was getting kill on B-Wall the whole team. But that sounds like that was an attempt at a fake. Like, I think that was the plan. That he would lurk on one side of the map and sell a ruse to try and bait rotations. Like, I don't, yeah, it's a risky plan, but I think a lot of it's just they have a lot of faith in him as an individual, so.
It's gonna be a tough
I get it,
for
like it looks
T1.
silly when it goes wrong, but
Cypher
it definitely
and
seemed like they had
Viper.
ideas of what they wanted to do.
Things to clear out that util with sure certainty.
Hope you get enough sleep since tomorrow will be... Colin, that sounds like a threat.
I don't know if they even expected this composition.
Hope you get enough sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a rough day.
Why is tomorrow going to be rough?
Weaker teams just going with the
I don't know.
and trying to replicate things as best as possible, but DFM says we've got our own interpretation this time. 16 and 10 for May. A great first half, leading the entire server.
I was gonna say, I think you could maybe expect a lot of the composition, but the Rays might be the thing that threw them the most.
Well, you know, I got...
Incredible so far.
I get to cast KC versus Foot tomorrow. That's a good game. And then I'll chill and watch Vitality versus Heretics, which I actually, I don't know.
Great, yeah.
Heretics look favored. Then the next day, I'm casting Liquid versus Na'Vi, where I think Na'Vi are probably gonna pound Team Liquid if they keep playing the way they have been.
Yep, Sangren Bowl again.
To be honest, Colin, like, most of the work days in EMEA are super fucking easy. Like, I go in, I cast one match, and then I'm done for the day. That's it. It's like, my call time is normally like 2 p.m., so I can sleep in, and, like, I don't know. It's not, they're not difficult. The days where I'm doing, like, double days every once in a while are a little bit longer, but I don't, like, I spend more
doing, like, any
it's
days?
longer doing them.
But there are multiple people in there, so if they
I
ever
have
choose to go for the flank.
I think I have a day of, I'm doing a bit in week 3, I think.
Okay.
But they're already all in front of
But for the most part, because me and Mitch are living in Berlin, we'll just commentate each week. I think that's one of the only days I'm not commentating, is just one of the days in week 3.
Yeah, because I think that's when Pavlos goes.
That's the big question.
Yes, Pavlos will be here on the first day he casts is... Oh no, wait, sorry. The second day he casts, I'm on the desk, which is day 3.
Yeah, because I think he has a week where he's like does the second and third day, and then the next week he does the first day. So he has to be there for the whole week.
Yeah.
They and Neth both taken down.
Oh my.
It's a fantastic start to this post plane here for the side of T1.
So much to clear here for Cess.
Oh, Excurate spotting him.
Next time, Devon, say the day you'll be there, I'll make sure I come and like sit in the crowd for a bit or something. I haven't spent much time in the crowd because it's just like we've got like nice little areas to chill in now. Like, we got multiple areas that we can sit in.
Tying up the count, pistol round wins.
T1 played so calmly.
I'm so here for the Na'Vi revival. Hey, they signed Rin and then they start playing good. That's what I'm gonna say.
That's it.
Of Neth on tree, and then this Izu way ahead of the boombox.
It's funny as well because she actually is at the moment their team manager.
I mean, that makes sense, I feel.
Just bouncing around the corner. Solid work there from the side of T1.
I'm pretty sure, like, Eric for a manager would take what he's had before, like for FPX when they had no manager.
Yeah.
No assistant
that's
coach,
true.
no analyst. He's like, you're a person. I like you already.
Yeah, obviously, but they've had Mike as well, who, not Hypog. A different Mike who's great. I like him.
Double kill back to back in that regard. Just for a little bit more, Neth will be able to just
I'm so glad they got rid of Doom Bros for Eric. Fantastic. Yeah, signing of the season. I'm also glad that they minus artists and then plus artists again.
Trying to dance around, but yeah, they know exactly where he is. It's all on Medusa to see if he can deal any kind of additional damage.
I do feel a little bit worried for our
T1 now
our twins narrative.
All right, gave up
because I think that like
it's not getting close now.
Emil is worryingly close to the chopping block, I imagine.
For T1, they've got a couple options, right? You could really try to
certainly for like stage 1, stage 2.
go with something like the Outlaw if you recognize
Well, it's just like that if they don't. Like, there is a genuine world where Na'Vi don't make playoffs. And I don't even think it's, like, anything crazy. Like, they scraped the win versus Koi. And, like, I'm pretty sure Koi felt like they should have won that game. And then...
Theory, what should have been your bonus?
Like, who else are they going to beat? Maybe, like, BBL if they're playing them?
Yeah. If Money does leave Paper X, what team do you think he should join? I mean, you probably have a lot of offers.
That was insane.
RRQ, I think, would be banging.
Yeah.
I don't know who I'd replace, but...
The Talon as well.
So they'll bring in Medusa over. That means
One yet to Liquid, right.
Really helping protect that. But a nice spam through the smoke from Sess.
Na'Vi is back to champions winning squad at Copenhagen.
Actually 100% certain
Yeah, that would be a great fucking rematch if you had Na'Vi versus Paper X again.
Made down to 10 HP, but it's just Rossi and Execute left alive here for the side of T1.
See, watching DFM right now, it just feels like watching a normal team. Like, it's not like last year. I like it. I feel like they play well in a lot of rounds they should. I don't feel like they're actively throwing. Seem like they have a good read on things.
See where he decides to approach from, but DFM.
Wasn't Benkai still on the team at Copenhagen?
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, I think, yeah, you're right.
Neth runs over to B, and he takes that over for himself as well. Just
It was only like the start, well, it was after post-lock-in that he wasn't. Because they picked something up in the middle of the stage.
It's actually crazy that, like, when you think about this Paper X team, like, the best result they've ever had was still with Benkai.
Yeah.
Which just doesn't feel right, saying out loud, like, because we talk so much about the firepower and the success of this team.
Of course, for T1, I mean, the outlaw drop, not a big
I feel like back then, though, it's the same with EDG that just... I think they got heavily underestimated, and that's never going to happen again. Like, I think both those teams did so well in those, like, early events for them because nobody really expected them to be able to do that much. And then they just come out and start destroying and winning, like, ego fights.
This goes here. Other way, good for May to just swing in, flush Saya out of tree.
Adjustment on that trip near tree as well. They put it in a little bit.
Thing is, if May keeps playing this well, maybe fucking Zeta will just steal him.
Maybe haven't quite seen which way it's aligned.
Oh, and the orb control to deny the potential no command as well. Very heads up from DFM. It doesn't really build up towards any crucial ultimates on their side. They did give it to
I also
Medusa.
think Benkai was actually just very good in terms of the setups. Like Forsaken's Yoru was so good because they had like set smokes that would be placed for him to like TP into. Like they had a lot of really cool ideas, but you never really know who was coming up with those ideas. You just give the credit to Benkai, but some of that stuff still happens. So I'm guessing like Alex plays a big part as well.
Just working his way forward. 0 point comes across.
I think they all do. I think that's what strikes me about that team is I feel like they're all just such a bunch of nerds with utility that like one of the few teams that actually want to do server time and cook up some cool shit. Oh my god, May.
Can't quite pivot fast enough to find Saya player, but now Saya in such a dire situation tries to tailwind forward, but Anthem can just swing out of boats, finish them off.
Yeah, DFM definitely no longer tragic.
Not a flawless this time around, but still looking incredible. Keep this gap damn close. 2 rounds now, separating them as Maze just continue.
But I also don't know how I feel about T1, really.
You look at this absolutely rejuvenate DFM.
Are you sure, Pickle? I swear in Copenhagen they played with Benkai the whole time.
Flash strike pop right above his head, and you know it's a setup from his team. They have the
yeah, because like who else would have played?
A lot of space, and of course they were still holding on to the site as well. Backside.
Yeah, Benkai played the entire event.
Just trying to dwindle the numbers.
Because I don't even think they had a 6th. I think when Benkai came in, it was just an out for out. Like, Cigarettes wasn't on the team way back when. Something wasn't on the team way back when.
Yeah.
Certainly not going to be happy with how close things are at the moment.
So their best result is still 2nd place at Copenhagen. Sure, but their highest placing is still with Benkai.
Really pushed anyone to the limit, right? Let alone take a win. And Ascent, sure, you change your comp, it's the meta comp for T1, but it's a map that's been around for so long. All your players have had their moments on it. And so you got to imagine they thought, no matter what,
So I'm trying to
win this.
find
Now,
something.
When did they play second without him? I don't think they placed second anywhere else. Did they?
Started to have some good reads and calls.
Locking, no. Well, champs.
Still able to absolutely.
Did they finish second at champs?
Yeah. They made top 2.
Oh yeah, they lost to. I don't know why. I just forget that they got to the final. I guess they're joint top then. I guess the champs one's technically better.
Yeah.
They recognized you're one away from the
Yeah, they 2-1 DG. I forgot about that.
Cypher's all the way on A. Yeah, and everything.
Oh, he's spotted 2, but I don't think he's been spotted at all. There you go.
I guess just outside of being an NA fan, it was a pretty forgettable event for everything
else.
else.
Oh my.
Try to grab the gun, but it's just a bit too concerned now. Tagged.
To tell you apology? Oh, good luck. You're going to be waiting a while.
Swing out, but he's eating quite a bit of damage.
It's because the EMEA teams are playing, you know.
They're just not ready for the lurk.
I remember the EMEA matchup. Stop watching Locking, you know, when EMEA goes out.
DFM just one round away from tying us up.
Let's be real, Pickle. You would if you could.
Incredible round set up off of the timeout. You recognize the first step is probably the potential no command on B.
I'm trying to find how you add like more plugins and stuff to the Stream Deck.
But you empty it, right? Cypher on the other side. Trips are still online.
Oh.
You got a hidden cannon mid. May peeks off of a smoke.
How is this so close? Because DFM's new roster is not bad.
For DFM. And you can just see what these singular round wins mean for May and the crew.
I mean, yeah. Guys having a whale of a time. Top fragging in the lobby, keeping the team so tight-knit against T1. And he's just like, yeah, nice.
I mean, this is a guy who used to be part of the conversation when a lot of the fans of the Japanese scene would talk about the likes of Laz and Depp, right? You say, well, May's another one coming up. Never really got that chance to shine on a global stage. Now he's given it, squandered a bit in kickoff, but he's not going to miss out on the opportunity this time.
These defensive setups are really nice.
The man has inherited.
But they have the right stuff stacked in the right spots.
A fallen kingdom. And he's looking to rebuild it, and so far the construction is going down.
I feel like Tom loves specific more than EMEA. I declined to comment. Plead the fifth.
That's going to be paint shells out. No command now pops. TP forward. Side player just eat quite a bit of damage there.
Death in hell, though.
I mean, this time May doesn't have to do anything.
What makes you like Pacific more than EMEA?
Able to swing out. Gets rid of the
To be honest, this year might not be as much the case because I feel like EMEA is kind of like branching out a little bit in terms of like comps and stuff. It like last year especially, Pacific was just more fun. Like it was so standardized in EMEA that we never really saw anything interesting.
Yeah.
Whereas like now we actually see like Gecko, Yoru, like all of these like we even saw Deadlock. So it's like a lot more fun. But like. And actually, I feel like a lot of the time, it's Pacific that have now gone back to doing more standard shit, other than Paper X. But I also just think, like, especially EMEA, again, something that's changed this year, was just not, like, you kind of knew going into matches who was going to win. Like, you go in and you go, oh, okay, Fnatic's going to win this. And they'll just dominate the entire season. Oh, okay, Na'Vi will beat pretty much everyone except for Fnatic. And it was like, none of the games were, like, that interesting. Whereas, again, now it's, like, hyper-competitive. Like, I think the season's wide open. Also, we just had, like, last year just had a load of teams that were just arse. Like, fucking Koi, Heretics, KC, BBL. It's like any of those 4 teams playing in a match, and either they're getting smashed, or you're getting a shit game where 2 of them play against each other.
Yeah.
May's gonna be there. There he is. Looks for it. 2 knives sent. Still not
I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of teams in EMEA that are just trying to cook up too much stuff when they don't need to. So there's
okay
like more interesting comps, but they're just not being played very well.
They can empty mid at any point.
Yeah, but I'm alright with that. I'd rather see variation and people try stuff than just everybody try and play the same shit
like
over and
Fnatic
over again.
cosplays, yeah.
Gorilla says thanks, Ryan.
Oh my god, Saya.
Needs a reset. 2 more to work with.
No, you're ahead of me.
3 players. Then he has to be.
I mean, just refresh Twitch and it should be there.
Stack up. There you go. Just eventually is able to find the headshot, and DFM find themselves in a
Oh, what do you mean? Your deadlock comp was great.
You know, round 4 when they got
I liked it.
they bring it back, and in very good fashion.
To be honest, you had some kind of. I did quite like some of the set plays you had.
It's reads on the tendencies,
like the combos.
Plays, you've got good comps, the rotations are there. I mean, yes, it's almost an entirely
Boom.
new roster, but even much more upgraded than kickoff as well.
Nice flip.
I mean, clearly DFM have not been resting on their laurels during the Madrid break. This team has clearly been putting in the work. Now find themselves up by a round here in this set. I think that's eluded them, ever since round 2.
Yes.
They got the pistol, they got the anti-eco, and then it's been T1 pretty much the whole way since then until this very moment. 3 more to go to close this out. What a boon it would be for them, given that this is their map pick.
Oh, hello.
Know what is waiting for you over on Lotus. But hey, if May is going to be playing Rays like this,
true.
Oh, I mean, that they could find victory on Lotus as well.
I mean, the real question on Lotus is, do you get past Excurit's chamber, of course, but we'll have to wait and see if it even gets to that point. Maybe they shut down
right now.
Yeah, early on. 7 kills to his name on Excurit. Another switch on the screen, the Toxic screen, this time doubled up with the Cypher as well. I mean, you've got
God, I'm just trying to set up a little like stream deck thing so I can mute on Discord, and it's having me authorize my Discord, verify my email for Elgato. I'm just not even gonna fucking bother.
Up over the top, there's the flash, there's the 2 kills. Easier just trying to TP into the corner. It says, guy, I play Omen. I'm playing Omen right now.
It's just so
And Trailblazers are cooked. Yeah, I think it was like if DFM won the group.
They know what they're doing, what they're going to do in every single moment, and I don't know.
Although all the desk of this this match said if DFM win the match, they'll buy the DFM bundle, so they're going to be out 20 quid.
Off of a timeout, it seems reasonable. But then to
Or a
have
pretty bad bundle as well.
watch the potential Shrouded Step.
Yeah, definitely not the
listening out
best.
for it, I mean,
look, there's still more to be played, but if you told me coming into this week that DFM was going to have the hardest counter-stratting out of all of the teams in the region, I would have called you a liar.
well, and against a team that wasn't at Madrid, so you don't have that much tape. I mean, sure, they got through.
Is it Counter-Strike now?
Okay.
Oh, the cam spots him as
Yeah.
well.
Spotted, taken down.
I don't think so, because I don't think we've seen T1 play that much Ascent anyway.
RP just decayed all the way down, but what more can you do? Just back away. Hold on to your weapons. The timeout.
I mean, this is just very similar to what Liquid were running, but they were running a Euro instead of a
For the
Raze.
squad, DFM in 19 seconds time, they're going to be
They've
moving up
just
to 11
given
rounds.
up, yeah.
Getting very close. Now it's really just a matter of as long as DFM doesn't get
They were
too
lost.
antsy, doesn't
10
overheat,
seconds left.
doesn't start to lose control of their own excitement perhaps. Because, thinking back to, for instance, this round, it's off of a timeout. Like, even if it's not hard counter-stratting, you think about how they set that up. Off of a timeout, we want to make sure that we now up the tempo on A side, change up the top.
KO knife and Paranoia into wine as well.
You still got the pit.
Like, haha, I got you.
So if
Oh,
push out
nobody's
AD,
here.
there's no one there, you pit up, you got the trips, like everything is covered.
May is
And this is
26
just
and
some
15.
thorough Valorant
Fucking
here on
hell.
this map 1. And another, they
Excurit's
never place things in
also
the same
bottom of the
spot.
board.
So
What?
now you have Cypher and Viper, essentially 2 Sentinels.
Yep. Temp 2.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
Remember stack up here for B. May just going to be...
That's oh yeah, they won it against fucking T1. I forgot about that. But not even this T1 though, was it?
No, delayed toxic screen this time, so they don't know exactly where it's set up before the round begins.
This feels different. This is it.
T1, they understand that the screen is really...
And then for map 2, they sub back in Soldam.
Deny
Yeah.
value early with a push up from Saya.
Like, they're just so keen on... You know what it's like? It's like in Pokemon where you're trying to, like, level up, like a fucking level 5, like, Charmander.
Yeah.
And you go to, like,
There at B main.
basically the Elite Four. You put them in first, and then you sub them out for one of your actual Pokemon, just so they get, like, half of that experience. They're just like, put Soldam in now, put him in now. Let him get a win.
This push to come in.
I mean, Cess is prepared with the paranoia. He knows, he has full faith. that
Soldam
Death will
is
cover. Not
evolving
only will
into
you
a
get first
capable
cycle,
player.
You still
Yeah.
got a Cyber Cage. You still got a
He has hands now.
turn around for the smoke.
On cleared. Flashes out.
They brought the trip, but there's only one of them.
Plenty Plenty of obfuscation as May spraying into that smoke. Works Isu down.
Tom's still at DFM here. No, no, no. I want this. I want them to do well. They are gonna completely fuck my pick'ems, but that's okay.
If honestly you predicted DFM in this, you deserve it.
Yeah.
Now send Saya player.
Like, we need to find data on those players from VLR. Get their names and addresses. Get the Secret Service to check up on them and see what they know.
Knows where everyone is. Fragment into the corner. Check switch side. Nothing noted, but gun barrel spotted Saya.
What?
Swing comes in. May gonna fall. Rossi able to find two, but two.
Man's cheating.
This Medusa.
Come on, Medusa. Why are you so far behind? Yes, come on.
Oh.
Swing out from Rossi.
Oh, lucky.
Bail them out. A 3K from the KO. It's T1. And we'll inch this back towards a damn near tied up game.
Man's gonna get 30 kills in his first game of the split.
I mean, T1 held on to this round.
Was it going to be one of those like 30 bombs but still lose games?
So they're constantly
Maybe.
out in doubles.
In China there was a 40 bomb and they lost.
They're staying one step ahead on the trades because otherwise,
Nah, I'd be
honestly,
fuming.
Yeah.
once again pretty good. They even made sure that they checked window again for that lurk in from Saya. Anthem catching sight of that brings back May and denies that flank.
But yeah, I kind of think that like interest in China was kind of shafted by both having like EDG and FPX qualify for Madrid, and then neither of them really do that much. It's like people know that, you know, if somebody like Trace goes instead, there might be more people like, oh, who's this team? What are they good at? You know.
It depends though, because I feel like maybe FPX, but I definitely think EDG have like an audience at this point. Like,
yeah, for sure.
People will watch for Kankan. Like, people will watch just for him alone. No, May died.
I think like FPX is like, even though it is sort of a new team, the org isn't new at all. We see them a lot at international events anyway.
Come on, Medusa. Go on! Nice.
Evened up here. Rossi just backs away.
I'm now just fully rooting for DFM, but fuck it.
It's flipped around so badly now.
Roll theft available.
I don't want them to get close, then lose. Like, if you're gonna get close, you gotta win.
As well. All the tools you need.
Put some shots through across there as they jump their way over. 1 for 1 there. Side player just get taken down immediately after finding Anthem.
The neural theft in.
Now invested. Excret pulling off the angle after spotting them here. The reveal is in.
Paranoid actually missed him. Ooh.
Nice.
Excret needs to try to 1v2 this.
Oh, no. Yes!
Jumps in the boats. Takes it
Let's
down,
go, Ned.
Just in time, too.
And DFM get themselves up to map point.
What a hero play. You're the one lower in health. You still just jump in with the shorty. It's the Hail Mary because otherwise you don't have time to jiggle around. We've seen so many ring around the rosies there that really deny the time for the defuse. And now map point for DFM.
I think they picked up the up and then got rid of it.
Again, these setups.
I didn't see any player with the up in hand.
Double for Medusa to buy time. Things like this. Cess going up high, ready for the crossfire. I mean, DFM, everything is thought through step by step.
I think they're a little bit worried.
I mean, listen, you got to be worried until it's over.
Well, potentially the last round here of this map. May at 29 kills.
Look at this buy. Attack up, 3 stingers and a bulldog.
But also attack up with no shields.
In this and take this up to overtime.
That's not a good sign.
Hunter's Fury. Can they get in a position to utilize these? For now, it's side player leading the
If your duelist decides, actually, I'm not going to be the entry, I'm just going to attack off.
Spotted there by the cam. Lockdown now. Committed to.
Are they gonna hunt his Fury?
Being taken quite just yet.
Oh, they're just leaving it.
They're just using their post plan. I thought they'd maybe use it to clear out this corner. Oh, there's the nano. Oh.
Absolutely unexpected. Comes in, strikes. Takes out 2.
He TP'd in just as the recon went down.
Now Milkman gonna be burned here by Anthem. They want to end this right here, right now. Side player taken down, a 3v3.
Guns are a lot better.
He's committed onto the site. This Hunter's Fury.
Did I jinx him? Is he gonna end on 29 kills?
Drop down around the back. Harpy puts that stinger to use. Finds one. Anthem gone, but now Medusa and Neth versus
Gotta
Rossi.
drop down at the same time. They are peeking it one at a time.
Stinger finds one.
Oh.
Yes! 3K. He will get the defuse once more.
Actually, easy.
In their opening
I don't know if they can do it on Lotus, though. That's the thing.
map victory.
What a map from DFM.
What the fuck, man?
Exactly why they picked this ascent. And they bring home a map victory. Sure, it's not the full match just yet, but it's been a long
Wait, let me see how many people are right with their predictions so far on VLR. Thus far.
Last year, in fact,
So I feel like everything that's happened so far has been like kind of expected.
Under the DFM banner.
Well, as a spoiler, we did not get to see May drop 30 kills.
Most people have like 1 or 2 wrong. But there's 960 people that are right so far.
Not much time to talk about it, so we'll go ahead and pass it over to them.
Thank you so much, casters. Ladies and gentlemen, sit down because DFM finally wins their first game in what feels like forever. Like William said, we have not
give me a
even
second.
seen a game win since last year against T1, funnily enough. And Ascent went out. We can see why they pick Ascent. They were so well prepared for this. They completely anti-stratted T1, and they were on form, looking good as a team.
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of interesting to me. They came in with the race comp like I wanted to see, but that was me assuming that it was going to be going against the Cypher Viper comp on this map, but T1 actually changed it up, maybe unexpectedly, to DFM, so I don't know exactly what their thought process was or if they expected that this change might happen. I'm sure they're prepared for it. I'm sure they played against this comp in their scrims. 100% that's happened. So regardless, still great stuff for them. Great preparation. You have to be so excited. Kilius is like, you guys have a lot to talk about. I'm like, no, I don't. They won. I'm just so happy they won. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I feel like we got to fork out some Valor points pretty soon. So we got to bring our wallets out to buy the DFM team capsule because that was an incredible game. I mean, the first half looked a little bit even, but throughout the whole map,
Oh my god, this whole signing up thing is a
players like, I mean,
nightmare.
Still May dropping a lot of frags, getting these great entries. But overall, it's just the fact that DFM as a whole look a lot more cohesive.
Let's fucking
They
do
would
the
have
payout.
these set plans, these great protocols where you have the KO tossing the flash, main with a clear flight path into sight.
Let's start another prediction. Who wins map 2? I wonder if it changed slightly.
Absolutely. I'm on
Yeah,
like,
see who the like 10 cloaks are.
to the point where I'm just genuinely
And he's like
very
fully
happy,
dedicating to it.
as we all are, to see this kind of performance coming from them. And May blowing it out of the water here as a raise.
Oh, he was so on point. I mean, the blast packs look really good. Timings look good. Like you were talking about, Quack, good support from Anthem in particular. Had a really nice setup with the KO. Everybody kind of pulling their weight behind May. Even though you have a little bit of a role change in the back there, you know, not going back to Cypher, but I'm pretty sure, if my memory's serving me correct, that he used to play a lot of Cypher back when he was on Crazy Raccoon. So
30,000 points. Damn.
Absolutely. Everybody in their comfort
Fucking killing
zone,
it.
but May is him. Like, this is the next duelist. He's finally kind of coming
Right,
into
I'll
his
be back
own.
one
We've
sec.
seen flashes
No
of it
worries.
before, but now it is the May show.
I mean, he's definitely landing some incredible shots, some
that's not
sweet
one.
double multi-kills, and it happens pretty darn often as well. You would also see some of the other players, like Cess, for example, who not only just providing him with cover,
got it, but
they
it's
have
not
the
working.
audacity to go in for some crazy antics, like jumping right clicks, and it kind of throws T1 in for a bit of a loop sometimes. I mean, pretty nice moment from Rossi inside of that dark cover for the time being, but apart from that, like, you can see that DFM definitely trying to push a lot more pressure up against T1. And so many of these rounds where, you know, T1 tries to go in for retakes, it feels like they had their work cut out for them. You know, we start things off with DFM picking up the pistol, and they just picked up momentum after that.
Yeah, they just had T1 red, especially in that
Are you
second
logged in on your stream deck app? Yeah.
away, and they just climbed back,
Like it's updating and it's saying it, but it's now open in Stream Deck.
I mean, and that goes back to the protocols that Quack mentioned earlier. Like, especially
Yeah, it
on the defensive
opens and
side,
it's
like,
just
their
still
ability
not
to
there.
react to things properly
Unless I'm missing
is a big
something.
part of it. And look at the way they set up those combos there. You're seeing it right here on your screen. Everything we've been hinting at, you're now seeing. It was just such good coordination. So this is huge credit to the coaching staff here for DFM coming through, getting them well drilled no matter what. Because I think probably could have anticipated a different comp from T1 potentially.
Denying because it's like such a simple thing that should be easy to add.
I think the only time I was kind of upset with the decision anybody on DFM made was actually May in that 1v2 we're using Wine with the showstopper on a post plant. Like, why'd you wide swing that? But other than that, everything else was pretty darn good.
We can confirm that moment when Paper Thin was very offended by that
to
decision.
Anybody in the building can confirm.
Like, why wouldn't you use the showstopper? But it doesn't matter because they won that map pick. But the next map is Lotus. Now, T1 did lose Lotus to Paper Rex, but generally they only lose this Lotus to Paper Rex. They're actually quite good on Lotus. So I'm wondering how DFM is going to do this time around. Are they going to bring forth that
Maybe I
energy,
need to like close it
from
properly.
the first map into this? And are we going to push forward into 2-0, or is it going to be a 3-mapper?
Well, I mean, certainly you would think so. You know, after winning a map like that against T1, denying them that overtime, and not only that, just looking pretty clean with some of the ideas that they have, clearing out Hell, for example, over on A site. On towards Lotus, you must be feeling a lot more confident, and I feel like that's
still not there.
something that
Weird.
you can really bring with you. Not only that, you know, you have the effect, you have that same kind of strategy from Ascent, whereas T1 doesn't really know what your game plan is. T1 doesn't really, you know, study you up that much because you haven't really shown all that much before. Meanwhile, DFM knows that this is probably the exact composition that T1's going to run. You always expect Excurate on this chamber. He's got the operator, he's got the tour de force, and he's locking down and posting up on a lot of positions. If, you know, players like May, or along with support from Cess, for example, they can go in for wide swings, throw off his crosshairs, that could really throw T1 off kilter. Like, they might just be knocked off balance because the entire team's like positioning and everything is just thrown off.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, and I think
Oh, I see.
kind of maybe the thing I'm really thinking about, I guess, in regards to that aspect is, what's your initiator going to be? Is it going to be Sky or is it going to be Fade? Because how do you want to keep that chamber uncomfortable, right? I think everybody's looking at Excurate here as kind of the pivot point, the main factor for T1 that might set them over the line in this match. So I'm thinking, which one of those initiators do you feel like is going to be the more comfortable option to deal with it? And I think that you can make good cases for both, but I think maybe on Lotus, with the way that Excurate plays it, I think maybe the Sky actually might be better here with the flashes to keep him off balance, because the Prowlers and things like that probably aren't going to be getting close enough to him, and you have to have some pretty amazing lineups with the Seizes to get them into range of him. And the Haunts are
There we go.
issue. So I could see them sticking with the Sky here and not really changing up their comp as well.
Gotta agree. I mean, I feel like with the flash, you know, at least you would have to at least turn away, and then, you know, crosshair-wise, that would be tough for Excurate as well. Or he just gets fully blinded, and that's just better for May to come in with these kills, and that's exactly what, you know, DFM needs. But apart from that, I would also just like to see Medusa being consistent. You know, so far he's been good on Ascent. If he can keep that up.
All right, there we go. I finally got it working.
That would be even
For some reason, it was just like having me having to log out and log back in.
We have so much to comment on this.
I shouldn't have probably messed around with it as much as I did, but
the game, the question this time
let me
is,
just
which
do
team do you
this.
think will get 5 rounds first?
5 rounds first.
And that should be a little bit better.
Boy.
We don't have much time, so you guys gotta pick.
Pain. Who starts on which side again?
Yep. Well, you know
Remind
what?
me.
You got like 5 seconds to pick. It is T1 on attack.
All right. Okay.
All right.
T1's attacking
You guys ready?
first on Lotus, okay.
3, 2. All right.
All right, there we go. I could probably add some more stuff onto this, actually.
You have.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
They start
Why?
on attack.
Because they started on attack.
That's my reasoning from before.
Yeah.
All right.
And you know what? Weren't they the first 5 rounds up? I can't remember actually anymore. How about you? Why DFM?
Just riding the DFM hype
Damn,
train, honestly.
DFM believer.
I feel like they definitely have a chance to surprise T1, and T1.
It is like first to 5
They might
rounds.
not be feeling too hot right now. I think DFM has a chance.
Yeah, a lot of these are just like, it's just sheer dumb luck.
That's true. But I'm like, I have the same pick as Paper Thin now, so I'm feeling good about that.
I mean, like, it's Lotus, so it's whichever side's attacking first. Doesn't matter who.
I do like your input on which initiator.
I mean, that would have been a good bet. What have they been running, though, on this
Very
map?
much like how Devi is. Okay, we're gonna go to Asian picks in a little bit. Divide, it did work.
My heart was correct for a map, I suppose.
The best initiator for Lotus, but in this case, especially when you're going against a chamber, especially an X-Curate chamber, that might be the answer.
Yeah, I think
so. DFM lost to Team Secret and DRX. And they were running Sky.
Properly, because I saw a few times with Paper X where they kind of.
And then T1 was just running. Oh yeah, they were running like the normal comp, but they had X-Curate on chamber.
I mean, yeah, they still won, but things like that.
Yeah.
For. So certainly the Sky's fine. I mean, if
I like X-Curate's chamber's good. It's just the Susantu buff. Although I say that, I haven't really seen Jason play chamber, but I'm sure he can play it very well.
Called upon a little bit more to make sure that they're being proper with that. Regardless as well, if you're going to be committing
so I play like top frags.
To deal with
but
the chamber, you're also going to need to make
still way behind what May was able to do.
Which pretty much everyone does, so you got to make sure that those are hitting the set net.
Damn, no gamblers. No one has bet. There's one bet currently on T1.
While DFM is probably running on a high right now, T1, have we seen historically, do they get shaken up by losses?
Modern.
Do you think they'll
Did I win? I don't know. No clue.
That's a great question. I feel like they already are.
Yeah, I mean, they're the first team to lose to DFM.
Precisely. Visibly, not only that, like the player cams, you can see like sometimes not really that much communication. So they really need that mental reset. That's very important for T1 right now, because it's not just the fact that they lost the first map. There's so much pressure. You don't want to be that first team that loses to DFM. And not only that, there's like so much for them at stake.
They can do it like this.
Are in Korea after all. T1's such a big org, big team, high expectations. They have done so well. Can they keep that up? I feel like there's a chance because they almost pushed first map into overtime. Izu started to have some crazy moments.
I maybe got this out from before.
But in some situations, I mean, DFM's teamwork was really up there.
Yeah, especially if they do manage this one situation, Sunset.
There you go.
T1 has proven their mettle on Sunset too. So this
Pauline is all in.
Against DFM. But we want to see the DFM win. This could be the day. We want to see that turnaround. We want to see that progression from all the teams. But it's
2-1 with 37. Everyone says DFM trash again. DFM his turns up. Map 3 closed at 14-12.
It's something that
I like the optimism.
It could happen.
I don't know if they keep it up like they did, maybe 2-0. Maybe 2-0.
Played together for a long time on multiple different orgs and stuff like that. So this is like the right recipe for something that can start to build, that can start to excel. Okay, we saw it on one map. Great. Now
my family name meaning is bad luck.
Able to build into more map wins. Are we going to be able to see this coordination?
So I never bet.
Your family's cruel.
Maybe your like name's ironic and you're actually really lucky.
That's not going to be. It's never consistent, no matter who you are. Even the best duelists in the world, even Aspas, can't do that all the time, right? So you still need to have some more support behind him. I still saw a few moments from some of the players that looked a little bit not confident with their aim. I'll put it that way.
How could you do this to my team?
Cleaned up because everything else started to
Are you Atlas? Are you CEO of DFM?
The question is, who do you think is going to hit Iron first?
Well, he's much closer to it.
Do you have one of those with my bald head on it? Like, because that would be, that would be it. That would be the answer.
Just pull up the scorecard.
I mean. The Iron Buddy, like, I see some of the pro players
I feel like the one thing Pacific just doesn't have is just like some sort of assets for their desks.
Yeah,
it's just like it seems
CS.
like there's Phil and it just goes just down a fucking rabbit hole.
When they're playing in game, like they can pick. And you see them with other teams.
Hard work for them. That's just like one of the things that EMEA is doing, where it just feels that they just have less of a desk.
Right.
2 matches ago.
But like for better or for worse, because it's like less work for the analysts to do if they're working 2 series a day.
We didn't get to answer this question. Which bundles are you guys gonna get first?
I guess it might be DFM.
It's looking that way.
Really
We're getting close.
Pretty soon.
I was already gonna get that one pretty much 100% because I like the design of the gun and the banner. For sure, it's like more my style. Paper X
like T1's defensive side is pretty good, and
Crew as well.
DFM's defensive side, at least from kickoff, was awful.
They might do it right here, right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This could be it. This could be your first bundle.
actually still kind of hoping for it. Yeah.
So you'd have to like
I
hope
think
for
we definitely
something
do want that.
completely
I know the players are still
different.
setting up right now for this second match, which I'm dying to see at this point. I hope their momentum really carries on.
Are those
onto
earrings?
Lotus.
Is that like a radiant?
It looks like it, yeah.
It's kind of like a radiant
In a
symbol.
way, if they
I'm pretty
don't
sure it
win
is.
Today, we had mentioned this. This is really not a good look going into that first match.
Isn't the
for
Pacific
them
English
on
desk second or
Saturday
third?
against
Well, the
DRX.
Korean desk
And
is
when you have
definitely
two
in
Korean
the
teams
venue.
facing each other,
So I
in
guess
the
that would
home,
be the
like, home
primary
turf here
stream.
in
I don't
Korea,
know
you
if
the stadium's gonna be completely
they probably
packed.
give the
Because the
same
other
feed
day,
to the other
even,
two. So I guess it
T1
doesn't matter.
PaperX, I believe DRX was playing that day as well. It was completely packed in the stadium. The energy is really high. The crowd was chanting, and this is kind of rare in Korea. I don't hear a lot of chanting happening here, except by like grand finals events, but they were full on last time.
They only do it for teams that they really love, the really popular ones, and they started chanting for PaperX a little bit last year. Just full stadium of DRX fans.
Well, yeah, I guess
But now you're absolutely right. T1
what's it
versus
like on the
DRX,
Korean
that's gonna
stream?
be
Because
a
I would
little
feel
bit
like the
rough
Korean
if
stream,
T1
at least for
doesn't come up with a
T1,
win right now.
should have
They
decent
did pick
viewership, but
Lotus.
I don't
We
know.
know how strong they have been. Again,
I think even for DFM, right? Because this team is predominantly Korean.
about how T1 might be
What do you
able
mean?
to,
DFM's
repair and
Japanese.
fix their
Yeah, as an
strategies
org, but the
given
players
the
on it
amount of
aren't
time that they
like all
had.
Japanese, is what I
What we
mean.
saw from before was that, you know, that there's
They
an
not?
A-Rubble control.
Isn't it just one?
Very often from
One Korean, Medusa.
Oh.
PaperX often
All the
had
rest are
Forsaken
Japanese.
lurking, flanking.
Guess that was more of a thing last year.
If T1, you know,
Yeah.
start to get a little bit paranoid, getting a little bit in their own
Wait,
heads,
260 viewers?
it just feels like a tough game. They
Is that
really
not
need a
just?
mental reset.
Are they not
No,
on
no, I'm
YouTube?
right there with you. I think mental is definitely the thing that's plaguing T1 right now.
Because I thought
think
it wasn't
they
like
took that
Twitch
off the PaperX a little bit too
dead
hard.
in Korea.
Kind of tell with the players after
Yeah.
the match that it was in their minds, and this is going to take a big time reset from them and their coaching staff to get them back into place. Even if they win this match today here, this is going to be in your mind that losing this map is definitely going to be on their.
Yeah, it's like whatever the new like a
And this
freak
is not,
streaming
no,
platform's
no
called.
disrespect to DFM either, but it's just.
So there's
become known
10K
as
on
that
the
team
English
that
stream.
has zero win
I don't even
streak
know how
for
to
so
find the
long.
Korean
Now we're
stream.
looking at the stats between Mei and Saya player, and this is fantastic output for Mei right
Africa
now.
TV.
and,
No, I think it's called something else. Like it's becoming like a new brand.
like pairing up Mei, pairing up with this guy. I think.
But I might be talking at my
I
ass.
don't know.
I can't remember.
I agree. I really feel like with what I saw from DFM, that they at least have a good idea of how to play within themselves for sure. Their protocols seem pretty good now. It seems like they've really cleaned that up a lot since kickoff. So it's just
I was watching through
handle
a China VOD that I missed, so I'm going to continue with that until this game starts.
kind of the biggest
Because I feel like they're
puzzle
just
for most teams dealing with him because
they're stalling.
Forget it, especially on their defender side. He's just shutting you out. And
Yeah,
then on
yeah,
the
but-
attacker side, Saya's kind of leading the way. So keep those under control. You gotta hope
do this,
Medusa
bit
doesn't have a monster game.
small.
He's capable of those two. Everybody on the team is, but certainly those
Let
three
me just go back
are
to
the
the
ones.
tab. I'll keep the sim size though. It's there each time on Twitch, which is nice. It's a bit big. Sorry, I need to remind myself what happened this round.
不用再点内去硬扛，不用再点内去执着。
对，可以打一
Oh yeah, this was where Why at the setup, they get the 2 early kills. Why sets up his utility over here.
给10点肯定是有点难，
感觉给 C 大包吧，可能是。
应该是要给 C 大，给10点不太好守。
对，给10点在点内去守，这种锋刺正义在点内，他发挥
They
空间
made the right choice to side player.
C 大的话，其实锋刺和正义发挥空间没有。
I don't know.
是。
Like it's a really odd series now. I'd say it's a safe option, but
能拉一个枪线，对，大宝点，
正面乌灯留手
on the face of it.
他直接赚了2个。
Saluba trades Autumn 2 versus 2.
这个腐蚀效果
Haven't got half yet.
手法很尴尬，他血量一直不停的在掉。正面
Oh, perfect typical fish to peek actually.
打一个，最后看一下1v1。
Good fight from
克里
Perks.
斯抓掉了 Autumn， 这个爆能器时间完全来得及。
是的，绕墙
腐蚀的效果，腐蚀会导致你的血量一点一点的在消磨消逝。
What did I say DFM were running before? They were running Sky, weren't they? And I think they just moved around who's playing what otherwise.
前期两边这个 A 大不抢了，防 plus 给
So
你了。
wall. So yeah, FPX are just committing to this wall every single round, no matter
那
what,
些技能去抢这个 A 大，
because they have like loads of smokes to work with the Astra and the Omen, so they could just do this
也不错。
Viper wall every single round, which is kind of cool.
现在对于 FPS 来说，他们4个人抱团是来到了 B 点。他们想要去。
I do think Wolves would have a lot more success if they had YU on Killjoy though. Oh, and they just life can't quite get through.
还没有进得来。
Nightfall showstopper all used to just shut this down for Wolves.
克里斯叶灵都交了，
看到的人有2个。
看到2个人的位置，这个战术监控。
保安老大爷喝茶看监控。
关键是他们找了半天，好像没找到监控啊，找到了，打掉了。
第二时间打掉了
啊，打掉了。而正面找到了留一手，完全收了一个，多打一个。
Nice 2 kills from YU.
2打4，这个魁父展开是展开
And
了，
4 versus 2. FX of the Viper's pit. But they haven't planted. Can't quite get into that corner. A good round for Wolves, but it was costly. The only good thing is that you get the Viper's pit out on defense early. And then it's now Nathan D calling a timeout. FPX on an eco gun C. Yeah, smoking this off. So instead of doing this Viper wall to try and take the space early, they just Omen smoke it.
2把正义，一把封刺，加上2把狂徒，先控球再说，因为阿阳还差1个点就有大招了。
When Cassie Esports? I actually don't know.
阿阳没有皮带啊，这个回合。
没有皮带。
Is it today even?
没有皮单也就意味着你们只能够进到点用。
Astra one way to try and sneak through here. I'm growing to the idea of triple controller.
可能就被抽的。
对，就给出来了。Cold Face 这个手稳还不太
And
好。
then just having this Viper wall over here each time.
第一波直接进到点内了，阿阳甚至可以去安置爆能器，安这个安全包。看一下这个爆能器正在安置，但第一时间柏林已经被 Spring 给收了。
踩雷飞线第一时间给出来不太好安了。
打断了一下。阿阳的血量已经是来到62的血量，看一下这个爆能器成功安置。
Ayang's able to plant.
但正面 Life
Why he gets another one? To be fair, he's been getting quite a lot of kills over on his defensive side. Paranoia is used, but Ayang playing off of it gets a kill like towards Waterfall.
但丢丢没有反馈啊，丢丢没有反馈，人到底在哪？
得再打一个他才会考虑去开这个大招。
Holding a wider angle, Autumn's closer in. Thrash is going to be used. Actually gets onto Plagues. Is this going to be any follow-up here? Eventually, these guys are able to peek, and they're peeking all together. Really well played from Wolves there too. Was against the Deco, but yeah, I guess we'll... They didn't isolate themselves. Just Wolfpack pushed their way in.
FunPlus 还是选择先把速度放慢下来。
打一个技能循环嘛，我觉得可以。A 大第一时间每次拿到信息，
Gecko Flash fighting in here. Anybody else around?
多的一些信息了。那看吸了这个球之后要怎么去考虑？这加一会儿很谨慎啊。
对，加一会儿。哎，这个球肯定，给阿阳吗？
还是给阿阳？
那 Life 还差1个点哦。
这个点 A 大肯定是吸不了的，
对，
已经被吸了。
I feel like Wolves came back into this series a lot more than previous.
后续的一些战术来了，直接强行打一波。
看一下点内烟会变得非常多，直接给看一下正面。
But I still feel like so much damage was done in the first 5 or 6 rounds that it's just Wolves playing catch up. I think it was a sim for the first map, but I can't remember.
Cold Face 直接被打了，看一下 Life 还在等这个瀑布，他要去主动找人吗？
Ayang forced off the plant from the nade.
爆能器在第二时间
Caesar's coming, but there's nothing really to scare them away from it, so they're just going to commit.
这边 Life 先推了，这个张云第一时间要散了。
暗眼直接推到了 Life， 而且刘一手已经倒了，这个高点位是没有人能够帮助他的，而且这个隔点烟 ，Autumn 也
Do you think DFM will win now? I don't know. This will be a really hard map for them to win 2-0 on.
另外一边正面架枪，阿阳和柏林双架成功，最后 Autumn 也是。
Wow, everything else was just dominant.
非常立体。
Kind of need a Wii, but like I've kind of watched enough from that one. Okay, I'm back.
Hello, my name is Ryan Central, and welcome to HitScan. In today's episode, we're going to be telling you which Valorant agent has the fattest ass.
But that also means that DFM
You can't leak the script like that.
could have predicted that this was going to come out in the
I'd watch
draft.
that video.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
especially
instantly
with the
prim.
comp change,
Yeah.
going with the more meta theme.
Try putting that in a shot.
I have spent 2 days measuring the circumference of each. And I'm now on a list.
I'm not invited to any more press events for Riot again.
Forced away into the back here, continuing to backpedal.
You're lurking. Congratulations, Pickle. Is there a lurk command? Mate, I've got commands for nothing. I can't be fucked with that shit. Why do I care if you're lurking? Why would you need to type exclamation mark lurk? Just do it.
Not so bad for DFM.
So I'm able to find one. As Rossi does fall.
DFM. DFM.
They're sticking. They're sticking. They got it.
No.
Stealing that one.
I was gonna say that was a good pistol up until then.
Man, I mean, you could also tell that T1 knew that was the only shot they had. Once they heard all the spam coming in, they had lost all control of positioning.
What's the time on for you?
Carpe body blocking for Yizu.
20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13.
They have the kills, but just can't quite prevent.
So just Carpe body blocking for Yizu. Just
I'm gonna guess if I just 2x speed this.
There for sure. They have the kills, but just can't quite prevent. That diffuser coming in. I see. Yep. That's what you gotta do. Just keep that head moving.
Detonation focus May. I like it. Nice.
PC doesn't turn on at all. You think I need a new power supply, or has the GPU got fried? I am honestly the worst person to ask for that.
Here from May, 2 kills in that opening round.
Left it on for days and just turned off. I'd imagine it's probably power supply then. You've left it on. But I'm not the person to ask for that kind of stuff. Sorry.
Not gonna find any targets. But
standing still.
Yeah, of course, you know, with the Viper, you can still try to creep up, and personally, I'm kind of okay with this.
Okay, orb take coming through.
Surprised the DFM didn't like stinger by here.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, I guess if you have faith in your Byrons, though, I don't know why you would.
There from the haunt, spotting these players up in rope. Carpe holding close, able to make swift work of May.
I mean, this is also a big buy up as well from T1.
Gen G won their games. They ruined the one group not getting a single win.
That gives him a shot.
Paranoia does catch on the multiple as they drop down.
It's kind of funny how that's happened. And I'm glad that they have like rules in place to make sure that a team that just like with 0 wins can't qualify for playoffs.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. It's like, I guess they had to think about it a little bit later on because they didn't think that that was possible. There's like, actually, let's just put this in place just in case one group is utter shit, and then it turned out. I will say that there's been some people looking at the groups and going like, why are all the shit teams? Like, that's not the case. Like, if you look at the groups overall, they don't look bad. It's just that some teams have started strong. Also, teams like T1 played like a hard game to begin with versus PaperX.
Yeah.
The conversation's going, and Carpe as the IGL and as the captain.
Is it crazy that I just want any team with Chamber to lose instantly? To be honest, after the like year of Chamber being in the meta on every single map, yeah, I don't mind that.
That was so long ago now, though. I kind of like the Sentinel meta at the moment now.
Yeah, it feels balanced.
Great catch here for the side of T1 as they look to convert this bonus. Side player now just going to be little exit, shots across, smattering.
Control meta should be good when Clove comes in. But I feel a bit bad for Astra. I feel like she's been forgotten about a little.
I'm okay with that too after what was the Astra meta.
At the ready. TP set up to take him behind the door.
Go back.
Nothing, and actually whiffs the shot. Cess with the headshot, able to take him down.
No.
Lingering around, looking to try to get the catch, and just can't quite steady that spray. Carpe does manage to find that elimination. That gives the man advantage back over here to T1. Izu.
Right, I thought it was. It can't be that because everyone hates the French, even the French. So.
Get rotated over.
May needs to win here on the Robo fight.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Okay, Medusa's just gonna come for him. Well, that suddenly makes things a lot easier because the post-plant situation was not great for DFM.
We're the only ones allowed to hate the French.
There's going to be one at Baby Door. Rossi now as well, noted up top at Izu.
As a British man.
Swing out. Carpe dead. 10 HP.
There's no follow-up to that sentence that ever ends well.
40 HP with just a Spectre in hand. Medusa will finish him off with the classic. As DFM will go ahead and get themselves online in the third round, but it does cost them multiple rifles.
Yeah, but with how things started, of course, Anthem getting caught on the other side, getting seasonated, they'll be happy with the round win. They'll still have their selection of rifles. It's just going to be the half armors and a couple abilities missing.
We celebrated the friendship between our countries yesterday. Who's we? Because
something we're noticing continuing from Ascent.
I don't know a single British person who will have celebrated that.
Situations like that post plant.
It's Glass Cannon. All in, full investment here from Excurate.
Like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's like a pretty common thing of like, because we kicked your asses. I'm pretty sure there was a back and forth.
Make things a lot more difficult for DFM. Can't be as active on the lurk anymore, so they got to make a choice. Do we just try to?
You guys are slightly better at football. I'll give you that.
Or do you try to slow creep and work the revolving door on BC?
Okay, well, Excurate this time going to be good for the shot. Not going to get punished. Just backpedal over towards the door once again. Got the rendezvous set up, ready to go.
What do you mean? There is not a country on the planet that likes the UK. Literally zero. Like me talking shit is going to affect that none. The most common thing on the planet is that everybody hates the UK and British cuisine.
Both controllers were spotted solo to their advantage a little bit. You might have
but you get lumped in with us, Kyra, unfortunately.
You know that you've now put the focus onto A and C. So the creep into B.
I'll be honest, half the planet probably doesn't even know where Scotland is.
That's the part of the map that they don't have any information on.
I would love to just get Americans to try and point to Scotland on a map.
Of course, I don't have to worry about the trademark either.
I reckon a solid 98% won't know where Scotland is.
Nearby. Player as well. Time ticking. There's the plant.
So they'll get the plant, but how do they keep the hold?
It's the forward left corner here for them.
It was so sad when they made Clove Scottish.
Still lurking inside.
Fair enough.
Way ahead, and they have no idea because of that haunt not tagging him.
Continues forward. Paranoia now sent.
Oh, it's a good reveal.
Dual side player ends up getting dropped.
Come on, Medusa.
It's not a snake bite. They're trying to get the delay, but now Anthem going to be gone. But Medusa still holding his ground. Cross gets the 3K. Now it's easy on a 1v2.
Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Medusa's got it.
Tap onto the spike. So there's one above, but it's Medusa.
The British Museum is the great reason why people don't like the UK. What do you mean? All of that stuff that we borrowed and didn't get back. UK has cuisine. Yeah, it's not great, but it exists. I wanted to do that in Madrid for Clove content, but they wouldn't give me a media pass for interviews.
But if it's gonna be like this,
that is just such a nasty shot.
Yeah, that third kill. Incredible, after being spotted by the haunt.
Nutty from him. Now,
I can't see.
Lead for themselves.
Hocus pocus. There's pizza on your focus. Might be the greatest video of all time.
Wanted to take some forward space there, but it's just
that's not a bank machine. That's a fence.
Now the 20 HP now, it's Showstopper up over the top, and X-Crit nowhere to go. Ends up falling. Nice headshot from Izu, does manage to equalize his TP up on top of the box. And it's all too easy.
I don't think you could count Nando's as UK. Oh no! As UK cuisine.
Ball this one back. Close angle, prepared for it? No, Neth will be able to shut him down, but he's with 3. It's just absolutely on
okay.
Now,
go on, Anthem.
The Nightfall gets committed, knows where the 2 are. Got some space to play with. Weapon's gonna be recovered though.
Like UK cuisine would be like pie and mash, fish and chips. And I'll be honest with you, most fish and chip shops nowadays, the good ones, not very British at all. Winnable, winnable, winnable.
I'm back. Do you think Chloe will get some play in Pro? I feel like it's mostly a rank agent.
Come on.
I feel like some teams will try them out.
Comes down 9 HP though.
Oh, that was clean from Izu.
36 HP here from Anthem. Swing the instant headshot. Izu,
what is worse, UK or German cuisine?
Snap on him. And I mean, Anthem was playing as best he could, right? He goes for a
what are you calling German cuisine? What, like sausages?
Walks on like a laser.
I mean, fair.
Absolutely disgusting. It all starts
like
with this sheriff. I mean, it was the 3K just with this one here. so crisp. I mean, you don't even have to shoot him in the head. Yeah.
Don't say fucking ravioli.
But he said, nah.
Schnitzel?
UK has like shepherd's pie. You have like a roast dinner. Yeah, currywurst is the like obvious one. Schnitzel is just a shit chicken nugget. Let's be honest.
Gonna be the push out again for that rubble control.
Or pork nugget, depending on which way you go.
X-Curate just going to be holding here inside of B. Tucks back, Prowler. Not necessarily revealing the operator, but...
I don't think I've ever gone to a restaurant to eat and gone, you know what I really fancy today? Schnitzel. Like, has anyone ever done that? Like, be honest.
I have. But I was in Germany and they didn't have much else.
No, but that's not, you didn't fancy Schnitzel. There was no other option. That was why I specified, go to a place and say, I fancy Schnitzel.
Yeah, they did have to invest a lot, though,
And then you go, well, they didn't have anything else. That's not the same.
Potentially that operator, considering how quickly those Prowlers are getting taken out.
Have you been to a German restaurant in Berlin? No. Why would I do that to myself?
Oh, Medusa. Shoulder to shoulder alongside Saya. Saya, he notices just a little bit sooner. Rossi now spotting out the leg. There's the spray coming through. Puts May down.
Like, I went to a Greek restaurant yesterday. That was very nice.
It does send Rossi running, but DFM.
I went to an Italian pizza place the night before. That was great.
Back across here towards the seaside. Still some noise being made. Saya might have just been able to pick up on the outskirts of those footsteps.
If you're fancying a schnitzel, it explains your physique. Damn. All right.
Saya pulling the trigger, but he misses the first target. Anthem's able to go ahead and collect the kill.
10 seconds left.
4v4. They low on health. With Medusa gone, it means that the pit can't.
Greek, what did you have? Well, we started with like some bread and like some oh, I forgot how to pronounce it.
And then they have the operator as well.
The fucking dip.
Work with on this retake. DFM's not in a terrible position, but
had some like lamb, some like basically some grilled meats, which was really good, with some fries. It was lovely. Had some feta cheese as well. Yeah.
Don't lose this, DFM.
Oh,
You've played well. Ooh. Losing in a 1v1 again.
Can't quite find the finisher. Rossi will be able to get that defuse in T1.
Have you tried Filipino cuisine? I don't know if I have.
All the way
Trying to think what would count as
keep the most expensive weapon in the pockets of T1.
As someone who's thinking of coming to the UK, how is Manchester?
I love that they both peaked the
It's a shitter London.
With that haunt,
which would have been my answer to most places, unless you name somewhere up in the hills.
Way too site committed lockdown.
Manchester's a good city to get around.
So much of that radius that is not being
like, it's quite easy.
Bring a stab proof. Jesus.
A very solid approach from that CT angle as well as waterfall.
I mean, there's a world
it's very cold and it's very wet.
Have you tried Russian/Ukrainian cuisine? My girlfriend is Ukrainian, so yes, I have tried plenty of Ukrainian cuisine. I also lived in Ukraine for 4 years, so yeah, I have.
They didn't have any further info, so they didn't want to risk crossing over anywhere else. Just wanted to buy time. Hopefully having faith that the operator would be a bit of a nuisance for T1 to work with, but that was not the case. I mean, mostly it's Carpy's utility.
I can't remember the name of it, but they have these like cabbage rolls, which are like stuffed with beef and like a tomato sauce, and it fucking slaps.
Can I make this toggle
out the fade instead of the sky, you have a lot.
Yeah, I don't. Unfortunately, I also don't speak. I should speak some.
Of course, that was on the defensive side, but either way, it's slowing that down, right? Making sure the opponent's utility out first, and then
I could just do that.
So I'd love to see some adjustments one way or another from DFM.
So I want to watch how DFM's doing this right now. Because this is the same. Haunt comes in, they just TP across to the other side. I feel bad though for T1 here. Sorry, DFM. I thought that they played the attacking side really nicely there.
DFM. The thing is it's moments like this that's.
I also need to put the stream deck like on the other side.
You're willing to take this control next time.
Just kind of tricky.
You slow things down again. See if you can get a reaction out of the opponents, things like that. Now just rotating over, see if they can get some control of Mound and the orb.
Way forward, Prowler not going to spot much. Izu see more than enough before that smoke does come in, but with the Prowler getting the jump, he's got to make
Sees
the
nade.
exit. So TP's
Yeah.
out, there's going to be a little bit of space.
Paranoia is in a great spot. Snake bite, Haunt right in this corner. It's good utility from DFM. They just don't have the weaponry. They might not need it though. Everybody from T1 actually just full on read this. I mean, considering it was like an eco, like a couple of kills and getting onto a side like that was good. Shame that they didn't get the plant.
Too much cash to their names either. It's still going to be T1 moving up yet again now.
Yeah, those I've had those quite a few times. My girlfriend makes them and they're great. Like, cause I've never been a massive dumplings person, but those are really, really nice, especially the potato ones and the like sour cherries.
Overall, I mean, DFM, they try for a couple nice double swings.
And as zombies,
the weaponry, of course, not in their favor.
if it is any sort of compensation, my idol was a Spurs fan in his childhood.
Get some space on B.
Right.
Hit off the rip here from Rossi.
Who is your idol?
The op as well.
I hope you're not gonna say like Gary Glitter or something like I.
Now it does mean that you have to commit 2 people on. Oh,
and that's a hell of a flick to try to hit. Can't make it happen. Medusa with the headshot does take down Execurate. Up now on the ground.
Ooh.
Lead.
Come on, man.
That was a nice shot.
Roy Keane.
Takes down Saya player. That is about as good of a start to a round as you could possibly.
To be honest, I do like Roy Keane. He's very funny.
Still maybe wanting to play into this pit.
I mean, if you can fly over, you've still got the Boombot and a Prowler. And some nanoswarms. Nightfall.
Feels like he's like almost serious, isn't it? Sometimes too.
Back up and avoided, but not. Yep.
Oh, no, no. Oh, they're getting slaughtered. Oh, my. All right, Carpe. Gary Lineker is the greatest footballer to ever have lived. No.
But the ending absolutely tragic. Carpe and Izu just
that might be the first time that sentence has ever been written. I don't even think his own family thinks that.
Surely that's the weak site. So we can get the Nightfall. As long as we can get through the pit, we should be fine. But it takes them just a little too long. The Lurk's not active anymore on the other side. T1 have the read. They hear the
I guess they thought they'd gamble elsewhere.
This door trap.
I don't know. This might sound harsh, but I don't think I've ever met anybody who's like a huge fan of Gary Lineker. Like, I think most people go, oh, he's alright. But I don't think I've met someone who's like, yeah, I fucking love Gary Lineker, me.
I feel like that's the case for most, like, sort of people of that generation when it comes to celebrities. Be weird to, like, full on like
on the
them.
pitch. Or was that the moment you decided... Who's the other one? Was it Paula Radcliffe? You a big fan of her as well?
Then they just piss.
No, she took it. She shit herself while running.
Oh.
Once they give it up.
Being sent. Rossi puts out that snake bite.
There's going to be another round where DFM get the... Oh, yeah, it's looking like it.
Oh.
He's going to be taken down. Side play around the corner. Sends a showstopper.
You missed?
No, stop feeding Carpe.
That's gone. Medusa cleaned up Carpe again. Looking to keep them in this. Spike dropped.
Oh.
Swings around the backside of rubble. Sets up on top of the wall. Does manage to find the adjustment.
Hey!
Oh, the ego.
Incredible.
Was it says? Okay, I didn't know it was says.
A triple kill to bail them out of the round. What a
Oh, I respect that.
DFM, they break the 4-round.
Just put the smoke down and then just peek out the other side of it.
Something only. Good, I'm good. The first game wasn't the best. This one's been entertaining. DFM actually won the first map.
Probably should be winning this one too, I think. Almost lost that round too.
Catches it mid-movement, trying to take that more forward position at the base of the stairs. And now that's going to be the tour de force drawn out here of Excurate. Outlaw in the hands of side player as well, so plenty of firepower.
What's up, Daniel?
Available 2-2-1. I mean, we saw what Easy was able to do with that Sheriff, for crying out loud.
This is an eco,
How many
but I still
players did
fancy
DFM
T1.
swap? All of them. Alright. Did anyone stay?
There you go. 2-tap.
Is Medusa there before? Can't remember.
Out of the equation.
Oh, except Anthem. Okay.
Trying to get closer to that lockdown. Showstopper still available here. I'm curious to try to use it off the back of the
I'm late today. No worries, no.
No.
I'm trying to get it so I can like deafen on Discord at the same time. Hope you're doing better. Yeah, a lot better, thanks.
All the space that T1
Because it was better to like write the message afterwards because I was just
that this team has to be stuck here.
In a bad way. Good game so far. Yeah, it's been okay.
Showstopper finds Carpe. Double kill actually for Rossi with those snake.
Like watching Gen G has been good. Talon showed some nice bits. You know, it's a fairly like tame day. Like DFM weren't the first map here, so I'm trying to like watch them a bit more closely. Because I think for both them and Talon, I think it's a lot about like the mid round and stuff. And like DFM have consistently got the first kill here. Like, over and over and over again, they probably should be winning here, but they just keep losing 1v1 clutches. They look significantly better, but for me, I'm not really that hot on T1, to be honest.
Full util here for Saya. He's not going to be using the pit though.
But I think it's just because we haven't seen many maps from T1. Like we saw a lot of it from like a Freaker, like we've seen more bind and stuff. But here, just for T1, I'm like not that invested in them doing too well. I don't think.
Saya has no idea where the hell he is.
With the spike, he's gonna have to clear
out
a little bit.
He pushes over the top of Mount.
Oh my!
A little bit of ring around the Rosie, and Saya eventually does find him.
Is that 3-1v1 clutches that DFM have lost now?
A little bit faster.
I think it might be, yeah.
7-3, Saya player with plenty of time gets the defuse.
This is gonna be one of those rounds where
I'm a big famous celebrity. That's news to me.
Sometimes the pit, especially when you don't know where they're coming from, sure, it could be a bit of a pain. But it's gonna haunt him a little bit if they're not able to come out on top on this map. Especially as it was Eco here for T1, just that outlaw.
Who are they a substitute for? Like, who's missing?
Hi.
That's what I was saying. Papa Gatchi.
Well, 7-3 DFM.
Yeah, I think he hit 5,000 the other day.
But would require a thrifty.
I'll take it.
Lucky and a judge in the mix here for them. As X-Grid and taking a forward position.
I think we're heading to map 3. That's what it feels like at least.
Spike now spotted.
We've seen DFM play Sunset. I can't remember.
Ooh. Pardon?
Oh, Neff. We've seen him play Sunset.
Charges through that spike, hits
to DFM.
Yeah.
If they have, I don't remember it, but I'll check. They played it once against Na'Vi at the Pro Invitational thing, so they haven't actually played it in a match. And at that point, they still had Suggest.
Might be a little obvious though, so we'll see. Great hold from Izu. Eventually they'll come through. Of course, the Odin from the other side of the revolving door also assisting a lot from Rossi. So it's going to be some initial pressure onto Rubble to see what the reaction is from T1.
Both Carpe and Lucky are having good days on the fade.
Yeah, Carpe's been unreal. Orion Central is on the call. Mr. China Watch Party.
Yeah, I had to fucking leave though when it was EDG versus JDG because I'm casting Polaris. It's like the one really good game of the week is like, yeah, I gotta go by. Tragic.
But that's about it. 9-3 on the half. T1 now very firmly in control.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Again, you had some tools to do it, but DFM seemingly thinking
Grand finals for Polaris is like on a Monday, I think, too.
They wanted to rush in. They thought that.
Well, it must be really difficult to schedule it because you don't want to clash with the MEA because that's basically where your core viewership would come from.
Yeah.
And then if you're clashing with any of the other major regions, it's not going to help you out either.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing.
It has been quite interesting seeing like Tubbo do like a watch party event and stuff. That's not something I expected to see.
A lot more alive and well.
Mo just got timed out for coming in and be like, who's the guy yapping in your call?
And also, quite frankly, when you're playing that chamber and you've got an opera like Excurit, that defense side doesn't feel so bad, right? You can trust him alone, and And then you get the Odin and Rossi's hand. That's 2 parts of the map that
You should contact your old Yogscast friends, get them all to watch Party Polaris.
Yeah. Well, I had fucking, who is it, Tubbo watching it the other day.
This man is like, it's like I'm talking to myself. I can't actually fucking believe it. Anybody else realize? Am I just losing my mind? Like, I can't fathom that you've actually just said that.
I wasn't listening.
That's how I got there, Ryan. I was like, yeah, Tubbo watched mine the other day. That's really weird. You could contact someone at Yogscast and fucking...
I mean, it is the pistol, not going to be relying too much on the post plant for delay, it seems, or anything like that. They just want to make sure that they have the firepower to push through.
Still doing some assessment here. A couple seconds remaining, though.
I want to see fucking Simon and Lewis watch Party Polaris having no fucking idea what's going on.
Trying to get an orb if there's no movement.
I think the funniest part of it, though, for the
Go on, May!
Jesus. The funniest thing about the Tubbo thing is the only reason why he watched is because there was a team called OnlyFins and he thought it was funny, so he started becoming like cheering for them.
Spotted as well.
Like he doesn't know anybody from the teams or anything. He's like, lol, OnlyFins, this is my team.
Fair play. Fair play. I rate it. If it gets them watching, that's fine by me.
Yeah. It's just funny to like peak viewership is going to be like Sweet and Sour versus OnlyFins.
Yeah.
I'm noticing is you spotted both.
Well, yeah, he doesn't want to watch them play versus Apex.
Medusa actually doesn't push out, so they don't technically have information on if they could have rotated over.
Has anybody even come close to being
I would say
Apex?
as a player who willingly would make sure that he tightens the map, but perhaps just wanting to make sure, because there have been times where that has been the bane of DFM's own rounds.
Find you.
Broken now. There's the haunt. So decent awareness. Where's their positions?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Swing in. There's the jiggle.
Pavlov's favorite team.
Double approach now through stairs. Anthem on the opposite side. Just a classic in hand.
Happened in Milan as well.
Decides to send the Prowler. Confirms his suspicion.
It was funny just watching them, like, they realized that they did it. Good God, mate. Like, he said it and then was instantly just like,
Showstopper already in the pistol round.
Incredible round from May. I mean, just holding his ground on stairs here. Slight adjustments on movement. Look at all the counter strafing that he's doing to make sure they can't.
Bullet too.
Yeah, it's tricky for Polaris because of the like English broadcast. It doesn't want to clash with anything that has like an English broadcast effectively.
Yeah.
So hopefully because the viewership was really good when it was like before kickoff.
We might see a little bit of that perhaps if the match win comes through.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Just put him down, Anthem as well. Gonna be able to find one.
No, not like this, DFM. Come on.
You can't win a flawless round and then lose out on stuff like this.
That at all. Guns now scooped up. Medusa and Neth to try to turn the tide.
Oh my God.
Isu snipes him out of midair. Now just a Spectre versus 4.
Oh my God. 4 players surviving. Alright, bring on map 3.
No charges. Just immediately
bring on map 3.
All the air out of the room.
And T1, I mean, Carpe, very heads up to just rush him down as soon as that Prowler tags. Knows that he's not going to be able to hear him. Knows that he doesn't have the sight down the lane behind rubble. A great first kill. I mean, that slows him down a lot, right? This constant screen plus the chamber kill.
One enemy remains.
At that point, tempo on their side.
All the way to stop any kind of momentum build here. Double digits for the side of T1. TFM with everything to do. Try to get themselves back into this one. Early damage out on the Anthem.
There.
Just holding inside the site.
Where's May? May's in the right place. Come on, May.
Definitely have to get these first kills and try to play a little bit craftily around.
Doesn't have a gun, but that's fine. Who needs one?
It does not work out too much. T1 just continue to push onward. The bot.
Oh dear. To be honest, the DFM Classic actually is quite nice.
Depends on like the lighting.
Tucked away, finds one, but quite ready for side player. Neth.
Yeah, I imagine the Japanese stream now must be doing quite well.
Earlier on, see if he's got more of that to deliver.
On DFM.
Have you bought any other ones though, Atlas, or are you just a DFM fan?
But the angles aren't going to be in their favor.
Medusa would have to swing the corner and instantly get the headshot here, but instead he's going to be taking some damage.
The DFM buddy's nice.
Eventually rewarded with the kill. Saya will find a third. T1 now up to 11.
What bundle did I get? I got the RRQ one for now.
Out in clean fashion, so they can regain some of that confidence that they should have.
Why the
had for this
RRQ one?
entire match.
Because it's nice. The color scheme, I think, more than anything.
You're gonna post it on Instagram, see if they repost it to their 3 million followers. Was it 5
I
million?
tweeted it and got retweeted by that, but yeah.
It's gonna be a very, very,
Very
hard
close.
round for T1 to just try to snowball their way to victory.
Only last time with rifles in hand, because Economy's not going to be doing.
Because I reckon there'll probably be some good China ones.
It's going to be showstopper now.
Yeah, someone said they're being released in between the splits.
Yeah, I think
By the Prowler.
what was generally said is they're aiming for before Shanghai.
Oh, okay.
They're able to take all of that. Do they push?
I guess
like
that'd be
the
a cool way to
changes.
like have some of them advertised.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be the goal, I'd imagine. First international event in Shanghai, and all of the China teams have their own things.
Yeah. Okay, Neth.
Traded back. Advantage there.
Never mind.
The second kill, drop it. Assassin Anthem both dead, and that leaves Neth all on his lonesome.
Thing is, I'm pretty sure like all of the player cards for China are going to be like very generic.
He's just going to have to backpedal and try to hold on to this one.
Because the teams don't get to like make them like they did for everywhere else because there's just no time.
Map point obviously never feels good, but
that
otherwise
sucks.
it's not like you're going to have buys coming or great buys coming into the next round.
Then again, I also feel like in China there'll be a lot more limitations on like what you're actually able to put in the game.
Yeah.
Around to be able to get rid of Izu. But it's just so much money. I mean, he's at 6,300 before he even gets paid out. So there you go, cash capped.
But I've noticed a lot of the Chinese players have been using like other teams' capsules, haven't they?
Yeah. I mean, you're going to for the time being.
Because I remember Masters Kankan was using Fnatic.
Yeah, I think Chi-Chi's using liquids as well because of Nats.
DFM, what do they discuss
here? I didn't know that.
Not too many
He's a big
rounds
Nats
that you
fan.
can sample, right? Just the 4, of course.
Wow.
You
They
lose
probably
it,
won't get to play him.
A little bit of aggression through the toxic screen doesn't pay off, so not too much to gather from that round.
I'm trying to think of like what color schemes for China team to be good. PRGs might be nice.
Going into round.
I do think it'd be funny as fuck to just have a wolf skin.
I mean, if the color, like, because if it's close to like whole city colors, then yeah, absolutely. I'll just play it off as that.
You've been away for 5 minutes. Yeah, it's not been going great for DFM in the last 5 minutes.
No. Also, if you like the color red, you're gonna have a lot of skin bundles.
Yeah, showstopper. That's it.
Built that up
Fuck,
early.
I need Tottenham to sponsor a team. I'd like straight away. It wouldn't even matter which team it was. I'd love to just have a fucking Tottenham.
Throughout this, so off the timeout, T1.
If only
there's some sort of
FaZe could have had like the Man City badge.
Not gonna be entirely it though.
God.
I still remember that. It was like some of the Man City players walking out in like a FaZe version of the jersey. I was like, what? That's so random. So they can never win a trophy. I'm guessing that was in reference to me saying Tottenham.
Is able to find Carpe forward, and that means that Spike now a little bit stranded. Extra, however, pushing out, finds the killjoy.
I mean, credit to DFM, just still fighting.
Very much a man advantage here.
Yeah.
Hands of T1. Rossi in
They've taken GE's banner.
Not going to be able to get yourself out of that sticky situation. He gets taken down.
To be honest, if a Chinese team were picked up by Tottenham and they finished like 4th to 5th, I think they'd be quite happy with that.
It's just like normal.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
They got an operator for it as well,
4th to 5th of champions, we'll take it. Getting to the final once, you know.
They're gonna need every single piece. They want to tie this up into overtime already, giving that 12 to T1 in the previous round. Now I like the adjustment, right? Timeout, then you go for that slow contact once again on Rebel. Again, something akin to Talon's play against Gen G. Works out really well against the teams that have just kind of habitual set plays.
Tottenham would be like, wait, so you can make top 16 and you get a load of money for that? We don't need to win?
If you catch him off guard, sure.
Well, technically, the skins now just happen for being there.
Yeah.
They hold on. So 12-5 now the score line. 7 in a row. If they want to take this all the way to overtime and have a chance at getting a win here.
So you're not doing Polaris today?
Odin, operator, both.
There is no Polaris today.
This coming round to match. Now,
Oh, no, wait, that's East. It's just got the similar colors.
surely T1 looking to send that.
You're not doing East today?
Yeah, let me just learn fucking Polish or whatever it is.
Next versus Chippy Chappers.
Curious if the opportunity is right now off the rib. But given that side players on the opposite side.
To be fair, Go Next is the team that Zeke plays for.
Yeah, it looks like they've often been doing this
I don't know
T1
how well they've been doing.
in this game against DFM.
In the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 best of threes, they've lost one map.
The paint shows, it's just the
Wow.
Odin that really helps clear.
Yeah,
There's
they've been
Ascend playing in
fucking
East,
trouncing.
hoping it's going to be easy for them to make like Ascension.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Ascend. Lewis was saying to me that Ascend already can't make Ascension.
Really?
Because they went out before the like top 4 or something of the first season, so I think they're fucked.
Opens things up. They're trying to flush him out. Side player already in from behind. And
Would it be a chance to hope for like play-ins? Depends how everybody else does.
I don't know. I think it's like the points you'd make could be too small. Unless like the board flips, I don't know.
Somehow
Maybe if they just buy out some of the other teams and disband them.
Yeah.
Moments, but looks like it's going to be a tough one. May basically has to do this all on his own. Assess will be supporting.
But to be
maybe
fair,
Ascend-
if Zeke makes it back to franchising that way, ooh.
Okay, yeah.
Another paint shell online. Spots Rossi, but he tries to swing back.
Okay, yep, that was it's, you know,
Getting taken down.
that's kind of more what I was expecting coming into today.
On that site, T1 keep themselves in this series, taking it 13 rounds.
They don't look particularly happy for winning.
Continues to be an absolutely excellent
Oh, probably because they lost a map to DFM.
But the other constant
Understandable.
is the top of the standings.
Yeah, continuing to put up incredible numbers. So we'll see if that can happen once again at map 3.
All right, well, before we go to map 3, we'll once again pass it back over to the analyst as to break down Lotus.
Well,
Yeah,
T1
no detonation. Focus me. Any
Lotus is
T1.
probably
Neither of
their
these teams have played
favorite
Sunset.
map. With that said, despite
Nice.
the scoreline, there are a couple of really close calls.
Oh no, never mind. Yeah.
You know, especially from DFM side. Almost
Played against Zayton, won
I
13-7.
feel like a few of those rounds just came down to maybe.
Oh, they
late
ran the
mistakes or
rare
just
atom
making a little
comp.
bit of a different decision
The
here or
Viper
there.
Silver.
The round where they're able to get the lockdown on the post plant, for example. Maybe
You get
that
Sunset, you'd have to imagine T1.
the positioning for the post plant themselves.
Well, especially if are you gonna pull out Chamber again for Excurate? The guy's pretty fucking good at it.
Kept DFM closer in this. But I
They
think
didn't play
I
last
bet T1
time.
first game, DFM second. Well, that means, you know, maybe you'll get it right on the third one.
They just kind of like lost their footing. It felt like they lost their groove.
I think that's definitely one of those things. I mean,
I think when you play that well and you still like lose to a lot of clutches for DFM, that's hard to get out of your head going into a map 3.
Who wins map 3, DFM or T1?
Or Anthem versus Izu in that 1v1, for example, right? You know, sometimes just thinking that this is the right move to make, and you just go in for it, but then T1 starts to switch up, and then players like Izu start to pop off. You just kind of get thrown off a little bit, and then you just kind of get back into your head, and players kind of start to get that coordination a little bit off as well. So DFM, although they looked really good at the first map, back onto this one, you know, some players still pretty consistent.
Right, let's get back to just watching this super quickly. Replay. There we go. Full buys. Last round, I think. It was either 13. I think it was 13-8. So I think there's one more round for Wolves. I'm gonna raise pushing C. Cypher and Viper's stacked on A. Viper's Pit as well. They're getting all of this information towards C, so they're like, all right, let's block up this way.
看一下FunPlus 要怎么去拆解。但柏林是有宇宙分裂的，我感觉这一分对打到最后，FunPlus 会不会说考虑打 B 点啊？宇宙分裂一连，其实宇宙分裂最好用的点应该是 B 点了。
对，但是很难受。现在有一个问题就是之后没有什么东西能够让他们去清点。
Ah, that Cosmic Divide just pulled everything. Opening the door 2, Wingman's thrown into tree.
哎，看一下这个 A 点，其实更多的只是做
They
一波
here and see
fake，实际上
nothing.
的动向已经是来到了 C 柳一手赢场。
Did Lysol just fake TP? Oh no, he TP'd from A main to C.
是来到了 C 柳一手，一个也就仅此而已了。他也是
Then they go for this initial fight on A. It's still pulled Wolves all the way
应该
across.
是能够成功安置的。
是。
Lives pushed up quite a considerable amount.
重生点的位置。 他这个位置会比较关键。首先，他手里有大
And yeah, like Wolves have just absolutely fallen.
这把枪如果掉给 Spring 的话，感觉对面有一个回防的机会。正面看一下第一波，玩一火箭撞
You got the showstopper out. You got it out so far away that realistically, is that going to like clears all of this space, and then you just want to eat out in a common position? Yeah, it doesn't quite hit the Omen.
2楼下有人。
I
think controllers are the best aimers, not the sentinels. I don't know. I mean, here you've got the sentinels playing controller, so there is that. Yeah, it was 13-7. Okay. Because I do want to watch. I mean, that's the question, isn't it? How on earth do I get to watching that other series? Because there's no live stream of JDG and Edward Gaming. So what the hell are you supposed to do? Like, you literally have to kind of watch it on Weibo. You don't mean to try Sentinel Agents, it was fun, but the best was on Smokes. I think Smokes, if you're like solo queuing, is a really good like role to play. Because you're always going to need that. They should be on YouTube. Yeah, they're not. They're unlisted. Which, I don't know why. I don't think it was intentional, but... China Stage 1 VODs? And then this was the one that we just watched. 2 unavailable because they're privated. So... Not sure why. Because this is one of them. Yeah, that's the Tyler VOD. So this was the day one. And for some reason it's privated. Which is strange, because I guess we'd have to watch it through... through... Weibo, I think is what it's on. On Douyu. The full series, at least, I think.
他们每次进攻 WATCH 也是来到了一个 KO 的位置，我觉得可能今天跟康康的对位也是值得去深究的，而且也很期待这张图可能会有奥丁的登场。
确实啊，尤其是这张图 B 区，这个奥丁可以说是一个常驻武器啊。
而同时不得不注意的是，这张图可能明居也是一个很大的威胁，但因为今天
I don't know if I want to be
更多会叫 Smokey 去玩。
watching the rest of this.
打过局的，而且次数还不少。
对，其实如果熟悉 Smokey 的他的一个打法。
I won't do it now, because I don't know. I'll make a start on it afterwards. See how I feel after this, like, third map. But I am going to use this as a chance to, like, make some food, because I'm not eating yet. So I'll leave this on. I'll unmute myself, at least on Discord, so you can hear Tommy apping. And I'll run ads and just be right back. So yeah, 1 sec.
I'm just angering my own site. You go do your other thing. Go do duelist things. Get out of here.
Oh, I got a 1v4 retake now? Fine.
Just look like, you're basically like Foxy and I. Just look like a sensible hero.
I wish. I'm a team player. I don't know about you guys.
Well, you're gold. Together with Kilios and Paper Thin.
Thanks. See, yeah.
You're like a third wheel in that party.
I need like a duelist to, you know, lead me and stuff.
Yeah. You guys got actually the full stack. You got a controller Quack. We got duelist Achilleos and the Sentinel.
True.
Paper Thin.
We're getting pretty close. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to. We just need an initiator. You want to rank down to gold with us?
I am an initiator, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, gold. I don't mind playing gold. It's a little fun. But like, unlike us, these two that we're looking at right now, I like how he has been looking the past 2 matches. He's just been absolutely making impactful kills both of the games. Esu, sorry. S.
Yeah. No.
Sorry, I don't have the
I know
Japanese accent.
his name is so deceiving, and I made the mistake of calling.
It sounds like Izu.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's why I couldn't tell. I was like, did you say Izu? I was like, they're both playing good. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. No, I mean, like, Sesu he has some really good moments. He has kind of those tricky plays. You know, Will was talking about on the cast where he's kind of able to outsmart you and get kills that way. But the overall coordination and firepower needed more work on that map. A little surprising with DFM. This Lotus is a map that they've wanted to play. I think it went like 13-8 against DRX or something like that when they played them in kickoff. So it is a bit shocking to see them not, especially after a win like that. But the spirits were still high. They're still laughing. They're still having a good time. And they get definitely good. But Izu, I'm becoming more and more of a fan of as time goes on.
As time goes on, I do feel, I mean, starting things off when he played that Yoru, for example, he was already really interesting and really fun to watch. He just shows that he's got quite a lot to prove, too. I mean, a lot of potential as to how he positions himself sometimes, hiding inside of dark covers, or the way he won out that clutch against Anthem, for example. I mean, he can be very snappy at times.
Damn, Meg raided a chair.
It's a little bit tough to predict how he's going to position.
Thanks for the raid, Meg. I hope you had a good stream.
You know, they've got their roles to play, but I do feel that for, you know, T1 chemistry as a whole, there's a bit more
You picked the perfect moment to do it. I wasn't in the room.
Yeah, I mean, you want the rookie to step up.
But I hope you had a good stream.
Up in all the other teams, but you know what?
And thank you very much for everyone who follows. I appreciate you.
I think. Oh, okay. Well, first of all, we got a Neon on Sunset.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay.
Now wait a minute.
Neon on Sunset wasn't like Mini Boo playing that in the past, I think.
Sunset here and there, and it can kind of work. Like some of the fast lanes you can use to take some of those like tight angles and stuff like that, and use the
Please explain the sub badges. They're just different colors of my face that change depending on the more you sub. I
really feels like it. He's probably played it in NA.
I don't know, like Emerald and Ruby and all these different things. Well, what's to explain?
Very interesting, but I like it. Like,
so it has no meaning.
I haven't seen DFM on this map at all, but I like that.
No meaning, no hidden lore, just.
Will need to moving into this
just a different. Yeah, I didn't put that much effort into it.
These other teams who are very, very good at Sunset.
No, that's meant to be Emerald, to be honest, Mo. But evidently it looks like a unwell me.
Let's go over to casters to the last map of the series.
Thank you guys very much. Yes, last map of the series of
Oh, I should probably end the predictions. You got 3 seconds to do the predictions, because I didn't think it would actually start this fast. So I'm gonna end them in when this hits 0. I'm ending the submissions.
Yeah, and Popagachi part of the starting 5 there as well. So very big changes. Meanwhile, T1 taking the Team Heretics comp. We'll see if they can master it just as well. Now, Saya, if I'm not mistaken, I think the last time he did play the Neon was actually with T1, but not in Pacific. It was at the Ludwig Tarek Invitational on Fracture.
Fracture would make sense, but there's
Come on, DFM. Ruin my pick'ems for the fucking week. Do it.
Here from Saya player. Maybe we'll find too much. It's May and Cess, however.
Oh shit. 3 kills back to back in a second. Not great.
Breaks things open. That leaves now Medusa all on his lonesome.
Okay.
Down low, 21 HP.
Saya definitely played that a little bit more aggressively.
He'll get taken down. Now there's an armor advantage here, as that is the last bit of util sent by Rossi. Does have a 0 point back off cooldown. He already knows roughly where Medusa's going to be.
I think Rossi's got this. The Rossi's timing here looks fucking. Oh, maybe not.
Medusa, if he sends a bite over here, no. Swing out. How knows?
Oh, that's gonna take the orb down. Oh, lucky. Nice round from Rossi. I like the reposition.
The frenzy picked up by Rossi. Will be good enough for it. T1. I think their 3rd pistol round here in this series. Start off Sunset with a bang.
Yeah, they've been splitting pistols back and forth. But in the first two maps, whoever won it in the first half was able to carry it all the way through to the end. See if that trend continues here. Just a great 2v4.
The frenzy one, not Rossi. Damn.
The hops coming in from Zaya as well as he reloads. Keeps him
I'm
alive.
surprised he didn't like break his earphones midway through the fight.
Solid start here, 14-1. And Rossi with those 3 kills. Feeling it. It's in the groove. Just for that Phantom. Side player sliding around the corner. Able to find one. May does shut him down. Sheriff coming across. It's a little bit of damage there.
Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, they have time. They don't need to force.
Everybody locked in behind the box here on site.
You know what? A couple of kills. Better than nothing, right?
And that will give them a second kill here in the second round.
Did Ryan die?
I'm here. I just made some food.
Oh, you just... Oh, okay.
Move up 2-0.
Yeah, all the important weapons carried along.
Just didn't say a word since I got back, so I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know if he left.
Even in close quarters. So it works out.
No, because I think I'm going to watch the EDG and JDG back after this, so I just wanted to get some food and...
Fair. What, are you going to watch it on stream?
I think so, yeah. Because I don't want to, like... I don't want to do it tomorrow, because we have an inspection on Thursday, so I'd rather just take tomorrow off and just tidy up and chill.
An inspection?
Yeah, flight inspection. You know, like check that
I
everything's
assumed it
not
was
on
flat
fire.
and not you as a person.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm under investigation.
My cavities will be checked. Wait, what for? Because, like, is it just part of your rental agreement, or
yeah,
what?
it's just part of the tenancy. They just have them check up and be like, does anything need fixing? But the answer's always yes.
Well, so the funny thing is, right, the people who lived in this apartment, I think were like some management of Giants.
Oh.
And the landlord was like, yeah, because of the previous tenants, we're going to pay for you to have cleaners come once a month. Jesus. And I was like, wait, what the fuck did they do? But I was like, I'll take it. Like, if you're going to pay for a cleaner to come here every month, I'll take a free cleaner. That sounds great.
Obviously, the relay boats, there's tons of angles you can utilize, but also getting ahead of some.
But it's just very funny that, like, the people, they sort of said it to me as like an offhand comment, but the reason they're saying it is because of the people at Giant X, which is very funny.
The only other manager I can think of that was at Giant X was Leah.
No, I think it's like, no, it was, I don't know if it was like management, not necessarily a team manager or something. And they go and drop UK. Fuck's sake, Mo. To be honest, I do think that Purpo's a good pickup, but I think the thing that people are questioning right now is whether or not it's a good pickup over Nuke rather than maybe over someone else.
Eventually getting himself up over the top of there.
DFM's going to have to give this site up because they don't want to get sworn, but that does mean that they'll have to deal with this post.
Yeah, but like Nuki's always been like very opinionated if things are going well.
Yeah, maybe.
So maybe he was just like
I know in like CS and stuff he was definitely quite opinionated, but it's more so like if he's actually the problem. Or if they have other problems and just putting Purpo in is like an attempted quick fix. Because, like, let's be real, in their first game, fucking Rhaegar had a nightmare.
Just moves up into the smoke to take out Izu.
Do you think you'll come watch any EMEA, Ryan?
DFM will tie us up at 2-2.
Something I've noticed throughout this entire best of 3 from DFM is not only we talked about how they're kind of covering for each other.
If it results in me not being escorted out, sure.
Right? They used to have some members kind of
What do you mean? Why would you be escorted out?
I'll find a reason.
But this time, knowing when they want to buy time, knowing when they want to jiggle peek, knowing when they want to double.
But yeah, I think at some point in stage 2 I'll be there. But it more depends on like money, I suppose. Because usually like with Miska and stuff, we go on like our friend group, we usually go on like a holiday each year.
Yeah. Well, I'd definitely say have a chat to Jim.
Yeah, that's true.
I definitely think you fit the influencer bracket.
Yeah, but usually they have like an influencer like week. Where's my light? Yeah, can I have
to get himself a second.
Can I get invited to write this week, the same week that Bisca's off? I booked holiday.
Does he live in Germany then?
No, he's in Stockholm.
Oh, okay, okay.
Work his way forward here. Izu up on top of the box. Now spotted. Does do well to come away with the kill.
Like 2 years ago, we went to Amsterdam. Last year, they went to Vienna, but I didn't go. And then this year, they're going to Berlin, so it just happens to line up.
Yeah.
As well. You're able to shoot it down. Eventually, you take the shock dart, just plant him in. It's really just to buy time and create space. The triple kill, just a cherry on top for Saya player.
Nice.
I imagine there'll be some point I'll go. But if it's like, if it gets in the way of China, though, and doing other stuff, it's kind of...
Maintain the lead is the
question.
That's the only issue.
Kick back economically. Pretty severe here for DFM. 2 Vandals still in play. A multitude of ultimates as well.
Oh, and this setup from T1, it was ready for the Tiles Crunch with the showstopper, right? The 0 point to try to shut it down. DFM not gonna send it just yet.
I'm not even gonna try and pronounce his full name, Mo. It's not happening.
Other ults as well, though, for things like the retake, the thrash.
A lot to work with here.
The thing is, this round for DFM weaponry-wise is not good, but they've got so many ults to play with. I almost wish that Medusa had something like a Stinger, though, just for playing within a Viper's Pit, in case it comes to be useful.
Need help.
Anthem's got to play the safe. Got so much.
It's going to be some silly clutch that wins it for T1.
Try to buy some time, but he pulls off the angle. Now, he spots one.
He's going to try to hold.
Sends the Mosh and try to stave them off here for the time being. Fast lane there from side.
Yeah, I think the one thing was his jet. Like, his Raze was, like, top tier, but Nuke's jet was never really... Oh, no!
Pushing in. Oh, no! Okay, eventually get the headshot, but the initial whiff costs him dearly. Stops him from being able to follow up onto somebody else. Pop flash out. Full flash there onto Medusa. Just have to line up, has the kill, but now again, he's just going to be blinded as Rossi just runs him down. Another 3K for him on that KO.
I haven't watched Nuke's streams. Has he said what he wants to do next? Like, is he going to stick to Valorant, or is he going to go... Because obviously he was a pretty decent CS player as well.
You were the one with the rifle. You had so much util, maybe you thought you could spray them down, but at the end of the day, it's good util use from T1 to clear all the corners. They're able to swarm the site, get another round win on the board.
Back in with a buy. With them not finding any opportunities to utilize these 4 ults that they have had online. Dizzy over the top. It's the double pump there on the blinds. Hunter's Fury now out from Carpe, just fishing for anything that he could possibly find.
I was working on the side. Nah, fair. The thing is, I think he could get an opportunity in a team. Like, he's got so much experience, it's ridiculous, but
it's like
just
what
if
roles
people think that it didn't go well, yeah.
Try to check backside. Izu up on top of the box.
Oh, good defending, but yeah, Rossi's dead. See you later.
It's Rossi, yeah, he's detained right on top of the spike.
Only Hoodie is still tier 1 from old G2. What about Padatech?
Yeah, a great reaction.
Yeah, that's the one that you didn't expect to, like, claw it back. I think they're on about, like, the Pipson era of G2.
They back out immediately. They weren't even trying to hold on. That helps them set up to kind of avoid Hunter's Fury.
The Neil Pipson era.
You saw them use all their ultimates. You're able to answer back with your own retake.
Was Padatech not in that team?
Sure, there's trades back and forth, but they're ready for it.
That's a good question. I don't think so.
Was it like Mixwell?
I don't think they had a coach
Kellogg's
when he was in that, like, dominant period.
A seething sigh of relief there.
Hoodie Nuke. Meadow. Oh, damn. Okay.
But I doubt it'll be used immediately unless you're gonna set up for a full A.
Yeah,
it's a great fucking show. No spoilers. I haven't watched more of it, False. I haven't had time. I need to watch more of that show. It's fucking banging.
But either way, it's a tough one to clear, especially with the composition you have on T1.
Insights will be turned over here towards mid, but DFM. Just as many eyes on this. On the corner though, headshot in, side player.
Let's go DFM.
Press in for more, but
Padatech played in the artist.
Yeah. Defensive setups are really good from DFM.
Now across from that neural theft.
Like, they're cooking some good stuff.
Perfect tabs on these two remaining players from the side of T1.
Arpe's recognizing that Medusa could come out of the pit. It's good, but it doesn't exactly give them a lot more hope for the round just yet.
Spike picked up, but
Every like choke on the map is so hard to fight for. Because you got that tripping market, you've got people watching top CT, Viper's Pit A, even just a bit of the wall in like B main is so hard to fight against.
Position, but T1's starting to work away from him.
Yeah, Main just trying to make sure that he can hold on to that area. They got A main, they got B main, they shut them down in mid. Everything is covered for DFM. Now they are spread far apart, so I like this from Medusa. Banking out of his own pit, as it's been enough time, making sure that you have an exit, and it's just going to be the save as we look at the spike held and spawn. But
10
what
seconds left.
Crazy recruit. You're just not even going to call them DFM.
Just the way they're set up.
Crazy recruit player really well.
Haven't earned the name.
Initially as well. We have mid covered. That's going to be the next rotation. You've got.
I think DFM been playing pretty good. Like May, especially on that first map, was unbelievable.
They have us tied up at 4-4.
Map 2 definitely didn't go well for them, but yeah, I genuinely think they'll win a series this event for sure. Maybe even this one, but like, I think especially versus some of the other teams like a G, like a Bleed. I think they'll I think they'll probably win a series.
Definitely feel against those two, yeah.
No, I mean it definitely is true. Sometimes I see the pros place these camps and I try to do it.
Nobody wants to be their first loss though.
May goes diving forward.
No.
All the way down, just straight mid. Meanwhile, you got the Omen to take over tiles. That's something that T1 might have to keep tabs on.
I was quite hyped for T1. T1 at kickoff looked really good, so I don't know. Like it's a double-edged sword. It's kind of difficult because DFM definitely on paper shouldn't be particularly close to them.
Denying that pacing and then taking it back. You've still got a lot of delay on A. You still have the toxic screen on B. It's a very controlled look from DFM.
Right here.
Slow going. 41.
Yeah, it is like if you're the first team to lose to DFM, you're probably gonna get clowned quite a bit, even though it's not the same as last year.
Starts to play the trap wire relay bolt sent out as well. Forces May back off the angle here for the moment. They work their way forward into the site. Back onto the camp. Dart out.
Out of charges.
Just
That trip in Ali still being there is nice.
Oh, the paranoia is good.
Somewhat soon, so Carpe moves over to try and reinforce it. Oh, the paranoia timing is absolutely perfect. Still get some damage across there onto the sofa, but now weapons get scooped up.
Okay. That's gone better than I thought it was. That was like a firing squad.
He himself dropped. Anthem finds Saya player. Trade up here. Monstrous.
Yeah, none of those won in Ali now.
Izu's so good with the sheriff.
Every round, I swear. Like every little round that DFM looked like they're about to win.
No, it's more so every time they do enough damage to the economy where they can actually get a streak going, they just get fucked by a sheriff. Yeah, if DFM beats Zeta, that would be a story and a half.
He doesn't hold too close, doesn't want to get surprised. But the paranoia, it's just as if it's a tie.
Jesus Christ.
Absolutely fantastic shooting there from Izu.
Yo, who am I?
Tell him, who is he?
This man has lost his identity.
What's the time run for you?
He is Clint Eastwood in Fistful of Dollars.
33, 32, 31, 30, 29.
Keep going. I broke it. I think I'm good now. I'm 23, 22, 21, 20.
Yeah, it's about the same. Here's the year's timeline. DFM start going crazy and make Shanghai. T1 barely miss out on a chance, but are encouraged by the fact that they lost to DFM, who have gone on to win Shanghai. Paperx, Genji, and T1 and DFM go to champs. Right. No, but it's a nice story. You got dementia mid-game. Fucking hell.
Nice little 3x for the sheriff.
Didn't Easy say that they wanted to be like the faker of Valorant?
8 assists though. Gotta give him that credit.
Yeah, I think it was him. I don't really remember.
0 point out.
Because at that point in kickoff, they were playing like tremendously well, and then Karen was like, "Hello."
Push the Cypher Util the real thing that they want to fish out with that KO.
I'm the new hot commodity in Korea right now.
Trying to get full worth of the $20 I spent on the bundle. Hey, you know.
Put some pressure to force him back and create these angles, yeah.
You were one of the few people who bought it, and now there might be quite a few more joining you. I think that weren't they like 6th on the bundle list in Pacific, so they weren't even that low down. Nice, May.
I mean, timeout worked out nice.
Very much getting everything aligned. And with the help of the coaches, they keep things neck and neck. 5-5. These teams looking absolutely inseparable on Sunset.
And one of the changes we saw off of that timeout was the returns to putting that tripwire back up in mid. They took that off once it got taken down 2 times in a row, said we want to switch things up, play for more delay on the site. But that hasn't worked out so
I think so many other teams in these situations would just like start to panic and play scared, but DFM is still just out-aiming them a bit.
Yeah, I'm worried though, Sire play with this ult again.
There's one. Oh, the recon clearing that corner too.
Still just gets 2. I don't know. I don't think this is gonna go well. Every time they get close to resetting their fucking economy, they lose around to pistols. It's the whole game. Would you recommend going back and watch the Gen G game? No. It basically, Gen G just went like 9-3 up in both halves. Kind of choked a bit. The game got a little bit close and then closed it. Like that was both maps. It's not worth rewatching. And when the comeback was happening, I think it was Governor just like trolled the last round. He just ran through a smoke on mid in Ascent like he was a defender with an operator, and he just ran through the smoke, got shot in the head. I was like, I just don't know what he was doing. So yeah, I don't think he really missed anything.
Back away, avoiding the 0 point, avoiding the recon arrow here on B. Starting to rotate around as noise being made.
I feel like you'd see more better stuff like the other Talon series.
Much of anything here.
Oh, don't watch Talon versus Bleed. Oh, that's the worst game of the tournament so far. That was horrible. I Bleed. Honestly, if they play like that, they're finishing last.
Nice ult.
Come on, May. This is now a May fan account. Nice. This guy is fucking unreal. How old is May?
Young, I think. No, I feel. Yeah, I feel
he
like,
turned 20 yesterday.
I was gonna say, like, I felt 19 was his age, but I don't know where I was getting that from.
Tiles, just incredible, because that was an absolute trap set up by T1. I mean, you see Side Player getting caught by the Thrash, and Xcurious just licking his lips, waiting for everyone to run by, and he'll just catch him.
Big old pistol now.
That was not the case, and a great retake that, of course, forced the rest of T1 to try to have to push.
Oh shit, Glance finally got a visa. That's awesome.
All the support from other parts of the map, and a tied map. Who would have thought we'd be here?
I wonder how they managed that. Like, if G2 struggles to get a visa, I don't know how Kamen Core would be able to.
Well, I guess a lot of teams have done it just through Serbia, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's always been a plan for Glance, but I mean, every visa that she applied for got rejected.
I think it's just luck. I think it's just like you have to have all of the right documents at the right time.
A much more disjointed T1.
Yes.
Breaking down in ways that we haven't witnessed before either.
Well, it just seems like DFM, I would say...
DFM, they're causing that breakdown.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. I actually think overall, even on Lotus...
Yeah, I'm sad that Woot didn't get one, but at the same time, I don't know if Heretics are going to be better with Woot than with Patatek.
Yeah, it depends how they approached it, really.
T1.
Like how much they've practiced with Patatek versus with Woot in the first place. Because I remember talking about the secret Polish player that was playing with Heretics at the grand finals of Game Changers. So if they've been playing with Patatek that long, that's a long ass time to then just pull him out and put in a new player and hope that it works.
Push out of A, take hard control. You've got
Woot is an insane individual player, but it's more the supportive utility that Padatech brings. That's the only thing I'm worried about. Like Woot, in terms of how he played on like Fireflux and stuff like that, the kid is insane. But like, I didn't expect Padatech to bring that level of support, so that's what I'm nervous about.
Just send some shots at each other.
Yeah, and T1, I mean, they have
Honestly, with how well it's been going for Heretics, I think just keeping it the same team for the rest of the season until a good break comes in where you can start to incorporate it.
I like this though, right?
Because the rate that they've been playing, Shanghai and Champions is definitely a possibility.
So much more
Oh yeah.
For T1.
I kind of believe in Paybreak's mentality of taking cracked duelists and putting them on anything else. Hey, it worked for ENG and KC.
He does get knocked down to 70, but kill found. Swing around here from Neth, looking to lurk his way into B. Spots Rossi. Oh, can't quite find the kill. Rossi trying to jump, trying to get in on top of him so he can utilize
Is Sunset CT or T-sided? It depends on the region a lot.
30 seconds left.
Getting ready to come.
It depends on how long they want to plant B.
Reveal coming in, he eats quite a bit of damage there, but he's still going to be alive. And suddenly side player, last one standing, clears the dizzy.
Come on. There we go, DFM.
And eventually will be hounded down a flawless
Keep it going. You've got Mayo on attack. Easy win. Easy win.
What's going to be really surprising and something that's going to
Really good counter attack too.
is DFM has
I also think that fucking Neon on defense is kind of troll.
In comparison to a Raze and a Nade, yeah.
Well, I guess it's just how they're gonna do it. Are they gonna have to get like massively aggressive throughout a lot of these rounds? I just realized Izu probably has all of his kills with a Sheriff. He's got 4 kills.
Had 2 earlier? Yeah, probably.
And need to ramp things up. There's triple push into main, eventually coming through, but pull out that dart. End up able to find one. Nessa gets the other. Sure, get a parting kill there, but has been weakened significantly. For now, they do save them off, but the A site is completely opened up.
They'll keep
I think like I think Zeta versus DFM will probably be a fun match.
I mean, look at this, right? Medusa's still waiting to see if there is.
But they've also like just brought in a couple of younger players who have got to try and get themselves better. It's tough though because I think we've got like, at least from what I've seen so far, there's some fairly like top heavy teams. So like your Genjis, DRX are looking very good as well. PaperX. So like I thought T1, but maybe not. So to get to Shanghai for teams like Zeta, it almost seems impossible. So I don't know. Even getting to champions, it's like you'd have to play a much higher level.
Gather up in a spike explosion party, or if they actually want to try to take some weapons out of the hands and actually risk giving over some crucial ult charge here to their opponents. Trap wire set up though. Will alert to at least the presence of one on this side of the map.
Looks like they'll just try to wait for the exits, and if it doesn't come through, go the other side. See how well aware DFM might be of this, as they're not seeing any inklings, so they should know that it's going to be a delayed wait, one side or another. It's going to be contact.
Coming through.
They're cautious of it though. Medusa seems a little wary of it.
Yeah, they sent the paranoia in, spotted one. How far do they actually push into this one? Well, Saya,
and then they still just kill everybody anyway.
Oh,
I suppose is the answer.
Yep.
Well, the other smart thing is they purposely placed far forward on the site as well. So
Yeah, Pacific team has been PaperX, DRX, and Genji at this point. Yeah, I agree, but I think there's still more to see out of DRX.
Maximum punishment here against T1. I'll just, starts with that. A little bit scrappy at the beginning, but overall clean in the end. See, still all business here for the side of DFM, wanting to save any kind of real celebrations for the end after they've confirmed a victory for themselves. T1 though, still in a decent position, but need to win out here in this round. Stop that bonus conversion coming through. Still just all have shields for them in this anti-bonus.
T1 T1, of course, doesn't
Don't know if I like the term anti-bonus that much, but what the hell else do you call it?
push into B main to counter that post plant. See if they eventually push back out for that contact, because you're going to have Neth waiting for it.
The fragment out. Sent into the back. Neth's still here, though. And they know that that's a freshly thrown cage, not a preset one.
But here's the thing is you don't know, was that used to exit or was that used to re-enter? I mean, Neth is really keeping him tied up. The 0-point checks for it.
Paranoia is good.
Off the back of the Paranoia, finds the kill. Izu now trying to hold, doesn't see that gun barrel, it's just an inch away, swing.
Izu did Paranoia before, so I'm quite surprised that they weren't really expecting him there. Maybe just expected it to just completely get off site.
Two players down, T1. Looking like the call is just going to have to be to save.
Well, you have to, because here's the thing. Saya was on the hunt for Neth.
Ooh, D1 have to save.
Tripwire, and he can't get past that without notifying him. I just excellently played from DFM. Like you said, push.
Who did T1 play in their first series?
Map, forcing T1's hand,
Paper X.
Oh, of course. Brought their mental.
Like, how does this happen?
No, just not like this. I'm not even like dumbfounded by the situation or by the opponent. Just the improvement and the growth.
Yes, exactly. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: is that
they're playing mind games with him.
Exactly. I would have expected. Listen, if they looked relatively clean in their own set plays and they were covering for each other, things like that, or maybe the aim overall improved a little bit. That alone.
Oh, T1 is sweating. T1 is sweating.
Just because. I'm not trying to say that
I can't believe it.
or anything like that, but they just look so messy overall that you don't even know where
Yeah, also the crazy thing as well, this would put T1 in a really fucking bad spot. Because, like, they'd be 0-2. They still have to play, what, Talon, RRQ, Zeta, and DRX. And if they were to go 0-3, wow. They'd have to win. Who have they got next? Who's their next game?
You just said Talon?
It is DRX. It's DRX. So they could be 0-3.
Be done, surely, if you're... Well, I guess it depends what group you're in.
They're in the group that plays against 6. So they would still have a chance, I think.
Just given how they looked at kickoff.
And then you can't lose against RQ, Zeta, and Talon. All of which are going to be gunning to beat you, seeing as you... Because that would mean that if you lose against T1, you're worse than DFM.
Just wanted to give a quick shout out to the coaches as well. Obviously,
Yeah.
Autumn has been doing
To be honest though, DFM, I think that whole fucking story would need to go. Because, like, this team actually looks good.
Yeah.
especially in terms of career, definitely the youngest career.
If they keep playing like this, they could definitely make playoffs.
This fallen kingdom of DFM.
They got to win first though.
I think this is a crazy difficult comp to play too. Like, this isn't like DFM going with the meta and just sort of cheesing it out. Like, they're playing one of the hardest comps, I think, to make work on this map. And they're playing it so well.
I'm just waiting to see if it's a re-clear on mid. They're purposely trying to draw out that attention. That leads to early door.
I think it's also been a really good series for Anthem's IGL in. I think a lot of the calls that they made are good. They just really only been losing out just aim fights and clutches.
Waited out the pressure. It's just Carpe lingering forward here in main. Swing on the corner. He'll be spotted. Now has to try to backpedal. Still holding close and still not calling for reinforcements. Man cleared.
They're making it really hard for players to actually play in these aggressive positions as well. I like it.
But this is what's happened, right? Is T1
And they just intentionally got hit by the knife to try and pull people over. I'll be interested to see if it works. I don't think it has.
This might work out.
This is actually working out for them because I don't think
At least they're not pushing into Izu, Sheriff.
it's all the way across the opposite side.
Son of a bitch!
They want to try to push A. Izu, he's got a Sheriff in hand. Rossi.
That's perfect.
Jump forward there into the cyber cage. Rossi trying to stay alive.
It's like they heard me.
Found there as Neth goes fishing. 2 HP. He somehow finds another.
Oh my god!
I'm shutting up. I'm saying nothing about this player.
Oh, the
T1 are just
the
4 versus
ultimate
5.
Ryan Central curse has just fucked
crying
them.
out loud.
text from Izu.
Ryan spoke once and he fucking doubled his kills.
But then the trade seemed to be absolutely in favor of DFM.
I mean, that's being able to get another one there. Huge.
That's a TikTok.
Izu.
Hey, fuck it. Clip it for me, Sato. Clip it for me.
Incredible spray down for him, doubling his kills in that round when T1 needs it the most. Keeping him in this one. Poison Orb thrown down. Side player out in front of this one.
Oh, they're trying to push him out.
Bite does force him a little bit further forward, but no one really there for the challenge. 0 Point will identify a couple of players here from DFM.
So
now
DFM
just go their separate ways.
Off of that previous round, what they'll have to recognize is, okay, just our typical fakes, right? And then leaving the Cypher, things like that, was red in the previous round. The setup up to it was good, though. So curious to see if they're able to identify that in the server, as it's much easier to tell when you're seeing the entire.
T1's setup on A is nice.
Curse. Nice. I'm taking it.
Checking, nothing spotted.
They're also doing the God Drone from Carpe, the one that you can do on top of the box that just sees all of like mid. I'm surprised they haven't like fixed that. Because you can get some insane height on an Aldron. Oh, the recon is good too.
Good trade. Oh, Anthem. Nice.
He is Thrash too.
All by himself.
Very nice, lads. Come on. Break the curse. Break the curse.
Find the round win. Double digits here for DFM.
You can tell T1, they're starting to make some
Anything
errors,
could
right?
happen.
Kind of played by his own cyber cage there, thinking that
I'm going for the Vansili levels of just
what the setup was himself.
vague
Yeah,
statements.
you got the fucking white picket fence up
Yeah.
your
A little
arsehole.
different. Spike doesn't go down as fast either. Now it's just gonna be
Yeah, this would be their first win ever.
Yeah. So the thing with the longest loss streak if DFM win here will be yay.
Yeah.
Players so
Not even bleed, just yay.
Stinger there. As everybody now starting to rotate around here towards B.
But the thing is DFM saw more than one in mid, right? The Neon and one more member. So they're just going to shift that weight, and this is the timing for Medusa.
They have 4 people here already. And the one thing that was working out for T1 is just having an aggressive line on A. Like having the Neon and stuff, playing super duper close.
Poking and prodding over towards A. Hasn't really seen much of anything yet. Seems like DFM, they want a little bit more comfort, a little bit more reassurance. So they will explore some other parts of the map here first before really settling on where they want this spike to rest.
They're breaking the door and market as well, making sure that the members who rotated over to B have to be tied up there. And now it's going to be a send onto the A site.
It's just such good movement.
Yes.
Here from DFM once again, round after round, putting this on display. Showstopper now at the ready. Nobody there on site. Just looking to clear out this.
Didn't quite get the trip. There they go.
Send it over.
30 seconds left.
Space bought. T1 now arriving as the plant comes in. Dizzy going to be scooped up.
Oh, don't let side player get close.
Has that Mosh in his back pocket. Execute has the ult, needs a try.
Anthem is like hitting every trade, I
Yeah.
swear.
Spot out as they start pushing
Oh,
forward.
not this time. Not this time. Not this time.
Carpe's recons are getting so much though. So much impact and they're just not being cleared.
T1 making that retake look a lot easier than we might have anticipated, but they keep things close once more.
A godlike recon coming in from Carpe. Just gets all the tags, and quite frankly, the recon was really good in the previous round as well. So the Silva, very well prepared. They're able to just tie them up. The paranoia, the relay bolt, the fast lane, everything. Make sure that DFM denied.
There's my Overwatch Tracer player.
Through all that utility.
Damn. I definitely would have known that.
Fury online here for T1.
Man, DFM, I mean, I was going to mention that I liked that they sent both ults on that entry because they wanted
Oh, are they doing you do the recon down from there? There's a shock dart lineup as well to break that trip.
Ooh. Oh no. Easy might be on now. Oh no. It's Ryan's fault.
They'll be able to get Anthem and Rossi. Cleans up two, Saya getting the other. Solid aggression coming
It
out.
actually might be.
They're back to within touching distance of DFM. 10-9. Cash continues to get whittled away at.
A good switch up from
Is it
T1.
timeout now?
Instead of trying to meet DFM on the wings of the map,
No, they just stopped for a second.
Yeah,
I'm surprised the
just stood
DFM
still.
haven't called a timeout though at this rate.
regaining his confidence a lot.
You did say 14-12, to be fair.
Plays. Goes for the peaks, buys time for his teammates to set up cover, so he just has to focus on tiles. Now it's going to be an A setup for the site.
Yeah, now gets 4.
Did you see Rossi's face?
0 point from Rossi has been
He was like fucking screaming. It was like, oh!
Everybody knows that when it comes to language barriers, the one way to break it is by just shouting loudly.
Yeah, just say it louder.
Take one away from that thrash now is Anthem. Now DFM again just trying to play around with the map movements a little bit more. Switch tab, doors shut there.
Reset on A as well. Looks like the idea here is you want to focus, shift your weight.
Just don't overcook it, DFM, and I think you're fine.
It's going to be Execure anchoring as hard as possible if they do come A. He's got trips
They thrown the wingman in on market, but they can't pick it up.
That way they can focus all their utility onto the B site.
Oh. Execure it.
Have T1 ever played any Cypher stuff on B for their defense?
Yeah, there was the round where Anthem wiped out 3 people.
Oh yeah. Mostly it's been on A though. We got everything. Yeah, says has to go all the way around because he's not pushing through there with the spike.
Oh no! He thought he had him because he was spraying. Ah, these are not good.
He still needs to plant. He's not even on the site. He's TP'd now.
Oh! Go on, Neth! Go on, Neth!
On for the ace, no! Fell to the very last moment. Spike planted.
Here's a TP.
Come on! Yes! Got in there!
Nice, says.
Still holds his ground, waits for carpet.
Oh my god, that was way too close for
Fucking hell,
comfort.
my butt cheeks are clenched off that one.
Stands there through all of that. I mean,
Neff just carried this round.
Well, surely you push out at some point and Seth says no.
This was...
I mean, what a...
Neff just I ain't fucking losing.
Yes.
And Seth's just finishing the job that Neth had started for him. Timeout now. Second one called by T1. As they are in dire straits.
Wait, T1 had buffed their timeouts going into this half?
Here in a corner.
I guess so.
DFM with a 2-round lead.
But they said before... Oh, it doesn't matter. I think the timeout earlier was DFM's, but I don't... Because they still had one left the last timeout that we saw. I don't know. Weird.
Talked about that also being something they're trying to keep an eye on, right? Just the overall energy level of your players. Are they too excited or are they not? Where's the tension at? So DFM perhaps just focusing on making sure they calm down. You don't want to look at the finish line too early, but you are only mere steps away from it. It's been 682 days since the DFM banner has lifted a victory at all, and that was back in Challenger Japan when Asta was still playing.
Yeah.
Of course, he was on a different team back then. And, oh, you know who was on that team? Was HSK, was a player on that squad that brought a match victory to DFM and the organization.
It's been a glow-up year for both of them.
Yes, that is for sure.
You know what, they're separate ways and both are doing just fine.
Suppressed.
Now, DFM, can they take the second to last step? Can T1 get in their way once more? Side player, operator in play. Should go for a retake, does have that overdrive as well, but for now, DFM not playing in towards that op whatsoever. And given how good their reads are, I'm curious if they have a very strong idea that Zaya is going to be using that op, because so far he has not been bringing that out at all. May jumping forward, doesn't go too deep, Banis. There's the wingman, but he's with enough of an angle, is able to stop the plant. So now they have to work their way forward. Head spotted.
This fucking spot, man. This fucking spot for Omens.
For that though, right? Recognizing that that's the best spot.
Okay, all just to pick up the spike.
I mean, it's a fast recovery before they can swarm on it. I don't mind it at all.
Market door now shut.
Rossi's desperately trying to ruin it.
The rotation.
Okay, that was a little bit over-aggressive from May.
Saya
30 seconds
putting
left.
May down.
They're just going to save. Oh, fair play. Yeah, the 10 spot.
Tough pill to swallow, but looks like they are just going to make the call to get grouped up inside of the spawn and let this round go into T1's hands.
Not much you can do about it.
10 seconds left.
It's not like you're really going to greed for anything. Sure, if you thought you had a great idea on how to take down the operator, that was an option, but it's already way far back. Never really got close to touching it. But now that they know, what's the adjustment from DFM? They have the information now to try to keep that lead.
So wasn't it? It was like Spin said that DRX were easy to read and counter, and DRX did an interview where Stack said we could have won even quicker.
Oh, this is, I mean, it's an interesting timeout, right? Immediately after that, gives T1 a chance.
Yeah, I don't know. You said on the bottom left that there was no more timeouts left for DFM.
And the question on both sides is going to be, again,
I don't know. You can go back and count them if you want.
When it comes to that operator.
Actually, Pacific, it said here at 1 hour and 48 minutes in the series, the DFM didn't have a timeout and then they used one. If I go to clause 12.6 in the rulebook,
and then the guy will look at you and go, no English.
Yeah.
That's it, the last few seconds.
Yeah, this is just Riot giving him an extra timeout. Just been like, fuck it, for the narrative, go on, we'll give you this one.
All come down to the execution of the players.
Hey, everyone really wants DFM to win at this stage.
Isn't there like a rumor that like fucking part of DFM's like owner is some sort of like money laundering mafia stuff? So is this like the
have
Don?
no idea.
Is it the Yakuza just a Riot? Like, give him another timeout. Okay, sure. Fuck.
Even said there's just gonna be some fighting here. Over B main, this camera does get cleared.
But with that paranoia coming out into B main, gotta wonder if DFM's gonna slow things down a
Yeah, I
little
think somebody said that to me at like the Riot One like event when I was watching that back, and me being like, that seems a little bit silly.
Could still benefit from that damage later on in the round.
What do you use your power for? Influencing esports games.
Yeah.
It's over into Xgrid's hands here as he just watching this back alley and has been spotted.
Oh, he didn't bring that back. He can't retrieve that.
Question, but either way, that thrash is not recoverable for the time being.
Yeah, the idea is always to go back to B right now, but Medusa has to stay alive and sell this quite hard on A. He can go down eventually.
The thing is, that being left there is going to keep those players there because they're like, surely they're not stupid enough to just throw it out in a place that they can't pick it up.
Checked out Izu. Sad back over by Boba. Looks like they're just going to push all the way through top mid.
Camera hasn't been broken. I don't know if he was in it the whole time, but nobody cleared it.
Oh dear.
There's Xgrid strikes, finds one. Side player going to be taken down. Girl depth invested. TP forward, I believe.
He stuck it.
Oh, Rossi is fucking doing so well. Oh, whiff, a whiff.
Get planted.
10 seconds left.
If you two Viper's pit, if they got the plant with the Viper, it would...
Come on, Medusa.
Comes up with a kill, and now
I think he's been seen. I think he got seen.
The drone knows.
Oh, the AWP. Soon as
fuck, man.
Soon as T1 started picking up the operator, they've been winning.
They tie us up 11-11.
Ah, that's a Rossi round. Rossi's fucking slamming it.
The thing is after that mid control, DFM had already played so much time that no matter where they went, they just had to rely on the pinch and the numbers.
Yeah, they should just, you know, they should just become the first ever team to lose to fucking DFM. They should just become that. Own it, right, Gorilla? I'm sure you'd do that. You just let them win.
What's the relay bolt, right? That slows him down entirely on that entry from top mid.
Yep, the right side of history.
Them up now. Tied. Who can take the lead? One ult.
For legal reasons, this is a joke. I have never thrown a game. It's alright. When I screenshot this, I'm editing that bit out.
So far, very quiet.
Yeah, for Gorilla. Hypothetically speaking, a Japanese mafia boss comes to you and says, "Listen,
for fuck's sake.
forced DFM to unconsciously waste a lot of time. Because normally,
how'd you like those kneecaps?
Surely repeaks this again. They usually come out to clear this area again, and it has not been happening since the timeouts.
They have guns, you don't.
You have to regain control of the
Yeah,
map.
quite literally, you're going to get shot in the face.
Market for Zaya to try to play off of. He actually ends up falling for, but no, we'll just go ahead and dissipate now. Start working their way forward. Still deep lurk here for Medusa.
Don't do it, 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 don't do it. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Don't do it. Wait for a flash or something, please.
It's still going to be in the hands of Execute. They haven't spotted him out yet, but the rest of the team...
Having the up here and then just the trip on short.
Have to suspect something though, right? That's got to be the reason why Medusa hasn't swung this yet. Surely they're trying to go for a double.
Nah.
Oh, the paranoia is good though.
No, no, Rossi again. Oh, okay. They could have been worse. Get the plant in. Get the plant in.
Has to clear the site. Oh my god, the position though for Izu. He could just peek out. Oh, he reads it so well.
Yes, May.
3 kills there from May.
Come on, May.
3v2. The overdrive available for side player, but Vandal in hand.
Oh, fucking hell. I'm so nervous.
Recon gets broken, that's
yes,
everything.
Come on.
Dart slides in. Neth able to shut it down. Carpe now. The IGL.
They got 12. They got 12. They got 12.
What's
surely. He's not got... Sit the fuck down. No. No, 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 no.
Good sense. Gets the headshot there. Takes out May.
Time.
Trying to get a reaction.
Yes. Yes.
Oh man, May actually superhero.
Sup, incorrect. Thank you for the raid. Oh, fucking hell.
By DFM.
Come on.
You picked a good time to tune in.
But the fact that also T1 again, one of the most
Oh my god. That was it. That was it. If he puts that showstopper anywhere else.
The fact that he left it so late and just to protect the plant too.
Have not shown incredible endurance, incredible preparation, and once again it's May with some heroic mechanics.
Crucially here though, T1.
I like having another Japanese duelist to cheer for, yeah. Come on. Don't go OT. Yes! No, 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 not May! No, no, it's not worth the trade!
Viper's bit. You got Neon though.
It's this post plan. It's this post plan. It's the rat post plan.
Look at Neff go. Oh, I thought he was going to flank all the way around.
Ult going, fishing right now with this overdrive. Side player trying to find any straight damage that he can get.
Uh-oh.
So far, not much going to be found.
The Viper is just so far at the back.
Neff.
Still going across the dragon from Neff. Finds himself
Oh,
kills. It's on.
1v1.
He's got an up in hand. No more ult charge. Sends out the shot.
Yes! They fucking done it! They've done it! I can't believe it!
They got their win.
Long have they waited.
Fucking hell. DFM. Let's go, lads.
Find their first victory in VCT.
Oh, I'm so happy for them. They've completely fucked my pick'ems, but...
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Like, see how there was 960 people, I think, that had like correct predictions up until now. Let's see how many that like drops to now.
That's insane. Oh, it's got to be like 1. It's got to be like 1.
Single win in VCT Pacific. It's all been.
Oh, May just breaking down.
But finally, a spark of green and perhaps
oh god.
To a new era of Japanese.
They'll be celebrating in the streets of Detonation
so
Focus
cute.
Me.
That's so cute. They're fucking crying over the. Unless that was a T1 fan.
Yeah, he's just broken.
Fuck my pick'ems. Ah, fuck them. I don't care.
At the same time, Global Esports and Bleed have breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that they weren't going to be the team to lose to DFM first. Now, if they lose, it's more that DFM are actually suddenly good, not that they're bad enough to lose to DFM.
It looks like a team, a detonation that you can at long last believe in.
Oh, oh that's so adorable.
And you now see, I also want to give props to the fact that they were able to hold on to their emotions until the win was finally across the finish line. Like,
wait, does it mean that Gen G after week 1 is the only team that's got a win in their group?
Yes, I think it does.
But now they've done it.
They absolutely have.
Fucking alpha group, more like beta group. Am I right?
Damn. That's crazy.
Themselves to get ahead of themselves. But now that it's done and dusted, you can see the emotions. They are
being T1 as well.
Right,
That's like a solid fucking.
All of you scroats that were watching saying that you're going to get the bundle, get into game now.
And we will buy that bundle.
Oh, I'm going to pick up the bundle if they get a win.
And also, anybody who's here, I'm going to rate Brian now because I'm done.
You're not staying for the interview?
My pick'ems are fucked. I'm going to go get some food, go to the shops. So go and watch Brian, watch some China. And I'll be back on EMEA tomorrow. I'll be back on well, I'll probably do another week of Pacific as well once it's all done. But either way, guys, thank you very much for watching. Love you, Ryan.
Love you too.
Hope you have a good stream.
Have a good time. Enjoy doing EMEA.
It's so incredible to see the emotion on the stage, the way that they played today.
Bye, Ryan. Bye.
It's so heartwarming that after such a long road, after such a forgettable
Right. Thank you, Tom.
Coming into stage 1, they get a win.
Yeah, first thing I want to see if it's actually updated.
Amazing.
If their win was against T1.
9 people.
One of the best teams.
We need to find out who these 9 people are that have got all of these right.
Year and a half. This is the same team that qualified to champions last year, and this year.
Is the DFM bundle good? Absolutely not.
Coming in here,
The pitch is awful.
Yeah, and it's not just that. Like, I mean, I feel like the whole.
You're still on Chrome? I am for this.
That was already really.
It's easier for me to use Chrome for
But then now Sunset. I mean, the fact
what's it called?
13-11.
Look, we gotta give it up.
Oh my God.
We gotta just celebrate. Let's go.
We gotta buy the bundle.
Everything's just kicked off. Tactibear's falling over.
Tactibear's happy for you. We're all happy for you.
Oh man, for T1's chances though, that pretty much kills them.
Time. And about time.
Hell yeah. And I mean, what a showing from May. Just absolutely.
And like T1 of DRX next. But this is so odd.
This is like another level from him. He has really stepped up, along with the rest of the team, especially on Sunset.
Like literally, T1 is still in a playoff position despite losing like 2 games because their map differential's a little bit better than Team Secret and Global.
Creating a lot of space for team. I mean, no discredit to T1. Sideplayer was pretty impressive with the Neon.
And DFM, despite winning their first ever like proper series, still second from bottom. Talon are bottom now. Oof. Right. So yeah, I missed EDG versus JDG, which was like for most games in China, a couple of them are very straightforward. Not really that entertaining, but I'd say that these are like 2 of the better teams in the region. JDG are unbelievable with some of the players that they have on it, and they almost beat EDG. It's a very close series in the end, so I missed this because I was casting Polaris. So I'm catching up on the VOD of this. Because it's EDG, first time that they've played since they bombed out of Madrid. And then, can I get rid of all of the stuff around? I don't think I can get rid of this though.
看起来是一个快提，一个点内的闪配合上经典的暗眼，感觉是想要去直接飞包。
I know there's a way to do it, but I can't remember what it is. I think it just disappears after a while anyway. At least I hope so. There we go. And the quality's not great either. Why is the quality so bad? 720, 1080, there we go. Now we're cooking. It still looks terrible, but we have to go with it because for some reason the YouTube VODs are not on YouTube. They were all, for some reason, privated. Also, YH10 is the new player for JDG. Basically, these 4 players all came from Rare Atom, which was like the 2nd best team in China last year. Rare Atom didn't make partnership, so they played for Ascension, and they lost to DRG in like a shock, like Ascend level of loss for Ascension. So JDG, who spent $16 million on their League of Legends roster last year, owned by JD.com, which is effectively China's Amazon. It's a lot of fucking money. $billion company with an esports team. Picked up all of this squad for $1 million. Brought in a player called J Kuro, who was on top, to IGL. Wasn't an IGL. Looked awful. So now they got WATCHPARTY, who was the IGL for attacking Seoul. But wasn't IGL in the team during Tokyo. Sorry. Yeah, JDG. J.K. is just a 6-man now? Yeah, they've benched him. Which I'm pretty sure, like, if this goes well for JDG and they stick to this, surely there's other teams. Like, somebody like, I think, honestly, somebody like All Gamers, if they drop Spitfires, put Delby on Sentinel, and bring in J.K. that's an amazing team.
对，就是主要就是把交战距离拉长，这样就算你打掉了一些枪，可能也不太好捡。
And then EDG not making any roster changes. There were rumors that they were, or they were looking into it, but they just didn't have time. Okay, and I've got Viva on site. Oh, the quality of this stream is ass, but there's literally nothing else. So I imagine a YouTube VOD like ripped and then re-uploaded would probably not be that great either.
位置已经暴露过了，那近距离跟汉林去对的话还是有点吃亏。速度3杀到手，这分依然是轻松拿下。我觉得可能
I miss Kung Kung Jet. Yeah, Kung Kung moving over to play Initiate. Actually, let me just double check, because maybe there's a chance that the VOD is. So here we got JDG versus EDG. VCT China Stage 1. Do we watch it off Chopra's stream? Surely not. And this was a month ago. Oh, this was FPX versus EDG. Did anybody grab it? There's me. That's not me. Is there really no, like, VOD of it anywhere? Not even, like, ripped and put up? Come on, China, what are you doing? That's heartbreaking.
明显是一个比较难进的点位。对于奇乐单手的以及奇乐跟猎枭双手的这个点来说，他们的站位是非常保守的，很难以被抓到。这样的话，你就很难实现第一时间禁闭的这个策略。
对，其实还有一个比较尴尬的点就是。
Yeah, they did stream on YouTube, but they privated the streams. That's what I mean. Like, it's so odd that they've done that because everything was fine. Even like the last day of games is still on YouTube. It's just day 1 and day 2 for some reason. Like, I don't know if it's something to do with potentially could be due to the Clove trailer. Because the Clove trailer music just copyright strikes you straight away.
把整个枪线铺开，跟你尽可能远距离对枪，创造自己的枪线优势。
对于 EDG 来说，开局是在中路封了2颗烟的，所以下一波进攻可能要来得非常晚。这也是尽量会把自己在中路长枪对抗的优势发挥到极限。
Gone down first. Went for the Vision Strikers play, got shut down.
他们的节奏这么慢，其实慢并不是主要目的，而是为了等待自己第2轮的技能 CD。
And right now EDG just holding a default full buy against WATCHPARTY playing close. Well, he's in a good position. Not really in a good spot to get out, though. You saw some help from WATCHPARTY. He just peeks out, gets deleted instantly. Good play from EDG to sort of force out some of these ratty positions that JDG are in. Like here, they see the Killjoy, so like, oh, Killjoy utilities towards A. Maybe we just go B here. Like Viva only as a sheriff. Doesn't need to worry about recon because nobody's dead. So could just go for the aggressive peek and then go on site. Oh, just had to hop down.
最后只剩一个锚点，手里一把獠犬，14秒钟，读秒阶段爆能系是可以比较轻松的安装好。
这里地图是有留人的，哇 ，Smokey 的加
Alright, good bonus from EDG. Actually, I think they played the map really well there.
这里感觉就是没有稳住。
是一个第4回合的较量啊。
Don't know what happened.
没有太多的损失，但是这个狙击。
Right, what else now?
在第4回合就已经端出了自己的明狙。
Stu's got the op on round 4. Playing an A main. YH and Yihao together. Lambot here. I think the turret was broken here instantly. I think Martin in a good series. Like, I think the question players for JDG, if it doesn't go well, that you're looking to replace is possibly Yihao and Martin. Yihao especially, because there's a lot of really good controller players that are like mechanical gods that aren't IGLing. DFM got a win before, yay, unbelievable. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I said it like earlier, but the longest loss streak now in Pacific is yay, not DFM. Which, yeah, is tragic. Still got the jet plane over here, no rotation. The only problem is just you can't adjust this very easily. And also, good teams know to KO knife this, so you get stuck there, you get stuck. Good spray damage done to Kung. Kung? I don't know why I just shot its Kung. Viva's playing on site, Viva Martin together. Nice fight, playing in from John Cena because you can't quite see them. Oh man, I don't like Martin fighting that. Oh my god, Smoggy. No time though, just stalled it out. How do you feel about Kung Kung flexing now? I don't hate it necessarily. I think it's one of those changes that it's really like you don't quite get Kung Kung performing amazingly on, like, his best role is a duelist for sure. But Smoggy also looks good on the duelist, and I think Kung Kung does look better like with utility. Is it similar with Nobody? Like, Nobody used to be like very like aggressive in people's faces, but since he's moved over to playing like main initiate for the most part, you almost like clip his wings. He just doesn't look as mechanically gifted. He's not having those multi-kills. That's the only thing. You don't want to do that to Kung Kung because you lose so much. But I still think the performances that he has when he's on like initiators and stuff, like Bind and all those kind of maps, I think do look really good for him. Like, it's not the change I would have made, but ultimately it's, I think it'll benefit Kung Kung quite a lot to play on a different role, even if he goes back to playing duelist in the future.
我觉得他们的想法也是，你不管怎么抢中路，你始终要进点里啊！我只要守住点内，不让你装爆能器就行了。第二波烟，有人在架，中路应该还是会等一下。顺云来掩护自己的队友进点，灵眼秀弹给上，遥控器附近已经是干干净净了，好像是一直到了奇乐，我看到炮台已经失效了。是要抓紧时间。直接一个凌空。
Was gonna dash over the top maybe, but it just ran out.
第二时间再交点内，两个人只需要拖时间来等待自己队友的回
Martin's brave to play from that box, and it's actually really nice from Viva to play off of it too. There's 2 win conditions now for playoffs. I'm not quite sure. I don't remember off the top of my head. But if you're like, if you're in a playoff position and you have less than 2 wins or less, I think it is. I don't want to say, but it's effectively like if you are in a playoff position but you still don't have a lot of wins, the other group will get a spot. Role change. I don't think that Kung Kung's problem was ever over aggressing.
这里先想枪了啊，但浩东应该也不会主动拉出来，两边应该是相安无事，各自保枪了。不过我觉得对于京东来说，他们这个守必区传物的战术好像终于被 EDG 找到了一丝破绽。
I think he could be more disciplined, but I don't think that requires him to be holding W a bit less.
有烟的情况下 ，JDG 他不太好回防的。第一时间枪线补不上，点里的人慢慢就要被蚕食到，然后跟点里慢慢这个拉扯打出来之后，中路就会有这种渗透。看刚才那一波，以及点内，你看Martin虽然顶了第一波之后，但是后续回防的人跟不上，这个是 JDG 现在遇到最大的问题。
我觉得主要是在重生点附近这一侧把 KO 被卡住了，出不来，导致点内不管你再怎么打，还是一个2打4的一个人数列。
That's what you said on stream. I know the coach has said that he wants to try. Like, it's the coach's call. It's After's call to put Kung Kung on KO. It's not Kung Kung's decision. It's the same reason why the coach is swapping around Chi-Chu and Haodong. their roles. Because he's just very keen to try and experiment to see what like variation of the team works the best. But I'll put it this way. Moving Kong Kong onto Initiator, I hate less than moving Chi Chi off of Sentinel. Gen G are the only team to have over 2 wins. Yeah, it effectively comes down to like if one group doesn't get a lot of wins in their games, the other group will get an extra spot. But I think that's a rule for EMEA. Don't think it's been confirmed to be a rule anywhere else as of yet. I guess we'd assume that because it's a rule for EMEA, it'd also be a rule for all of the other regions. If not, what the fuck, you know? I think it's good to experiment now while they're ahead of the curve. Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth them thinking a bit more about the roles and I guess most importantly what they need to do. I think it really helps the whole team to know what each other should be doing and how to better support your duelist if you're playing Initiator. But then you're on duelist, you get to see and experience the game from their POV. So you know the difference between a good flash and a bad flash, and how that feels for the duelist to play around. But I think the biggest problem with EDG is just like how they play around the map. Like how frantic it can be. They don't seem very good at like manipulating the map. Like here, it's just literally Chichu just full contact walking out. And literally so many of those fights are just kind of like awkwardly walking out and winning aim duels. So I think EDG, when they like took a map of Gen G at Madrid, it was literally just because every fight that they were having, they were just winning. They weren't out-stratting, they were just out-battling. And then you go up against a team like Loud that can not only duel against you very well, but also have a better game strategy to deal with you. You look completely lost. Thank you, Free Fallen. Happy watch party in China. Yeah, I mean, I've been really enjoying it. It's a shame that it clashes so much with Pacific. And just that generally, China as a region don't seem too keen on like reaching out to their audience in the West. But I'd say that's less of a we don't care about like an English-speaking audience. We just want to make sure that our product for China is as good as it can be. Especially with it being quite short notice to set up the league, to have the teams, to have the venue. You got Shanghai on the way as well. Like, I get the impression more that it's China just going, let's just sort out our own shit before we start worrying about appealing to other regions. So in an ideal world, there's like more stuff for next year, like stuff like the Tier 2 events are broadcasted on YouTube and Twitch. That you have maybe an English broadcast done. Alright, Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, breaks it. She's managed to flank all the way around, but this is an eco for JDG, so using the lockdown, it's a little bit rough. You get 2 big ultimates out of EDG at least. You got 2 kills too, so this is like a good eco for JDG. Can't really cater to other regions. I mean, you can. LPL does, or at least did. But with China clashing with Pacific, I don't blame them. Right, at the end of the day, the best time to be on a broadcast, essentially, is like the weekend. The LPL and LCK clash.
正常来说不应该把时间压缩的这么紧的。
但好歹这分还是拿下了。
Stu 再起名局。
就看这个局这分的调整在哪儿，架在了中路的原点。
还是对中路念念不忘。
但 EDG
在
慢打之后，好像在节奏上面有了一些调整，现在比较倾向于开局先控一些点位。
是。 中路其实只放了浩东一个人来做侦测，能量球控下来，刚刚还差一个点有大，而对手的 Y 之城其实是有无效命令的。
哎，感觉这时候可以摇摆回 A 区，再去吃个能量球，是一个不错的决定呢。
哦，但是时间可能会压缩的比较紧。
I think I know why.
到了 B 通的附近。
It's one of these. I can't remember which one it is. Oh, I see.
纳米风军直接触发，就是给中路骑士的防守队员拖一些时间，而且明狙也架在中路了。
其实时间还是非常多的，还有1分钟。但如果这波要进及时的话，可能会落入对手的包围之中。
I remember how to use this website now.
正面被背掉了，但是 Stu 的明狙就在架着这个过点。
They use China's version of YouTube, I think so.
他没出。
这里是打了一颗闪，给了你一些压力之后没有。
Billy kind of is too.
再次回退到 B 通道，这玩了一手心理战，把
Stu 被骗了，Stu 被骗了，他去了 A 点。
那这样一个进步的贴到 B 通之后，一波提速，感觉点的很难接啊。
零点秀探直接炸掉了Viva这位置也很尴尬 ，Smokey 主锋出来，但他没有顺云。
That's a brave TP from Haldong. Jesus Christ.
船坞里的2个人已经是位置确定。
Hadn't even quite cleared the angle and you're going forward.
混乱，康康抓到了开大的 Y 之城。
This is chaos.
在船坞里第一波活下来了。
Basically 1 versus 3, which Stu's off. Oh, it dashes out. Can't quite do much. Nice try. Attacking side for EDG has been good here, but I think it's been a little bit easy.
依然是落在了 EDG 的口袋里。
哇，好漂亮的一个心理战啊！这里我们有看到，其实第一时间 EDG 想要打中路的这个思路是很明显的，但是他们这手玩了一手第2准备吧，他们给了一颗中路闪之后，没有强行往里进，反而是通过这种进步的转点，把京东整个注意力拉扯到了 A 区。虽然说第一时间有离魂可以支援到船坞里边，但也仅仅是只有优影一个人能够过来。第2时间赶过来的狙击。
Alright, we need a mental note to download the YouTube VODs after a day's over, so they don't go. We end up in this situation again. Okay, and I find nothing in Wine. Instant response from JDG to get 3, 4. Guess most importantly, it doesn't get the null command. Another eco required for JDG. Omen ultimate sent back. Nice execute. I like using the ultimate from Kong Kong. Even though you're up against an eco, I like just to straight execute against an eco too. This is a little bit maybe over the top, but when you're just snowballing that much, make sure that they can't save or do anything really. Yeah, I saw like a lot of the 4Ks that nobody got. Like he just seems to get better as the map progresses, which is like good for him. I think on maps where he's playing Silver, he's incredibly quiet. Did 400 ACS on Clove, nice. Which language did JDG communicate in? I think we have a command, but it's mostly Chinese. Mostly Mandarin. Because the only player that doesn't speak fluent Mandarin is Stu, because he's Korean. And the coach.
但是炮台还是响了。
确实，但这个试探会不会引人过来看呢
？Stu 现在很尴尬，主锋都开了，时间到了。
But they all speak like fairly good English to be able to discuss, but I think for like call-outs in a map, it's all like pretty much Chinese, Mandarin.
他们是选择有一个人要去前点拼，一个人在后点补，非常经典的一个站位组合。Martin 这位置肯定是要吃技能的，看他怎么去吃。
Observers, please. Yeah, this is a good hold. Nice and simple. Good setup for JDG. Like an RB situation, pretty much. I think all of the teams at the moment are speaking Mandarin with little bits of like English. I think FPX, Dragon Ranger Gaming for Vukashu, and then Stu for JDG. All started speaking a lot more English. Now they're progressively making it more and more Mandarin.
有提前预警的一个情况下，京东的准备还是很充足的。前后的一个架枪角度，让经典的 EDG， 其实主要还是因为1道太窄了，没有办法去实现这种多人同时拉枪的这种作用。
The only issue from this is like from EDG's POV, they are all just running onto site from lane. But nobody's like pushed to try and flank around. There's no flash. There's no other like bits of util. Paranoia, for example, it's just 4 players, one after the other, walking into Martin and Viva. Yeah, and I've missed. I think it was Blade Storm from Smoggy. Almost lined up. Massive trade though for Chi with the operator.
打残了，等于是打了1.5个，还可以接受。
Like, what's the call here? This looks a little bit like, oh, we're both going. Okay, no, never mind.
带位移的人，尤其是这个近点最重要的 Smoky 倒了，
而且
You got the Omen tucked in watching this, and then the Euro KO just playing off of that, just in case this contact.
出来看，
你看他这个 A 小架的位置真的极其靠后，只架过点，我只侦测你过没过。
是更多的还是 A 区主打一个放手，我只要拿一些过路费。
How does a hitboxing game work to get a call out? I mean, the same as it normally would, I guess.
但对于
Especially for the operator because it's high pen.
EDG 还是想去找机会，但是
端着
看有没有
明去
好奇宝宝。
打进攻吗？
有没有好奇宝宝？去看一眼，闪存过载给上，近距离先看到枪管。
Kichi goes first because he's low health. The recon isn't going to get anybody playing CT. It's a good recon because it stops any defenders from peeking this. It's just literally that Viva just fights them and holds out.
但他也没有什么太大的办法，群力箭射到了浩东的脚下，直接被秒打，浩东的位置暴露了。哦，给了一颗暗眼。
Great paranoia. How they take this fight is important, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. It should be 5. Nice. I want to see actually if
这个去打你确实小架好了，1.5刚刚终究是保住，但是康康啊
did Chichu, because he was low health, did he take it from the operator shot?
哦，还是换了，他应该是背枪吧？
是，可能
不确定，刚刚是端了一下民居的。哦，果然还是背枪。
Why did it not kill him?
但是两个人重合了。
哇，这里
He takes 130.
还可以接受。
121.
那现在整个团队带位移的人，尤其是这个近点最重要的 Smoky 倒了。
而且
没有办法拉，
就行了啊。
Alright, so you can't fast speed through this.
抬到或者有杀到手，
So just get stuck. Bang, 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 bang.
打残兵来到自己的进，
大家都要求是比较高，但是来到进攻端，值得一提的是，在起点赛里，这张地图是很偏防守的，54.8%。
Right, EDG's defense. Killjoy with all of their utility on A. Omen's on B instead, so they've swapped around.
感觉到 JDG 和 EDG 上半场最大的区别就是一个是走
And then I think the KO's got util in hand, like a flash.
而且
Yeah, here's Chichi with the Team Liquid
他是没有给任何技能
classic because they're a big Nats fan.
这一波应该是 A 小进 A 名牌的2颗纳米蜂群。
Off that, Chichu, like, as soon as the turret goes off, he just blurts out all of this, like, now let's swap util.
有人漏，但是没有人漏，很尴尬。
但也没人看这个位置，这还是有机会去偷的。
2楼岩已经是封上，爆能起来的很早，这对于
With how much Smoggy's sat in this corner, they're not going to expect him to peek out, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, the China capsules won't be too far off.
没办法，只能退到死角处。被暗眼直接控制了视野，没有任何操作的空间。现在 JDG 只有3人，而且3个人的位置都比较固定。
The one way too.
他有烟的，如果躲在 A 大，
We've lost you. Smoggy's just waited there for so long, didn't get cleared, is allowed to peek out.
2个人名牌在 A 大。
I like this response too for like EDG, like, okay, let's just push.
已经拆到一
We're
半了，
full
那位置完全
team alive.
是3杀满血。
Get Chichu on the defuse and just have everybody else like push up and fight.
哇，这一分
Amazingly done.
讽刺的结
JDG 没有办法接了，哇，这一分强起了 ，JDG 孤注一掷了。
但这个起枪来说，确实虽然说强起了，但起的不多。
Flash peek.
2把正义加上讽刺的结合，其实想要冲点还是有点难。
I'm very curious to see what like JDG's attack side looks like because that was the side that let them down the most in kickoff. They looked completely lost without an IGL. So like, how well can YHChen maneuver this team around the map? Because on defense, it looks fine.
手上 Martin 甚至
It's a bit of a tricky one to really gauge.
是有点难的，考虑转中。
现在对于京东豹 JDG 最难受的就是他们没有控中刚开始，所以现在转的过程当中也得小心翼翼。
Because what EDG pick up the pistol and then
连接这个点可能
wait, did they even pick up the pistol? They must have
所以
done.
在过中路的时候要万分小心。
还是走 A 小加 A。
K-Knife does actually get onto Martin in A
好
main.
多已经有预警了。
等烟。
This has been read from EDG, but this isn't a great position to be in against an eco. Haodong is a good crossfire to hold, but that recon dart can sort of pull you away. It's sort of dealt with. Oh. I mean, 3 kills for Viva's good for an eco.
目前 EDG 来的更快的。
我觉得临场一般。
How do I buy that bundle now? I'm from Russia. It'll be in game. If it's not in game, I'm not entirely sure. Same with buying any other skin.
枪是非常的尴尬。Viva 起了一把一种的数位，想要做一些尝试，但问题现在 EDG 是完全不在近点处跟你对枪的。
就再经典的就是盆子啊，来了。
对，是。
这把判官直接先收一个，但是高处有人。
And Yihao tries to peek over the top.
想抓好都很难啊。
Wait, JDG. Did they actually force?
现在是
EDG 来的目前有一个是他可以延后，还是他们
人物
Why would
人数的差距以及技能的这个存量的差距
Why would they force? It was a flawless.
哇，这份是
Oh man, I don't like that call at all.
先点掉，
甚至是一把
小心翼翼去清点。0.0念修坛给到，应该是只意知道了，漏全在
长枪封
一层，就
会要更加充足一些。
So on Nico here.
京东来说，这分的起枪是非常的尴尬。
I didn't realize.
Viva 起了一把一种的数位，想要做一些尝试，但问题现在 EDG 是完全不在近点处跟你对枪的。
就再经典的就是盆子啊，来了。
对，是。
Because this is a good like bonus strat too. You have a rifle watching up here.
这想抓好都很难啊！
对，根本走不到跟对方有威胁的角度。
现在最尴尬的是两人组控 A 掉了。
Yeah, I'm honestly not too sure. I wonder if it'll be like if you look it up on Google or Reddit, it'll be an answer. It's not even anything I've really given thought about.
中路一定是对方的控制区域，所以他站的位置预瞄点一直就在中路附近。
So Recon's check top mid again. Tried to go for the fight up against Smoggy, but he just dashes out. This is super risky though. Coco just wins the fights anyway because Martin's there and they've lost the spike.
现在这个爆能器已经是被 EDG 完全控下来了，暗眼推出来。哦，这个数位准头还是很高的。
Oh my god, Viva!
过在虽然闪到了 Smoky， 但影响
The man is hitting some insane shots this series.
完全不踩了，踩住两边，并且让浩东起了一把这个判官啊，非常有意思，确实也是抓到了想要去控 A 前点的两人组。
是的。
Right, time out JDG.
EDG 在这个付出多大的代价？单人抱团想要去 A 前点，
Full buys back.
有些压力。但这一分 EDG
So really,
是有所调整啊，齐乐来到了 A。
Only reason why this is starting to pull apart very much in favor for EDG now is that EDG lose the pistol, they force when I don't think they should do. And like the buy that they force with isn't good. Like if you're gonna like force buy on attack, like go for stingers instead of like marshals and sheriffs.
这里就是想要打一手阳谋。
Chinese players have more time in aim labs than in game. Mechanics on some of these teams are insane.
所有人集合在了 B 点外面 ，JDG 这一波 B 点的进攻已经是势在必行了。他们没有人控中，所以这个时候再去转点的话，也已经是不太现实，只能是硬着头皮等对方的进攻进攻期 run 一波。
This still acts like a bit of a bonus for EDG. Their money's actually been chipped away a little bit more than they'd like. The 4K, 3K, 2K.
他来到二道，看到对方藏眼闪打出来，康康这个位置
Stu's in.
比较安全，第一时间
Recon's on the stairs, found nobody. I mean, like, no person, not the player.
第一波闪送过再交出来，康康加出第一个，左右开弓，但是没办法，对方的补强效率比较高，EDG跟对方打了一个2换2，但后续 EDG 的补防来的有点快，爆能器还没安装。
Paranoia is good. Didn't even get Martin. So the problem I have with a lot of teams in China is they are way too like obvious in what they want to do, and it gets insanely telegraphed.
也已经是不太现实，只能是硬着头皮等对方的技能真空期 run 一波。
Like here, a lot of space is given up on B because they're sort of happy to retake. Stacking off the site with all of the A utility. Now Kung Kung's like, this is enough of a giveaway that it's going to be like an execute. And just like watching bits of the utility that JDG use, it really gives away on what the play is going to be, and EDG are like too aware of it. So there, the jet dashes in, the molly comes out. KO knife comes in for market, and the recon right after the jet is already in, so that's not very well timed. Is recon on stairs? Problem is that already Kung Kung's moved off of that position, so he's on like a better sight line to fight this. So, you know, if the recon's in the normal spot that you can do here, it might ping him or at least force him to break it. But right now, the recon just shows that there's nobody playing there. Stu's found nothing, so he tries to show some presence in here. That's respected. The paranoia comes across lane, hits nobody. The KO flash, you could just sort of see. Like how easy it is for Kong Kong to just flip around and get one. And he even reads that he's going to get like enveloped over from stairs 2 at the same time. And luckily gets traded by Martin. Because everybody's now focused on clearing the site. Players like Chichu know that they can get a good timing of a peek. He gets traded. Somebody else might be able to peek out and catch you, and JDG aren't expecting that. There's just so much stuff that Chinese teams do that's like, how do they know that we're going to flash here? They look away and everything. It's just because a lot of the utility that they use is either so like general or so poorly timed. It just gives the game away. The China teams just scrim with other China teams, not Pacific teams. No, they like most China teams will scrim Pacific teams, and vice versa.
JDG 先把招出了之后，他后续没技能了。你可以看到 EDG 回防的技能非常麻，非常多。
And this kind of stuff too, EDG are guilty of. Like here they're on the low buy, they KO knife, they like paranoia, and there's no reset. They just go, regardless of whether it ends up being a good play or not. Like you see a KO knife come through, and you just know that they're going to be going there. You're full buy Hunter's Fury. A lot of ultimates about to come online for JDG if they can like really start to pull this. They are really... Wait, how much money do they have? How many shorties are here? Who even bought all of these? Look at... There's Sheriff there and 4 shorties. I think Smoggy's just trying to summon something from the looks of it. It's not like China isn't lone. No. They get good practice, like, from a lot of the countries around them. I mean, yeah, 12-5-0.
再换，持续在给压力，就告诉你这个 A 点你不要来。
浩东说：“哥们儿武器大师，好吧。”
直接把整个武器库给买空了。但这里京东实际想要走的是中路很细节，让
2,200 credits right there.
给到一个信息的误判。
Yeah, but the money doesn't look bad on any of them. Literally, I think they're just maxed out on cash, so they're just spending some of it. Omen TP's over. Like EDG now in a position, like there's 45 seconds. There's still time for JDG to like reset if they want, but they just freeze. They're kind of just stuck.
哇，这里很伤，而且高空出 Smokey 巨人出手。
中路他被绕了一个家里，但是狂烈之怒
Man, they just get demolished. Yeah, like so much of like I guess it's what happens when you have a new IGL and you're like trying to get things to work on this team. But that was amazingly easy for EDG. I know they won the first map, but I didn't know it was that one-sided. One second. I just want to check something. To the best of my knowledge, some teams will have training matches with Pacific secondary teams. Yeah, most of the time you'll have teams avoid scrimming against other teams within their league. So China teams will scrim over China teams. Pacific teams will scrim over Pacific teams, but they'll scrim over like tier 2 like tier 2 squads that aren't in their league or yeah, other subsequent regions around. Just to give myself a bit of a break, I want to get a drink as well. I'll just run some ads now so people can just hop in and see what's going on, and then we'll jump in for the second and third map because it's a full free map series. Should be a really good watch. Like these are 2 of the better teams in the region for sure. And for this map, JDG obviously pick it up. Now I think the third map is 13-11, so some good things to be watching. Won't be a second. All right, I'll give it an extra minute and then we'll crack on. I did want to see what people were saying about the DFM series. It was a really good series, at least, as well. For like, because T1 didn't necessarily play that badly. So, it's a really good victory for DFM. China Shanghai is geographically pretty close to Korea. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the ping is that bad between the two, so a really good chance for both regions to play up against each other. And like then you have all of these like pro teams making masters go into Shanghai, which should be good practice for everybody. Right. Oh, we got some news actually related to Shanghai, which I'd just seen, so let's just confirm to host Master Shanghai for the 3 days of competition, June 7th to 9th. Really cool venue. Let's see what the quotes are. 18K capacity. So I imagine the first parts of the like event are probably going to be from the arena that China's done from now. Arena looks really big. Yeah, it's a pretty big venue. What did they say the capacity was? 18K? PRX probably is worse practice when they're split over SEA and not in Korea. Yeah, but everybody from PaperX is in Korea at the moment because it's played on LAN. Like, you have to be in Korea to... Like, you have to be in Seoul to play. So nobody's spread out across APAC. Like, maybe, like, during the online period of the game, you'd have that. But yeah, ultimately, it's not really matter too much.
目前版本因为斯凯的输入，所以大家会从之前可能会打更多的一个双决斗，变成了一个双。
JDG, really good comp. Probably the best comp to be running at the moment, I think. And then there's no Viper on EDG.
其实阵容上来，但他有一个非常爆裂正面。点内是比较狭窄。一个情况上来看，阵容的区别我们其实刚刚讲到。
And also like really good roles for the players to be on too. This one. And then here you have Chichu playing on the controller and Howdog moving over to Sentinel. So swapping the roles around way too much. If you want to be playing, we have it here. Like you have Kong Kong on the KO and then Smoggy on the Raze. But you want it to be like that on like Split as well, which I don't think it was.
EDG 这一次是进攻开啊，我们可以直接把踩雷飞剑交了吗？哦，那就是近点给出的压力拉满了。但我
Yeah, Pacific fans are eating good for sure this year.
A 点的人倒了，那这个就不好说了。要被迫提速了。批令之后有反馈，但是独木生的时间很完美，掩护到了毛。
It was bad for Europe last year.
但是典礼现在有点混乱，没把它。
Like late events for Americas. Jesus, Viva, I wasn't even paying attention. Like lock-in in America, like LA were late, and then Tokyo was just too early. So much focus goes on to Martin. Viva's trying to play off the angle aggressively. As the backup, Viva's just not cleared. Guess we'll see it from I was like, I didn't see what was happening at all. It's because the observers weren't even on Viva.
全部人都去看向侧道这侧，想要去抓烟内的人。
对，
背身完全暴露给了 Viva， 而 Viva 也没有让队友失望，非常精准的4发。
他先吃了一个。
I think Viva was barely able to tell.
是白的经典的 Viva， 其实。
Hong Kong spotted him, but I mean that's 6 shots from Viva.
其实
Hong Kong spotted him, but he just fell right in front of him.
人的，这打闪出来自己的枪线没有稳住，反而撞到对面准心上了。
这一下 ，JDG 终于是长舒一口气啊，气势稍微打回来一点。
而且这一分拿得非常的干净啊，手上起枪也是非常富足的。
对，刚才 Martin 帮 Viva 去勾，其实勾的也很好。
Martin 是几乎吃了所有技能。
没错。
Fall on default. You got Hong Kong going on their own.
枪械的 EDG.
K-Knife in here because it gets all the hookah, but it also gets garden.
支架 Viva。浩东直接大。
So that's a nice knife.
这样走的话
But just Martin deals with it instantly. The most balanced Masters to watch was APAC for Copenhagen.
能看到。Stu 直接是混掉了对手，端着。
判官的人想去特，是这里其实是，被这个烟墙稍微挡了点视野卡住了。
但这一分其实已经落在了 JDG 的口袋里啊。
而且判官
I think Champs Berlin was like pretty good as well for the teams.
没有任何损失，而且又拿了很多点数。
Like Team Secret, Xerxia, sorry X10.
5个击杀嘛。现在斯凯的终极技能7个点，而且我觉得 Viva 他打得很聪明，他打完一个之后，
Yeah, I think Vision Strikers were there too. I don't remember like how well they did.
不贪，这样就保证自己有最大的一个。
I think they were in a stacked group with like Fnatic,
队友也在不停的变化。
对。
Cloud9.
OK， 来到了 EDG 第一个长枪分。从终极技能的进度上来说 ，Viva 领先太多了，而且 Stu 不知不觉也拿到了4个点。
Can't remember
我觉得现
actually.
在最担心的一件事情是 EDG 里有。
Yeah, extremely upset against NB and Team Secret like looking good against
判官是在点
like Gambit and stuff way back when.
很轻假，
几乎就是1发1个。
对。
Right, so bonus.
而且过点出
They were pretty well. You got the camera to sort of watch for TP plays, whether you want to take that later or you don't want to get crunched on.
零点秀探，这个零点秀探和 Nobody 走这个位置的同步性。
Sky Flash for close.
但这个蛇纹
JDG like giving a lot of respect up to this so far.
双闪出手。
Even the flash there doesn't get anything because everybody from EDG is tucked in.
这波
Really like well positioned actually from EDG and a good call.
但 A 区可以看一下，浩东已经在尝试往前摸。
To have 3 people tucking over here to not get hit by the flash is actually really nice. Viva narrowly missing.
从 Viva 的视角里看有点不讲道理。
确实，在移动过程就看起来是在移动过程的没停，但其实是停了的。
K-Knife is going to get the Viper again, so that wall goes down. They're going to go for the TP. Good position for Stu to have rotated into. Yeah, he's just not cleared. That's the spikes that these players have to go back on themselves, but just needs to be a little bit careful where Chi-Chu's playing from. Sorry, Howdon. As I say, I'm not even used to seeing the roll swap. Good shot from the new IGL.
他想去等待这个燃烧榴弹抓对手的人，踩着火直接出。
Smoggy trying to peek a bit more might be a bit much.
拉满了，他并没有因为脸上有。
Very winnable bonus. Like Howdong was brought low because of the Viper orb.
太多血量，只能跟队友打爆头啊，寻求一个补枪。
但是这就是我说的。
You have a wingman.
有皮蛋，就他可以把外。
No more smokes here. You got the poison cloud on the plan.
但没烟了。
但是好像被抑制。
White Chen is just demolishing them. Oh, of course they line up like this.
连爆2人，而且他可以秦王绕住，他在等时间，对方不低包。
Feel like these are the kind of rounds that EDG win a lot. EHAL's not even aware of him. It doesn't feel like. Yeah, nice round for Kong Kong.
关键时刻又是这个男人。
哇，这波很
Unlucky a bit. Still like a nice bonus, I suppose, for JDG.
这个战术监控的 timing 被抓到了，但是因为跟康康站的
But like you think of like Viva dying there, Stu walking into Howdong.
这诺莫这分的设计也非常的漂亮，他们猜到可能会有人摸 A 小，所
I
以
think so much work was done to get these like free kills for YH, for them to just tumble upon each other because they're greedy to get a gun. Literally all it comes down to.
对。
That you've just killed 3 with a Guardian. You don't need to rush to pick up a fucking rifle. Poison Cloud now used to sort of go for long. K-Knife I think might have got 2 of them there. Because you don't have the Viper playing in Hookah anymore. Nobody's watching this.
追的这里还是比较 counter EDG 的这个近点的。
没错。 但是现在从终极技能的一个充能进度来说 ，EDG 的整体进度已经是慢慢追上来一些了。
Feels like again EDG just trying to play in positions that they're not going to get flashed in.
京东的一个点数稍微有所分散了。
But it does kind of look like nobody would be hit if it comes around.
然后让自己的队友威瓦在前点打闪。
这里其实就是一直在给 B 长狼施压，逼迫你斯凯去交技能。我们也知道现在。
EDG's comp is just very good at like delaying information. Oh, the flash is good. Like Viva's just stuck in a crazy spot, but he's still able to get to. Are you rewatching? I missed the game because I was casting. So yeah, this is the first time I've seen it. Nobody or nobody. Yeah, I need to work out how to approach this.
引路之魂打出来，效果好像还不错。Martin 在这个位置想藏没藏住，完成收到了浩东。
Yeah, the KO knife is at least good for that, like to put some pressure onto JDG. But the fact that Viva is here the whole time and manages to survive is actually crazy.
说 EDG 这个战术思路是很清晰、很明确，就是想要通过在 B 场施压去消耗你的不可再生技能，但同时你要记住
，If nobody maybe say it like nobody.
不光是有斯凯，还有盖克在。
对，
并且维瓦的个人能力也确实很顶，对手给满了技能。
I need to find out nobody's like name.
依然被维瓦一个人接下。
Just government ID him because I can't be bothered with the username.
挡到两边的视线，但是维瓦的警觉性拉得很高。
Viva's 9-1.
还是预秒点架的足够稳。
We can call an ambulance, I guess.
在 EDG 的选图，反而是京东先行拿到了优势，又把 EDG 打到了一个存钱分。
而且 EDG 这张地图好像对于 B 点有着非常强的执着。
主要是因为其实林这个英雄摸这个小道是比较好摸一点啊，或者说浩东在其实
JDG doing a really good job for fighting for this.
刚说。
They've already lost Howdong. I guess the lack of like Viper Wall here just makes it so much easier to hold this. I did, yeah. I saw the Kung Kung like shape his head. Bald buff. All 4 of the surviving players going to push through here. Off the back of what? Don't have any more flashes. We have 2 more smokes. 1 more smoke. No more smokes. So this has to be now or never. The Sky Flash, Skydog even gets some information at least for Viva. And Stu's able to farm up a few more.
非常轻松的砍下一个3杀。
而且很关键的是，就下分有玩焰火了，康康烟起瞬间是打倒了 Martin， 但自己只剩10滴血的血量，爆能器也掉在了里面，走不了了。
这皮蛋的声音一点一点在接近。
Trying to get 1 more just before the wingman like connects onto him. Are Chinese players mostly CS players? I don't know actually. I don't think so. Not with how young some of these guys are.
叫个暂停啊，感觉 EDG 现在整个进 B 点，包括。 转浴室也好，他们的思路好像被
When you're bald, your head cools down, so you don't think you just shoot. Yeah, you don't hold on to any necessary heat on top of your head.
这几分其实都差不多，完全都是围绕这个花园来的。
It's like why when you know you live in wintry climates that you want to be growing a beard to like keep your face warm. The same thing. With all of these studio lights and stuff, you don't want your head to get too hot.
也很但你是那个
只是把压力之后再考虑往 A 点转吗
Right, I'll do Sky Flash fighting here, really fighting here. The showstopper Thrash. KO ultimate. Seekers was just used, I swear. Yeah, they're on their way. No command and Seekers. Martin breaking the Seekers has to force all the way back. So good like sight control now for EDG.
听到走传送器的声音，所以清楚浴
But
室
they still haven't planted.
有没有着急按住放器，想要去突破对手的重生点吗？
Actually, a fantastic molly too.
但现在烟上了。
Felt that EDG weren't happy with the position that they're in. Showstopper was for close, I think.
不是很好，但 EDG 把枪线拉开，打出了非常多的人数优势。2楼的 Y 之前有点出不来，他已经是被架死了。关键自己的队友好像
What am I watching? I feel like half of the ults we just didn't hear.
2条枪线有点尴尬，但 EDG 现在依然是人数优势。Y 之前的位置已经是被锁死了 ，Nobody 收掉 Y 之。
We have to watch this round again. Like Seekers was used from Viva. I'm pretty sure both Showstoppers were used, and also an orbital strike.
非常的开，打哪一边都会给到对手一个背身的身位。
Like I could not keep up with that in the slightest.
点吗？
燃烧榴弹直接给上劝退，哥们儿你别来。
但现在烟上了之后，反而自己位置很受限。
So that was Viva's ultimate. Sorry. Smoggy doesn't have his yet.
晚焰火轰的效果不是很好，但 EDG 把枪线拉开，打出了非常多的人数优势。2楼的 Y。
Wait, did I just dream that an orbital strike got used? I think I did.
所以清楚预示法是对
很有意思。是的。 他要跟自己的队友形成协同，T0之虎第一时间交出来，无效命令启动。
So this was the Seekers and No Command.
他们 B 点，哥们儿你别多的人数优势。
No, I just got really confused.
他已经是被架死了，关键自己的队友，无敌
清楚预示法是对面控制的，没有着急按住方。
So they fight for this a little bit more. They flash, they don't get anything. They molly, stop these players pushing up.
但现在
As they go to plant, Viva comes out with a showstopper. Smoggy satchels over the top, and then Kung Kung gets the kill onto Stu that comes in with a showstopper. And Yihao dies in this fight to Chichu, who continues to push after the molly. And then nobody gets onto Martin, which was just out of heaven. Yeah, it was the KO knife. Sorry, it's the colors, I think, from this.
好像还能操作一下 Y 之城，打了2个爆能器安装。 少2条枪线有点尴尬，但 EDG 现在依然是人数优势。Y 之城的位置已经是被锁死了 ，Nobody 收掉 Y 之后只剩一个 V 吧，要面对一个1打3。
I don't know if I'm just like
而且还被战术监控给标定
losing
到
my
了。看
mind
一下 EDG 3条枪
because
线拉
these
得
lights
非
are
常
too
的开，
bright.
打哪一边都会给到对手一个背身的身位。
已经被包围了。
对，加上爆能器也是滴滴作响啊，这是一个现实战。
过点先看到一个浩东，先不管。 他想赢的话，至少得先低包，对方
不了3杀，而是通过拿到了前期的人数，又再去装这个爆能器。
京东墨 JDG 这一分亏麻了，交了2个非常厉害的大招。
对，主要我觉得可能玩夜火也是一个非常关键点。
Good run from EDG, considering they sort of looked a little bit struggling to get in a good spot.
但是看到0在 B，
when you're listening to too much Mandarin, not knowing it that can happen. Yeah, I guess it's like some of the voice lines too.
0他跟自己队友一起走的概率相对来说会低一点。
对，所以 Y 城第一时间就回到了 A 去做支援。
等起手来。
这波就算 B 点正面再凶，0的摄像头漏过了，短期内 JDG 是不会回避的。
Because I think it's a bit easier when you're listening in English because you have the voice line of an ultimate being used from both the enemy perspective and then the team perspective.
Smoggy 已经是把自己的花车巡游和踩雷飞剑都交了，他只有2个惊喜翻腾，而且有个晚焰火可以强提这个点。
A 点第一时间是完全没有给任何的动静的，包括可能一般会给的猎士他也没有给。
但是2个人都走浴室门口的话，一旦被
There's the orbital strike.
晚焰火直接提浴室。
Again, JDG are fighting for showers more. There's the showstopper on the other side. Still got players fighting here, but it's a 4 versus 4.
打出了一个1换1的交换。
You know that the Brim's still in here because of the stim being used.
JDG 其实度过了非常难的一个难关，就是这个晚焰火爆能器安装好了。
And how long is a camera way back here?
时间来说是比较充足的，加上浴室防控了下来，需要清点的位置少了很多。但第二时间的反绕。
There's a neural theft, but I guess there's no opportunity for Haldon to use it because he was just pushing through lamps. Ooh, nice flick. There's your chance to use it. Alright, 4 versus 3.
JDG 这个回防好像有点难打了。
并且康康已经是反绕到了浴室，罗斯就回去看了，
就看了一眼，但是还是被康康收掉。小黑屋里，浩东终究是被对手给补掉了。但是 Viva 现在只剩1个人要面对2条枪线，一个 A 小，一个浴室，已经是名牌，他要去拆包，这已经是一个几乎不可能的任务了。
Yeah, can't quite do it.
确实没给到对手机会，直接收
Yeah,
下。
nice comeback of EDG.
这个目的已经达成了。
It's a bit of a
还是选择
mental map
跟着
thus
EDG 的
far.
节奏在防守变得非常的窘迫。
但 JDG 现在有一个比较尴尬的事情，他们每一次暂停回来之后，这一回合都是没什么钱。
Same setups pretty much.
比较习惯是
Sky flashing short. You got the Sky still playing here with a raise and the Viper wall.
暂停回来 ，EDG 还是把节奏降下来，稳扎稳打，继续该控 B 场还是去控。但因为这一分经济存储量不是很乐观，对于 JDG 来说，他们的技能要省着点交，所以第一时间
Just shows the Sky. So there's 3 people here ready to fight for JDG. They've pretty much been able to fight and win the majority of engagements here. But Haldon being able to actually lurk up in hookah. Smoggy just deals with him. Smoggy's still alive, hasn't been traded yet.
如果是人数均势互换的话 ，EDG 其实是可以接受的，但是不能丢位置，丢掉位置可能对方会捡枪。现在这是 EDG 最后的一个底线，在点里2个人
isolate these fights one after the other.
EDG 有点急，他并没有等到 Martin 来到 B 区附近，就已经是完成了 B 点的作战。
只剩下一把正义1打3的残局过来。今年的时候打出了一个呢，尾加上你的位置已经
，EDG 的优势也没有特别大哦。 但是从终极技能的进度来说 ，JDG 就差一口气啊，所有人
Raises over on A. Knife from way back here actually hits this. That's
防
nice.
守边是要更加好控一些的，所以我觉得可能
Forced to give up shower space, but that's not really where they're fighting for. You already have this rotation coming in.
插到浴室之后，导致他们没有
No utility used so far over towards B. It's not like they had a sky flash to hit people and that's pulled the rotation over.
告诉你我浴室有侦测，可能让你认为我浴室有人，所以这个能量球 JDG 压根就没有往这方面去考虑。
So I wonder where they made that call.
EDG 人比较多的一个位置。
但是注意一下，就是回到了 B 区，现在形成了一个3人 B 点的重防，1号的
Sky flash over here.
有了。
Yeah, it did hit the sky.
经验很足啊，他知道这个烟后面。
And then they're just leaving Smoggy here as like a late lurk.
浴室摸穿。
I'm actually going to clear him out with a sky dog.
再从 B 点转到 A
Oh, he's seen one just hop behind the wall.
穿掉了。
但是天际光束倒了。
And it's just at least going to keep these two players over here for a short amount of time.
那现在这个情况有点尴尬。
Like Knife only gets the Viper, so you have the Gecko Molly ready to come out.
吃了个全白。
那这样小黑屋只能放给对手去踩了，很
Good lurk here as well from Howdong.
这个下包的可能会倒。
WATCHPARTY tries to peek out of the smoke, I think, to try and stop the plant going down. Oh, nice, Martin. Really nicely done.
Martin 拯救了 JDG。
哇，这也就是幻影了，这个控枪美如画。
Oh my
但
god.
不得不说 ，Martin 打的真的足够冷静啊！他每波的身位控制就确保自己打的是仅仅一个1v1。
对，
尽管
Yeah, man did, like, he got KO knifed here too. But still, like, held their ground. WATCHPARTY had, like, a lot of good, like, supportive util, too.
正面闪了。
对，正面闪了。
但我觉得这分还是蛮关键的。其实我觉得最主要的一个。
I guess it was good that, like, 2 JDG players were in position to clear out Smoggy, because if it's just one that pushes in there, they go down. It's going to be a little bit more awkward for JDG to actually clear him out afterwards. And I guess most importantly, it just wastes so much time for JDG that Edward Gaming could just maneuver over to A quickly without a fast rotate.
他是站在了小后点，对后点的那个位置。
So 5-4, you got a Viper's Pit from Martin. They're over on A again with the raise.
没有完颜火的加持，这个判官其实会比较难以操作。
对，1号有天际光
And this time Brim's the fast rotate. I guess they've got like 3 over towards A just in case it's a fast like short execute.
谁先忍不住啊？因为如果起判官的话 ，Smoggy 肯定是要跳点的。
And then if there's no noise over towards A, they just rotate to be instant.
点里跳吗？再拼了一个这个凹槽处以及 elbow 的点。
At least EDG have been conditioning this quite nicely. Like early on, JDG were trying to fight in hookah quite a lot, and they kind of got bullied away from it, so now they don't bother. Orbital Strike here, KO Knife declares all of sight. Viva is still able to fight for a couple more.
关键这个2楼有点下不去，第一时间已经是被架完了。B 场也没有办法第一时间。
It's all just about these duels that are happening for like B Garden.
那应该是直接。
GG's managed to get out, but the nade stopped him.
飞剑收掉这一分，球也没有任何的办法。哦 ，JDG。
All right, chaotic fights.
围绕着 elbow 来的，但是可惜当时 elbow 是完全没有站人，而在近点处，
Oh my god, it really is crazy.
立马铺了一颗燃烧榴弹，想要强行。
And then just this position from Yihao doesn't get cleared because of how much the JD Gaming are fighting for this. It's forcing these players to like come out and like envelop on top of them, so positions like this aren't necessarily getting cleared.
都是敞着架。
因为如果你贴在花园近点的话，是不会被闪到的。
开局给了一个传送门的闪，这样烟幕直接落。
而
Banshee Banshee, thank you very much for the raid.
这分 EDG 应该是大概率只能考虑打 A 了。
Hope you had a good stream. We're just rewatching the VCT China VOD because we missed this game on Saturday. And it was a really good series, so I want to see exactly what happened. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream too.
但这样打出的人数交换捡不到枪啊！
Thanks for providing a good place for Chinese Valorant for us American fans. Hey, no worries. I enjoy covering it. Like, so far, this has been like a good series for promising stuff. Like, JD Gaming looked better with the new RGL. Like, WATCHPARTY's been playing alright. And EDG looking a bit like, more intelligent, I suppose, with some of their like plays.
讽刺在小黑屋也有足够强的一个爆发能力。
好东选择先去锁定对方的位置，直接被打成了1滴血。对方已经在低包了，脸上有赛博囚笼，想去绕一个后。这边
Wait, what was this round? That's basically an eco. Hope you have a good stream too. Thank you. I don't think we'll be on too much later than this.
因为如果你贴在花园近点的话，是不会被闪到的。
One mark
开
down.
局给了一个传送门的闪，
这样
烟幕直接落。
而 B 区展开了回复啊，感觉这分 EDG
Was it 2-0? 2-1. And the final map was 13-11.
浴室房吗？
So very, very close. Smoggy gets one with a Marshall and then showstoppers afterwards.
被盲炸炸掉，但是他刚才其实已经开过枪了。
但这样打出的人数交换捡不到枪啊。
Oh, Yao just smokes himself out of this corner. I mean, Kongkong's got him right. So what, at this point, 4 versus 2? Man just hurls himself through showers and gets 2. Because of course.
把浴室房给清空了，那这样
Just at pace. But the spike's been planted a bit now. Seekers has even been dedicated by JDG.
很尴尬。
但风刺在小黑屋也有足够强的一个爆发能力。
1 HP held on.
直接被打成了1滴血，对方已经在
But it might allow Chi-Chu to sneak all the way around. That's how it's looking. Nobody's even really watching. He gets damage onto 1. Has a molly still.
现在所有的压力给到了球球。
But he's missed it? Oh no, he's just missed it slightly. Oh, nice try. Good eco still. But honestly, like, impressive for JDG to be in a 2v4 and still, like win. Like, Martin does amazingly.
因为没有办法，他当时打的是右手边的那个人，左手随时可以补枪，他只能是适可而止。 就尽量的对点到为止，没有办
I
法。
don't think this is like too much of a problem though. For like the Smoggy raise hasn't been that bad.
做一个吸引和拖延了，但血量实在是太低了。
浩东真尽力了 ，Smoggy 端狙无价狙。
哇，拼了这里，直接进气范能抢
And then
上位。
last round you got a bit of opping from Stu.
两边的狙是夹在了
Knife's gonna hit him now.
碰到一起。
And just with that showing off information and the flash coming in over towards A, is this rotation going to come in from Yihao? Sky Flash hits nothing. Now he should be. The operator actually pushing up onto this angle. Gets Haldong that's trying to lurk up. He's going to go for the TP with a showstopper. Really nice ult. Great, like the fact that he pushed up and was able to get a kill here too on the lurk.
这边是一个近点的2打3，无效命令展开了，所以第一时间京东是不太好回防的，要等这个终极技能
You
时
got
间
Fresh now, 1 smoke, 1 flash, lots of utility for JDG to work with, and just a molly, 2 mollies actually in a flash. I didn't hit too much. Skydog see if he can get a bit more. That's broken. Wingman's going to get on it, but I think Molly used here actually to stop people from pushing up. Chi-Chu doesn't have Molly anymore because I think he used it earlier on. Is this team with 2 imports from Creator or Diff? It's just 1. Stu's the only Korean on this roster because the rules now for Tier 1 is that you can only have 1 import, not 2. For Tier 2 you can have 2 imports, but yeah, Tier 1 you can't.
哇，两边其实都是已经拉满在操作了，但还是这个玩意来说，康康第一时间就他其实他把所有的这个传少缩很多，我觉得这也是个人一个48的分数，对于
可以找到一把。
14-6 Fever.
然后脸上一颗保命的半线。
看到在
I can't remember if this map is close or not, but I don't really want to look it up. I don't want to spoil myself.
可能有些战术性的布置。
踩雷飞剑把半线炸掉，第一时间近点。
What utility use close from JDG?
爆头器肯定不是那么好啊。
对，有踩雷飞剑啊，皮蛋第一时间就被混掉了。
对。 Oh,
and Stu just goes into the smoke. Haldon meets him there. You get the plant down. You don't really have much post plant though. Snake bite. You got the heal and a molly. Are these defensive smokes? The one that's here and then the one here? Just to like let you take out lamps? That could be quite nice. Why EDG think their comp is good? Yeah, I'm not necessarily against not playing Viper Unbind, but it just has to. I don't think the comp is good enough with what you keep.
两个人是各有建树，6发子弹，看到对方在拆，时间所剩无几的时候，Viva又是手枪去斩人，斩获一波3杀。
Amazing map so far.
反清的时候，只有马丁是吃到了闪，而维瓦可以第一时间拉出来补枪。
是。
来看一下这波的回放。
EDG 他清 A 小速度和效
Yeah,
率。
post point when you've got people in showers like this is just too good.
当时后面藏一个，康康这个闪其实打的还蛮好的，这个角度很极限，前面的人是被闪到了，但是后面躲一个人，维瓦非常聪明的一波操作。来到新的一回合。 先把能量球控了 ，EDG 这个控球其实有些冒险。
但因为自己有这个烟雾的掩护，还是成功把能量球拿下来。而且京东因为枪械比较占优，也是开局选择了一个莫的加强位置，尽量的想要去通过前期的一个优势拿到一些人数。
对，但现在这个比分差距对于 EDG 来说有点大了，所以他们现在的容错率并不是很高。
And it like cuts off the camera here.
特别是在输掉手枪分之后，下一个长枪分会变得非常的关键。 来到了第二个进攻的时间节点，1分钟，还是对 A 小发
，like
出
an
了一个
anti-camera wall.
同时跟上两边的一个协同，其实正面是很难
Yeah,
接
it
的。
seems very defensive.
两人组的绕后，不过马丁也是充当起了少尉的角色，回到了队伍的后侧。
康康的位置是暴露了，两个人的绕后，这个收益就很关键了。
有被预警到，一直在。
I guess it's really good if the defenders try to go through the TP afterwards, that you can like hold the space. I wonder if we'll see much more of it. Yeah, that's a.
思路已经是被对方化解。
Interesting.
哎，踩雷飞剑直接炸掉了 Y 之城。地包找机会，有变数吗？正面哦，但是枪太差了，而且还要拆除爆灯器，容错率并不是特别
Free kills is still good here though for EDG.
3把枪，只能说尽力
Nico.
了。
是，我觉得已经很赚了。 而且其实这份我觉得京东做的非常的好，他们都是站在了小刀几乎最远端去跟你对枪，因为自己都是辽拳以及数位这样的枪械，打近身这样的话反而可能会被3连发抓到一些机会。
I think if they're running Sky KO, you should run Gecko on this map. He's too good not to.
而且马丁断后的这个时机真的捕捉的刚刚好，第一时间自己的数位只剩4把也没有着急再往外拉。
I'm not too set on playing KO on this map.
一颗舌吻，完全没有给绕后两人组任何的发挥空间。
I think playing Sky is still too good, even with the nerfs. It's still one of her best maps. And then kind of like you said, like the Gecko I think is really nice.
上分掉枪比较多，所以京东的枪械是比较差的。
B 场这个位置，第一时间由引怒之损来拖延，但是 JDG 主要是先把能量球控了，打不打 B 再说。
因为有盖克啊，所以其实丢丢的一个 CD 时间会比较短，它可以来回的运用去抢前点。
这一波规避0点秀弹规避的非常好，这给到了 EDG 一些错误的信息，以为 B 点没有人。对，
This is JDG's
等一个好奇宝宝
bonus.
看一眼，哦，很警觉 ，Nobody 直接是招了霹雳之火，直接跳拐角，隔点。
Stu walks into the smoke, into Chi-Chi this time. It's always finding an EDG player in a smoke. Spike, however, though, for JDG still planted. One more kill and you got a good bonus.
而且御神之心能把康康的血稍微抬一抬，有一些容错的机会啊。
There's the one kill.
用标配收掉了浩东。
正义在2楼的一个出枪，抓到一个极限的角度，但是
Smog has even bought up the operator, so it's lucky really that it stopped there for JDG when it did. I do think KO can pair well with and against the Gecko and Viper. Yeah, me too, but I think it's like the map is so big and varied. How long it takes for a KO knife to land, some of them can be really obvious.
那这把明居立住了，对于 EDG。
It's like the knife is good if it hits. So what are the chances of it always like hitting?
先找明居，再发动进攻。
Whereas the Sky Flash down here, if it gets nothing, it's still like good information to work with. Like it's easier to use, more dynamic to use.
关键双先锋嘛，侦测信息也比较多，而且这一分有无敌超杀 ，JDG 可以考虑利用这个无敌超杀来做文章，直接来。
Like this KO knife, I don't know if it gets plays here. I don't think so. So the knife is missed, and then suddenly that's when JDG go for the execute.
超杀的人，但其实人离得有点远。天际光束保得了一时，第二时间。
So Fresh has been used, but I think it's been picked up. No, it hasn't. Sorry, it's on site. Sorry, I thought it was used here, but that was the Sky Dog, I think.
不过进攻边其实目前整体的位置信息暴露的蛮多的。不过因为有传送器的存在 ，EDG 也不敢轻易的全部转点。
EDG 有浩东的少尉在，所以在拿这种弱侧防守。
Also here with like the no Viper wall, it just makes it so much easier to like execute on this because you could just wait out Chi-Chu smokes. KO knife is actually good to stop this. Just comes off at the right time.
其实成为了现在 EDG 比较担心的一个点。
没烟了呀，这近点。
只能是干拉，1号干拉收掉了对面。
Wow, good Jules one.
反制手段。艾尔堡这个位置有点尴尬。
Go get him, wingman.
有皮蛋在追，炮筒在2楼窗口站的还是比较稳的，踩雷飞剑丢出来，没有机会安装爆灯器了，包掉在了一个很
Has to
尴
save
尬的
though.
位置。威瓦55滴血，他只能
Yeah, really nice knife from Kung.
的纪律性在此时是没有给到威瓦一些操作的机会，
只能选择宝枪。
And also, like with the,
还给神经取
they're using neural theft on him now, just to make sure they can't save a gun.
太远了，实在是太远了。
确实，威瓦现在
Was that like a miscommunication?
但自己的经济也并不是
Like, did they think that they had the spike and then he went through here, so they neural thefted to see where he was, and then they were like, actually, no, we have the spike. What do you mean?
点在于是残局打到2打3的阶段，我觉得京东还是有操作机会的，但两人从动作来看好像没有形成统一。
Yeah, the flash KO knife combo there is good.
一下尝试去找一个对枪的机会，而威瓦
There's a good fight there from YH that he won.
如果两个人达成统一去往 A 区转的话，可能还会给残局带来一些变数，因为毕竟3个人都已经在 B 点漏了。
I think one thing that's been low-key impressive with YH so far this series is that, like, mechanically he seems pretty much on it. It's not like a typical IGL where he's just not winning aim duels. No, he's still doing it.
威胁会被无限放大，就算没有堵到点，自己回防也有中间技能可以去帮忙。
There's that wall again. Yeah, this like anti-camera wall.
先是想控球，或者至少不想让你控球。
这
So it means that you can force it out, that you can break it.
是前后两端完全给隔绝开了，想要帮助
Picking up the orb.
拿到球，然后差一个点。
And like now it's like they've got the camera, but there's still a trip just on the outside of it here.
Martin 来做侦测的，保证自己团队不会被绕后，然后再转到 B 区。
So it's good information for how long to know that, okay, yeah, this has been watched. You're going to Skydog off the back of it too. I think that Skydog might have been hurt by the Viper here, but I don't count on it. And they're re-clearing it actually, just off of this wall, which is dangerous.
这个转点是感觉像是临时拿到一些什么信息一样，或是
The problem now is if JDG go for this execute from short, they're not going to expect a player to be in here with this wall, right?
一直在 B 场去倾泻自己的技能，完全没有信息。
So they've bottlenecked themselves. Yeah, and Kung Kung's position. Is it expected? Yeah, actually. Kung Kung can't help but take that fight. Oh my god, Chi-Chu, those are insane shots. And the Viper's pit too, but you've only got 2 Sheriffs and a Vandal in here. Any other gun upgrades that you can get? Not really. The other player that died in the pit had a Sheriff too.
没有扎到，还好1号是躲避的很及时。
Did you see the Vitality Bind comp? I didn't see the value in Deadlock. I think that's the map to play her.
自己的位置是比较靠
In all honesty, Metaspot will run in Deadlock 2 in Polaris, where I cast.
EDG 要急速了 ，A 小岛有人在当钉子，现在背后抓到对手一个人，
Oh, nice shot, Martin. Yeah, good round for JDG in the end.
这一回合的存钱分
Considering it was like a lower buy, I think just Kung Kung, you get so much like good information and there's nobody in showers, but can't help but peek as they're all coming in through short.
打的方向了。
Like this fight, I don't think is really that needed for Kung Kung. Especially like, you know, you give them that false sense of security. They've put a Viper wall here, broke some util. You cleared it and seen that there's nobody there. You can either just sit in there to see if you can get somebody like late rotating, or you wait for them to try and go for the plant, and then that's when you peek out, because they're not going to expect you there. You just so happen to be in that position when they cleared it for the first time. But if you don't show yourself then and then peek out, I don't think they would expect you to be there.
甚至对面还有一个追猎之灵也是只差一个点的，所以其实这分可能京东会有的中间技能会偏多一些。
尤其这种乱战当中
Yeah, I'm not necessarily too keen on Deadlock as an agent, as a choice. But yeah, the things I saw on Bind, I think it's looking like a good map for her. Because you don't really need a Sentinel too much. You don't need a Cypher or a Killjoy or a Chamber. See a lot of teams run Cypher, but there's a lot of teams that don't. So Deadlock is just that like tertiary option, I think is just a good choice if you know and want to use the lineups. The Gravnet backside with a nade is a really good combo. Like the walls that you can do. They're putting a wall in here to stop it. You go for an execute and you're worried about being flanked, you can put a wall there. Even just putting a wall in this. Considering that Cypher's not super popular, but some of the utility finds value, and Sage used to be super meta on this map, but isn't anymore. Deadlock can kind of do both of those jobs together. But you have to be very coordinated with them. And teams aren't really that good at playing against Deadlock all that much at the moment anyway, because it's just such a gimmicky pick. So Wyatt just gone down. Fake plant. KO Flash gonna come out here. Kung Kung has won. They're just gonna double peek it together. There's the peek for one at a time, which is a shame. I thought it was off their own showstopper, but it wasn't. It's off Stu's. Somehow though, they still win the fights. They're just sticking the defuse. Molly's just way too late. Viper ult on Ecos is really underrated because of decay and forcing close range fights. The problem is like, if you're not careful, it's still... It's an ultimate which should almost confirm you to round on attack, but you don't want to use it in a situation where you don't really have to... You could still lose. Yeah, this is a rebroadcast. So I missed the VODs the first time around. Showstopper used on defense from Smoggy, sorry. KO knife actually used through here, but it's broken. On a showstopper through, but it doesn't hit anybody either. 3 sheriffs. That's a great nade actually in that corner. Doesn't really do that much damage to Smoggy. I thought it'd do a lot more, but I guess it was too tucked in. JDG going for the Nats wall.
已经有人跳下来了，但是脸上这个追猎之力没有咬到人，就已经是被打掉。一个侧身点后和 airball， 浩东和 nobody 两人的枪线交叉已经是让
Good fights from nobody. Viva in a 1 vs 4. Still some good damage done, but EDG have found themselves right back into this series. Or like the map even. They're 1-0 up in the series, so they don't need to worry about that.
下半场来到了一个很关键的长枪分，这一分有无敌超杀。
就看一下这一分了。不过康康的无效命令一直都没有给啊，这无敌。
I like how careful, like JDG when they were defending, they were so careful with how they wanted to fight this. Like very passive, very slow. EDG just, oh get up, nom 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 nom.
站得非常靠后。
Thrash isn't hit by the KO knife, and it gets Kung Kung. But like him, he almost offers himself up as bait. Because nobody can play off of it. The orbital strike from Garden's good.
B2 楼的位置已经是被卡住了 ，JDG 只能选择先去等待一下，要不要转点？
倒了，现在没有人
You
能够
got
跳进
the
去。
Fnatic wall up here too, with 2 trips, controlling either side of it, and then a camera. So this is the only thing that's kind of going a little bit wrong for JDG is, like I said before, a lot of the stuff that they're doing on attack is just way too telegraphed. That all of this utility from EDG is just getting like that space for free. Like it is easy for EDG to stack only 1 player up here and have 4 rotate to B. Because JDG have only now, with 25 seconds, now started to make noise towards A. And even the timing of this, like you still have people stacking, you had 1 person teleport, you had 1 person break a trip before the spike's in a good position. Somehow though, they're still winning the fights. I mean, is it literally going to come down to the fact that like Chichu didn't break the wingman here and got too scared?
能够去补枪的机会，
直接把浴室房放了，去找一口奶。
Everybody's grouping up to get healed.
更多的一个操作空间。
Kung Kung's pretty low. There's a knife and a flash.
要不要出手？
直接给了。死亡可以先收
Yeah, gonna stop some of the utility.
第二时间再拆，但康康已经倒了，3人强拉。
Why did he wait? Was he snake bit?
让 EDG 的选手。
还有一个慢线。
Is this like this? Sorry, how long? I keep forgetting because it's like Chichu on a sentinel. Like he gets, if he stops that, I think EDG end up winning a round. And then Yihao's just 2 amazing fights to win here. But the thing I'm confused about here is like, there's no mollies, there's no like post-plant utility. Obviously EDG don't know this, but the KO knife hits all of the players that's still alive, and Smoggy doesn't stick half on the
确保自己残局
defuse.
有更多的一个操作空间。斯达尔也打得非常的谨慎，康康这个无效命令
So I'm curious on what pulls him off of it.
直接给了。
Oh, I guess he just taps it there because he gets a kill.
死亡饼先收一个 Y 之城，这是一个假低包，第二时间再拆。
And then he just doesn't get half there because, yeah, so just kind of the UI bait me a little.
队伍危难时刻挺身而出。
最后
一时间从 B 场传送门来到浴室门口，直接是被架了。
没错，而且当时很尴尬的一个点是半线是被
Getting the orb for
第一
Chichu.
时间浩东是有点犹豫要不要去打了。
那现在 EDG 的
The fact that they're having to dedicate a smoke every round to just getting the orb
都是第二张
when you don't have a Viper is
4个盘点。
like EDG don't have much to work with, but they're giving themselves a little less.
再来飞剑直接给上，有人踩半线，但是
Alright.
补不到枪，很尴尬。
Trip hits Stu, but Smoggy's not in a position to fight it, and also the weaponry, I guess, isn't good enough for Haodong either.
瞬间是已经被
You get YH, Stu fake planting again.
到这儿后来的其实很快，但第一时间马丁又回到了自己的队伍后方。
Gets the flank all the way around. Is Martin going to be aware of it? Yeah, he keeps an eye, but he's just getting up onto the high ground.
知道对手在身后位置，来者不善，他选择了直架。
而 EDG 也打得很有耐心，在等对
他在
正面的队友。
转身，他在转身，这个位置，这个 timing 很神奇。1号先接一个，但被 EDG 补掉。球球的补枪到位，现在给到了 Stu 一个1打3。
All right, Stu, what you cooking?
Stu 已经是被对手发现了，闪身想去先拆分，先拆掉一个。2人的架枪把 Stu 直接打到了15滴血，给到了个阶级翻腾，他的血量，但是被阶级翻腾给炸掉。
He can get off of it, but he's got half.
而且帮的
If he didn't get half, that might have been very close, but good effort.
这波绕后抓。
Money for Stu,
给自己的正面
and the rest of JDG is fine for now.
他们还有3个盘点。
One pistol for YH, but it's a force.
Stu 先把能量球吃了。
Ultimate orbital strike, showstopper almost.
所以他的晚宴会来的比较快啊。
KO and Gecko flash.
能看得到啊，这 EDG 上来，我先不
Lots of early utility to fight for this.
这 Stu 很尴尬。
Martin's got his wall up, but there's so much utility focused on stopping this. And then you've also got Smoggy pushing up in all of this too. Nice clearance from Stu off the orbital strike. Molly do any damage? Don't think so. Where's he going to throw it? He's got good inclination. Oh, it doesn't quite hit onto nobody. Martin's reflanking around. They heard one go for the TP, so this is a nice flank from Martin. He's even going to maybe catch Smoggy here too. Yeah, he does. So one of the last players is in hookah. You know that it's the Sky because she just trailblazed. Molly for the post plant. No real time to work with. Oh my god, YH, please. There we go. Yeah, good map for JDG. Took him a while to like get going. What was the like thingy? Like kills and deaths and such. On the first map, it was Smoggy being 24-7, Kung Kung 15. Like, this looks good. This is where moving Smoggy to Duelist seems to, like, make sense. And then swapping Kung Kung over to this role, because this is a lot of assists. You know that there's going to be a lot of, like, secondary Duelist stuff here. Yeah, this is kind of tragic, but 2 new players playing with each other on the A site is not going to be helpful. And then for here, Smoggy was quite low, Kung Kung was just as low. At least it was like consistent across these three ACS separating them. But Viva had a good series, a good map. Stu had a good map. Yeah, I just don't really like rate this composition too much. You got JDG picking up both the pistols. And then it's just like little bits and pieces here. Good retakes. What site was that on mostly? I think it was like A. And then split, which I guess EDG's attack side is the thing to be looking out for. But let's see. Oh, I pretty much got that perfect. Randomly picked it on the map and stuff, and we're golden. Let me turn myself up in my on ears too, because I can do that now. Test. Yeah, that's all right. Okie dokie. Yeah, it's nice to see everybody actually picking up the DFM bundle. But what are we like on time? It's 4 o'clock. I'll just blast through this. I don't need to run ads for another 10 minutes, so I'll probably do it at halftime.
非常有故事的地图，而我们从上半场的角度来看的话，是由 EDG 先来进攻 ，JDG 先来防守。
看一下开局的起枪啊 ，EDG 这里还是比较常规的。
EDG attacking. Oh, rolls. Let me have a look. They're still running the double duelist. White Chen is on the sky roll, so that's effectively the same. Both when your man was the IGL and everything since. And then now Smoggy's on controller. Chi-Chu's on the Viper. Haodong is on the Cypher. Nobody's on the Sky. So, like, again, rolls are a little bit wank on this one, I think, for EDG.
中路还是非常经典的，用障云加手稳的这套。
They're doing a nice like lurk wall. I can't remember who came up with this. It might have been like a Paper X or a JDG. I think it was one of the Pacific teams that was doing this wall a lot.
收掉了浩东，而且我们要注意 ，A 点 Stu 压得非常快，他压得非常快。
但点的1好像的位置
Sliggy gives it to DRX. Oh, yeah, that sounds about right. I remember it from kickoff. But also Paper X, especially had some like really cool walls.
球球已经往回去盯防后路了，因为浩东倒了之后没有能够断后的技能。
而且球球有容错的，他有假的。
没错，那就要看。 正面能不能给绕后的 Stu 吸
Why did EDG change roles? I don't know. They're just trying to find out what clicks.
已经是有人在开枪了。
I sort of teach the players what each other needs to be doing and how to be more aware of each other on a team.
瞬间清剿掉了2楼的人，最后 Stu 的位置。
But I think they're just throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks.
没有机会，球球在一个非常正面的位置。
Yeah, this was just a nice execute.
3杀到手，帮助 EDG 拿下首枪分。
哇，这。 局其实还是蛮多波折的，特别是在第一时间进中路之后，马丁这个进步拉扯的标配，通过一个左键切右键的这样一个3连发的一个小妙招吧，是完成了反杀。
而架，但是2个人 EDG 其实是
OK，
他没有人
Wait, I don't need to
人去省钱的，所有人都起到了一些枪械，而康康又是非常经典的飞将。
Stu 是买了一把短炮，想要在2楼去。 拿一些过点的击杀，但因为康康拿的是飞将，所以这分肯定不会打得很快的。
This is a Paper X wall, I'm pretty sure.
飞将用的比较多，哎，踩雷飞剑把 Stu 逼了回去，哦，这个雷，
哇，挺难受的。前2位一旦丢了，
Do you think any team will challenge EDG for the top China team this year? Yes, a few.
他也不太想暴露自己是一把
Because I'm not confident in EDG's ability to stay on top.
康康，飞将当喷子用。 好像效果非常不错啊！直接跟着自己的团队进到了点。
Guess Haodong thinks he can call easy on Sentinel and Lurk. I mean, he shouldn't be able to. You're just lacking so much information to work with to make calls.
和 Martin 都是起到正义的哦。Smoggy 2楼一个接3个，枪械的优势还不错，反馈到了，拿到两个击杀之后，直接。
I don't think like much of the stuff that China does like makes sense from the outside looking in, but it makes sense for the team. Like when it like performs fairly well on a series and a map like this. But I do kind of feel like if you're playing up against Trace or maybe like FBX splits a bad map for FBX. But like, I wouldn't necessarily say that JDG is the second best team in the region right now, so it's not like EDG are narrowly beating their main rivals. Bit like up against the Trace and what other teams, even like Tech. With how good Wolves looked on this map against Tech, like Wolves could maybe even beat EDG here too. I don't know. Right, bonus though. Symbol, more natural stuff being set up from JDG. Yeah, I mean, FBX looked a lot better against Wolves. Like, they're cooking up some good ideas, but generally I'd say that they're playing, like, confident, but more set plays. I think what I like is it's not like FX going, oh, let's just start playing normal stuff, and they go for like defaults and general things. Like, no, they like triple controller plus like a gecko, and there was some really nice set plays that they did. Yihao in a crossfire didn't really have a chance to TP out because Stu was repositioning. Stu gets a kill, but he gets traded. This is up against a bonus, mind you. Luckily, the rest of the team's in good positions to go fight this. I say that, Viva's ended up peeking alone. Poison Cloud might be able to separate YHN from Martin. Luckily, Martin wins that fight, because if he doesn't, Chichu separated 1 versus 3 up into 3 1v1s. TMV was really high on Wolves, but after wasn't as high on them. I mean, they had an awful week to begin with. Hey, Gorilla. Like, Wolves losing to Tech was, like, you know, a mental break, because that's a potential, like, playoff qualifying game. And then they get an FPX to look in some of the best form that they've had. And they've actually, like, sorted out their roles now, so they're not playing Life and Autumn on double duelist. Like, Autumn's now on that kind of, like, flex role, playing Viper. And Life is literally having life games over and over. Is it top 3 in each group moving up to playoffs? Because Wolves can still come in 3rd in their group, I think. I think so too. I think they have a hard group, and they have all gamers in their game this week. Which, like, the problem for me for Wolves is just map pool. Map pool and agents. Like, it's a team that's been brand new put together, and it just feels like they're just missing being able to play certain roles.
这个正面进，还是想要先走2楼？不过电梯房3个人啊！电梯房2个人都在下边，在接，打掉一个。你以为电梯房下面没人了吗？但其实还有。哦，但是预警很高 ，Nobody 接住了对面离魂。
Omen ulted on A side and cancelled it to go back.
好像 EDG 有点被两边卡住了。维瓦在点里就是在拖时间，要等自己队友1毫的绕后。
Viva just doesn't have the gun to be peeking a fight like that. And YH10 going for the individual. Just as the Seekers came in, which is unfortunate. Really nice from Nobody. This is one of the 4 Ks that he gets. How many life games does a player need to have for that to just be considered what he's locked in versus his off day? Good question. I think it's like how you perform in the bigger games. Like, Vukashi was just in crazy form, but as soon as they got to the bigger games, like, he seems to go missing. But I think that's more the other team anti-strat in DRG enough that Vukashi just isn't a problem anymore. You don't need to worry about him popping off if you shut that shit down early. So I just want to watch this bit again because I wasn't paying attention.
这个正面进，还是想要先走2楼？不过电梯房3个人啊！电梯房2个人都在下边，在接，打掉一个。
Kung just goes and fights it, and luckily nobody trades. And then Stu just ends up walking into 2, because why would you expect 2 players to still be there? Alright, okay, I'm now up to speed.
JDG 想帮点里的人，想帮威瓦又帮不了，因为被断着。而且我觉得其实电梯房这。
What do you mean nobody trades a Sky Trader Kappa? For fuck's sake!
是一个伏笔吧。当时如果2人稳稳卡在电梯房下侧，就算打出了一个1换1的交换也是赚的。而速强行往上走，反而给到了一些机会。
这 EDG 选手的警觉性做的还是蛮高的。
没错，3比1的比分，而这分金东乙也是迎来自己的存钱分。
要不要做非常规的前压？还是
Gorilla, this is a Paper X wall, isn't it?
和中路的重防。
中路是让 Viva 顶出来了。
I thought this was too, but I think this is DRX and this was Paper X. Might also be Gen G, I can't remember.
通过前定也是知道第一时间 EDG 是没有控中的。
这个时候就看警觉性了。两边第一波。
4 players stack in mid. Yihao's just aggressively on the angle. The Jet pulling the attention away might be able to give some space for YH to play with, but I don't know. It's like that stack just goes, yeah, no, never mind, and everybody splits up. But now you got Viva just like on one side of the map, everybody else on the other. Like, I know it's just an eco for JDG, but that felt a little bit like sloppy. Like, just, I don't know, just make something up.
这是一个安全包，所以 EDG 大概率是不退的。
That you stacked 4 mid, lost 1, and immediately gave up on it. And then 3 players went to group up and stack on A, and then 1 player just ego peeks on B.
所以2个队友已经是在重生点等了，等最后的时间或者是。
我们可以看一下现在 EDG 的选手撤退的路线，好像
Was the Paper X wall the one that goes diagonal but allows CT to go through it and take a peek to ramps? Yeah, I think so. I'll know when I see it.
我觉得现在 JDG 你本来枪越来越犹豫，
就像我们也有看到他有尝试在 A 区做前顶，但那一波输。
Vibe walls are just a thing that I don't pay it. Like, it's not that I don't pay attention to them. It's just I don't care enough about them.
都是至少3人的抱团。
对我有一招，当他起局就可以慢慢推。
问题来了，
问题就是没有钱。
是的，哎，不过这一波
起了，
终于是有局了。
Martin 发的局应该是。 对，是 Martin 发的。
那这样把 Martin 给掏空了，
直接0啊。
Viva 2 and 5 has the op.
起来之后能不能对战局有一些改变？确实前面 EDG 的打法是比较偏慢的，容易被区找到一些机会。
哦 ，JDG 还是有一些思路在里面的啊，用让1号回旋跳骗一下对面，认为这个地方其实没有特别直架的枪械。
对。 可能会给到对面只有一个幽影在。
I think Riot will change Viper this year. It sounds like she's going to get nerfed fairly soon.
能够猜到有局。
8.08, I think.
至少是预警要拉。但这个烟正好有个。
Which begs the question: what patch are we in now?
队伍现在都会封这样的一个障
There's so many small variations to them. It's hard to keep track of them. Yeah, exactly.
拐角有没有毗邻之虎之类的技能？在等 Nobody 到。 EDG 在等 Nobody 到。
The streets have been talking. It'll change the meta so much mid-season, though. I mean, the meta's kind of changing anyway.
哇，这机会没抓到。
想走能走掉吗？第一时间康康想追出来，他已经进来了。后续的队友好像是被分割开来，打了一个闪。康康丢了一个雷，但是脸上。
Smoggy just allowed to do that.
收掉对手一人，脸上这把民居已经是被
Oh my god, nobody fully flashed. Gets 2. Is this one of the other 4Ks? This smells like another nobody 4K. I think it is. Check DMs. Oh, not gonna lie, like, Gorilla, you are making it sound like, oh yeah, the streets have been talking, and then you check DMs. Oh, this is interesting. Sorry, let me look at this a little bit more. I'm not gonna like reveal it, but can I at least tell chat what it is? Because the general thing is it's basically the patch cadence. Like it says, for example, what we're on April the 9th. So basically from now, if Clove wasn't available, you'd see Clove in tournament starting today. But what it is it says like, some of the stuff I can't say, surely. Like, I don't think there's going to be a patch coming next. But like it says, like, patch 8 point whatever is going to be on April the 16th. And then 2 weeks after that is 8 point whatever. And it says, like, what date the patch is going to be deployed on. When it's going to be available, like, in the, like, scene. It says when, like, the next episode starts. And yeah, also like what events it lines up with. but I won't reveal the rest. Okay, no, fuck it, Gorillas. So there's also one that says like whether a patch is a minor one or a major one. And it says that there's a patch coming up, which was 8.08, like I mentioned. It says major. But what I find really interesting is like, basically there's going to be, it basically says when there's going to be big patches. And it's kind of cool to see what it lines up with. So like, there's not really going to be any big patches pre-champions other than the, not next one, the one after. But that's cool. It's cool that they give that to the team so they can like prepare on like essentially when to strap themselves in. But I also think like, I imagine you've got more information than this, but you know, if I'm a team, I'm going, all right, if there's a major patch coming here, what agents are you looking at tackling? And if they say Viper, it's like, all right, well, fuck, like, let's not go too hard with like learning how to play Icebox/Freeze at the moment, right? Because this happened, sorry, this is a bit of a distraction. This happened in fucking Game Changers where teams were not practicing when we didn't know that Icebox was coming back in favor of Haven going out. So many teams were like trying to predict what map was gonna, so there was teams, for example, that refused to scrim Ascent because they were convinced that Ascent was going to be the map leaving the pool, and they just fucked themselves. So I think it's a little bit silly on their half too, but at the same time, I get why you have to make those kind of mistakes. You have to try and gamble it. And you gotta let people know ahead of time, because I think just from me doing content creation and like all like the league channels, I was more aware that Haven was going to take out the map pool long before a lot of other teams. Until it's 100% confirmed you shouldn't do that, yeah, true. But we were also in a position of like, well, our Haven's pretty good. Let's like practice a lot of it now. Because then if it is taken out of the pool, we play a tournament on the old patch, we can still just like play Haven, and we're not reliant on getting a load of practice around then. Because that was the one thing that we struggled with, is when Fracture and Pearl were taken out, we were really good on Fracture, but our Pearl like needed work, but we just couldn't get scrims consistently because nobody was playing on that. They were all playing on like Sunset and the new Breeze. This map, yeah, aware. Stu Showstopper on an eco. Because you get one and then Bladestorm 2. I hope to God that JDG win this round. Look how frantically EDG are trying to get back on this though. Nobody's on the spike though. Nobody's defusing. Now all three people are stood on top of each other like body blocking. Alright, nice. Oh, it's just a little bit like blah, 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 blah. How can nobody be defusing when he's on the attack side? Fuck. I'm gonna have to check Yinsu's stream, because she was calling nobody by their like name. Actually, fuck it, VLR, you're my hero right now. I'm not calling him Wang. Wang Zhe? How do you say this? What does the Zhe mean? Oh, it's not Zhe, it's like Wang Zhe. Yeah, it's like Wang Zhe, isn't it? But what's the Zhe mean? Because I know that all of the players have like little nicknames. Senju. Or is it like a schwa?
王孙旭，
曾旭，
王孙旭。
而且这波其实 EDG 虽然说控制到了非常多的这个位置吧，
Going way out my way to not get trolled by Gorilla.
是有点散的，没有。
I'll learn fucking Mandarin to avoid it.
这回合是自己买了一把
From Colin Wang.
但这一分可以看一下
What's the good though,
很
Wanga?
有意思。魁父展开在 A 之后
Oh, Wang bro, I see.
这下 Stu
Is it good or Jer?
一个回旋跳想去抓，已经拉出来了，再一个进气翻腾回去，身法控制的非常的精准，没有给到刚刚开枪的机会。
但其实这个操作，你说有用吧，它也没有太大的用，因为反而还交了自己比较多技能出去。
你从这个基准想，他至少确定了刚刚是把狙在 B 点，对吧？
行。
现在第二时间肯定是不敢漏了。
对，知道你是狙了，那我也不会再
Brother
多
Wang
多去挑战你了。
刚刚这个位置要去架回旋跳。
对，而且因为 A 区有魁父展开，所以现在中路是比较危险的，也把维瓦放在。
Yeah, that's all I hear is like Wonga.
魁父其实开的很有意思啊，他是在2楼阳台这个位置。
Nice to see Kung Kung using the up model. I mean, he's played Initiator only so far this series, so yes, first proper time he's picked up the up. We've got it too. Paranoid, dash back. Looking at the minimap right now, JDG are a little bit like flustered again.
在2楼阳台的死角处，脚下再接，晚焰火装载想去找人。哦，但是好像第一时间控制了，好像吃暗眼了，想退。
That's brave from Yihao, Jesus Lord.
狙掉了对手 EDG 在点内，已经是取得了。
And Smoggy just somehow gets free and he's in.
特意杀出，他这
Yeah, that like defensive setup didn't feel very good.
1打3的回
Paper mache.
人还没到，康康的子弹就已经先到了。
哇，康康的明狙还是一如既往的稳定啊！虽然开局错失了一个旋转跳的机会，但这波近点他在晚焰火落地之后是非常快的稳住了枪线。
He's gonna use it more.
我挺想看他怎么去狙掉右边木箱上。
Yeah, I mean, I don't really watch his streams, and even if I did, I wouldn't know what the fuck he would be saying. But
2楼的 Smoggy 也是在正
like,
面
it's just gonna be hard to like up with a KO, I guess.
打到了一波非常
But if he's on duelist, yeah, I hope he'd be up in
目
more.
前来看 ，Smoggy 的幽影确实有一点点这种决斗的感觉。他
打得非常凶。
Especially when, like, I think one of the leading stats for Kung Kung's opping is the more he does it, the better he is.
京东又是再一次掏空了所有的家底啊，维瓦还是一把明狙出来了。 但其实前面2分的明狙都
Which I think is just a good stat to remember for like all pro teams.
太多位置上的一个压迫吧。
When you have like your duelist being like, I'm not feeling the op at the moment, just be like, you know, the Kung Kung rule. The more you do it, the better you'll get. I don't worry about your stats because the stat that people know about opping is that one. So yeah, naturally, if Kung Kung's not opping that much, he's going to be poor with it. So I'm glad that he's doing it more.
随时可能会出现一些这种位置的轮转。
Especially when that's one of the things that really made him stand out when people didn't really know too much about China or EDG in particular. But also, I do think that like attack hopping in this game is severely underrated.
想去还手的话还挺危险的。
没错，还好马丁只是想看一下。
But it's all about like knowing, like Autumn was really good at it with FPX of just having the attack up, and then basically this is FPX. You give the operator over to Berlin, swap guns to a like rifle, and then he'll satchel in and be the entry.
空枪，而且有神经取息的抛出。
The problem is that's just too fucking finicky for so many teams to do that. But FPX had it nailed down.
拐角的一颗闪，广告牌之后有人，这个信息是被确定了。
时间有点紧张了
，13秒。Smoggy 又出现了一个很诡异的位置，直接把。
That's killed the slug. Oh yeah, it's for sure not me saying that Kung Kung's a bad rifler. He's not. But I think the thing that made EDG a top 4 team at like Tokyo, was it? And then Champs was the opping. Specifically Tokyo, that was the event that got people aware of what this team can fucking do.
这就是一个连锁反应，这一狙没有打出击杀，然后自己阵亡之后，正好被浩东抛出神经取息，那 A 点的防守其实就已经玩不了了。
对，所有位置都已经被看光了，加上2楼斜坡回防也会被断，这分确实打得有点伤啊。这2分的明狙出来，完全没有拿到想要的收益，反而形成了一个经济的黑洞。
对，就。
Wondering now that Autumn went into a more Viper role, would he not use up as much? Probably for Autumn, no, but you do have life that can just go and start upping more. It's not like you lose your like open player.
然后对面再给了这个追的指令，连上进的非常多。
对，我觉得更不乐观了。
从上半场他们把
Lets him
2
get
个
the
单
first
进
picks a lot.
看出现在局势。
It also just makes you scared on defense to peek against EDG because you don't know if there's just an opposite in there. So it denies you so much information just on how scary it is.
多么凶！
The irony is, I think EDG have a problem with conditioning. Like they're not very good at like manipulating maps. Like for 4 rounds, let's say they keep fighting mid, and then they keep fighting the extremities. Because JDG are like, okay, these guys are fighting mid a lot, let's stack mid, and then it gives you so much space like here. Like that's just something that EDG don't do. It's something that they don't think about. It's kind of like they got a fucking roulette wheel of. Instead of them going, let's do this a couple of times, and then when they make a response, we're going to start doing this. They're like, let's do this, and then let's do that, and then let's go back to doing this, and then let's go back to doing that. There's no rhyme or reason. Which is really good in like being hard to predict. But you also don't know what they're doing. It's the whole argument of, if we're not sure what we're doing, how can the enemy realize what we're doing? It almost feels like EDG is so scared to be anti-stratted that they just keep their playbook as like open as possible. The Paperex playstyle though? Yeah, but like only Paperex can get away with it. And the answer for that's barely. I don't know if Gorilla agrees though. Actually a really good retake. Like what EDG's problem was. Like, oh, just the problem with China as a region as a whole. Because there's definitely like a lack of quality with how China teams play. But I think the problem is just they're not very good at thinking about what... They don't think about the things that they're doing around the map, how much of an impact it has that they can then like manipulate. They're just so keen on doing something different every single round that they just don't condition anything.
要换枪吗？把枪晕一下，这样2把枪可以来回用。贴到近点，暗眼推了。
Like, I'm not sure what you think. Like, there definitely seems to be something just off with China teams at the moment. But I think for me, it's just that they make things harder for themselves because it feels like they don't have a general plan to go off. And then a lot of stuff that they do is like incredibly telegraphed. They're going through where it's kind of like we need info constantly.
对方有1个人的回防，他的位置有点尴尬，被发现了一个大浪，还是他。他今天几乎没有错过任何优势对枪位置的对决。
说一个恐怖的事情，4杀到手，没有掉任何ED血。
The old DRX problem. The problem with it, like, DRX relied too much on set plays. How did Trace look in that game? I hope Trace makes Shanghai. Who did they play? They played Nova. And yeah, I mean, Nova looked fantastic. But yeah, Trace with Low King. Low King looked fucking great. I was really happy with how they played. It wasn't like they got loads of multi-kills, 400 ACS kind of performance. But Low King just seemed really intelligent with how he, you know, if they were on an anti-eco, he wouldn't overextend, he wouldn't overpeak. But if they were in a fight where they were a player down, Low King would then try and push to get an extra one.
对手没有打他的点，导致明智回防依然非常的受挫。
但从战术上来说 ，JDG 上一分其实做的还不错。
They will get info showers and just not do anything upon it. They won't react. They just want the info.
强行把电梯房踩了下来。
哎，但是他好像有没有一个去绕后的机会？但 Stu 好像警觉性拉得很高。
Stu 要反过来找后。
看到了。
At least that's my take. No, I think that's valid. It almost feels like if there's no noise, there's no plan to do anything else, which I guess is what makes Wolves such a good squad, because they play like a EMEA team, or at least like a sort of like Western America's team. And that's not like a generalist thing. I mean it more as like Plex used to be a fucking IGL on an NA team. So it plays like an NA team with a Russian coach that was on One Breath Gaming when they were a thing.
漏枪了，哎，哇，这一个烟起瞬间的混烟，不太确定有没有一瞬间的视野啊。
但是这一分从康康的视角来看，他是没办法的。
没错，这波
Same way like Nova. Like, for example, you'd have teams that, like, if they're under some pressure here and they don't have information, then 2 players might walk up B main to see what's going on here.
12秒。
这个时候想转点有点来不及了。
Like, this is just fucking pandemonium.
正面先接一个。
Like, EDG just gets so panicked, they haven't got anything else set up that they're just like, shit, we need to go try and go B.
Viva 只需要跑就行了。
Literally like Carmen called Melon's moment.
也无所谓了。 啊，最终比分定格在了4比8。哇，维瓦这两。
Wants to give me the back to improve my life and coach a team. I mean, I feel like people are going to be looking more for more Western influence.
留存到下半场悬念的机会。
毕竟自己
I know EDG will be.
这种体系在进攻边能够有更好的发挥，而且是从整个防
The
守。
fact that they messaged us, well, they didn't message SLK, but they tweeted at him, they're like, hey,
依然没有找到机会，而且
how you doing?
残局
But SLK was like, I've already signed.
Nobody 给抹平了。
如果没有，而且都是
场间小活动的时候，大家会有一些多的准备了。
哎。 基本还是要通过更多的信息来。
但其实我觉得它给你的回放提供很多的帮助，他们也有
半场的对
突破2
站出来，比4的比分 ，EDG 暂时领先4分，而首枪局将会是 JDG 来到进攻端非常关键的。
Staff or roster change if EDG play like ass at Shanghai? Maybe both.
双决斗的起枪很有意思啊 ，Viva 是轻甲出门。
I think coaches tend to be a little bit more safer in their roles because it's such a
信息翻腾狂怒，那是不是一个
respected position?
还是说要
I guess I could be wrong.
一点摸进去啊，感觉是还是要打2楼。
Like here, EDG have like a set plan.
狂怒在这个拐角的威胁有点大，哎，踩雷飞
And then there are this, you know, no plan here. This is just fighting how well you can play off of each other. And the answer is pretty well when you got Smoggy getting a 4K.
而且是一个掐着暗眼，随时准备去
带车一起
You only remove a coach if what they're doing hasn't worked for like 2 to 3 years.
开局京东的一个布置有做非常细化的处理，只是从起枪和技能上的一个协同来看。
蟒侠，这把枪其实康康之前
Yeah, it's not as if like there's a lot of good free agents either.
那在对面没有经济的情况下，蟒侠这把枪真的是非常的好用。但开局的一个跳点非常快的短炮，直接抓到了康康，蟒侠到手了。
但是 EDG 剩下几个人全都是满甲。
对，这个烟给的很有意思，好用。
Like, I guess this is an example. Like, this is the Antico against the Pistols.
还用了蛮多次
You have this fight go horribly wrong for Kung Kung.
蟒侠这把枪真的是非
You've
常
got 2 players sort of keeping an eye on this.
非常快的
The Omen Smoggy instantly rotates, and then the Sky pushes and holds the smoke.
全都是满甲。
And they flash it. Like, there's no plan here. This is very like Paper X of like, oh, I'm gonna come in and gonna paranoia, and that's gonna be really helpful. It's like, is it? Is it really?
而且这里2楼也上来人了。
这蟒侠现在有点难受了。
看一下 Nobody 位置还很远，正面只能先退，等人来。Smoggy 勾点抓了一个，好像看到包了，没有。
但1号有烟的，第一时间这个位置并没有封。
在等让后，所以 Smoggy 也不漏。
Yeah, I just think too much of the game for well, not even EDG. It's not fair to them, but I feel like a lot of the rounds for Chinese teams are just too improvised. It's very Overwatch. The more that I think about it, like you have a little nice set play to begin with, and then after 15 to 20 seconds, it's just fucking make it up as you go along. Like react to the information, adjust kindly. If you've got a nice little cute play that you can do with your teammate. It's not as if this was necessarily planned out by Stu either. He just satchels in with a shorty. There's no paranoia. There's no like flash. There's no other bits of util. What's the chances EDG isn't first seed going into Shanghai? I'd be shocked if they didn't make Shanghai. I wouldn't be shocked if they're top seed. If they're not top seed. They got default mid round and so on. I think it's not even like mid-rounded. Like they can fucking mid-round because they are so good at just everything they do is effectively a mid-round. Like here, I wonder what the call is for EDG, what the comms are like.
所以 JDG 并没有盲目强行进 B 区。 而是选择 Viva 跟自己的队友汇合，有御生之息，外之神可以给他奶一下。
Like I'd love to sit down with you, Gorilla, at some point and just like watch one of these VODs with you to see what you see.
这个位置一旦深入的话，其实战术监控是大概率会被打掉的。
Like split isn't too hard to sort of spot out. Yeah, some of the other maps are a little bit. Like you're watching it and you're like, there's something wrong with this, but I'm not quite sure what.
就是一波总攻。
看一下这2个半线的位置。 一个是在近点处，一定会常规站人的位置啊。现在
引入之损没有反馈，第一时间想跳到上面，空中被打了一枪头，但是后续想去操作。
I know a good example here. The B, like Fnatic used to do this a lot, mostly on A. But if they had the Cypher over here, like Alpha would try to hold, maybe get a kill with his kill trips, have a cage here for them to get off of sight. So they'll show some presence, but the plan, like the protocols that were built in for Fnatic was to like get one, show some like resistance, get off sight. The most important thing is that Alpha survives. He doesn't stay and try to get too much, he gets off. At the same time, somebody else from Fnatic, like Chronicle or Leo, would peek out of like heaven smokes, either with a flash or whatever, and then help fight this. It always seemed to like break down into that as a strategy for Fnatic. Here, similar sort of position for where Haodong is. Like all of this setup's good. Camera's nice and high. It can see just over the top of this like meta poison cloud that's coming in. He could back out at this point. He could have utility to help him escape and allow the Viper to play with him. Nope. He's just dueling. And Chi-Chi with a Sheriff, just dueling.
Y 之城已经是从侧翼收掉了对方的球球，那现在 EDG 两人的回防应该是非常困难了。
感觉这个距离想要下枪都会有点难。
I like the paranoia used before anybody else is ready.
因为你在里面会持续受到。
Like, is that me? Am I like missing the point there, Gorilla? Do you reckon? Am I just like over focusing on it?
京东目前的站位应该是不会给到太多对枪的机会的，除非 Nobody 主动拉出来往下抢枪了。啊，也看到枪管了。
这个回防应该是。
It's a very like, oh, pros use this lineup for the paranoia, so I'm going to throw it up. We're pro right now. What did you ask? I don't know if I'm like over focusing on it. You're probably better off just like clipping and then rewatching it rather than me explaining. But yeah, there's just like, there was a paranoia used here, but this guy wasn't ready to like peek. This is like an eco or like a bonus.
没什么机会去打2楼回旋跳，再拖时间，这个闪打的还不错。
But I feel there's a lot of stuff like EDG's like, well, if we put this camera, we put this setup. Like there's a nice flash that you can do here. There's a nice stun. I'm gonna do these things, but I'm not necessarily gonna line them up. Or I guess even worse, like understand why you would use that paranoia instead of another paranoia from this position, right?
危险的位置完成了反杀，跳到这个 B 区的防空台上侧之后，完成了一个落地的。
They're imitating pro play without understanding why they do it. I think I got it. It's not that they don't understand why to do it. It's that they don't understand how to get the absolute most out of it. It's like they know all of the plays, they know all of the positions. It's just about optimizing it.
的中间技能差2个点，如果去打一打控图是个球的话，可能。 我觉得下个回合大概率是会有的。
Like if you think about it too, like EDG's, like where would you typically, if you were running this comp, where would people typically be positioned? Attack paranoia was fun. It was the defensive one. It was this one. They used it from heaven, and the sky was still like here. Like they paranoid, and it was a good paranoia connected onto multiple people, but no, there was no play off the back of it. It was just. Yeah, the paranoia was good. But I just meant more like, will you be back for bigger Val events? It depends. I wouldn't necessarily say for EMEA, but who the hell knows? But I was saying about like Fnatic always had like the protocol of having Alpha on Cypher on A. And he'd always have like a cage here because Alpha would try and fight and then get off site. And then somebody like Chronicle or Leo would come and help support Heaven to try and fight him if they go for an A main execute. Like that was always like a way that Fnatic played. But here you've got Haodong staying on site fighting and just hoping for the best. But like if you think about the setups, like you typically I'd say have the Cypher stuff over towards C for the most part. You'd have this Viper wall and the Viper stuff here, so Viper's pretty much in the right position. Raze is in like a good spot here. You'd have the Omen most times over towards B. And then the Sky, some teams will play the Sky over towards ramp so you can flash this. But I kind of like having the Sky towards B. Like on Heaven here too. Maybe swap with the Raze, put the Raze here. So you can flash mid, dog mid, see if anybody's late lurking. But also like flashing this is really good too. So yeah, there's just like a lot of stuff I suppose that EDG are doing that kind of makes sense, but it doesn't quite sync up as well.
防守方的灵魂可能对于进攻来说，它的一个运用就没有那么灵活了，更多可能是一个要么拿信息，要么快速的支援。
A 大封烟 ，Nobody 在 A 小斜坡这个位置，他的拐角顺爆闪会给到对方非常大想去清他人的威胁。
开局时
Like SLK,
太多的技能去探。
EDG wanted SLK, but I think them like picking up Anders actually could be an insane move for them too. The only worry I would have if they picked up Anders is that would restrict EDG too much. That they'd sort of become like, oh, as a Sky, I need to play here all the times because this is the optimal position, and then we don't see that kind of like magic that EDG can do. Because you need like both sides of it. I think you need like a little bit of that flexibility to do creative stuff, but you also need something to build it from. Because otherwise you just end up kind of make it up as you go along. I think like Anders' way, like modal of thinking is like typically pretty good. But I do think that it could be really restrictive if not done well.
所有人的注意力都在拐角，1号的补强到了，有点尴尬。
这样的话，两侧同时的一个包夹，点内瞬间被清空。
Is after coaching first create like Lysol? No, I mean I think you need after as your main coach. If you bring in somebody like Anders, it'd be as like an assistant coach because obviously language barrier.
可以非常有效的去抢到位置。
正面留给 EDG 的时间不多了 ，Y 之神马上就到了。
暗岩往哪儿推？好像想推2楼下。
哦，他推到2楼下，但是已经到了，烟要散了。哎，他切枪。第二时间反应过来。
Nice shots from Y.
进入无险。
Zogi 已经很警觉了，突然的一个回头。
Mandarin speakers is.
EDG 第一的反应，他都是我先退一步，先稳住。
Can you just call him YH?
他们想打的是像刚刚一样，在对面近点的这个时机点去抓一些机会，抓一些 timing。收过路费嘛？对，收过路费。
Or is it like calling Kong Kong just Kong? It just doesn't really work.
从站位上来看 ，EDG 是蛮占优的，但唯一的问题就是在点。
其实合理，一直。技能就会好，有晚宴我的加持 ，JDG 在最后的。
Yeah, I don't think After's playing for his job as much.
EDG 做了一个换位，把浩东这个少位放到了 A 去做单手，然后重防是中路和 B 点。
电梯房给烟，现在关键这个换位其实就有一点点把。
It's just weird in Chinese, so you'd have to say YH Chen. Oh, you mean like the whole name is just weird?
看到了很多信息的。首先 B 区有幽影的单向烟，然后也有斯凯的引流之损。其次中路是给了一个花车巡游，所以能够判断到 A 区是零单手。那这样的话，想要来抱团打 A， 只要能经受住半线的挑战，其实经验还是蛮简单的。
慢摸还是快打，直接提速，踩雷飞剑直接去炸半线了，没有问题。给了颗烟。 但浩东没什么枪，直接去烟里想去找对手。
Oh yeah, I remember tuning into this fight for a brief second.
非常诡异的直角转弯，规避掉了浩东第一时间的预瞄位置，而且晚焰火装载也是相当于给了队伍一个保障，比较轻松的把爆能签安了。
而且是2楼包围。
Usually you call people in 2 letters.
踩在阳台跟斜坡歪曲城可以打一波双下的配合。
That's why people don't call Wang but Wang bro.
刚刚直接被打了个背身，2楼跳下来被球球的封刺收掉。 但现在，
But wouldn't YH be 2
正义摘一个
letters?
在这种 air 堡里，其实还是有一些发挥空间的。枪被捡下来了 ，Nobody 手里有一把英雄狂徒。现在点里的人有点尴尬，1号第一时间踩了蛇吻，混烟，这2条强线的架设非常的完美。Smoke 也
Any extra damage can be done will be good.
人在1v1，没办法，点里没打过 ，Smoke。
浩换
是的，那康康在刚才这个存钱分结束之后也
His first name is Yuhan.
队友谁呢？浩东发了一把明狙，
又做了一个位置的调整。这分虽然说浩东还是在 A，
Yeah, because say YH Chen each time is a bit rough.
Smoky 单手的 B。
对，你看这一次光有单向烟，没有引入之损 ，JDG 也不怕的，直接抓。
So is Chen his last name? Does Yuhan Chen?
好像有一点尴尬。
Oh, I guess like it's Chen Yuhan, right?
至少还是活了下来。 但是点里的这个爆能器是没有第一时间安装的，这个烟是有一个拉出来的角度，所以安包是没有贴着墙的。哎，这个反混，
黄土的一个混烟还是会非常的危险。爆能器装下来是一个靠外的角度，现在回放过来的康康其实是比较尴尬的，这把要选一个比较好的位置才好发挥自己的作用。
Like it's more of an Eastern thing to have your last name said first.
烟一封其实已经没有机会了，因为等烟散完的话是没有时间了。
而且能感觉得到 JDG 来到下半场是有他是有。
Wow, this is a straight save.
直接抓。
这分虽然说浩东还是在 A，
but I do think that like
开局是。
This is just full contact, execute. You got some support from the Viper here, but the paranoia is too good and the Viper can't really see.
这个闪好像有一点尴尬 ，Stu 至少还是活了下来，但是典礼的这个爆能
They're just not in a. Again, just doesn't feel like EDG had a plan for this necessarily.
包是没有贴着墙的，这个反混。
And they're just saving, yeah. I actually like the restraint to 4-player save because you had the operator. The only issue is it's not like JDG used ultimates to get it; they just executed and found space. But like this adjustment from EDG is at least nice. EDG been lurking a lot on attack, not necessarily no freezed.
但康康想架的话，这个身位其实不是很好控，因为 A 大也会有人可能。
Like it's just a lot of like splits or full executes.
是上半场 Viva 架过的位置。
但电梯房失守了，所以必须要把点内的人叫过来去盯电梯房这个角度，那点内就放出来了。看一下第二波。
Holding very deep A main. I mean,
还是想要打 A 呀。如果
I'd imagine that.
转 A 的话，可能就会。
And also the Seekers.
刚才的 Viva 好像如出一辙，但有点不同的是，康康的位置有变化。
但他这
But also, I think holding deep is probably the way to go.
打1补1的角度。
Because EDG have like consistently played the sky over here, so if you're holding deep, you don't get flash.
果然是被换掉了。
但经典处 Smokey 的一个加强角度。
Anyway, I thought I answered you.
落到了点里。 但是只是拿进新的，但是侧翼，浩东绕后到了斜坡，他抓到了对手去转移的2个 timing， 赛博掩护自己的撤退，但其实只是一个假的撤退。
Thank you, though. Will I be back at bigger international events? Probably not. I think for me to do like international events, I need to be doing like regular work in like a region.
脱光了。
这样的话，1号只能。
So like if I'm not getting hired for doing EMEA, I'm not going to get hired for doing like a Masters event, right?
这真是价值千金啊，给的时机太好了。
That's typically how it's worked.
是被打出了一个1换1的交换，但也给到了后续 EDG 一个回防的非常关键的信息。
But like say if there's a English broadcast for China in the future and I end up working that, maybe there's a chance from there. But I imagine they're going to prioritize like EMEA America's specific talent.
快啊，但明显浩东的枪更快。
因为那个地方正好是烟拉出来的。
They could get you for being a known person for the VCT China scene. Yeah, but like I also respect and like if I'm Riot, like I know that the people that cover the regions are going to watch it. Even if you regularly do league events, still doesn't guarantee you internationals. Said by Van Silly, of course. But like, yeah, you're 100% right. So. I wouldn't be happy if I was just like invited to, like, you know, if I was asked to do Shanghai, I'd be amazing. I'd love to. But I'd feel really uncomfortable. Because if I feel if I was working those events, so if I was like sitting in Vansilli's position where I've like been consistently doing Americas and then suddenly like a guest is just brought in, instead you're going to be a bit like, what the fuck?
进行汇合嘛，因为 Stu 这个位置很暧昧，现在过去了，这其实是有一点完美错过的感觉。
对，那威法是架。
Even if regularly do internationals, you're not guaranteed internationals. That too.
是在旋转跳，对，他在旋转跳吗？
有概率会被对方摘掉。哎，1楼好像被。
I'll still love you to admit. No, I didn't mean you specifically, Vansilli. But you know what I mean. Like it's kind of. I think in my like the way that international events are, where it is kind of like these sort of bigger events where you bring your like best of the best talent or your like most versatile talent that can kind of do everything. Like I want it to feel like that's a thing that even it's nice to do like the international leagues and still feel like there's something to like work towards. You know, it gave me a lot of drive to be better, to try and do stuff like Champions events. And I'm really like lucky to have been able to do like champs twice. So if I think of like other people, like even in EMEA, like Pavlos has never done an international event. Lofar kind of did one with Reykjavik in the first year, but otherwise he didn't get to do too much. Kukuka's not always there.
这一波 EDG 的补位做得非常的快，这也给到了康康更多的操作机会。
是，虽然说我觉得他们第一波应对康康这个晚焰火处理的非常细节，是让 Viva 一个人飞到空中去。
Feel like you take somebody's place regularly casts. Yeah, exactly.
4个赛点。 现在落到了 EDG 的手里。
But I also think of like I understand the arguments I suppose of like because you know stuff about China, Shanghai. There's going to be Chinese teams there. They're bringing you in to be good. But like I'm also of the mindset of I know that fucking Sideshow and Bren, people like that, like Mimi, regular like Sue obviously is going to really dive into like learn as much about the China teams as possible. They're not going to be like, well, I do Americas, I do EMEA. I'm not going to give a fuck. What a nice clutch. I need to see that again. I think Kakuka's got really good. Like, I think her energy's some of the best on the desk. So I very much disagree.
4个赛点，现在落到了 EDG 的手里，他们有机会去终结对手。
这分其实很难打，中路展开了回复，两边一定是
You
强
want to watch his run again?
这一波直接提速了，硬顶着黑镜，没有
No, I don't.
第二时间2楼已经是。
I think the desk with Mimi and Kukuga is one of the better ones I've seen at international events. So nobody gets another 4K, and then Yihao needs to 1 versus 3. The TP that he goes back on doesn't get heard. Still almost loses to Haodong. And then just reads that. And I also don't really agree with like we need native English speakers on these, like not for EMEA. And also it's like, I can't imagine how hard it is to actively translate yourself whilst you're casting. Like for casting, like I think that's a bit more fair enough because it's like so fast, but like on a desk and stuff. But there's been a lot of examples of non-native English speakers becoming amazing casters. I think Anders is probably the one that I'm most aware of. I mean, this is literally just JDG going B and hoping for the best. And the one adjustment that they made is that they moved the Cypher over to A, so it's like, yo, let's play normal. And then there's another timeout.
Martin 的回复以及 Nobody 的追猎之灵 ，Smoky 的离魂应该是也差的不多了。对，真看起来好像没有太多。
I'm so sad that I missed this game live. But I'm also really glad that I found the time to actually like go and watch it.
容错率会稍微低一点。
是的。
Totally depends on the person. I don't think that should be the criteria. No, not at all. I mean, it should just be based on like how good you are.
的一侧有雷兹有蝰蛇，可能会有踩雷飞剑加上蛇吻的这样一个配合。
One thing I really wish would be to have a small cam like on Twitch of the casters. Love the energy when they get hyped. And EM, we see 3 seconds of the casters. Yeah, I mean, even that, like for EMEA initially, they didn't show the casters at all because it was a live feed that they were sharing to Spanish and French streams too. So even for kickoff, you didn't see the casters. Now you do. But what I always really like is like in the highlight reels, it shows like caster reactions when they're calling some of those moments. Like the Mitch like 2v0 moment, like the fact that we saw like Tom's reaction, like, are you okay? When Mitch feels that he's casting a 1 versus 1.
这位置太常规了，没有技能的铺垫和掩护，真的站不了。
But also, like, if I'm working international events, like, Vans, I don't know if it's realistically possible, but if I'm you, I'm going to Albert and I'm saying, like, hey, like, if I have a good cast where I'm, like, kind of, like, going crazy and being super animated, could you, like, get me, like, the footage of, like, me and Riv casting? And then I'm, like, making fucking TikToks of, like, you, like, casting the action, even if you just do it off your phone. Like, just put your phone there, record you and Riv casting, so when you have these crazy moments, you take the crazy moments, you take your reaction, you put them together on TikTok, you put that shit out as content. Because people love to watch that stuff. Even just the small things of like, if you have like hand signals, you can just be like, hey, I'm going to talk through some of the stuff that me and Riv do on a broadcast. If I do this hand signal, it means that I want it back.
但
是这一次 A 点是个重防 EDG， 开局的烟落得很快。
不过人员都是集中在
要打快的，要打快的。
Would be nice to be able to watch it in English. Yeah, it's really tricky. Okay, so this is a round that we need to watch, and we'll chat about it a bit more.
半线也很难办得到，这双决斗都是从天上来的，还是 A 点。但是这一次 A 点是个重防 EDG。
See if it will be done for sure, because I think people are like genuinely interested in that kind of stuff. Because I do agree to like, I mean, it's worse for a desk because people just either fucking mute it or they're doing connections and New York Times crosswords or playing Wordle, Rankdle, Hoopdle. Just guess where this poo was from and what year it was pooed. You know, shit games like that in the break. They're not even watching the desk, so it's just really depressing. I said I was going to watch this round and then I just started ranting.
确实没有人在盯防这个位置，只有补防过来的球球在看。
召唤出来，2楼的烟散了，球球先收掉 Y 之神，丢蛇纹的 timing 被 Stu 抓到。
Oh, Stu's just trying to find more, but there's a player on site. Like nobody just in their main choke. Oh, and they lose the Viper's Pit too.
包还没下，绝望的1号没有离魂。 他要面对一个1v4，脸上已经被传残了，没有任何操作的机会 ，Smoky 最后终结掉了对手，13比11，最后
I mean, close, full free mapper series. I mean, I'm like impressed with JDG, even though the last sort of part of this map was them just going B over and over and over again and hoping for the best. Man, getting spammed for ultimate is unfortunate. Yeah, and it was just like the XQ came in, they were like overly focused on Heaven that just allowed a bit of a slip in from EDG. How do I feel about EDG though? I'm a bit worried about them still. Like the roles just make it a little bit more confusing, I suppose, to follow. And yeah, I just don't really know how comfortable I feel with like EDG. I think qualifying for Shanghai, sure, but being the best team in the region, I think that could change quite a lot. Like they have Tyloo, they have Tech. Like Tech could be a scary game for them if they're not careful, for sure. But like I could see them losing to FBX. I could see them losing to Trace. And then playoffs, yeah, still making Shanghai because they just show up in the bigger games when teams like Trace and FBX might start to choke. But like, I could definitely see them dropping a series in groups. I'm just not quite sure who against. And then for JDG, they have Nova next, which, oh, this could be a bit of a bitch of opponent to deal with, to be honest. Like, Nova, despite them losing to Trace, did look decent. So I think JDG, I want to see that, like, a 2-0 here would be nice, you know? Because it's not been the best results as of recent. Because if they lose to Nova, you got DRG, Billy Wolves. These are all, like, honestly, like, bastard teams to deal with if you're not careful. Do you know why so many China VODs on YouTube are private? No idea. That's why we're watching through Douyu. I don't know. Like, the final day is fine, but days 1 and 2 are just, the VODs are gone. You think Wolves will get better as the season goes on? I do, but I just think that not picking up a series... Like, the Tech one felt like a must-win if they want to make Shanghai. I think everything else, though, should be, like, more than doable. But yeah, what was I saying? Like, yeah, I'd like to see, like... I really like what Pacific is doing. Like, having people like Paperfin and Chobra being really involved in the content, whether it's the little funny skits like Paperfin being on the elevator stopping Stacks from going to an international event, or Chobra doing like the coach interviews. I love that kind of stuff. And I think that the content that Americas does is really fun and like expressive too. Like you get the telestrators in the halftime break. I don't think there's enough of that. Like there still needs to be more, I think. Pacific content is banger after banger. And I feel I can say this because I'm not like working at the moment, but like I want to see the talent be advocated more by the product almost, because I feel like when you have a guest come in, they're set up really nicely. Like seeing people like Athena on the desk is like amazing. and like it's really set up to make them look good and show off their knowledge. But I feel that also like runs the risk of undermining the talent that you have there already, and effectively goes like, we have a pro here that's on the desk. Everything they say is amazing, but we're not really like doing that for some of the people on the desk that have been there for however long. And then you just, it ends up leading to people trying to like, and I'm not saying this is for Americas or really Americas at all, but I think there's a risk when you have people try to like one-up each other to make themselves look good at the expense, not necessarily at the expense of another analyst, but because people are like hunting to play and be in international events. It becomes very self-preservation. But like from talking, like Bren mentioned it on his stream, but like they're, and Vansily can probably attest to it, there seems to be a big focus on making sure that there's like a community like of talent involved in like making the best show possible, and that there's regular feedback given from each other, and everybody's working together to make the show as good as possible, which I think is amazing. And that shouldn't be something that talent like have to do on the side almost. Like that should be like the standard. Like that should be like a head producer like, yeah, this is the thing that we're focusing on. Like, leave your egos at the door and just focus on making a good show. We just want to make sure we get a good show and product. Yeah, and I think that was the main thing for us as well when we were doing Polaris. Like, because we were talking about the whole idea of, you know, because there's 2 stages, 2 playoff finals. It's like, for me personally, like, I'm all for, like, if Haz and Cairo get to do a grand final, I'm down in principle for doing the other one. But I also want to feel like if me and Pavlos are just shit in comparison to Haz and Cairo, then the TO should have the decision to just give both the grand finals to Haz and Cairo if they're just objectively better. But yeah, I think like I don't want to be given opportunities just because it's like fair. I want to get them because I'm like good enough. Yeah, that's a different story. Yeah. It's like, it's also at the same time like why I'm not necessarily a fan of like, you know, for like grand finals and stuff, fans, where it's like a fucking 10-person desk because they want everybody that's worked on the show previous to be able to like be on the finals, that nobody misses out. Which I'm like, it's a nice idea, but it's also like makes it so much harder for everybody there, I suppose. I do like that, like, for example, Mitch and Tom, they weren't on the finals for Madrid at all, but what they were doing is they were on like the short stream. So they were like just vibing there and chatting to people and watching the game, but obviously in like TikTok format. I'm like, that's great. Like, enable your talent to do stuff like that. Have like Doug do interviews. But you don't want to like force people into just doing something like a telestrate or something for the sake of like, oh, we don't want to leave you out. We get happy on whoever gets what games, but we don't have choices on. Yeah. But I think that's just like a good example, I suppose, of like at the end of the day, it should be that everybody's trying to help themselves be better, and then, you know, there should always be like opportunities. They did good in Masters to incorporate talent. Yeah, I agree. It's one of those things that I think for like Mitch and Tom definitely deserve to do like a best of 5 at an international event, because I don't think they've done one yet. I might be wrong. But like I think like it's not that Mitch and Tom, I don't think they'll feel particularly good if they get told like, oh yeah, you're doing the Shanghai finals because you've done all of these events and you never got to do a final. Like, I mean, to an extent, they'll be buzzing to do a grand final, but I don't think they would necessarily be happy to just be like, oh, you got it because it's your like turn. Because you'd feel like, did I earn it or not? I feel like Mitch and Tom stepped up at Madrid. I think all of the casters did. I think talent-wise, it was one of the best events we've had. Like, it felt like just a really good, like, balance. But yeah, for the casting especially, it was grand. But yeah, I've been going on for quite a while now. So, I'm probably going to do something about, like, the match 2 threads and all that stuff for China. So, Not very good at pitching the videos and stuff. I really want them to do a best of 5. I think like a losers bracket final would be good for them. And I'm sure that I'd love for them to do it. I'm sure they're really hungry to do one, but I know them well enough that there's like, they wouldn't be happy if it's just they get it because like they've been to this event, so they're due to have one because of that. Like they'll want to feel that if they're doing a best of 5, especially like a grand final, that they have done enough and improved enough to be able to do it justice. They're not getting it just because like everybody gets a turn, everybody gets a share. I also feel like Pacific talent is getting ignored for internationals a bit. That's true. Like, I guess as well, if you're like Choba and you're working on a desk, more like of an analytical POV of Pacific, and you miss out on doing an analyst desk in favor for somebody like Achilles, who, by the way, has been amazing on the desk. I think he's actually one of the most, like, especially on the desk, he's one of the most improved people, like, across Valorant. But obviously he was a play-by-play caster. But like, I think for Shanghai, if it's like, say, Shanghai and Seoul, let's say, for example, that instead of Kakuka, they bring in Chobra for those 2 events, because they're closer and it's a bit easier and logistically sounder, then, you know, that makes sense. But it is, like, kind of like Vansili said, it's a shame that there's only so many positions. Because there's a lot of, like, very talented people that can just come in and do an amazing job. Where are the Pacific people? Yeah, that too. Like, I don't know who you'd bring in for Shanghai necessarily. It is what it is. It's very true. Yeah. I'm just having a general guess of what I do for Pick'ems. I'm not going to submit them because I want to do like a little video on it anyway, but probably that. I'll come back to this. Ooh. This is going to be a 6 series. DRG versus Tech. Probably something like this. This I couldn't call. In fact, I'm going to. Too many good talent, but too little opportunity. Yeah, and I think a lot of events are done in a way, like, you know, Worlds is a month-long event that seems to bring in talent at various levels to do various parts of it. But it feels like it's such a, like, it's the Avengers assemble moment of talent, because you get them all from different regions, all working, combining with each other. We don't really have that in Valorant. It feels like it's just like a select group of sort of 10 people at most. What happened to Wolves win? I think All Gamers is just a low-key underrated as fuck team. Like, with how well they played against DRG, I think it also depends on the veto. Like, but like I said, I'm not looking at it necessarily. But yeah, I'm caught up on everything. There was a lot of Pacific stuff I wanted to watch because I missed these games. But might be another time. Maybe on Thursday, but me and Beth have a lot of cleaning and stuff to do. So we'll leave it there. Anybody that I'm keen on posting? Well, Haz is doing some more watch partying, so I can send you their way. Hazard JC. Is it JC underscore? Is it even more confusing? It is. Jesus Christ. Is there really a Hazard JC before? Oh fuck, I got it wrong as well. Raid Hazard JC underscore. There we go. But yeah, thanks very much for everybody for tuning in. For the hosts of Tom Biz and Anshi Panshi, and Free Falling with the bits as well. And we will be back. Will we be back on Thursday? Probably not. Nothing on Wednesday, nothing on Thursday. We'll be back on Friday for 10 a.m. start again, and we will have JD Gaming versus Nova. Any watch party combos? Maybe I watch this with what's his name? TMV. But yeah, more trying to come, and there'll be various bits and pieces of content and stuff. I need to sort out some commands for all of that. But thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Not tomorrow. Christ, I'm already wrong on myself. See you on Friday. Bye-bye.